Grasping Evil Chapter 1072 to Chapter 1086. Amidst the curses, everyone felt the fear of doomsday. The immortal cultivators of the holy mountain unleashed their full power and unleashed their divine abilities. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of layers of defense were set up in the sky above the holy mountain and below the tribulation clouds, flying swords, pagodas, ancient lanterns, lotus seats. All kinds of magical treasures floated in the sky, radiating light in all directions, forming a barrier. The golden lotus, the Buddha's hand, the indestructible diamond shield, the 108 Arhats grand formation, the 800 Arhats demon subduing formation, the 100,000 Arhats mountain guarding formation. The lost divine ability of the ancient Buddha, the forbidden formation, the 100,000 Arhats mountain guarding formation. Rays of light shot up into the sky. This was the combined power of 23 sacred mountain immortal emperors and 1 million sacred mountain immortal cultivators. The golden Buddhist power illuminated the already resplendent sacred mountain and made it look like an ancient divine mountain. Even though the heavenly tribulation that Ning Fan triggered was terrifying, there were more than 20 immortal emperors present after all. There was no reason for them to allow Ning Fan to behave atrociously. In the blink of an eye, the defense was formed, and the doomsday heavenly tribulation arrived. Lightning and Buddhist power collided in the skies above the holy mountain. Under everyone's gazes, the tribulation clouds were blown away by the strong winds, revealing a dazzling silver sun beneath the layers of tribulation clouds. It was a sun that was formed from the interweaving Tao laws of lightning. As Ning Fan willed it, it slowly rose from the tribulation cloud. That silver sun was the result of Ning Fan ordering the 4 lightning sparrows' heavenly Tao souls to gather the lightning power of an entire realm 3 days ago. It had almost depleted 60% of the lightning power of the entire Supreme Pill sacred region. It was a natural disaster that no immortal emperor would dare to face alone. Only by combining their strength would they have a chance of resisting it. The silver sun was several times larger than the boundless sacred mountain. If it fell, the entire sacred mountain would be within its attack range. The silver sun was formed by the gathering of lightning. Its surface was covered in raging lightning flames, and its interior was sealed with billions of lightning bolts, equivalent to the combined power of more than 10 immortal emperor cultivation tribulations. What was the concept of dozens of immortal emperor catastrophes? A single immortal emperor cataclysm was enough to put an immortal emperor's life on the line. Dozens of immortal emperor catastrophes were enough to instantly destroy an immortal emperor. Hiss. What was that? I've never heard of such a lightning tribulation. It's so huge that it can form a lightning sun. Since ancient times, has there ever been a lightning tribulation like this? Deliberately mystifying things. Watch how this emperor shatters this sun. How can we, the immortals and Buddhas of the sacred mountain, be looked down upon by an outsider cultivator? After I destroy this sun, I will kill Ning Fan. The 1 million immortal cultivators roared angrily into the sky, but that roar soon turned into shock. Over 1,000 layers of defenses and divine abilities were instantly melted by the lightning sun. There were even some celestial emperors who attacked solar Kulpa realm on their own, and all of them suffered great losses. An immortal emperor tried to use a Khanate Dharma treasure to pierce through the sun, but he was easily burned to ashes by the silver lightning fire on the surface of the sun. There was also an immortal emperor who had reached the Tao through body refinement. He was confident in his powerful physique and transformed into his ancient true body. He wanted to blast the sun away with his fist, but the lightning on the surface of the sun instantly destroyed half of his body, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The power of this thunder sun was no longer within the scope of the second step, but infinitely close to the third step. It was the most powerful heavenly tribulation any holy mountain cultivator had ever encountered in their lives. The immortal emperors no longer dared to attack the heavenly tribulation rashly, nor did they dare to get too close to it. Instead, they kept a distance from it and continuously launched their divine abilities and magic treasures into the sky. As a result, although the lightning sun melted hundreds of layers of defenses, the holy mountain cultivators rebuilt another 1,000 layers of defenses. Even though the heavenly tribulation's attacks were fierce, the holy mountain's defenses were even more impenetrable. Even though the heavenly tribulation was fierce, it could not cause enough destruction to the holy mountain in a short period of time. Seeing that everyone had temporarily blocked the heavenly tribulation, countless holy mountain cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. However, there were even more people who were deeply worried. The reason was that even though they had temporarily blocked the heavenly tribulation, the consumption of their magic power was extremely huge. It was as if there was a torch burning inside the body of every holy mountain cultivator. Usually, it would only take a few breaths to burn the magic power of a life immortal realm cultivator. After more than 10 breaths, even a true immortal would begin to run out of strength. There were constantly low-level immortal cultivators whose magic power was depleted. They retreated from the front line in exhaustion and consumed pills to recover their magic power. However, their recovery speed was very limited and they could not be used in a short period of time. As for cultivators without magic power, most of them were no different from useless people. After 10 breaths, there were only about 600,000 immortal cultivators who still had magic power left. After 20 breaths, there were only 400,000 immortal cultivators who were still holding on. After 50 breaths, there were only 50,000 immortal cultivators who were still guarding the front line. After 100 breaths, there were only a few thousand immortal cultivators who refused to retreat. All of them were experts above the thought-breaking realm. They were the elites of the 12 lineages of the Holy Mountain. However, even these people showed signs of fatigue. They did not have much magic power left. Fortunately, the efforts of the Holy Mountain cultivators were not in vain. The heavenly tribulation that Ning Fan triggered was not the real heavenly tribulation. Because Ning Fan's state of mind was not strong enough, his control over it was limited. In the beginning, the scale of the heavenly tribulation was huge. However, it did not have the endurance of a normal heavenly tribulation. Its power was constantly being depleted and it could not be replenished from heaven and earth, causing the power of the heavenly tribulation to continuously weaken. After 100 breaths, the lightning sun had shrunk greatly. Its power was only half of what it was at the beginning. As such, even though there were not many holy mountain cultivators who were defending the front line, they could still fight the lightning sun on equal footing and prevent it from falling to the holy mountain. In another 1 to 200 breaths, the heavenly tribulation would probably be exhausted. No matter what, there were more than 20 immortal emperors who were controlling the overall situation. If Ning Fan uses his heavenly tribulation to destroy the holy mountain, it would really be a joke. Some of the experts of the holy mountain were mocking Ning Fan's arrogance for wanting to destroy the holy mountain with the heavenly tribulation. However, they did not know that Ning Fan did not expect to destroy the holy mountain with the heavenly tribulation from the beginning. That kind of thinking was unrealistic. When the holy mountain had so many immortal emperors, they would have a way to deal with the heavenly tribulation no matter how powerful it was. Besides, the heavenly tribulation that he triggered could not last long. Besides, the heavenly tribulation of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region had its drawbacks. It could not attack some special existences including the Radiance Buddha. If these immortal emperors could not clean up the mess, the Radiance Buddha would certainly take action. After all, it was impossible to use the heavenly tribulation to defeat the holy mountain. From the beginning, Ning Fan's purpose was not to destroy the holy mountain with the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to delay the progress of the holy mountain cultivators and deplete their combat power. The Radiance Buddha was being beaten up by Xianxia. If he does not use the Medicine Buddha's cultivation base, he would not be able to divert his attention to help the cultivators of the holy mountain resist the heavenly tribulation. The 23 emperors and 1 million immortal cultivators were all resisting the heavenly tribulation. Only a few of them were still guarding the execution ground. This gave Ning Fan a great opportunity to kill his way to the execution ground while it was unguarded. Ning Fan kept getting closer to the execution ground. Occasionally, there would be a few guards of the execution ground who did not participate in resisting the heavenly tribulation who tried to stop him. However, they were no match for him at all. All of them were easily killed by him. Ning Fan might still be wary of those above the Immortal Emperor realm. However, he was unstoppable below the Immortal Emperor realm. In just 100 breaths' time, Ning Fan had flattened the 11 burial mountains along the way and killed his way to the execution ground. As soon as he approached the execution ground, the 800 immortal venerables golden shadows that the Radiance Buddha left behind surrounded Ning Fan and charged at him without fear of death. These are the golden shadows of 800 immortal venerables. They are the condensation of the third phase of the 4 symbols of humanity. Ning Fan had also learned the 4 symbols of humanity before. However, he had only mastered the first phase. It was a rather powerful divine ability which allowed Ning Fan to greatly benefit from the first phase of the four symbols of humanity. It was also an extremely troublesome divine ability. With his supreme spirit sense, he could create countless golden shadows. If the golden shadows did not receive a fatal attack, they could ignore any kind of injury and were extremely difficult to kill. The only weakness of this divine ability was probably that the golden shadows that were created had a time limit. Once the time limit is up, they would disappear. In the past, the golden shadows that Ning Fan created after learning the self-manifestation could only last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Of course, as Ning Fan's cultivation base improved all the way to his current level, the duration of the golden shadows of the self-manifestation would certainly be much longer than in the past. The 800 golden shadows of the arhats in front of him also seemed to have a time limit. However, due to the Radiance Buddha's profound cultivation base, the time limit was definitely not just a short while. Instead, the golden shadows would last for several days or even months without disappearing. The god-destroying giant that Ning Fan transformed into held a sword in his left hand and a shield in his right. His body was surrounded by many innate magic treasures. When he faced the golden shadows of the immortal venerables, he could usually kill several of them with just a single blow. In just 100 breaths' time, the number of golden shadows that were killed by Ning Fan had exceeded 100. However, the troublesome thing was that these golden shadows were indestructible. Once they are destroyed, they would be reborn on the spot after just a short while. The bitter battle had begun. Ning Fan was unable to completely kill any of the golden shadows. However, under the joint attacks of the 800 experts, these golden shadows gradually inflicted injuries on the god-destroying giant. The execution ground was clearly within his reach. However, he just could not break through the defense of the 800 immortal venerables and enter the execution ground to save his master. This was the difference between the current Ning Fan and a being on the same level as the Radiance Buddha. He could not even break a single move of the Radiance Buddha's technique. Within the execution field, the numerous Eastern Sky cultivators who had received the Radiant Buddha's sound transmission didn't participate in resisting the heavenly tribulation. Rather, they withstood the might of the heavenly tribulation and continued to unseal the ancient thunder cauldron. These people were not worried that Ning Fan would rush into the execution ground and interrupt their unsealing process. From their point of view, with the defensive ability of the Radiance Buddha, Ning Fan would not be able to enter this place no matter what. On the rack, Tu Huang's beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He stared at Ning Fan, who was fighting fiercely outside the execution ground. Then, he stared at the figure who was right in front of him, but he just could not get close to him. He was clearly unable to get close, but he refused to give up. He was clearly unable to kill his way out of the encirclement, but he was still waving his sword to kill the celestial venerable golden figure. Tu Huang was unable to describe what he was feeling right now. It was hard to tell if she was happy or worried. In her cultivation life, she could be said to be a legend. From an ordinary shepherd girl, she rose from the bottom and swept through the world, becoming a rare peak powerhouse in the entire Extreme Dan sacred region. She had experienced countless massacres, countless schemes, and countless fickleness of the world. She could face the collapse of Mount Tai without fear, and she could also feel sorrow for the death of her subordinates. She had experienced many things, but she had never touched on the relationship between a man and a woman. With her status, if she revealed her identity, there would be many immortal emperors willing to become Tao companions with her. If there was a need, there would be a long line of male cultivation furnaces willing to be with her. Unfortunately, she had never been interested in men. It wasn't that he didn't have any needs, but when he woke up at night, he would always dream of the scenes in the true world. He dreamed that he, as an immortal cultivator of the true world, was bitterly waiting for a little fellow. The meaning of her existence seemed to be waiting for that unknown little fellow. Occasionally, she would spout nonsense, saying things that even she herself did not understand. Who was she waiting for? Why could she dream of the true world? Don't know. That was why she wanted to find the answer. Thus, she paid the price and made a promise with Supremox's ghost. Then, she was brought to the Fire Spirit Tower and the 6 Paths Yellow Springs by Supremox's ghost. Supremox's ghost told her that if she could enter the bottom of the Yellow Springs, she would be able to obtain the answer through the Well of Troubles and understand the reason for her illusions. Supreme 10 Wasps told her that on the day when someone helps her enter the bottom of the Yellow Springs, she would know who the person she had been waiting for her entire life was. Unfortunately, the Yellow Springs Great Ocean was not a place where ordinary people could enter. Even the existences who were at the same level as the venerated ones of great inferiority and a half-step quasi-saint like her would not be able to enter if they did not possess power that was a few levels higher than them. The illusory power around the Six Paths Yellow Springs was even more terrifying. If one did not have an extremely high attainment in illusory techniques, they would not be able to survive in this place. Throughout the years, she had been searching for someone who could help her find the answer. Finally, Ning Fan came. He was an existence who had the cultivation base of an immortal venerable realm expert, but his strength was far beyond this level. He was almost comparable to the ancient immortal venerables. When they first met, she had an indescribable good impression of Ning Fan. That kind of good impression had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. Instead, it was a kind of strange feeling that was similar to the kinship between a master and his servant. Because of that, even when Ning Fan used his bewitching technique on her, she just laughed it off without getting angry. One should know that on her long path of cultivation, there were also some flower-plucking cultivators who used bewitching techniques on her. After that, she tore all of them into pieces. She hated men who used bewitching techniques on her the most. Ning Fan was the only exception. He did not trigger any killing intent from her. Instead, she felt an indescribable joy of reuniting with him. She did not understand the reason behind it. She just thought that her joy was because she had finally found a suitable person who could help her enter the Yellow Springs Great Ocean to find the answer. When they met again in the second round of the tomb-seizing battle, they met each other for the first time in the Great Brightness Temple of Colored Glass City. During the journey to the Fire Soul Tower, she helped Ning Fan all the way. Nominally, it was to improve Ning Fan's strength and increase the success rate of this trip. In reality, however, she could not help but want to give Ning Fan some benefits. Sometimes, there was no need for a reason to be nice to someone. It could also be unrelated to feelings. It could just be a habit or a habit. The pig-faced treasure box was a rare treasure that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. She did not even blink when she gave it to Ning Fan. Among the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that they found along the way, there were many items that were beneficial to her in improving her strength. She also generously shared them with Ning Fan. During the long path of cultivation, the door to her heart was tightly shut. However, she was at ease in front of Ning Fan. She was like a young shepherdess. Sometimes, she would be innocent and sometimes, she would be reckless. Sometimes, she would even feel embarrassed because she was drunk. She would not have such emotions in front of other people. After leaving the Fire Soul Tower, she finally confirmed one thing: Ning Fan was really a very special existence to her. She did not love him nor did she have any infatuation with him. However, she would not allow anyone to hurt him. She could not explain it clearly. Thus, when Ning Fan fell into immortal Emperor Lei Yin's trap and was being pursued by countless experts of Colored Glass City, she stood in front of him without any hesitation and sent him off. It had nothing to do with feelings or benevolence. It was almost instinctive. It was as if she had sent him off to a faraway place countless years ago. It was as if she had killed all the fiend gods and devils and protected his reincarnation countless years ago. In the end, she was a prisoner of the Holy Mountain while he was a fanatic who came to the execution ground. When those loyal and devoted subordinates died in front of her, she felt guilty, sorrowful, and regretful. When Ning Fan also came, other than being worried, she also felt a trace of indescribable joy. She was extremely worried about him and extremely happy about him. In a daze, she had an illusion. The answer that she had been searching for, the little fellow that she had been waiting for, perhaps, there was no need for her to search at all. Perhaps, it was just in front of her. If the last scene before her death was him, then she would have no regrets even if her life ends here. If the end of this illusory life was him, then it would be an illusory life. Even if it was just a dream, there was no harm in it. Little butterfly, little butterfly, little butterfly, little fellow, if you can't erase the Buddhist Tao, why don't you try using the devil Tao? The destruction of the ancient devils is the nightmare of all the Buddhist Tao that can't be erased in this world. She did not persuade Ning Fan to leave. Instead, she gave Ning Fan some advice at the crucial moment like she had done countless times before. Ning Fan was startled for a moment. Then, as if he had received a sudden enlightenment, he was enlightened. The 800 immortal venerables in front of him were condensed from boundless Buddhist Tao. They were strange existences that even innate magic treasures and the 5 yin-yang swords could not destroy. However, if the attacking method was changed to the ancient devil destruction Tao that Buddhist cultivators feared the most, so what? The god-destroying giant suddenly hid the shield and sword in his hands. Then, essence chi coiled around his fists, turning them into monstrous black rays. The essence chi, magic power and spiritual power in his body were converted to each other, providing the source of power for his fists. Then, he threw out the ancient devil mountain breaking strike with both of his fists. A single punch of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike was enough to consume most of the magic power in Ning Fan's body. When both of his fists were thrown out at the same time, the magic power in Ning Fan's body was completely depleted. Even the golden body of the god-destroying giant was faintly turning illusory due to the lack of magic power. It began to fade bit by bit. Fortunately, the effect of the 2 consecutive punches was really extraordinary. 2 immortal venerables' golden shadows were directly blown up by the 2 punches. Moreover, they could not regenerate after they were blown up. The ancient devil destruction Tao had really restrained the circulation of the Buddhist Tao. At this moment, countless Buddhist cultivators on the entire sacred mountain who sensed the destructive aura of the ancient devil were shocked. At this moment, the radiant Buddha who still had the medicine Buddha's power that he had yet to use and had always been relying on was also shocked and surprised. The 2 immortal venerables' golden shadows were truly destroyed. Even someone as strong as the radiant Buddha suffered a slight backlash due to the slight connection between them. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Because of that, Zhang Yu immediately seized the opportunity to attack him while he was distracted. Hee. My little thief is very strong, isn't he? He seems to have destroyed 2 of your 800 avatars. As far as I know, after I cultivate the 3rd and 4th avatar of my 4 avatars, if my avatar is destroyed, it will be very difficult to repair it. It's considered to be lost forever. If you want to condense another avatar, you can only cultivate it again. With your capabilities, it will take you at least 200,000 years to cultivate 2 avatars again, right? How pitiful it was, Zhang Yu's gloating voice. It sounded like salt being sprinkled on the radiant Buddha's wound. Moreover, he took advantage of the moment when the radiant Buddha was slightly distracted and sent the radiant Buddha flying again with the moonlight essence of his finger. Humph. In less than 200,000 years, 50,000 years at most, this old monk will be able to cultivate these 2 lost avatars back. The troublesome one is this young man. In order to destroy 2 of my 800 avatars, he actually exhausted all of his magic power. Even that rather troublesome golden body that holds the shield is about to dissipate. Once the golden body disperses, this young man definitely won't be able to fight against the remaining immortal venerable's avatar. The only outcome for him is death. The radiant Buddha smiled disdainfully. At the next moment, his disdain became even more obvious. Ning Fan, who had exhausted all of his magic power, consumed tens of bottles of 9 revolution pills in a frenzy. He did not care about the loss of medicinal power or the backlash. He forcefully used his physical body to refine the enormous medicinal power, trying to recover his magic power with the help of the pills. Humph. Madman. Do you want your physical body to explode because of the medicinal power? It seems like this old monk's avatar doesn't need to kill you. You will directly die because of the medicinal power. Foolish ant. The radiant Buddha let out a sarcastic snort. Even with his half-step quasi-sage realm physical body, he did not dare to consume a large amount of 9 revolution pills like Ning Fan did. If they are low-grade pills, it would not be a problem. However, after a pill reaches the 9th revolution, its medicinal power would be astonishing. Not many immortal emperors would be able to withstand such a large amount of 9 revolution pills. Most likely, their physical bodies would explode because of the medicinal power. How high was Ning Fan's cultivation base? In the eyes of the radiant Buddha, what he did was no different from courting death. Unfortunately, the scene that the radiant Buddha expected did not happen. Ning Fan's physical body did not explode because of the enormous medicinal power. Ning Fan's physical body was so strong that it could almost withstand an innate magic treasure head-on. This was something that many immortal emperors could not do. It was even beyond the radiant Buddha's imagination, Consuming so many 9 revolution pills would certainly cause some injuries to his body due to the excessive medicinal power. However, given the strength of Ning Fan's physical body, even if there were injuries, they were still within a controllable range. It would not cause his physical body to explode. The enormous medicinal power was being refined rapidly inside his body. His magic power that was almost exhausted was instantly replenished. The golden body of the god-destroying giant was still as strong and unbreakable as before. He was Ning Fan, he was an ancient divine being from the Dharma-ending era. This kid actually didn't explode from the medicinal power. Just how strong is his physical body? It was the light Buddha who sucked in a cold breath. It was also the same thought that emerged in the minds of a few immortal cultivators of the holy mountain who were paying attention to Ning Fan. The ancient devil mountain breaking strike can destroy the Dharma. It has a miraculous effect on killing the golden shadows of the 4 symbols of man. However, it also has a weakness. It consumes too much magic power. 2 punches are not enough. There are 800 golden shadows here, and only 2 have been destroyed. If I don't destroy the rest, I won't be able to enter the execution ground. 3rd punch, 4th punch, the 5th, 6th, and 7th punches, the 8th, 9th, and 10th punches. Ning Fan began to throw out his devil fists without caring about the consumption. The magic power he consumed was replenished by swallowing pills. After annihilating the He clan, the amount of 9 transformations pills he obtained was more than enough to cope with the consumption of this battle. At first, he could only strike with both fists. But then, his punches became faster and faster. The 12th, 13th, 19th punch was thrown out without a pause. Very quickly, the combo count of the ancient demon mountain crushing strike increased to 19. Ning Fan could clearly feel that the 19th strike, the ancient demon mountain crushing strike, was much stronger than the first strike. In his mind, he kept replaying the scene where enlightened being Bai Lu launched 800 consecutive palm strikes. Green light flashed in his eyes. With his exceptional comprehension of the 2nd level of the heaven realm, he comprehended the essence of Bai Lu's 800 consecutive strikes in actual combat. There were some unique body techniques in the cultivation world which had the concept of consecutive strikes. If the last strike was fast enough, the force of the previous strike could be used to enhance the power of the next strike. In such a manner, each punch would be stronger than the previous one. The more consecutive strikes, the more ferocious the force of the punches would be and the more terrifying its power would be. The ancient demon mountain crushing strike was a divine ability that Ning Fan created himself. It took the profound meaning of the 2 words ancient devil destruction as its name. It launched a critical strike with the force of a volcanic eruption, causing multiple injuries. This was the ancient demon mountain crushing strike that Ning Fan had comprehended in the past. However, at this moment, the essence of consecutive strikes was being integrated into the ancient demon mountain crushing strike that he created. Not enough. It's still not enough. I need to be faster. The consumption of the ancient demon mountain crushing strike was far greater than that of the Sumeru palm imprint. If Ning Fan were to perform the consecutive strikes in his normal state, he might not even have enough magic power to perform 800 consecutive strikes. To Ning Fan in his normal state, the 800 ancient demon mountain crushing strike was just an unrealistic idea. However, if Ning Fan disregards the backlash and refines the pills to maintain the consumption of his magic power, then this idea might become a reality under extreme circumstances. 20 punches, 21 punches, 49 punches, 50 punches, 80 punches, 100 punches, 200 punches, 500 punches, 800 punches. In just less than 10 breaths of time, Ning Fan had performed 800 consecutive strikes. When he performed the 800th consecutive strike, even the god-destroying giant felt like it could not withstand the rebounding force of the punches. Many of its golden flame armors were shattered. The destructive power of the 800th strike was nearly 80 times stronger than the ancient demon mountain crushing strike in his normal state. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, a single ancient demon mountain crushing strike from his normal state was enough to destroy the golden shadows of immortal venerables. The 800th consecutive strike with 80 times the destructive power was almost enough to instantly destroy the physical body of an immortal emperor and turn them into minced meat. After the 800th strike, the outside of the execution ground was in ruins. The 800 golden shadows of the Radiance Buddha were all destroyed without exception. the god-destroying giant who stood on top of the ruins was like an ancient devil god. The shock caused by the 800 consecutive strikes made the expressions of countless cultivators on the sacred mountain change drastically. There were also countless mysterious and unfathomable ancient devil characters that appeared on the ground after Ning Fan performed the 800th consecutive strike. Some Buddhist cultivators who had a deep understanding of the ancient devil clan were able to read those characters. Those characters were the preface of the Devil Conferral ranking. It was a tribute to the Devil Tao. Rumor has it that during the era when the Devil Conferral Summit still existed, there was a supreme treasure called the Devil Conferral ranking. It was created by an ancient saint. There were 10 rankings in total. When all 10 rankings are combined, it would possess the might of a saint. Rumor has it that if all 10 rankings of the Devil Conferral ranking are combined into one, it would be able to subdue all the devil cultivators in the world. It was the first choice of the Devil Conferral puppet to suppress the rebellious devils. Rumor has it that every time an ancient great devil created a lost ability of the ancient devil, the preface of the Devil Conferral ranking would appear on the ground. It was a kind of recognition. It was the recognition of the Devil Conferral Summit towards the divine ability created by the ancient great devil. At this moment, the preface of the Devil Conferral ranking only meant one thing. Ning Fan's 800 consecutive strikes had been recognized by the ancient devil clan as the creation of a type of divine ability. Moreover, the divine ability that was created was not an ordinary one. It was a heaven-defying technique that could truly be classified as a lost-grade divine ability. Only then would there be such a strange phenomenon. This young man actually created a lost-grade ancient devil divine ability during a battle. Such aptitude is comparable to an ancient great devil. During the Dharma-ending era, a devil cultivator actually created a lost-grade ancient devil divine ability. Could this young man be the strongest devil cultivator during the Dharma-ending era? Countless cultivators of the sacred mountain who knew the inside story changed their expressions. He actually created a lost-grade ancient devil divine ability during the Dharma-ending era. This young man. The heart of the cloaked old man who was busy removing the seals behind Ing Luo Sha was filled with shock. Light Buddha spurted out a mouthful of blood. Because all 800 of his Dharma images were destroyed, he was almost severely injured by the backlash. His heart was filled with monstrous killing intent towards Ning Fan. How could he still laugh at Ning Fan? At this moment, all the mocking words that he used to laugh at Ning Fan were returned to him, making his old face, which was usually filled with benevolence and smile, burn with pain. How many years would it take to recultivate 800 Dharma images? If he was lucky, it could be completed in 20 million years. If he was unlucky, he would not be able to fully restore it even after 80 million years. This young man should be killed. This young man should be killed. Ning Fan was not aware of these inside stories. He also did not know that the ancient devil mountain breaking strike that he created in the past was actually not enough to be listed as a lost grade ancient devil divine ability. It could only be considered as a prototype. Only the current 800 consecutive strikes could be comparable to the real lost grade ancient devil divine ability. If the Devil Conferral Summit was still around, his status would be on the same level as the true great devils of the ancient times. He would be a true master of the Devil Tao. Ning Fan did not know anything. He also did not care about the miserable appearance of Light Buddha, who was spurting out blood and roaring furiously. He only knew that it was the first time in his life that he had performed the ancient devil mountain breaking strike with 800 strikes. It felt really good. The 800 immortal venerables who were a hindrance to him were all killed by him within 10 breaths. The result of the battle was terrifying. The backlash was equally terrifying. In order to provide enough magic power to perform the 800 consecutive strikes, Ning Fan forcefully swallowed thousands of 9 revolution pills. Even with the strength of his divine spirit crippled body, his internal organs were already riddled with holes. Suppressing the pain from the injuries in his body, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with determination. He supported the god-destroying giant and walked on the ruins, advancing forward. On the way to the torture rack, there were no longer any cultivators from the sacred mountain stopping him. There were only those familiar and unfamiliar cultivators from the eastern sky. According to Ning Fan's knowledge, these people had an agreement with the sacred mountain to come here and help him unseal the immemorial lightning cauldron. Among these people, Ning Fan did not know most of them. However, he could see the threads of karma. He could tell that each of them had some karma with him. It's a bad karma. Had these people schemed against him behind his back? When he recalled the incident where the Thunder Sound lineage inexplicably destroyed his punishment ring, Ning Fan vaguely had a guess. However, he did not plan to verify it. He did not have too much time to resolve the karma between them. Also, he did not have the time to care about the people from the dark race among them. The heavenly tribulation that he had triggered was already coming to an end. Once it truly ends, all the immortal emperors of the sacred mountain would be free to attack him again, while the heavenly tribulation had yet to end and all the cultivators of the sacred mountain were still resisting it. It was the best time for him to break through the last line of defense and save Tu Huang. He did not want to waste time and entangle himself with these eastern sky cultivators. The god-destroying giant carried the aura force of killing 800 immortal venerables in a row and approached the torture rack. Some of the eastern sky cultivators who were unsealing the immemorial lightning cauldron directly fainted because they could not withstand Ning Fan's aura force. Damn it! I was so close to unsealing the immemorial lightning cauldron, but this young man actually killed his way into the execution ground and ruined our great plan. Yin Luosha's eyes were extremely gloomy. Those eastern sky cultivators who had fainted had all kinds of secret techniques given to them by the dark race. Now that they had fainted, it would greatly affect the unsealing of the immemorial lightning cauldron. He no longer unsealing the immemorial lightning cauldron. Instead, he suddenly stood up and glared at Ning Fan. However, the moment his eyes met the god-destroying giant's gaze, he felt his heart palpitate. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The vicious words that he wanted to say could not come out of his mouth. At this moment, other than Yin Luosha, there were only the cloaked elderly man, Flying Thunder Immortal King, Battle Rhino Immortal King and the first disciple of Great Emperor Maha who had not been directly knocked unconscious by Ning Fan's aura force. Other than the cloaked elderly man who hid himself well, the rest of them felt the same as Yin Luosha when they faced Ning Fan. Among them, there were two people who had directly fought with Ning Fan before. One of them was Flying Thunder Immortal King who was under Great Emperor Chonghe while the other was Battle Rhino Immortal King who was under Great Emperor Primal Core. These two immortal kings had once fought with Ning Fan in the Eastern Heaven. In terms of strength at that time, even though their battle results were not good, they still had the upper hand. However, when they faced Ning Fan at this moment, the two of them felt as if they were facing an immortal emperor. Under the heavy aura force, they felt like mortals facing the might of heaven and earth. They could not look directly at the god-destroying giant's eyes at all. Is this young man really Ning Fan? Is he really the Reign Immortal Monarch? Is he really the ghost-faced cultivator who stirred up a storm in the Supreme Pale Sacred Region? Did he really kill 6 immortal emperors in a row? I don't know. The only thing they could be sure of was that Ning Fan actually managed to kill all 800 immortal venerables within 10 breaths of time. That was the combat power of 800 ancient immortal venerables. This young man actually managed to kill all of them within 10 breaths of time. This matter was just unheard of. The position of the number 1 devil of the Eastern Heaven was probably going to change. He was no longer the past Sun Luo but the Reign Immortal Monarch. When this young man leaves the sacred region and returns to the Eastern Heaven, he would certainly cause a stir in the circle of the Eastern Heaven. I'm in a hurry. I hope that you won't stop me. Even if there are first-level quasi-saints among you, don't even think about stopping me. The god-exterminating giant's cold voice reverberated across heaven and earth. He was only one step away from saving Tu Huang. He would never stop at this moment no matter who was blocking his way. If it was possible, he was even willing to temporarily put aside his grudges with the dark race and do everything to save Tu Huang. No matter what, he did not want her to be hurt, even if this matter had nothing to do with love or gratitude, it was just an obsession. That's all. Hee. The younger generation really surpasses the older. Even a lowly quasi-saint couldn't see through my true cultivation base. You actually saw through it with just a glance. Is this the aptitude of the successor of ancient chaos? The cloaked elderly man smiled coldly. He no longer concealed his cultivation base. Instead, he fully unleashed his first-level quasi-saint cultivation base. His killing intent hesitated for a moment before locking onto Ning Fan. It was as if he would attack Ning Fan at the next moment. His quasi-saint aura force swept across heaven and earth like a raging wind, shocking every cultivator of the sacred mountain. Who would have thought that an external cultivator quasi-saint would actually sneak into the Supreme Pale Sacred Region and the Sacred Mountain? Who could ignore the existence of an external cultivator sage-to-be? No one knew what this outsider sage-to-be was up to by sneaking here. However, it was obvious that such an outsider would not be attracted without great benefits. He had thought that the Holy Mountain would be in big trouble with a ghost-faced cultivator. Unexpectedly, there was an external quasi-sage who was plotting against the Holy Mountain. Due to the existence of the despicable tribe's illusory arts, even the sacred mountain's immortal emperors rarely knew about the 5 great supremes. In the eyes of the world, the Holy Light Buddha, who was half a step away from the sage-to-be, was already the strongest expert in the world. Sage-to-be was just a legend. Now, the heavenly tribulation was suppressing it. There is a thief Ning stirring up trouble. Furthermore, there was a living legend of the outer cultivators right in front of him. His intentions were unclear, so who could remain calm? If this external cultivator quasi-saint joins forces with Ning Fan, would the Holy Mountain still have a chance to survive? Today, it will certainly be destroyed. The only fortunate thing was that most of them could not tell that Ning Fan and that external cultivator quasi-saint were not going to join forces. Instead, the atmosphere was tense and it seemed like a fight was about to break out. It seemed like the god-destroying giant that Ning Fan transformed into and the cloaked quasi-sage had both released their killing intent and locked onto each other. What was strange, however, was that neither of them made the first move. Little friend, why haven't you made your move yet? The cloaked quasi-sage was slightly surprised and asked with a strange smile. Why doesn't Senior make the first move? I will. The god-destroying giant answered coldly. Hee hee. Little friend, your eyesight is indeed amazing. It seems like you have already noticed the existence of the other quasi-saints in this place. I will not hide it from you. I have my own designs on the immemorial lightning cauldron of the Holy Mountain. However, I am not interested in the execution of the blood martial lord. Why don't you join forces with me and fight against those few friends of mine? You seem to be on the same side as the dark race. It is impossible for you not to know about the grudge between me and the dark race. I don't have the habit of joining forces with my enemies. What if I am not a member of the dark race and I am just using them? Little friend, are you willing to join forces with me? How can I trust you? This head is the proof. The cloaked quasi-sage suddenly waved his hand and a ray of purple light shot out. The purple light was as sharp as a blade and severed Luo Sha's neck. His head flew high up into the sky and blood spurted out like an arrow. What was strange was that the cloaked quasi-sage clearly only severed Luo Sha's head, but his primordial spirit did not escape from the corpse. Instead, it died inside the corpse. This is the effect of my poison palm. His primordial spirit has already been poisoned to death inside his physical body. The cloaked quasi-sage explained. An illusion technique, huh? Ning Fan frowned and ignored the cloaked quasi-sage's explanation. Instead, he secretly removed the illusion technique. All of a sudden, the illusion in front of him disappeared. Luo Sha was not dead at all. The cloaked quasi-sage did not kill Luo Sha with poison. Instead, he seized the opportunity when Ning Fan was under the illusion technique to attack him with the purple poisonous light. If Ning Fan was bewitched by the illusion technique, he would most likely be sneak attacked by the cloaked quasi-sage. Unfortunately, the god-destroying giant raised his god-destroying shield to block the purple poisonous light. Even though the god-destroying shield managed to block the poisonous light, it was still blasted 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from the execution ground due to the impact of the quasi-sage's attack. Ning Fan, who was hiding inside the god-destroying giant's body, actually suffered some internal injuries from the impact. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. You can actually see through my illusion technique? The cloaked quasi-sage was slightly shocked. This is the power of a quasi-sage. As expected, I can't win against him. If the other quasi-sages here join the battle, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to rescue Sovereign 2. Just as Ning Fan steadied his body, his heart suddenly shuddered and he felt a sense of danger on his back. The world behind him was suddenly torn apart and a figure with grey chi emerged from it. Without saying a word, he slashed hundreds and thousands of grey sword lights at the god-destroying giant. The god-destroying giant's back was hit by the concentrated sword lights. Even with the god-destroying giant's strong defense, countless cracks still appeared on it. It was actually the dead emperor who had been hiding in this place for a long time with his sword. While Ning Fan was distracted, he suddenly appeared and attacked Ning Fan's back. As soon as he appeared, he occupied a place like the Lord of Heaven. When he attacked with his full strength, he nearly shattered Ning Fan's god-destroying giant. Heh! What a tough tortoise shell. I can't believe it didn't break in just one attack. Impressive. I knew that you would definitely come to the Holy Mountain. Instead of chasing after you everywhere, I might as well wait for you here. Sure enough, my idea is right. Today, you shall repay all the karma that you owe me. The dead emperor smiled coldly, however, as the dead emperor's laughter echoed in the surroundings of the execution ground. Since it's so lively, let me join in the fun too. Hee hee. Coincidentally, I'm also tired from dancing in the show square. Let's come and have some fun here. Supreme Ox Ghost had arrived, Supreme 10 Wasps had also arrived. On the Holy Mountain, the chi of a quasi-sage turned into a hurricane and swept across the place. No one could remain calm. Only Ning Fan, who was hiding inside the god-destroying giant, was not surprised at all. Instead, his eyes revealed a hint of calculation, as if he was planning something. There was an unimaginable illusory power in the world of the Dabii clan. Few people in the sacred mountain knew about the existence of the 5 great supremes, not because they weren't well informed, but because they didn't have enough ability. How could an immortal emperor old monster not know about the existence of a quasi-saint in the Dabii clan? Many immortal emperors had tried to find out information about the 5 great supremes countless times, but because they couldn't resist the illusory power in the world, the information went in one ear and out the other. In the blink of an eye, they forgot everything related to the 5 great supremes. At this moment, except for the deceased Madam of Bones, the other 4 supremes arrived at the sacred mountain. At first, the scene of the quasi-saints appearing one after another brought uncontrollable shock to the cultivators of the sacred mountain, almost collapsing the worldview of the sacred mountain. But soon, the illusory power of the Dabii clan began to take effect. Some immortal venerables and immortal kings were still shouting about the arrival of the quasi-saints a moment ago, but in the next moment, their eyes became blank and they seemed to have forgotten everything, falling to the ground in a daze. Countless true immortals and life immortals were still resisting the heavenly tribulations and recovering their magic power a moment ago, but in the next moment, they were stunned by the illusory power and fell to the ground one after another. The illusory power of this world didn't allow others to remember everything about the Dabii Supremes. The illusory power gathered in the world became stronger and stronger. Gradually, countless Buddhist chants sounded in the ears of the cultivators. As soon as the Buddhist chants sounded, even immortal venerables and immortal kings were stunned by the illusory power. There were even many immortal emperors who lost too much magic power and were invaded by the illusory power. One after another, they couldn't bear the power of the illusory power and fell to the ground like puppets. Fell, one by one, the cultivators of the sacred mountain fell to the ground. In an instant, there were only a few people left who could maintain their consciousness. Among the 23 emperors of the sacred mountain, only the 5 immortal emperors, including the Thundercloud Nation and the Stone Man Emperor, didn't faint. The rest of the immortal emperors and cultivators below the immortal emperor level of the sacred mountain all fell unconscious. In Luo Sha and the other eastern sky outer cultivators, whose cultivation had not reached the immortal emperor realm, also fainted on the ground. Among the outer cultivators who were responsible for unsealing the primeval thunder cauldron, only the cloaked sage Tabi was awake. Fortunately, the power of the heavenly tribulation that Ning Fan triggered was already less than 1/20th of its original power. As the remaining 5 immortal emperors of the Lei Yun country and the other 2 sacred mountain paid the price and delivered their final attack, completely shattering the heavenly tribulation, they landed on the execution ground one after another. They stood guard in front of the immemorial lightning cauldron and the torture rack, watching the arrival of the legendary beings with trepidation. Chaos had already arisen. The Buddha of Light and Zongyu both knew that this wasn't the time to continue fighting, so they stopped fighting. Instead, after a single strike, they separated. The radiant Buddha landed at the center of the execution ground, standing together with the Thundercloud country and the other 5 emperors of the Holy Mountain. Zongyu also descended to the ground. He suppressed the discomfort and pain in his physical body and stood guard beside the god extermination giant that Ning Fan had transformed into. His spirit sense locked onto the dead emperor's body as he was afraid that the latter would attack Ning Fan again. The Buddha of Light and the Death Emperor no longer held back. They released the cultivation base of the Medicine Buddha and the Flame Ancestor. Their aura swept across the area like a wild wind, standing on equal footing with the other demi-saints. The situation had become unclear in an instant. The Radiant Buddha and the 5 emperors of the Holy Mountain were in the same camp. They were wary of all the outsiders in this place. Clearly, they were not on the same side as any of them. Ningfan and Zhongyu were in the same camp. They exchanged glances with each other as if they had already predicted the current situation. The cloaked demi-saint was in the same camp. He was alone and did not continue to attack Ningfan. Instead, he was guarding against the other demi-saints. The dead emperor also held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. He did not continue to attack Ningfan. The Supreme Being Niu Gui and the Supreme Being 10 Wasps were fighting on their own. Both of them wore mysterious smiles on their faces. No one knew what their intentions were. There were 6 forces in total in this place. Each of them had their own plans for the execution on the Holy Mountain today. The situation could be described as chaotic. However, because of the chaos, each of them formed a stalemate. Each of them was wary of the other and no one dared to attack Ningfan anymore. Ningfan's expression remained unchanged but his heart sank. The current situation was the worst-case scenario that he had imagined. He did not expect that it would really happen. Great Emperor Lu Tua had explained to him this situation where the supreme beings of the great humble race were scheming against each other. Therefore, Ningfan had already guessed that there might be many legendary figures who would disrupt the execution today. It was one thing to make a guess. However, it was another feeling when facing so many demi-saints for real. He deeply felt the difficulty of not being able to defeat them. Although Ningfan acted arrogantly, he was well aware of his own limitations. He knew very well that no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, it was impossible for him to behave atrociously in front of so many demi-saints as long as his cultivation base had not truly reached that level. With his intelligence, he could even deduce that it was definitely not a coincidence that so many legendary figures had gathered at the execution ground. Instead, it was intentional. Demi-saints were afraid of karma like tigers. They would not easily get involved in worldly affairs. Since they had come all the way to this place, there must be some great benefits for them. Supreme Being 10 Wasps was the creator of Sovereign 2's illusion puppet. It was highly possible that everything that happened to Sovereign 2 during the execution today was part of his plan. Supreme Being Niu Gui had an unknown deal with Sovereign Tuesday. It was also possible that he had been plotting against Sovereign 2 since a long time ago. Light Buddha was the instigator of today's execution. What was he plotting? The cloaked demi-saint also seemed to have an unknown plan regarding the execution. What was his purpose for coming here? The dead emperor didn't seem to have come to the Holy Mountain just to kill him. Perhaps, it was just a pretense. The purpose of these people was none other than Sovereign 2. Ningfan did not know why Sovereign 2, who was an illusion puppet, would be the target of so many demi-saints. However, he knew very well that if he did not find a way to deal with these legendary figures, it would be impossible for him to bring Sovereign 2 away. Thus, ever since he found out that Sovereign 2's execution was brought forward 3 days ago, Ningfan had come up with hundreds and thousands of plans in his mind to deal with the deadly situation that might occur in front of him. It was absolutely impossible for him to save Sovereign 2 with force. Thus, he could only use the same trick to get rid of these people. Old Flame Ancestor, I'm afraid you didn't come here today just to ask for the karma of this little external cultivator, right? We once made a promise that I will never enter the 3 flames and you will not come to the Holy Mountain. However, you have broken your promise. In the face of chaos, Light Buddha no longer had the time to care about Ningfan. Instead, he turned to the dead emperor and questioned him indifferently. His voice was not loud but it carried a kind of majesty and calmness like Mount Tai. At this moment, the Light Buddha's consciousness was dominated by Medicine Buddha. His actions were different from the Light Buddha in his normal state. Every word and action he spoke contained the intent of perfection, giving people a feeling that he was unfathomable. To the current Light Buddha, Ningfan was no longer a threat. The Flame Ancestor in the dead emperor's body was the second strongest existence among the 5 venerated beings of the Great Inferiority Realm. He was only second to Madame White Bones who had already passed away. His strength was above the other supreme beings. He was the biggest threat in this place and he needed to be the first one to be taken seriously. Humph. Since ancient times, most of the promises are just a piece of paper that can be broken at any time. What can you do to me if I break my promise? Besides, you, Medicine Buddha, have never been a person who keeps his promise. 34 million years ago, you left the Corpse Mountain Range when I was busy and secretly sneaked into the mountain range to investigate Madame Whitebones, who I had imprisoned. However, you were severely injured by her. You did it very discreetly and hid it from everyone. However, you couldn't hide it from my karma. What's funny is that you, who was the first to break your promise, are now blaming me. The dead emperor let out a cold harumph and retorted sarcastically. His tone carried an innate disdain. It was the aura of the flame ancestor who had dominated the world. At this moment, the flame ancestor was the dominant one in his consciousness. The light Buddha's eyes narrowed slightly. He was speechless for a while. Not long after that, he turned to Supreme Ox Ghost and questioned him. Old Ox, you and I have a promise that I won't interfere with you comprehending the reincarnation table of Old Man Nan Yao, and you won't interfere with me ruling the Holy Mountain. Now, I am executing a sinner on the Holy Mountain. Why did you break your promise and come here to interfere? Don't you want to give me an explanation? Hee hee. The one who made the promise with you is Yellow Ox. Can't you see that I am Huanyao now? Supreme Ox Ghost, who was wearing a fiery red robe, answered with a strange smile. A cold light flashed in the radiant Buddha's eyes. He no longer bothered with Supreme Nyogue and turned to Supreme Tenbi, Fairy B. Back then you were suppressed by that old man Southern Yao under the Five-Finger Mountain. I was the one who let you escape. Do you want to ruin my plans today? Hee hee, you are indeed worthy of being a glib-tongued alchemist. Using me to besiege Alchemy Saint Nan, you can actually make it sound so pleasant. You let me go once and I helped you plot against the weak and dying Alchemy Saint Nan. The karma between us is already settled. Today, I have also been scheming for the Sword Ancestor's love for a long time. I won't give it to anyone. Supreme Tenbis covered her lips and smiled. Her charm was indescribably elegant and refined. She didn't have the slightest bit of her usual worldly aura. The light Buddha furrowed his brows and no longer wasted his breath with Tenbis. Instead, he turned to the cloaked quasi-saint and said, if I'm not wrong, you should be an ancient quasi-saint of the poison realm. At the peak of the Demon Conferral Summit, there were 15 people who comprehended the poison realm. Among them, there was one ancient great devil, 2 second-level quasi-saints, 4 first-level quasi-saints, and 8 immortal emperors. Judging from your illusions, you seem to be similar to 2 or 3 of them. I wonder which fellow Taoist Xianxia, winged zombie, or hundred-legged are you? The cloaked quasi-saint's fiery green eyes flashed with surprise as if he didn't expect the light Buddha to be so familiar with the Demon Conferral Summit. His dignity as a quasi-saint didn't allow him to lie at this moment. He sneered and said, I don't deserve to be called fellow Taoist. Just call me hundred-legged old monster. You and I have the same goal. We are enemies and not friends. Today, we will have to fight. There's no need to confuse us. So it's the hundred-legged silkworm that can travel thousands of miles with poison. Do you really want to interfere in today's matter? You should know that today is no longer the time when you, Zido, can run amok in the world. Although I don't know how you avoided the calamity of the Demon Conferral Summit and survived until now, I can tell you clearly that if you insist on interfering in this matter, I won't show any mercy. Hee hee hee, this old man's cultivation isn't as strong as you lowly quasi-saints, but my techniques are not to be underestimated. If we really fight, I won't necessarily lose. The cloaked quasi-saint laughed coldly. His words made the light Buddha's eyes flash with an unnoticeable hint of fear. He was talking to all the other quasi-saints except Ning Fan because there was no need for him to do so. Ning Fan was unwilling to retreat. Besides, in order to trigger the Sword Ancestor's utmost love, it was impossible for him to let Ning Fan leave alive. The subordinates of the blood martial warriors who died just now did not seem to be enough. If Ning Fan dies, it should be enough. Since that's the case, let's fight for the fortune of this place with our own techniques. In the cultivation world, the strong survive and the weak die. This is how it should be. Cut the crap. Let's use our own techniques. Humph. The Sword Ancestor's utmost love will definitely belong to me. The group of quasi-saints was about to start fighting. Right at this moment, an unexpected voice interrupted the intense collision of auras in this place. Everyone, please wait. Why don't you take a look and see what this is? It was Ning Fan who spoke and interrupted everyone. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to Ning Fan. They were curious to see what kind of tricks he was playing when he was about to die. All of a sudden, the god-exterminating giant waved his hand and tore open heaven and earth, revealing the hollow space below. Then, he tore open the endless hollow space layer by layer like peeling silk from a cocoon. After tearing thousands of layers of the hollow space, the golden spatial turbulence that made even quasi-saints' expressions change was finally revealed. This kind of spatial turbulence only existed in the deepest part of the hollow space. What was the meaning of Ning Fan tearing open so many layers of the hollow space and revealing this spatial turbulence? What is this young man trying to do? Could it be that he wants to tear open the hollow space and escape? The light Buddha narrowed his eyes. What a foolish thought. The inside of heaven and earth is real while the outside is fake. The outside of heaven and earth has countless layers stacked on top of each other. A first-step cultivator can tear open a layer of the hollow space while a second-step cultivator can use their cultivation base to tear open more layers of the hollow space. However, when the layers of the hollow space reach a certain extent, even a quasi-saint would not dare to casually enter the spatial turbulence. Otherwise, he can directly tear open all the hollow space and reach the other illusory dream worlds or even the true worlds. The dead emperor sneered inwardly. This young man has at least torn open 1,000 layers of the hollow space. If he wants to escape into the hollow space and escape, he will directly die in the spatial turbulence without us chasing after him. Could it be that he has some kind of method that allows him to survive in this kind of spatial turbulence and is trying to blend into it to escape? However, if it's just the spatial turbulence of 1,000 layers of hollow space, a quasi-saint like us won't be killed by it at all. At most, we will just suffer some minor injuries. It won't be difficult to chase after this young man in the spatial turbulence. It's impossible for him to escape. Then, why? Supreme Venerable Ox Ghost was doubtful. Or perhaps, this young man is trying to use the spatial turbulence to kill us? Hee. The spatial turbulence only exists within the hollow space. It can't draw out enemies from the outside world to kill us. Even if it can, the power of the spatial turbulence is only enough to injure us. It won't be able to kill us. This move is meaningless. The cloaked quasi-saint thought disdainfully. The group of quasi-saints had different thoughts, but none of them dared to talk nonsense with him. Their expressions were calm like an ancient well, waiting for his next move. However, they were all wrong. The reason why Ning Fan tore open so many hollow spaces was not because he wanted to escape or to attract the spatial turbulence to hurt others. Instead, he wanted to lure the quasi-saints here to give up on their plan to kill a sovereign and trap them in the spatial turbulence of the 1,000 layers of hollow space. The god-destroying giant flipped his hand and 2 ancient formation diagrams appeared on his palm. They were the 2 formations of the ancient country that Ning Fan had engraved on the leather scrolls. They were not complete. Instead, he had made some changes at the key points. They were considered as fake formation diagrams. However, he would not tell the quasi-saints about this. The god-destroying giant opened up half of the 2 scrolls, revealing the upper half of the 2 formations. It was as if he did it on purpose to show the 2 formations of the ancient country to the quasi-saints. At first, the group of quasi-saints felt disdain towards Ning Fan's inexplicable behavior. However, when they noticed the specific formation on the formation diagrams in the god-destroying giant's hands, 3 of their expressions changed. The formation pattern recorded on the leather scrolls was obviously very similar to the 2 formations of the ancient country that they had studied before. Because they had never seen the real formation diagrams, they could not determine the authenticity of the formation just by looking at it. The 2 formations of the ancient country. Could it be that you actually have these 2 formations? Impossible. Our great Bei Kong has the gold and silver of the heavenly Tao, but we are only lacking these 2 formations. If this formation is real. Humph. Are you trying to use these 2 formation diagrams to please us and beg us to let your little lover go? You're dreaming. Ridiculous. Putting aside the fact that we can't tell whether this formation diagram is real or not, even if it is real, we will never trade with you. Isn't it more convenient to snatch the diagram after killing you? Moreover, this diagram might not be real. Other than the supreme venerated 10 wasps and the cloaked quasi-saints who looked slightly calm, the bright Buddha, the dead emperor and supreme venerated ox ghost increased the intensity of their killing intent. The three of them were extremely interested in the two formations of the ancient country. They had been planning for it for many years, but they could not obtain it. Now that they knew that Ning Fan had the two formations, they had one more reason to attack him. It was even more impossible for them to let Ning Fan go. However, these quasi-saints were wrong again. Ning Fan did not take out the two fake formation diagrams just to wag his tail and beg for mercy. The god-exterminating giant did not waste any time talking to the bright Buddha and the others. Instead, he threw the two scrolls into the turbulent space of the 1,000 layers of void space. The turbulent space of the golden cracks intertwined and spread. With just a rush, the two scrolls were pushed to the depths of the endless void space. No one knew where they went. Soon, they could no longer be seen. After that, the god-exterminating giant's body emitted the light of the reverse spirit technique. Then, he let out a muffled groan as if he had done something to hurt himself. Ning Fan had used the reverse spirit technique to forcefully erase all the memories about the structure of the two formations in his sea of consciousness. His method was decisive and ruthless. The expressions of the quasi-saints who knew a little about the reverse spirit technique changed. I have erased the two formations of the ancient country from my memory. Those two formation diagrams are the only copies that I have. They are made from the skin of an immortal emperor. Even if I throw them into the turbulent space of the 1,000 layers of void space, they will not be destroyed within a short period of time. However, if they are left for too long, they will probably still be destroyed. I know that you lowly quasi-saints are studying these two formation diagrams. Now that the formation diagrams that you have been longing for a long time are right in front of you, I think it is impossible for you to remain calm given your temperament. There is only one way to obtain these two formation diagrams, and that is to find them before they are destroyed by the turbulent space. Apart from that, there is no other way. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the two formations of the ancient country from my memory by searching my soul and memory. You will lose the opportunity to obtain them forever. So, do you want to continue wasting your time here or enter the turbulent space to find the formation diagrams of the two formations? Each of the god-exterminating giant's words was like a huge rock that smashed on the Tao hearts of the three quasi-saints. The three of them were instantly filled with shock and anger. They understood now. Ning Fan was using the formation diagrams of the two formations of the ancient country to tempt them to give up on their plan to kill the sovereign. He was tempting them to leave the sacred mountain and enter the turbulent space of the 1,000 layers of void space to waste their time searching for the formation diagrams. He was not wagging his tail and begging for mercy. It was an overt scheme. He was obviously trying to use the weakness that they had been yearning for many years to tempt them to leave the sacred mountain. Just a moment ago, the three of them were ready to fight. At this moment, their expressions were filled with struggle and hesitation. They were hesitating whether to enter the turbulent space to search for the two formations of the ancient country or to give up on them. Ning Fan's act of destroying their memories did not seem to be fake. It should be useless to search his soul and memory after killing him. Our only option is to snatch the two formation diagrams. Even though the two formation diagrams were made from the skin of an immortal emperor, it was impossible for them to last too long in the turbulent space. At most, they would be destroyed within 100 breaths. 100 breaths was not enough for them to determine the winner and loser in this place. It was also not enough for them to extract the sword ancestor's utmost emotion from the sovereign's body. Entering the turbulent space to search for the formation diagrams would take a lot more time. If they want to obtain the formation diagrams that Ning Fan tossed into the turbulent space, they could only enter the turbulent space immediately and search for them with their lives at all costs. Only then would they have a small chance of finding the two formation diagrams within 100 breaths. However, there were two problems with this move. Firstly, even if they managed to find the two formation diagrams, they might not be real. It was highly possible that they were just forged by Ning Fan. Secondly, the void space beyond the 1,000 layers was usually easy to enter but difficult to get out. Even if a quasi-saint realm expert enters the void space recklessly, it would be difficult for him to find the exit and return to the outside world without 10 to 15 days. Those who were unlucky would be pushed far away by the turbulent space. There was a high possibility that they would not be able to return to the outside world for several years or even tens of years. It was unlikely for them to die in the 1,000 layers of void space. However, it was very normal for them to be trapped in the 1,000 layers of void space for 10 to 15 days or even a few months or even a few years. They could either immediately abandon the matter of executing the Sovereign Slayer and rush into the turbulent space to search for the formation diagrams. Or, give up on the formation diagrams and continue to plot for the Sword Ancestor's utmost love. One was the two formations of the ancient country whose authenticity could not be confirmed, and the other was the Sword Ancestor's utmost love, which was enough to move the hearts of ancient great cultivators. Which one was more important? After making a decision in their hearts, the three of them did not rush into the turbulent space for the formation diagrams of the ancient country. However, their expressions were more or less gloomy. "Junior, you really deserve to be killed. You clearly know that we have been plotting against the ancient kingdom's two formations for a long time, yet you actually schemed against us like this. I have to say that you've succeeded. There's more or less a trace of regret and a crack in our Tao hearts because we gave up searching for the two formations of the ancient kingdom. Without tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, I'm afraid this crack will be extremely difficult to heal. Is this the reason why you abandoned the formation diagram and destroyed your own memories? Or, do you really think that we'll be trapped in the space turbulence for half a month just for a formation that's hard to distinguish from the real one? Dream on. Unfortunately, even if it's the real ancient country's second formation, it's still inferior to the Sword Ancestor's emotion. We are very clear about which is more important and which is more important. Who would be stupid enough to give up the Sword Ancestor's love and be trapped in the space turbulence for the two formations of the ancient country? The value is different, understand? Ning Fan did not pay attention to what Light Buddha and the others said. Throwing them into the second formation of the ancient country was just a part of his plan. The god-slaying giant waved his hand again and produced a tightly sealed jade bottle. Even though the jade bottle was tightly sealed, it still emitted an aura that made the hearts of the Buddha of Light and the others palpitate. The aura of extreme yang. Moreover, it was actually a huge amount of extreme yang. It was a quantity that could directly break through the bottleneck of a quasi-saint. None of them could figure out how a mere immortal venerable kid could have so much extreme yang in his possession. Only the Light Buddha and the other two quasi-saints were interested in the second formation of the ancient country. However, even Supreme Ten Wasps and the cloaked quasi-saints who remained calm and collected earlier were tempted by this bottle of extreme yang. Impossible. It's impossible for such a huge amount of extreme yang to be in the possession of a junior like him. It's fake. No one said a word. However, all of them were thinking the same thing. The god-slaying giant did not explain the authenticity of the extreme yang. Instead, he directly crushed the jade bottle and poured the entire bottle of extreme yang water into the space turbulence. This was the extreme yang water that Ning Fan obtained when he disobeyed the well of annoyance that day. This extreme yang water was extremely significant. It was enough to move the heart of any quasi-saint. On that day, Ning Fan was even reluctant to sell this extreme yang water to the heaven-reaching church in exchange for gold and silver. However, at this moment, in order to carry out his plan step by step and lure these quasi-saints into the space turbulence willingly, he no longer cared about the extreme yang water. He gritted his teeth and took out 60% of the extreme yang water, poured it into the bottle and poured it into the space turbulence. The extreme yang water that was sucked into the space turbulence was quickly washed away by the turbulence. All the quasi-saints could no longer remain calm. They were shocked by Ning Fan's reckless action. All of them felt an unknown fire burning in their hearts. It's real. The extreme yang that this kid possesses is actually real. Moreover, it's not just any ordinary extreme yang. It's the extreme yang water that is so pure that it's in liquid form. The price of a drop of it is comparable to a 9 revolutions emperor pill. The price of a bottle is comparable to a high-grade innate magic treasure. He actually threw it into the space turbulence just like that. Does this kid really understand the value of this extreme yang water? Light Buddha, Death Emperor, Nyo Goe, and 10 Wasps' eyes were filled with struggle. With their cultivation base that was stuck at the second level of the quasi-saint realm, if they obtain a whole bottle of extreme yang water, they would definitely be able to break through to the ancient great cultivation base. The cloaked quasi-saint was also breathing rapidly. If he obtains this extreme yang water, He had 90% confidence that he could break through the first-level bottleneck that he had been stuck at for countless years and become a second-level quasi-saint. Ning Fan actually gave up such a great opportunity, just to lure them to give up on their plan to kill the Emperor and trap them in the space turbulence? Isn't this kid's action a little too extravagant? Damn it. How should we choose? In terms of value, a whole bottle of extreme yang water is almost the same as the Sword Ancestor's utmost love water. We have been scheming for many years. All we want is to advance to the ancient great cultivation base and then break through to the true sage realm. Even though the Sword Ancestor's utmost love water is valuable, it is just an ethereal item. The probability of us achieving our long-cherished wish is actually not high. However, this bottle of extreme yang water is different. There is an 80 to 90% chance that it can help us improve our cultivation base and make it more stable. Humph. I understand now. Not only does this kid want to trap us in the space turbulence, but he also wants to seize the opportunity to save us. He is also planning to lure us into the space turbulence with great benefits to fight for these precious treasures. 2 peaches to kill 3 soldiers. Was this the real goal? For such a large amount of extreme yang water, it is highly possible that we will fight to our deaths. However, how can we be willing to give up the Sword Ancestor's utmost love water that we have been scheming for so many years? All the quasi-saints hesitated at this moment. They had calculated everything in order to improve their cultivation base. If there are other things that can help them improve their cultivation base in a more stable manner, why would they still need to scheme for the Sword Ancestor's utmost love water? However, they would more or less feel a little reluctant to give up the plan that they had been scheming for so many years. Even the 2 formations of the ancient country and the extreme yang water can't make you make a decision, huh? What if I throw this item into the space turbulence again? Seniors, can you bear to see this item vanish into thin air in the space turbulence? The god-destroying giant took out an item for the 3rd time and threw it into the space turbulence. At the same time, the crack in the void began to close under Ning Fan's divine ability. Ning Fan did not explain anything about the item that he threw out for the 3rd time. That item was even sealed inside the wooden box and its chi did not dissipate at all. However, as soon as that item entered the space turbulence, all the quasi-saints' expressions changed drastically. All of them rushed into the space turbulence in a hurry. They had to be anxious. Ning Fan was about to close the crack in the void. Just now, when he tore open the void, his actions were too fast. No one could clearly see how many layers of the void he tore open exactly. If the crack closes and they want to tear open the void on their own to search for that item, the difficulty would definitely be much greater than finding a needle in a haystack for mortals. After all, they did not even know which layer of the void the item was in. Only by rushing into the crack before it closes would they have the slightest chance of obtaining that item. The last wooden box became the last straw that made the 5 quasi-saints make up their minds. They finally decided to give up on their plan to kill the sovereign and go into the space turbulence to fight for the precious treasures that Ning Fan had abandoned. All 5 of them rushed into the space turbulence. Then, the crack in the void closed and the ripples in heaven and earth disappeared as if they had never appeared. Ning Fan smiled in satisfaction. Everyone in the world comes for benefits and everyone in the world leaves for benefits. The ancients did not deceive me. What those quasi-saints were after was just some benefits. If Ning Fan tempts them with greater benefits, it would have a miraculous effect at the critical moment. The 3 items that he had abandoned in succession had actually sent the 5 quasi-saints away, making them willingly enter the space turbulence. With the chaotic space turbulence in the 1,000 layers of the void and the unpredictable changes of the spatial nodes, it would take them at least 10 days to half a month to return to the outside world from the turbulence. Countless immortal cultivators of the holy mountain had fainted and the 5 quasi-saints who were in the way had been sent away. Currently, there were only 5 immortal emperors who had depleted their magic power guarding the holy mountain. It was impossible for them to stop him from rescuing the sovereign. Impossible. What did you throw into the space turbulence in the end? Why did you make Ming Fo and the others rush into the space turbulence to fight for that item without any hesitation? They didn't even care about the safety of our holy mountain. The remaining 5 immortal emperors of Lei Yun country stared at Ning Fan anxiously. These 5 emperors were the final defense forces of the sacred mountain. These 5 monarchs had already used up all their energy to resist the heavenly tribulation. they only had a tenth of their battle strength left. Even if the 5 of them worked together, they were still not as powerful as a single Lei Yunhua at his peak. Under their exhaustion, they were powerless to stop Ning Fan from taking Sovereign Slayer away. Moreover, they did not have the confidence to fight against immortal concubine Xianxia who was beside Ning Fan. This was the famous Xianxia immortal concubine, an existence that could suppress the normal light Buddha. Even if the 5 celestial emperors were at their peak, they would only be able to fight Xianxia to a stalemate at most. Now that they were weakened, they were no match for Xianxia at all. If they were not careful, they might even die at Xianxia's hands. How dare the bright Buddha do this? They actually disregarded the safety of the holy mountain and ran into the spatial turbulence to search for treasures. Only 5 weak immortal emperors were left to guard the sacred mountain. Did the bright Buddha no longer care about the sacred mountain's survival? When Ming Buddha came back after 10 days or half a month, he would only see the ruins of the sacred mountain. What kind of great benefits could make the bright Buddha make up his mind to disregard the safety of the entire sacred mountain and enter the spatial turbulence to waste his time? What Lei Yunhua and the others did not know was that the wooden box that Ning Fan threw into the spatial turbulence for the 3rd time was actually an empty box. It did not contain anything. He only extracted a trace of the God-exterminating shield's heaven-opening chi and sealed it inside the box. The first time, he gave up the 2 formations of the ancient country. The second time, he gave up the extreme yang water. All of his actions were to confuse the minds of the quasi-saints here. He wanted them to believe that he would give up any precious treasures in order to save Sovereign Tuesday. The seal that Ning Fan planted on the 3rd empty box was even more ingenious. It allowed the quasi-saints to faintly sense the chi of the heaven-opening treasure, but they could not detect its exact location. The 3rd box might contain the heaven-opening treasure or it might not. However, even if there is only a trace of possibility of it being the heaven-opening treasure, it was definitely more precious than the extreme yang water or the sword ancestor's utmost emotion. Normally, quasi-saints would only have mid-grade innate magic treasures. 3rd step saints would only have high-grade or supreme-grade innate magic treasures. As for the heaven-opening treasure, it was a legendary supreme treasure. Basically, only 4th step immortal sovereigns could use it. Even on the sacred mountain, very few people would have them. Besides, the heaven-opening chi of the God-exterminating shield belonged to the extremely powerful type of heaven-opening treasure. Perhaps only a few immortal sovereigns possessed it. Thus, the bright Buddha and the others were tempted. Even though they knew that the 3rd box was 99% empty, these quasi-saints still rushed into the spatial turbulence recklessly just for that 1% chance of success. Even if they make the wrong bet, they could at least obtain an entire bottle of extreme yang water that was equivalent to the sword ancestor's utmost emotion. If they make the right bet, they would definitely have a chance to become true saints with the help of the heaven-opening treasure and even advance towards the legendary 4th step. It was a business that would definitely bring them profits without any losses. They might even be able to reach the peak of the cultivation world in one go. Thus, the quasi-saints naturally would not hesitate anymore. Even though they knew that Ning Fan was trying to trap them into the spatial turbulence with precious treasures and it was an open scheme, they still could not resist such temptation. They could not help but admit that Ning Fan's temptation was really great. It even surpassed the temptation of the sword ancestor's utmost emotion. It truly moved their hearts. Using precious treasures to lure the quasi-saints into the spatial turbulence and trap them inside was the most effective and most likely method that Ning Fan could think of to deal with the quasi-saints now. Currently, he did not have the means to defeat a quasi-saint head-on. He was not a match for a quasi-saint at all, let alone 5 of them. Even if the entire world is flooded, it would not be able to drown these quasi-saints. In a head-on battle, Ning Fan would not be able to succeed. However, if he were to scheme against these quasi-saints and lure them with benefits, Ning Fan, who possessed a lot of precious treasures, would still have a great chance of succeeding. You don't need to know what I threw out in the end. Your name is Lei Yunhua, right? The 2-7 tribulation immortal emperors behind you are the 2nd and 3rd ancestors of the Lei clan, right? In the past, your Thunder Sound lineage plotted against me in Liuli City. Today, I shall return the karma to you. Nuan Er, Xianxia has taught you a lot of methods to deal with the Thunder Sound lineage, right? I'm going to open a crack to the profounding world right now. You will help Xianxia to deal with the 3 Thunder Sound lineages. If you can, kill them on the spot. Don't let them escape. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to her through telepathy. Don't worry, my husband. Elder sister Zhang Yu has taught me a lot of methods that are especially effective against the thunder sound lineage. Nuan Air has been preparing for today for a long time. In addition to Mr. Wu's dark luck, I won't let the thunder sound immortal emperor escape today. It was Ouyang Nuan's reply in the profounding world. Seeing that Ouyang Nuan was well prepared, Ning Fan felt relieved. Then, he signaled Zhang Yu with his eyes. Zhang Yu immediately obeyed the order. She stepped on her moon essence and attacked the 5 weakened immortal emperors. While giggling, Lei Yingua and the others were sent flying while coughing out blood. Ning Fan then took the opportunity to rush to the rack where Tu Huang was. While Tu Huang was still in a daze, Ning Fan saved him. You actually overturned the entire sacred mountain all by yourself. Very good. I like it. Tu Huang looked at Ning Fan as if he was looking at a monster. The more he looked at Ning Fan, the more satisfied he became. My little butterfly is indeed terrifyingly powerful. I've already told you that I would be able to save you in no time. It's you who didn't believe me. Ning Fan suppressed the weakness in his body and said with a smile. The purpose of this trip had been achieved. In order to achieve this, Ning Fan had almost used up all of the 9 revolution pills that he had plundered from the He clan. Moreover, he had lost around 60% of his extreme yang water. Next, it was time for him to take revenge on the half-destroyed sacred mountain. Ning Fan asked, "How is your body after being imprisoned for such a long time?" Tu Huang answered, "I can run and jump." Ning Fan asked, "Are you interested in going to the thunder sound lineage with me?" Tu Huang answered, "My hands have been itching for a long time. I was tied up like a monkey for others to watch. I just wanted to find a place to vent my frustrations." Hee hee. Let's start with the thunder sound lineage. Tu Huang, who had just been saved, did not even bother to consume pills to heal his wounds. He directly dragged his heavily injured body and joined Zhang Yu's group with Ning Fan to hunt down the thunder sound immortal emperor who was at the end of his rope. After such a bitter battle, they finally saw the light of hope. What reason did they have not to expand their harvest? One day later, a piece of shocking news spread across the entire Great Bay grassland through countless methods. It even spread to the 3 flames. On the day of the execution of the Blood Martial Master, an external cultivator, Ning Fan, raided the execution ground and attacked the sacred mountain. This person was none other than the ghost-faced cultivator who had recently become infamous, due to the existence of the guardian illusion technique of the sacred mountain's mausoleum. The sacred mountain was not completely destroyed by this external cultivator. However, the number of casualties on the sacred mountain was immeasurably great. To be continued. What was strange was that no one knew exactly how many casualties the Holy Mountain suffered in this battle because no cultivators of the Holy Mountain wanted to clarify this matter. What was even stranger was that none of the immortal emperors of the Holy Mountain actually chased after Ning Fan even though he had caused such a huge commotion in the Holy Mountain. Instead, they acted out of character and shut the entrance of the tomb tightly. Moreover, they hid the Holy Mountain, which was supposed to appear for 49 years, back into the boundless void space in advance. None of the grassland cultivators who went to the Holy Mountain to watch Sovereign II's execution had returned. Some of them died on the Holy Mountain while some went into hiding together with the mountain. Most of the information about the battle on the Holy Mountain was obtained through deduction techniques. It was difficult to obtain accurate information. Only a few immortal venerables and immortal kings personally went to the top of the 33 heavens where the Holy Mountain was located to investigate the situation there. However, they could not find the Holy Mountain and eventually confirmed that it had hidden back into the endless void. The location where the Holy Mountain used to be was empty except for the chaotic Tao laws of heaven and earth. The devilry of the ancient devils covered the sky, hinting at what kind of battle had taken place there. After the news spread, the entire Supreme Pill sacred region was shaken. On the grassland, countless cultivators of the tribes were so shocked that they could not control themselves. What exactly happened on the Holy Mountain? That was everyone's question. Some immortal venerables and immortal kings collected the remnants of the battle between heaven and earth and used a recovery technique to recreate part of the battle on the Holy Mountain. Then, they saw Ning Fan commanding the heavenly tribulation and lightning to strike the entire Holy Mountain. They saw Ning Fan rescuing Sovereign II. They saw Ningfan bringing sovereign 2 and immortal concubine Xianxia to chase after the last 5 emperors of the Holy Mountain. They saw the 2/8 tribulation immortal emperors of Lei Yun country and Stone Man Emperor being afraid of Ningfan like tigers and leopards. They did not hesitate to use the 10,000 recitations and 1 decaying technique of the Holy Mountain Mausoleum to escape. They saw countless immortal cultivators of the Holy Mountain being led back to the Holy Mountain Mausoleum by 10,000 recitations and 1 decaying technique. They also saw the 3 immortal emperors of Lei Yun country being trapped by immortal concubine Xianxu's mysterious technique and could not escape. They cursed in despair. In the end, their primordial spirits were captured by Ningfan and refined into primordial spirit pills. His methods were extremely ruthless. They saw the Holy Mountain fleeing miserably and hiding back into the endless void. They saw Ningfan tearing apart layers of the hollow space, trying to find where the sacred mountain was hidden. Unfortunately, the hollow space was vast and boundless. In the end, they could not find it and could only leave helplessly. They did not see the scenes of the supremacy of great inferiority, so the heaven and earth illusory technique of the upper realm did not allow it, so they did not know. But even so, they were shocked speechless by the battle on the sacred mountain. Ghost-faced cultivator, it's actually that external cultivator. He destroyed the entire sacred mountain all by himself and forced the sacred mountain to hide in the endless void, not daring to show itself again. Some of the cultivators who were afraid of Ningfan's monstrous devil might were trembling in fear. Impossible. I don't believe that the Holy Mountain would be defeated by an outside cultivator. That is the Holy Mountain, that is the Holy Mountain. There were cultivators from the grasslands who viewed the Holy Mountain as a source of glory, but when they heard that the 33 heavens were in a complete mess and their holy land had disappeared, they immediately began to cry out. It was as if they had lost their faith and home. Not good. That ghost-faced cultivator had beaten the sacred mountain back into the endless void. If he continued to rampage in the Great Bay Plains, who could stop him? Who can suppress him? There were also people who began to panic. And Great Emperor Lu Tua. We still have Great Emperor Lu Tua. But even Emperor Lu Tua can't stop the ghost-faced cultivator. The ghost-faced cultivator has a mortal concubine Xianxia who has survived since the ancient times. Besides, she even saved the master of the blood marshal who is incomparably ferocious. Didn't you see that even the emperors of the Holy Mountain are afraid of them? Great Emperor Lu Tua alone can't protect us at all. Rumor has it that the ghost-faced cultivator loves to plunder. If he comes to plunder our tribe, we just need to sacrifice our wealth to save our lives. Sigh, it's not bad if we can save our lives by sacrificing our wealth. However, I'm afraid that we will still be killed by the ghost-faced cultivator in the end. The entire grassland will be filled with blood, the Holy Mountain is finished, the Great Bay Plains is finished, we're finished. Countless pessimistic comments spread across the grassland. Even the sky could feel the atmosphere. It was no longer a clear sky but dark clouds that shrouded the grassland day in and day out as if a storm was coming. After the battle on the Holy Mountain, Ningfan did not plunder the small forces on the grassland. Currently, even the forces of immortal venerables and immortal kings were not worthy of his attention. Only the forces of immortal emperors could move him. Unfortunately, the Holy Mountain had hidden itself in the boundless void. 4 of the forces of the 5 emperors of the Middle Province had already been plundered by him. Only Lu Tua remained untouched. As for Lu Tua, he had already paid the price and repaid his karma. Thus, Ningfan was too lazy to look for trouble with him. During the battle, Xianxia endured the discomfort of his physical body and fought against the Radiance Buddha first. Then, he fought against the experts of the Thunder Cloud country and the others. The backlash he suffered was extremely great. Immediately after the battle, he returned to the Profoundine world to recuperate in seclusion. During the battle, Black Devil was responsible for joining hands with the heavenly Tao soul of the Extreme Pale Sacred Region to release the heavenly tribulation in response to Ningfan. She was not the heavenly Tao soul of this world. Even though she could control the heavenly Tao of a certain area after she matures, the consumption of her energy was tremendous. After the battle, she had no choice but to recuperate in the Profoundine world. During the battle, Ouyang used many of the methods that Xianxia taught her. She successfully intercepted the escape of the Thunder Sound Immortal Emperors at the critical moment. The backlash she suffered was not small. After the battle, she also went into seclusion to recuperate. Even old Wu suffered a backlash because he used his dark luck to attack the Thunder Sound Immortal Emperors at the critical moment of the battle. Ning Fan's attack on the Holy Mountain seemed to be glorious, but he had also paid a huge price. For example, he had used an astonishing number of 9 revolution pills and 60% of the extreme yang water. However, the result of the battle was not as much as he had expected. At first, he thought that he could seize the opportunity when the 5 supreme beings were distracted to wipe out the foundation of the Holy Mountain's 23 emperors and the 12 lineages. However, he did not expect that he would be attacked by the mausoleum guarding illusion technique at the critical moment and the emperors of the Holy Mountain escaped. The mausoleum guarding illusion technique. Mausoleum guarding illusion technique. It was the strongest illusion technique that the Southern Medicine Saint had left behind in the Holy Mountain's mausoleum. It had the killing power of a saint. When the cultivators of Lei Yun country and the others unleashed such an illusory technique, both Ning Fan and Zhang Yu were severely injured by it. Luckily, Sovereign Tu was an immortal emperor realm expert who blocked most of the attacks from the illusory technique and protected them. That illusion technique was profound and difficult to understand. It guided all the immortal emperors and cultivators who had fainted on the Holy Mountain back into the mausoleum. It did not give Ning Fan a chance to attack those who had fainted. Unknowingly, it reduced the battle's result. The Stone Puppet Sovereign and the other 7 Tribulation Immortal Emperor also took the opportunity to escape back into the mausoleum. They shut the door tightly, not allowing Ning Fan to enter. Lei Yun and the other 2 Thunder Sound Sovereigns also planned to escape back to the mausoleum. However, they were trapped by Ouyang Yuan's secret technique, which was taught by Zhang Yu. In the end, the Stone Puppet Sovereign brought the survivors of the Holy Mountain and hid in the endless void. The 3 unlucky fellows were left alone on the dome of the 33 heavens. They continued to be chased and beaten by Ning Fan and the others. In the end, they were defeated and captured. They would rather die than become slaves. Ning Fan refined them into a pile of 10,000 spirit blood. Immortal emperors were indeed existences that could not be easily enslaved. What was worth mentioning was that Yin Luo Sha and the other Eastern Heaven cultivators were also guided into the mausoleum and escaped the calamity. Otherwise, Ning Fan would not mind killing the people of the Dark Race. After killing the 3 Thunder Emperors of Lei Yun country and the others, Ning Fan also tried to tear open the void above the former location of the Sacred Mountain, trying to find out where the Sacred Mountain had escaped to. Unfortunately, the void was boundless. He did not even know which layer of the void the Holy Mountain had escaped to. Of course, he could not find it. In the battle, other than saving Tu Huang, he did not gain much loot. This was not Ning Fan's style. Of course, it was not that he did not have any loot. Ning Fan could not do anything to those who were rescued by the Holy Mountain. However, the people of Lei Yun and the others who did not escape still contributed 3 storage pouches to Ning Fan. Another 4 innate magical treasures. The 5 lightning destruction shield was the natal treasure of the 3rd ancestor of the Lei clan, Lei Chao. The lightning prison rope was the weapon of the 2nd ancestor of the Lei clan, Lei Jing. The divine lightning mirror was the magic treasure of the Lei Yun country. It was one of the more powerful low-grade innate magical treasures. There was also the immemorial lightning cauldron. It was the item that ranked first among the 9 cauldrons of the Southern Medicine Saint. It was a precious treasure of the Thunder Sound lineage that Lei Yun country wanted to take away from the execution ground before he escaped. It was a mid-grade innate magical treasure. Since Lei Yun country failed to escape, this treasure naturally fell into Ning Fan's pocket. Even though he was far from attaining the 1st grade immortal emperor realm, the innate magical treasures that he possessed were not something that ordinary immortal emperors could compare with. The profounding world came with 2 innate magical treasures, the steel of sun and moon and the steel of stars. They were treasures that Ning Fan's cultivation base was not strong enough to use in the past. If these 2 steels were separated, they would be low-grade innate magical treasures. However, if they were combined, their power would definitely reach mid-grade innate magical treasures or even higher. Ning Fan's cultivation base seemed to have increased enough to use the steel of sun, moon and stars. However, there were some techniques that he had yet to learn which prevented him from using them for the time being. When he has the time, he would study how to use these 2 steels. Other than that, he still had the Spirit Gathering Gate, 5 Elements Vase, Treasure Searching Compass, Dark Immortal Cloud, Divine Refining Cauldron, 5 Venom Banner, Immortal Washing Bucket, Wind and Fire Fan, Emperor Jiao Luo's Devil Subduing Pearl, Black Mountain Bear Ancestral Xianxia, 5 Lightning Destruction Shield, Lightning Prison Rope and Divine Lightning Mirror. The Flame Moon Ancient Realm, the Eastern Sea Chimes, the Raging Thunder Incense Burner. All of them were innate items that were similar to sacrificial tools. Ning Fan gave them to Black Devil, the Quasi-Emperor Puppet and Kegu. The Water-Drowning World Bottle and the Immemorial Lightning Cauldron. These 2 treasures were mid-grade innate magical treasures. They had the power to destroy heaven and earth. In terms of the number of magic treasures, Ning Fan would not be inferior to a quasi-saint. Moreover, he also had the god-exterminating shield of the ancient country, which was a heaven-opening magical treasure. Ning Fan flew forward on a dark cloud with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be in a daze. Tu Huang was sitting cross-legged on the dark immortal cloud while consuming pills to heal his injuries. Then, he sighed and said to Ning Fan, who was flying on the cloud, "You shouldn't have leaked the chi of the heaven-opening magical treasure to those quasi-saints. You don't know how tempting an item of this level is to those living legends. Maybe you don't have the real heaven-opening magical treasure. Maybe you just got a trace of the heaven-opening magical treasure from somewhere. However, those quasi-saints won't care whether you really have it or not. If they enter the spatial turbulence and only find an empty box in the end, they will probably turn around and plot against you again to obtain the heaven-opening magical treasure that you might have." She had already learned the whole story from Ning Fan. She was very worried about Ning Fan's future. She did not listen to Ning Fan and enter the profounding world to heal her injuries. She wanted to stay by Ning Fan's side and heal his injuries. She wanted to look at his back when he was riding on a cloud. Ning Fan didn't explain and just shook his head with a smile. He didn't care what kind of trouble it would attract if he leaked the aura of splitting open the heavens. If he hadn't leaked the aura of opening the heavens, how could those shrewd old things have finally decided to give up on plotting against Emperor Slayer and run to the space turbulence? If it wasn't for the aura of creation, how could the radiant Buddha not care about the survival of the Saint Mountain and directly abandon it to search for treasures? Perhaps this matter would bring trouble to Ning Fan, but how many troubles did he have? After this incident, he would truly become the public enemy of the entire world in the extreme Dan sacred region. When those quasi-sages returned from the spatial turbulence, they would never let him go. Even if he returned to the eastern sky, he would still be pressured by the mountain of the dark race. He would still be the inheritor of the ancient chaos that everyone in the eastern sky schemed against, and he would still be the enemy of the whole world. He had so many enemies that he could not defeat and so many mountains that he needed to surpass. His path of cultivation was full of dangers and challenges from the very beginning. If he was afraid, then there was no need to cultivate this Tao. If the enemy schemed against him, he would retaliate 10 times or 100 times. If the enemy was cunning, he would be 10 times or 100 times more cunning than the enemy. If the enemy was ruthless, he would be 10 times or 100 times more ruthless than the enemy. If the enemy was tough, he would be 10 times or 100 times more ruthless than the enemy. His Tao had always been firm and unyielding. He would rather break than yield. Only in this way could he make others fear him instead of him being afraid of others. Fortunately, if you leave the extreme Dan sacred region, their hands won't be able to reach you anymore. Even if they want to scheme against you, it's beyond their reach. Have you heard that the opening of the extreme Dan sacred region this time is the last time? I have. It seems to be because the giant corpse of the realm beast, which is the entrance passage to the extreme Dan sacred region, is about to be destroyed. Ning Fan answered. The passage of the realm beast is just one of the reasons. The most important reason is actually that the will of the saints in this world is growing like a living creature. It is growing day by day and has already surpassed the suppression of the supremacy of Great Humble. Do you know how the ancestor of Great Humble, Medicine Saint Nan, fell? I'd like to hear the details. After Medicine Saint Nan was severely injured by Madame White Bones, who was ranked first in the supremacy of Great Humble, he was sneakily attacked by the good and evil corpses and died when he was healing his injuries. Oh. Ning Fan answered indifferently. In fact, he was not concerned about how Medicine Saint Nan died. However, if Sovereign Tu was willing to tell him a story, he was willing to listen to it as entertainment. Medicine Saint Nan died because of the betrayal of the Medicine Buddha and the Flame Ancestor. He died with resentment. Thus, his will turned into the sacred mountain. When he was still alive, he had also set up a trap. After his death, the entire Extreme Dan sacred region was enveloped by the will of the saints and turned into a cage. It was the punishment for the betrayal of the good and evil corpses. Those who are imprisoned are the native cultivators of my great humble clan. If the native cultivators want to go against the will of the saints and walk out of the Extreme Dan sacred region, they must pay a huge price. Moreover, if they live in the outside world, their cultivation base will gradually fall because of the curse of the saints' will. In the history of my clan, there are very few native cultivators who go to the outside world. Even if they have something to do, they will not stay for too long. If they stay for too long, their cultivation base will be exhausted and they will die. Speaking of which, before the Radiant Buddha took control of the sacred mountain, there were some pill devils and corpse devils who retained their self-awareness and escaped to the outside world. However, after the Radiant Buddha gave a strict order on this matter, no non-cultivators left the sacred mountain. Oh. Actually, this is only because the passage of the realm beast has yet to collapse. That's why the native cultivators have the possibility to stay in the outside world for a short period of time. If the passage of the realm beast is destroyed, they won't be able to stay in the outside world for a short period of time. Another purpose of the existence of the passage is to weaken the influence of the saints' will of the southern medicine saint and slow down the decline of the cultivation base of the native cultivators who go to the outside world. After the passage of the realm beast is destroyed, not to mention that the Extreme Dan sacred region and the outside world will become a dead end, even if those supreme beings of the great humble clan go to the outside world to look for you through an unknown passage, they will also have to pay a painful price of having their cultivation base reduced and their primordial spirits severely damaged because of the curse of the saints' will. There is even a slight possibility that they will be directly killed by the saints' will, which is no longer weakened. Therefore, after you leave, the quasi-saints of my clan won't dare to go to the outside world to look for you. However, that cloaked quasi-saint called by Zhu might not necessarily be the same. He can move freely in the outside world. If he sets his eyes on you, you must remember to be careful. Oh. Are you listening? Tu Huang frowned. Oh. Did you do it on purpose? Ning Fan smiled. Tu Huang laughed out of anger. She was worried about him, but he actually still had the mood to joke with her. This brat really thinks that robbing the execution ground of the sacred mountain is fun. Does he really think that those quasi-saints of the great humble clan won't take revenge? Aren't you worried about your future situation at all? I'm more worried about your situation. Ning Fan stopped smiling and sighed softly. His purpose of coming to the Extreme Dan sacred region had been achieved. He had also rescued Tu Huang. If he wants to, he could leave the Extreme Dan sacred region through the spatial node right now. However, Ning Fan was very worried about what would happen to Tu Huang after he leaves. Would those quasi-saints find an excuse to capture Tu Huang and bring him to the sacred mountain to be executed? According to Tu Huang, if the native cultivators go to the outside world, they will be cursed by the saints' will. Can't Tu Huang follow me to the outside world? Even if I escape from this place, I will still die. Why do I have to go with you? I still want to stay here and avenge my subordinates who died. Humph. Those bald donkeys of the sacred mountain captured me and even killed my subordinates. I won't let this matter go just like this. You can leave by yourself. I want to stay here and fight those bald donkeys of the sacred mountain. Tu Huang's lips curled into a vicious smile. She was the same as Ning Fan. Both of them were fearless. Actually, the souls of your subordinates are still there. I am the Fuli tribe. I have kept their souls with my spiritual wheels. If I have enough power one day, I will give them a chance to be reborn. You don't have to be too sad about this. If that's the case, I have finally resolved a knot in my heart. However, even so, I will still take revenge on those bald donkeys of the sacred mountain. You can't stop me. Can't stop me, huh? Or, you said that on purpose just to make me feel more at ease when I leave? You don't want me to worry about you? Ning Fan's back remained silent. Tu Huang also remained silent. There really did not seem to be any romantic feelings between the two of them. However, there was an indescribable bond between them that made Ning Fan worry about Tu Huang's future. It also made Tu Huang worry about Ning Fan's future. They were like master and servant. The kinship between them was different from romantic love. By the way, those quasi-saints who schemed against you seem to be after the sword ancestor's utmost emotion in your body. Do you know what it is? God knows what it is. Tu Huang rolled his eyes at Ning Fan with his only intact right eye. She was infuriated whenever this topic was mentioned. Given her intelligence, the moment the quasi-saints gathered on the sacred mountain, she knew that she had probably been schemed against by those quasi-saints a long time ago. How could she be in a good mood? The so-called execution was actually just a coincidence. Even without Ning Fan, those quasi-saints would still find a chance to frame her with a crime and execute her. She thought that she had been unstoppable for her entire life. However, it turned out that she was just a dog in the eyes of others. Say, if I managed to get rid of the sword ancestor's utmost emotion in your body, would those quasi-saints stop scheming against you? After all, if there are no benefits to be gained from it, those quasi-saints wouldn't be bothered to get involved in karma. Ning Fan suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Good idea. Then, here comes the question. What is the sword ancestor's utmost emotion? How are we going to get rid of it? Tu Huang asked indifferently as if he was not concerned about getting rid of the sword ancestor's utmost emotion. The method that the Radiance Buddha used to scheme against the sword ancestor's utmost emotion in her body seemed to be to directly strip away her cultivation base. Moreover, it was not an ordinary stripping but a stripping with lightning. Moreover, it required her to feel emotional when stripping away her cultivation base. Otherwise, the dignified Radiance Buddha wouldn't have purposely set up a trap to lure her subordinates to their deaths. He just wanted to make her emotional state fluctuate. If you have to get rid of your cultivation base to avoid the schemes of those quasi-saints, would you be willing to do it? Ning Fan asked with a frown. I'm not willing. A life without cultivation base is no different from a salted fish. On the other hand, I'm more willing to fight those quasi-saints to the death with my cultivation base. Tu Huang shook his head decisively. Say, is there any other way to strip away the sword ancestor's utmost emotion? Ning Fan's eyes were deep. He recalled the sword ancestor's utmost emotion that he encountered in the Corpse Mountain. He finally understood why he had such a special feeling towards Tu Huang. It was because Tu Huang possessed the sword ancestor's utmost emotion. Even though Tu Huang was an illusion puppet, he was an existence that was no different from the sword ancestor's illusion clone. To him, he was special. At this moment, what he was talking about was the sword ancestor's feelings. What made him feel peaceful now was also the sword ancestor's feelings. The countless threads of karma were actually just the bond between him and the sword ancestor. That was all. The sword ancestor was already dead. However, because Tu Huang possessed the sword ancestor's feelings, his existence was equivalent to another life of the sword ancestor. When he was still a butterfly with low spiritual intelligence, she was the sword ancestor whose name shook the entire true world. When he was reincarnated into a human and rose to power in the illusory world step by step, she was only left with a skeleton and an illusion puppet formed by her sword ancestor's feelings. In a daze, Ning Fan recalled what the sword ancestor's skeleton said to him before it turned into ashes. You can't find me and I can't meet you. If two lines intersect, we will meet in one lifetime and be separated for the rest of our lives. If two lines are parallel, we will walk together forever and never meet again. At that time, he did not understand what it meant. But now, he somewhat understood it. He and the sword ancestor were two parallel lines. They walked together from the beginning to the end. However, they could not truly meet each other in the end. He died and she lived. He lived and she died. From the beginning to the end, little butterfly, why are you sighing? I don't know why, but I'm calling you little butterfly again. Tu Huang felt awkward and began to talk nonsense again. Just call me that. It sounds pretty nice. It's fine. I still like to call you Ning Fan. It's a nice name. Then call me Ning Fan. Don't call me little fellow or little thing. Then don't call me senior or lady. Didn't I tell you to just call me by my name? My name is Ji Qingling. Remember it. Ji Qingling. This name sounds very nice. However, is this name real? What did you say? Tu Huang was stunned. I'm returning you the left eye that I owed you. The past that you want is all inside it. your existence seems to be just an illusion puppet, an existence similar to the 100 Blossom Emperors. At first, I was hesitating whether I should let you know about these things or not. However, perhaps you have already noticed it. Ning Fan sighed and returned Tu Huang's left eye to him. At this point, he had completely repaid his promise to Tu Huang. Tu Huang took off the eye patch and used a secret technique to put his left eye back. He closed his eyes and silently watched the past that Ning Fan had engraved in her left eye. She saw the scenes where the 10 supreme wasps created her. She did not see the little fellow that she was looking for. Sure enough, I'm just an illusion puppet. As for the little fellow that I'm looking for, I won't be able to see him clearly just by looking at the past. The bottom of the yellow spring doesn't have the answer that I'm looking for. After a long time, Tu Huang heaved a sigh of relief and smiled indifferently. She had already guessed that Ning Fan was an illusion puppet. Thus, it was not something that she could not accept. Even though it was a pity that she did not see the person that she was waiting for in the past. Perhaps, Ning Fan was the little fellow that she was waiting for. There was no need for her to look for him anymore. She had this feeling. What would the future hold? Before the quasi-saints who were trapped in the spatial turbulence return, there probably would not be any changes. However, when those people return, her situation would probably be very bad. However, no matter how bad it would not be worse than the strange changes that were happening to her body at this very moment. Thank you, little butterfly. I'm not thanking you for saving me. Instead, I'm thanking you for reuniting with me with this identity and appearance. Tu Huang thought to herself. She did not understand what she was saying in her heart, but she felt very happy. She was happier than when she first formed her gold core and when she first formed her primordial spirit. Just like that, she sat behind Ning Fan and watched the clouds fly past under her feet. She watched his white robes and black hair fluttering in the wind. She watched his back as silent as a mountain. That was enough. Even if she dies at this moment, she would have no regrets. Behind Ning Fan's back, Tu Huang secretly covered his chest with his hands. He endured the pain that felt like his heart was being torn apart. He swallowed the sweet blood in his throat again and again, forcefully suppressing the chi of death that was gradually forming in his body. She was about to die. Actually, it was not accurate to describe her as dead because she was not a living person who truly existed. Her existence should have died in her mother's womb countless years ago. She was also not that baby girl. She was just an illusion puppet, a substitute for that baby girl. Initially, she thought that she would be safe after Ning Fan rescued her. However, that was not the case. At the moment she left the execution ground, her body suddenly began to wither without any warning. If she was a living person and a real immortal emperor, her immortal lifespan should be endless. There would not be such a sudden and strange change. However, she was not. She was just an illusion puppet. Her cultivation base was fake. Her immortality was fake. The Supreme Be who created her had arranged for her to live as long as her lifespan. There was no way to change it. When she left the execution ground, she suddenly realized that the lifespan of the illusion puppet in her body was already running out. It was just like when the Supreme Be created her countless years ago. She had already calculated everything and accurately calculated all the timings. 10 wasps had calculated the exact time of her execution and the exact time when Ning Fan would rescue her from the execution ground. Moreover, she was given enough lifespan to last until Ning Fan rescued her. Now that she was rescued by Ning Fan, her lifespan of the illusion puppet had reached its end. She was the illusion puppet of the 10 bees. No one could interfere with this illusion puppet. No one could prolong her life, except for the 10 bees herself, the culprit who released the illusion puppet. The lifespan that the 10 bees gave her was extremely accurate. This was the end of her lifespan. She had calculated everything. She even calculated that Ning Fan would have a way to send a quasi-saint away to save her countless years before she was created. She understood now. The 10 bees were different from other quasi-saints. Ning Fan's series of overt schemes might have helped him get rid of the schemes of Radiance Buddha and the others. However, he was still in the trap of the 10 bees. That's right. That's right, the goals of the Supreme Be and Radiance Buddha and the others were different from each other. She was created by the 10 bees. She must have been placed the Sword Ancestor's utmost emotion in her body at that time. The 10 bees had already possessed the Sword Ancestor's utmost emotion. There was no need for her to make an unnecessary move by peeling it off and plotting against her again. What she was sure of was that the reason why she came to the sacred mountain this time was different from the others. It was not the sword ancestor's utmost emotion. To the 10 bees, the sword ancestor's utmost emotion might just be a bait. A bait to catch Ning Fan. The one that the 10 bees are plotting against is Ning Fan. Tu Huang was shocked by his own speculation. However, he did not show any of it on his face. He did not want Ning Fan to know about this. If what he guessed is true, Ning Fan was still not safe at this moment. What does the 10 bees want to do? Why did they only give her the right amount of lifespan for the illusion puppet? Did they want Ning Fan to discover that she was on the verge of death? Did they want Ning Fan to bring her to them and beg them to extend her life? Did they want to use this matter to coerce Ning Fan to achieve their goal? With Ning Fan's personality, he is willing to come and save me even after knowing that I am an illusion puppet. Most likely, he is also willing to find the 10 bees in order to extend my life. From then on, he will fall into their trap step by step. This is an overt scheme of the 10 bees. They want to strangle Ning Fan's personality and force him to submit to them. I can die. After all, it is just an illusion technique. However, I can't let Ning Fan fall into their trap anymore. I can't drag my little butterfly down with me. Tu Huang was the Palm Illusion Great Emperor. If she wanted to use an illusion technique to conceal the fact that she was on the verge of death, even Ning Fan would not be able to see through it. Moreover, Tu Huang's injuries were already extremely severe. Occasionally, a trace of death chi would leak out from him, but Ning Fan would only think that it was because his injuries had worsened. He would not think of anything else. Ning Fan had won the battle on the Holy Mountain. He had defeated the Light Buddha, the Dead Emperor, Niu Gui, and Baizu. Ning Fan had lost the battle on the Holy Mountain. It seemed like he had sent the 10 bees away. However, it turned out that it was all within the 10 bees' precise calculations. It was a plan that she had started countless years ago. Her scheme must be extremely huge. Tu Huang forced himself to smile and chat with Ning Fan. He pretended that nothing had happened and talked nonsense with Ning Fan. He used an illusion technique to draw out the redness on her face to cover her paleness. She did not know how long she had left. She did not know how long she could accompany her little butterfly. She seemed to have understood something, but at the same time, she still did not understand it. She seemed to have regained her life and become the sword ancestor again. At the same time, it also felt like she was still an illusion. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep talking nonstop? What are you trying to hide? When people want to hide something, they will always act abnormally. Your actions don't match your personality. Ning Fan said with a frown. He could not see anything even with the mind-reading technique. He could not get any information from Tu Huang even if he used the myriad things communication technique. He had a feeling that Tu Huang was hiding something from him. However, he did not have a good relationship with Tu Huang after all. Thus, he did not seem to have the right to ask about what Tu Huang was hiding. Abnormally, huh? Then I'd better keep my mouth shut. Where are we going now? Tu Huang did not deny it. He disdained to lie, but he did not reveal everything either. His long eyes carried a smile and an indescribable gentleness as he looked at Ning Fan. We're going to look for someone. I'm planning to act presumptuously in this Great Bay clan while the few quasi-saints were lured into the spatial turbulence by me. Who are you looking for? Chu Lai, the Saintess Duolan. You want to take away the entire heavenly Tao gold and silver mine of Great Bay clan? If I do that, Radiant Buddha and the others will go crazy when they return. If I don't do that, will they let me go? Ning Fan said with a smile. You're right. Cultivation is something that goes against the heavens. If you want to tolerate everything, why don't you just become immortal? It's exactly because people are unwilling to admit and give in that they force themselves to move forward. Since you want to act presumptuously, I will accompany you. Do you really not need to enter my profounding world for seclusion to heal your injuries? Ning Fan asked with a frown. Tu Huang, who was covered in injuries and his chi was extremely weak. He actually wanted to continue acting presumptuously. It would be a lie if he said he was not worried. I can still heal my injuries by staying behind you. Other than Lu Tua, there are no other immortal emperors on the grassland. With your capabilities, even if you fight an immortal king to the death, you won't let me stay behind you and heal my injuries, right? You're right. Ning Fan no longer objected and allowed Tu Huang to stay on the dark immortal cloud and travel with him. The dark immortal cloud flew across the grassland of the Middle State. Every time it passed by a city of the Middle State, it would make the cultivators there shiver in fear. It was because those people knew that it was a ghost-faced cultivator who was passing by. If they were not careful, they might face the danger of being massacred in the city. Only when Ning Fan's dark immortal cloud flew far away would these people heave a sigh of relief. Dark clouds covered Liuli City. It seemed like it was going to rain, but it could not fall. At some point in time, some of the residents of Liuli City suddenly discovered that there was an additional dark cloud with monstrous devil chi in the sky that was filled with dark clouds. Countless people even saw the appearance of the man who was standing on top of the dark cloud with his hands clasped behind his back with their spirit sense. All of a sudden, the entire Liuli City fell into chaos because of Ning Fan's domineering arrival. Ghost-faced cultivator. He is here. We are going to die. We are going to die. Ning Fan felt a slight headache. He had slaughtered many cities and destroyed sections. However, all the cultivators he killed were cultivators with deep karma. He had never killed ordinary mortals like the residents of Liuli City who lived ordinary lives. Of course, these residents of Liuli City possessed medicine souls and some magic power from the moment they attacked. Thus, they could not be considered as mortals. However, from Ning Fan's point of view, the so-called mortals did not refer to their magic power but whether they participated in the battles between cultivators. Obviously, these people lived the lives of mortals who worked at sunrise and slept at sunset. They had nothing to do with the battles between cultivators. Towards such mortals, he also did not want to destroy their peaceful lives. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm not here to massacre the city. Ning Fan's comforting voice clearly entered the ears of every resident of Liuli City. However, it did not seem to be able to suppress the chaos at all. It was because these residents did not believe him. In their eyes, the sacred mountain was sacred, it was their belief and it was their glory. Ning Fan who destroyed the sacred mountain was a heretic, a devil, and a homicidal maniac. With the limited intelligence of the residents of Liuli City, they were almost certain that Ning Fan came to Liuli City to kill people and eat their flesh with wine. Is he a devil? He's just that terrifying. After realizing that he could not suppress the chaos, Ning Fan became slightly speechless. Some of the streets had already been trampled by the residents due to the chaos. Even though there were no deaths yet, there were indeed a lot of people who were injured. If this continues, he would kill a lot of mortals who had no karma with him for no reason. Looking at Ning Fan who actually frowned over such a trivial matter, Tu Huang smiled. My little butterfly is really interesting. Very interesting. It's impossible to find a second cultivator like him in this world. You won't be able to control the chaos if you say that. You should say that. Tu Huang cleared his throat and imitated Ning Fan's voice like a ventriloquist. Then, he pretended to speak fiercely to the entire Liuli City. Under my order, all residents of Liuli City are to return to their homes immediately. You are not allowed to run on the streets, cause any chaos or make any noise. Those who disobey my order will be dismembered by 1,000 cuts and sliced into pieces for cooking. Women will be humiliated 100 times and neither young nor old will be tolerated. ****, all the residents of Liuli City sucked in a cold breath. They were frightened by Ning Fan's threatening voice. No one dared to run on the streets anymore. All of them only dared to slow down and slowly head back to their homes. Also, no one dared to cause any chaos or speak loudly. All of them kept quiet out of fear of being punished by Great Devil Ning. Didn't you hear what Ning Fan said? Are those words that a human can say? Those are words that only a devil can say. If a man disobeys his order, he will be dismembered and cooked. If a woman disobeys his order, she will be ravaged by Great Devil Ning 100 times and neither young nor old will be tolerated. This Great Devil Ning is too scary. He even dares to lay his hands on a 3-year-old little girl and an 80-year-old old woman. He is indeed a devil. The entire Liuli City instantly fell into silence because of Tu Huang's nonsense. The residents of the city were not the only ones who fell into silence. Even some existences with extremely high cultivation bases fell into silence. My reputation has been ruined by you. Ning Fan was speechless. Are you the kind of person who cares about your reputation? As long as you achieve your goal, so what if you have to resort to unscrupulous means? As long as your Tao heart is clear, it's fine. Tu Huang smiled sweetly. You have a point. Ning Fan shook his head. He did not want to argue with Tu Huang. Instead, he kept his black immortal cloud and held Tu Huang's waist. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Under his deliberate concealment, the true immortal realm cultivators who were currently stationed in Liuli City would not be able to detect where Ning Fan had gone to at all. Ning Fan quietly landed in a place called Prison Number 47 in Liuli City. This was the place where he and Duo Lan stayed when they first came to Liuli City. As soon as the few maids who were close to Ning Fan saw him, they were actually not afraid of his devil name. Instead, they cried tears of joy. Lord Devil King, please save our young mistress. She has been locked up by the spirit sect's sacred son and he still refuses to let her go until now. They are obviously not afraid, but why do they keep calling Ning Fan Devil King? What kind of weird title is that? Ning Fan did not continue to discuss the title with the few maids. Instead, he frowned and asked. Has Duo Lan been captured by the spirit sect's sacred son? No. Not captured. Young mistress was forced to leave with the spirit sect's sacred son willingly. Forced? Ning Fan was surprised. When he had participated in the second round of the mausoleum contest, he had been curious as to why Duo Lan had not come to watch his match. Now that he thought about it, could it be that she had already been taken away by the spirit sect? Do you know why the spirit sect took Doran away? The faces of the maids immediately turned red, and then they said somewhat uneasily. We don't know the details, but it seems that the spirit sect used the demon king to threaten the young miss, which was why the young miss willingly allowed herself to be taken away. It was said that the holy son of the spirit sect had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation and needed a holy maiden who still had her vitaline energy to help him break through his bottleneck. In the past, the holy son of the spirit sect had looked down on our young lady, but this time, it seems like there has been a change. He is very attentive to our young lady and has been providing for her with good food and drinks. When the time comes, he will officially use our young lady for cultivation. For me? Ning Fan was surprised. He did not expect that the reason why Duo Lan was taken away was related to him. Tu Huang, who was at the side, smiled mischievously. Her family's little butterfly seemed to be very popular with women. It seemed that she did not need to worry about this little fellow's marriage before she died. Good, very good. With these women by his side, it was just like how her smile would stay by his side. Each of them had a unique smile that bloomed because of him. To be continued. Liuli City was the largest city in the Middle State. It was famous for its numerous temples. In fact, Liuli City did not only have many temples but also many brothels and brothels. In the city, there was an extremely prosperous red light street that ran through the central area of Liuli City and crossed two artificial rivers along the way. There were no less than 1,000 brothels, music houses, wine shops, and shops on the two long streets. There were many people who came to the red light street to seek pleasure. There were both men and women. Some of them had the desire to have a physical body while some of them just came here to entertain and enjoy the music. If it was in the past, the red light street would definitely be filled with endless customers. Outside the shops on both sides of the street, there would definitely be women soliciting customers everywhere. However, it was different today. Because of Ning Fan's arrival, the entire red light street was empty. Not a single person could be seen. Not a single woman was soliciting customers on the street. Not a single sound of music could be heard from the brothels. Not a single idle person came here to seek pleasure. Each of the brothels was tightly shut. Each of the music houses was locked. The taverns were closed and the shops were closed. The entire red light street was deserted. Accompanied by the gloomy weather, the atmosphere was indescribably bleak. Even the largest music house in Liuli City, Xiaofeng, did not have any customers today. It was completely deserted. The Xiaofeng was not purely a brothel. Its main source of profit came from the sale of spiritual wine at a sky-high price and the singing and dancing of the dancers. In the past, most of the customers who came here just came to drink and have fun. However, if one could pay a sufficient price, one could also invite some unknown singers for a night of sex. Of course, those famous singers usually wouldn't entertain guests. As for the leading figure of the show Feng, Feng, she did not even need to drink with the guests. Even if she covered her face all day long, no one would blame her. Moreover, as the leading figure, she had great freedom. If she wanted to lead a dance, she could do so. If she wanted to rest, she could also be missing for 10 to 15 days. The so-called leading figure of the show Feng, Feng, was actually the Supreme 10 Bees. However, basically no one knew about this except for a few people in the Supreme Pill sacred region. Shofang was a place where normal people didn't dare to act rashly. This had nothing to do with the 10B supremacy status, but rather because the spirit school of the 12 sacred mountain lineages stood behind Shofang. Very few people dared to provoke such a force. The spirit sect status in the sacred mountain was very similar to the He clan status in Triflames. They weren't the strongest immortal emperor force, but because of their superior alchemy skills, they were ranked at the top. The sacred mountain sects all had secular businesses in the grasslands. One of the businesses owned by the spirit sect was the Elegance Workshop. The owner of Liuli City's Shou Feng was the holy son of the spiritual sect. The chosen of the spirit sect had a bone age of 8 million years, but he had cultivated a ninth transformation golden medicine soul. Be it his background or talent, he could be ranked among the sacred mountain's geniuses. Some immortal emperors even believed that he could break through to the emperor-grade medicine soul within 30 million years and become a 9-revolution emperor-grade pill refinement master. In the past, when immortal emperors met this person, they would be more or less courteous and call him little friend, which was enough to show how much they valued him. His territory was naturally not a place where the residents of Liuli City dared to act recklessly. Every time the sacred mountain's mausoleum opened, the mausoleum guardian of the sacred mountain could end his 1,000-year closed-door cultivation and walk out. At this time, the chosen of the spirit sect would walk out of the mausoleum and come to Liuli City's Elegance Workshop to collect all kinds of rare medicine souls as human cauldrons. To him, the existence of the Elegance Workshop was not for profit, but for private enjoyment. The chosen of the spirit sect did not participate in this year's mausoleum seizing battle. He was at an important juncture in the cultivation of his medicine soul. If he succeeded, his path to the emperor-grade medicine soul would be smooth. All he needed was time to accumulate, so he placed great importance on it. In the deepest part of the Elegance Workshop was a forbidden courtyard bathed in golden Buddhist light. It was isolated from the outside world and could not hear any sounds from the outside world. Cultivating inside would not be disturbed by anything from the outside world. Long before the start of the second round of the mausoleum seizing battle, the chosen of the spirit sect had come to the Elegance Workshop and shut himself in the forbidden courtyard. He was busy collecting women every day. Due to the existence of a huge restriction, if the chosen of the spirit sect did not walk out of the forbidden area on his own initiative, no one could enter or disturb his cultivation. Inside the forbidden area, there were hundreds and thousands of prison cells made of gold. Some were occupied by women, while others were empty. Some of the women living here were still virgins, some had already been plucked by the chosen of the spirit sect, and there were also some who had already been played with and had become stupid. Some of these women were slaves that he had raised since childhood, some were human cauldrons that he had bought from other experts of the spirit sect with a large sum of money, and some were women that he had directly taken from them. He was even more unscrupulous towards these women. Furthermore, there were some cultivators of the spirit sect who had offered their wives and daughters to him in order to curry favor with the spirit sect. He had long since become accustomed to this, and would even invite those who had offered their daughters to enjoy the offered women together with him. The 973 cell was occupied by Duo Lan. The interior of the cell was mainly decorated with gold. The tables and chairs were all made of gold. This was the so-called keeping a mistress in a golden house. Duo Lan was wearing a wedding dress that was embroidered with the color of a night red lion. Her eyes were blank and she was half leaning on the bed. She had been imprisoned for several months like a canary waiting for death. There was a restriction on the cell. She could not walk out of it and others could not enter. Only the chosen of the spirit sect could come and go as he pleased. Occasionally, the loud laughter of the chosen of the spirit sect, the cries of women and the panting of their breaths could be heard from the cell in the distance. She knew that the chosen of the spirit sect was cultivating in this place, enjoying the plucking and refining of human cauldrons one after another. At this moment, she was still a virgin. However, she did not know how long she could remain a virgin. Her expression was blank. No one knew why she was in a daze. Occasionally, she would mutter the word senior to herself. The senior that she was referring to was Ning Fan. She was locked up in this place by the chosen of the spirit sect on the eve of the second round of Ning Fan's mausoleum seizing competition. She had no idea about what had happened in the outside world after that. Her understanding of Ning Fan was still at the beginning of the second round of Ning Fan's mausoleum seizing competition. At that time, she really wanted to go to the scene and cheer for Ning Fan. However, she could not do so. Later on, she wanted to represent Chu Lai's lineage to participate in the third round of Ning Fan's mausoleum seizing competition. However, she no longer had the chance to do so. She was not kidnapped. Half of it was because she willingly walked into the cell of the chosen of the spirit sect. The other half of it was because she was coerced. Once she was locked up, she would never be able to walk out of this place. This was the decision that she had made herself. On the first day when Duo Lan followed Ning Fan to Liuli City, she heard that her clansmen were in trouble. That trouble originated from the chosen of the spirit sect. She did not tell Ning Fan in detail what the trouble was. Moreover, she did not want to involve Ning Fan in this matter because she knew that as an external cultivator, Ning Fan's identity was very sensitive. The spirit sect was involved in this matter. If Ning Fan gets involved, he might be killed if he is not careful. As a matter of fact, the trouble of her clansmen was indeed not a big problem. With her capabilities, she could barely settle it without considering the consequences. After the matter was settled, she wanted to directly go to the square of the Great Brightness Temple to see if she could rush there to cheer for Ning Fan, who was participating in the mausoleum seizing competition. Unfortunately, she could not leave. The chosen of the spirit sect used a condition to imprison her. I heard from my subordinates that you are very close to an external cultivator with the surname Ning? Humph. I heard that this external cultivator is quite capable. Not long ago, he caused quite a ruckus in the 100 Flowers Peak. Even the experts of our sacred mountain have heard about it. However, that's all. An external cultivator is just an external cultivator. No matter how strong he is still a lowly existence. You are the dignified Chu Lai Saintess. To think that you actually degenerated to the point of fooling around with an external cultivator. You are really abandoning yourself. You asked me where I heard about it? There's no harm in telling you about it. The person who gave me the information is Spiritual Master Bai Lu of the 100 Flowers Peak. On the surface, he is a subordinate of the 100 Flowers Peak. However, he has already pledged his allegiance to me in secret. He is in charge of searching for human cauldrons with special medicine souls on the prairie for me. For the sake of benefits, he even offered all of his female disciples for me to pluck at will. His loyalty is absolutely reliable. I believe him when he said that you two are fooling around together. After all, you are just like your mother. Both of you are trash who have been toyed with by others. I plan to kill that Ning Fan. Do you think he should be killed? You are asking me why I want to kill him? Humph. You are my former fiancé. I can abandon you and break my engagement with Chu Lai. However, I will not allow someone I don't want to fool around with an external cultivator. He will bring shame to the reputation of my spirit sect. I don't like trash that I don't want to be touched by others either. Moreover, that external cultivator seems to have a concubine with a medicine soul of 5 colors. You know what I love to do the most is to kill my husband and take his wife by force. That kind of pleasure is simply indescribable. Moreover, a medicine soul with 5 colors is an extremely rare one. To me, it will be of great use. You want to beg me to let me go? What right do you have to beg me? How ridiculous. You are just a trash whose tattoo of a saintess was destroyed. If you still have any value to me, how could I have given up on my engagement with you and married another saintess? Of course, to me, the so-called marriage is just a nice way of saying it. The saintess that I marry is just a human cauldron that receives a slightly better treatment. That's all. I will still squeeze her dry in the end. What? You actually still have the Xianxia of the saintess in your body? That's impossible. Your tattoo of a saintess has obviously already. Could it be the work of your father? It's the previous July. Fine. As long as you are willing to marry me again and become my 19th Tao companion, I promise not to kill that external cultivator. After all, compared to a human cauldron with a medicine soul of 5 colors, your huge amount of Xianxia is definitely more valuable. Haha. You actually have such a huge amount of Xianxia. Good. Very good. No, I can't pluck you immediately. I have to make some preparations first before I absorb your Xianxia. Humph. Before I make sufficient preparations, you will stay here and wait for my arrival. If you dare to run away, I will kill that external cultivator and all the clansmen you left in this city. That's right. That's the kind of eyes filled with hatred. I love to see this kind of eyes. I have to give in to hatred. The more you hate me, the happier I will be when I enter your body in the future. Ha ha ha. Just wait and see. That day won't be too far away. Before that, I still have many women to pluck. I don't have time to waste with you. In that case, I will see you later, my 19th wife. Silent tears rolled down from the corner of Dolan's eyes. In order to revitalize Julai's bloodline, she had endured countless schemes and deceived everyone to survive until today. However, in order to protect Ming Fan, she told him her biggest secret. That was the fact that the Xianxia of the mother and child pawns still existed in her body. Moreover, the amount of Xianxia in her body was much more than the total amount of Xianxia of all the other saintesses. It was really unimaginable. In her body, there was enough Xianxia to support her cultivation all the way to the immortal emperor realm. That was everything her father had left for her before he passed away. It was all her hope to revitalize Chu Lai's bloodline. When she first met Ning Fan, she would rather die than to be plucked by him. However, today, in order to protect Ming Fan, she took the initiative to tell the sacred son of the spirit sect about the Xianxia and used it to bargain with him. After that, both of them made an agreement. She who had her engagement with the sacred son of the spirit sect was going to marry the sacred son of the spirit sect again. There was no grand wedding, no ceremony, no guests, no blessings. There was only a cell that she couldn't get out of and the continuous moaning and gasping of a woman in the distance. Dolan knew very well how terrifying the spirit sect was. It was a force that had an immortal emperor as its leader. Moreover, it was not comparable to the 5 emperors' forces of the Middle State. It was a true force of the Holy Mountain. Even though the 12 bloodlines of the Holy Mountain were like fire and water, if an external cultivator were to provoke any of the bloodlines, he would definitely be suppressed by the 12 bloodlines. This was the main reason why she did not want Ning Fan to get involved in this matter. If he was careless, he would have to face the siege of countless immortal emperors of the Holy Mountain. In Dolan's opinion, it was a matter of certain death. Therefore, when the sacred son of the spirit sect threatened to kill Ning Fan, Dolan felt fear. That was why she compromised and made this deal. It has already been a few months. Senior should have already finished the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition. With Senior's ability, it definitely won't be a problem for him to get into the top 3. In that case, he would be able to get what he wanted. Senior is an external cultivator. He has a special purpose in coming to the holy region. If everything goes smoothly, he should have already achieved his goal and left the holy region. I have told my clansmen not to tell Senior about this matter. After all, with his strength, it would be futile for him to get involved in this matter. Those clansmen would not disobey my order and speak of this matter carelessly. The sacred son of the spirit sect is my fiancé. Even though the engagement was annulled, it is natural for me to marry him. It has nothing to do with Senior and this matter will not implicate Senior. Today, I seem to have understood my father's feelings a little. I used to hate him. I hated him for violating the commandments of the great inferiority. I hated him for doing things without considering the consequences. I watched the 100 flowers peak with blood, slaughtered the triflames with lightning, pointed my sword at the radiant Buddha. I hated him for killing too many people. I hated him for dying early. I hated him for leaving me alone without anyone to rely on. I hated him for implicating countless clansmen and making them prisoners of the Lioli city. At that time I didn't understand my father's feelings. I didn't understand the sorrow he felt when he called my mother's name before he passed away. Now, I seem to understand a little. In this world, there will always be someone who can make you give up all your beliefs and even yourself. By the way, I still owe Senior a tuft of innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine. I didn't give it to him. I left this item in the Holy Mountains Mausoleum. If I don't go and retrieve it, he won't be able to enter the Holy Mountains Mausoleum and obtain this item. I also promised Senior that I won't run around. If I fail to keep my promise, will Senior blame me? Duolan wiped away her tears and sighed softly. Her mind was filled with different thoughts. Her life was already about to be completely ruined and she had already become the sacred son of the spirit sex plaything. However, what she was concerned about was not her own desperate situation but the promise she made with Ning Fan. When she thought that Ning Fan could not find her and would think that she ran away, lied and betrayed him, she felt worried. However, she would no longer be able to contact Ning Fan and she would not have the chance to explain herself. Forget it. Let it be like this, Senior will only treat me as a soul-locking slave. That's all, Senior, thank you. You brought me to pay respects to my mother's grave on the 100 Flowers Peak. That was the happiest time I had after my father's death. Thank you. Duolan felt a little tired. She wanted to fall asleep and no longer listen to the panting and moaning sounds coming from outside the window. However, all of a sudden, she felt the hair on her temples being blown by the wind. Could it be that the window was not closed tightly and the wind blew in? No. It's impossible. The prison is filled with restrictive spells. How could there be wind? When she opened her eyes, Duolan's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Her mouth was wide open. She was so shocked that she could not speak a word. The window of the prison that was filled with restrictive spells had been broken by someone without her knowing. Under the window, accompanied by the golden Buddhist light of the restrictive spells, a white-robed figure fell into her eyes without any mistake. It's actually Ning Fan. Am I hallucinating? If it's not an illusion, why is Senior standing under the window? I heard from your clansmen that you are imprisoned in this place. Is this related to me? Ning Fan asked with a frown. No. It's not. Who was the one who told Senior about this? This has nothing to do with Senior. Actually, it's me. Duolan wanted to explain but she suddenly had a feeling that Ning Fan had seen through her. At this moment, Ning Fan activated his mind-reading technique and saw many facts from Duolan's mind. In just an instant, he understood the whole story of why Duolan sacrificed her life to be imprisoned in this place. Ning Fan's tightly knitted brows loosened up. Then, his expression turned into a complicated sigh. Duolan, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. How could I forget that Senior knows the mind-reading technique? It's too easy for him to see through my mind. It's impossible for me to lie to him, alright. Then I won't lie anymore. Why do I have to lie? Why do I not dare to admit it even though the person I like is right in front of me? Duolan bit her lips. She wanted to tell Ning Fan that she really liked him. She rushed out from the bed and ran towards Ning Fan's arms. She wanted to get into Ning Fan's arms and tell him all the despair she had experienced in the past few days. However, halfway through her journey, she suddenly realized that Ning Fan did not come here alone. Instead, he brought another woman with him. Of course, she did not know Tu Huang. She just thought that he was one of Ning Fan's many lovers who were similar to Ouyang Wan and Zhang Yu. Tu Huang's appearance was already extremely beautiful. Deep in her bones, she had the aura of a noble lady who looked down on the world. It made Duolan feel a sense of inferiority for no reason. She smiled bitterly. The courage that she had mustered for countless days and nights was extinguished just like that. She stopped running in front of Ning Fan. Suddenly, she lost her balance and was pushed into Ning Fan's arms by a jade-like hand that came out of nowhere. What a pretty little wife. Ning Fan, your luck with women is really not shallow. It was Tu Huang. He pushed Duolan, who was filled with worries, into Ning Fan's arms. Under normal circumstances, no matter how generous a woman is, she would not push another woman into the arms of the person she likes. Such an action was enough to prove that Tu Huang really did not have any romantic feelings for Ning Fan. Duo Lan cried out in surprise. Being caught off guard, she had already crashed into Ning Fan's arms. Ning Fan did not avoid it. Instead, he held Duo Lan up and gave Tu Huang a strange look, as if he was asking her why she helped him. Tu Huang, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders as if it was none of his business. Then, he casually glanced at the decorations in the room. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart that he did not know where it came from. "Senior, how did you enter this place?" "This place is protected by the Vidrasil of the Spirit Sect. Even an immortal King Realm expert would not be able to break in. Even if you managed to break in, why does that sacred child of the Spirit Sect seem to be completely unaware of your arrival?" He is still panting and plucking. "By the way, how is Senior's result in the mausoleum seizing battle? You must have gotten into the top 3 in the second round. If you have such a rank, you can still participate in the third round. The people of the Spirit Sect shouldn't have made things difficult for you, right?" After her initial emotions subsided, Duo Lan finally thought of a series of questions. She was puzzled and asked, "How is Ning Fan doing now?" Ning Fan seemed to have broken into the restriction forcefully. However, it seemed like the owner of the restriction did not notice him as he was still busy having sex with that woman. There were too many things that Duo Lan wanted to ask. Since she was isolated from the outside world, she had no idea what kind of chaos was happening outside. It was all because of Ning Fan alone. What's so difficult about breaking into this small restriction? Ning Fan could even come and go freely in the 3 flames. He could even do whatever he wanted on the holy mountain. What is a small shofang to him? Ning Fan did not explain too much to Duo Lan. He only briefly told her the purpose of his visit. Since he came to this place, of course, it was to bring Duo Lan away. He did not like to owe people karma. If Duo Lan really sacrificed herself here to help him resist the schemes of the Spirit Sect, then it was impossible for him to stay out of this matter. The sacred child of the Spirit Sect, he had even defeated the immortal emperor of the Spirit Sect. Why would he be afraid of the sacred child of the Spirit Sect? Now that there was not a single quasi-saint realm expert in the middle state here, there was no existence in this supreme pill sacred region that was worthy of his fear. The sacred child of the Spirit Sect was far from enough. He couldn't even notice my intrusion. This sacred child of the Spirit Sect is really too focused on his work. I'm going to meet this sacred child of the Spirit Sect. Do you want to go with me? Ning Fan asked Duo Lan. Don't go. The sacred child of the Spirit Sect is a 4th tribulation immortal king. Senior won't be able to defeat him. Senior, you don't have to save me anymore. No matter how Senior came in, Senior, please leave. Ning Fan flicked Duo Lan's forehead angrily. So what if he's a 4th tribulation immortal king? Even when he was suppressed by Xing Huan during the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition, he was not afraid of him. Now that he had killed an immortal emperor, he would no longer view an immortal king as a formidable enemy. I'm not as weak as you think. I'm also not afraid of the Spirit Sect or the Holy Mountain. I hate trouble and I don't like to get involved in muddy waters. However, it doesn't mean that I will choose to run away if karma provokes me. From your heart, I know that the sacred child of the Spirit Sect first schemed against Nuaner. Then, he used my life to force you to submit. He has violated my taboo. Thus, it's impossible for me to spare his life. Ning Fan no longer sought Duo Lan's opinion. Instead, he flicked his sleeve and a golden ray of light shone. Ignoring the restrictive spells of the house, he brought Duo Lan and Tu Huang along and disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, the 3 of them were standing outside one of the thousands of prison houses. Inside the house, there were the sounds of women cursing, men's resentful voices, and the excited laughter of the sacred child of the Spirit Sect. Husband, don't look. Don't. Kill me. Kill me. It was the voice of a woman who was begging for death. Divine Sovereign Ling. Let go of my wife. Let him go. I beg you. Please don't. Don't. Ah. It was a man who was screaming in agony as if he was witnessing his wife being humiliated with his own eyes. Haha. Look. What a fair and tender body. What a beautiful crevice. How moist and arousing. This is your wife. Do you see her? She's enjoying herself under my body. Haha. Do you want to play with her? If you do, I can remove the restrictive spell on you and let you play with the other parts of her body. Shameless. You're shameless. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. It was the man who roared desperately. Then, a loud explosion occurred, destroying the entire prison house. It was the power of a thought fragmentation realm cultivator's self-destruction. After the golden house was destroyed, the sacred child of the spirit sect stood in the ruins as if there was no one else around him. He ignored the man who had self-destructed and continued to press a woman whose face was flushed red and whose face was full of tears against the wall. The woman's face was full of grief. Gradually, she began to feel the will to die. Her body, which was covered in red marks, suddenly exploded without any warning. The energy waves from the self-destruction of the void were easily suppressed by the sacred child of the spirit sect. Whether it was the thought fragmentation realm's self-destruction or the void's self-destruction, they could not hurt him at all. Under his suppression, the energy waves could not even spread out of the prison house. If not for the fact that he wanted to experience the feeling of playing with a woman in the ruins, he could have prevented the prison house from being destroyed. How unlucky. I didn't expect this Tao companion of Jinling to be so unyielding. I haven't had enough fun with her and she's been destroyed just like that, the sacred child of the spirit sect snorted. He activated his magic power and created clothes to cover his body. The surrounding smoke and dust continued to spread and only subsided after a long time. When the smoke and dust subsided, the sacred child of the spirit sect saw a strange scene. Not far away, a huge green fire dragon lightning shield had been covering the area for an unknown period of time. The fire dragon lightning shield was not far away, but he could not sense any aura from it. There seemed to be some daring intruder hiding under the lightning shield. An intruder has actually entered the Vajrasil of the spirit sect without a sound. How is this possible? Even an immortal king. Hiss, it's a Khanate Dharma treasure. Could it be a celestial emperor? Could it be that senior? Upon closer inspection, the sacred child of the spirit sect recognized the origin of the golden lightning shield, 5 thunder destruction shield, the Khanate Dharma treasure of the thunder lineage's third ancestor, Lei Chao. Could it be that Lei Chao, the 7 tribulation immortal emperor? If senior Lei Chao was here, he could indeed sneak in without a sound. After all, a 7 tribulation immortal emperor was an existence that the entire spirit sect could not afford to offend. When the sacred child of the spirit sect thought that the other party might be a 7 tribulation immortal emperor, he could not help but feel bitter. I'm Divine Lord Ling. I didn't know that Senior Lei Chao would visit my humble abode. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Although Divine Lord Ling spoke politely, she was thinking about the reason why Lei Chao had come. Such an existence would not come for no reason without cause. If he had any instructions, he could have sent a subordinate to pass a message. He would not have lowered himself to visit. Since he had taken the initiative to come, it was most likely that he wanted to settle the score with her on the spot, Divine Lord Ling secretly calculated in her heart. Although he was guilty of many crimes, the women he harmed usually avoided the disciples and descendants of powerful celestial emperors. He was afraid that he would be tainted by the karma of such celestial emperors. He secretly guessed that there was something wrong with the cauldrons that he had collected over the past 1,000 years that was related to Lei Chao. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Of course, he would not die because of this. No matter what, he was the sacred child of the spirit sect. He was different from Duolan, who had lost her status as a saintess. He was the sacred child that many celestial emperors recognized as a 9th revolution pill refinement master who would become an emperor-grade pill refinement master in the future. Even if Lei Chao came to settle the score, he would not kill him. At most, he would just punish him slightly. If that was the case, it was fine. At most, he would make up for it with Lei Chao. Divine Lord Ling was shrewd. In an instant, she had prepared many countermeasures to deal with the arrival of Lei Chao. Unfortunately, all her countermeasures were met with horror the moment the green fire dragon lightning shield was revealed. The newcomer was not Great Emperor Lei Chao, the newcomer was actually a man and 2 women. Other than Duolan, the other 2 were unfamiliar to her. Their cultivation bases did not seem to be very high either. Who are you? What is your relationship with Senior Lei Chao? Why is the 5 lightning annihilation shield in your hands? Divine Lord Ling asked in surprise. I am Ning Fan. You have been isolated from the world for a long time. You probably don't know what I have done outside. Ning Fan said ruthlessly. Ning Fan? This name sounds a little familiar. Yes, it's the external cultivator who is related to Duo Lan. Divine Lord Ling's eyes immediately turned gloomy. Even though he did not know why Senior Lei Chao would lend the 5 lightning annihilation shield to an external cultivator, he did not have a good impression of this external cultivator at all. He did not know that Ning Fan's punishment ring was destroyed in the second round of the mausoleum seizing battle. He did not know that Ning Fan had killed Bai Lu and the chaotic 3 flames and the 4 emperors of the Middle Province. Moreover, he did not know that Ning Fan had defeated the entire sacred mountain and forced them to flee without a trace. If he knew about it, he would certainly not dare to be so calm in front of Ning Fan. Unfortunately, he did not know anything. After all, before the second round of the mausoleum seizing battle ended, he had already entered a life of death seclusion here, living a wonderful life of plucking women every day. Humph. So it's you, this external cultivator. You came for Duo Lan? I see. I understand now. That old man Lei Chao is really scheming. He probably found out about the existence of the massive amount of yin qi in Duo Lan's body through some kind of channel. He wanted to plot against it, but he did not want to become enemies with my spirit sect. That's why he lent his natal magic treasure to you. He wanted you, an external cultivator, to offend the spirit sect and snatch Duo Lan. What a great scheme. Senior Lei Chao, who is known as the 100 Lives Lightning Fox. Divine Sovereign Ling began to imagine the reason why Ning Fan possessed the 5 lightning extermination barrier. It made Ning Fan feel speechless towards the sacred child of the spirit sect in front of him. Ning Fan was even more clueless about Lei Chao's title of the 100 Lives Lightning Arc. However, he remembered the scene where Tu Huang and Zhang Yu joined hands to kill the 3 Thunder Sound Emperors. It seemed that the third ancestor, Lei Chao, was indeed the hardest to kill. No matter how he killed him, he would have to resurrect himself. Ning Fan asked himself that if it wasn't for Tu Huang and Zhang Yu's divine abilities and Ouyang Wan's method to restrain the Thunder Sound secret technique, he probably would not have been able to kill the 3 great emperors of Lei Yun country, Lei Jing and Lei Chao. Even if he managed to kill them in the end, Ning Fan would not get the main credit. Why aren't you talking? It seems like you've tacitly agreed with my guess. As expected, Senior Lei Chao also has his eyes on Duo Lan. This is going to be a little troublesome. Duo Lan's yin qi is very important to me. Of course, if Senior Lei Chao fancies this woman, I won't dare to monopolize her. How about this? You, an external cultivator, help me run errands and pass a message to Senior Lei Chao. If Senior Lei Chao is willing, I'm willing to share Duo Lan with him. I'll take 30% of the yin qi and Senior Lei Chao will take 70%. How about this? Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned gloomy. Sure enough, he still could not accept Divine Lord Ling's bottomless words. Even though he was also a flower-plucking devil lord, plucking a flower was equivalent to monopolizing it. He had never done something like sharing a flower with another person like Divine Lord Ling. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Moreover, he would never rape another person's wife and daughter in front of another person's husband. It was true that he was an evil person, but he was not someone who had no bottom line. What? Not even 30% and 70%? You, an external cultivator, are really smart. You actually want to ask for more benefits for Senior Lei Chao. It seems like Senior Lei Chao has also promised you something. How about this? If you're willing to give me face and help me put in a good word for you in front of Senior Lei Chao, from today onwards, you will be a friend of my spirit sect. What do you think? Divine Lord Ling's attitude was high and mighty, as if it was Ning Fan's great honor to become a friend of the spirit sect. Ning Fan finally sneered. He was too lazy to watch Divine Lord Ling's one-man show anymore. It's impossible for me and the spirit sect to become friends. Humph. How arrogant. Are you going to reject my kindness? Divine Lord Ling was enraged. Ning Fan, however, did not plan to continue talking nonsense with Divine Lord Ling. He directly activated his 5 lightning annihilation shield. Immediately, Divine Lord Ling's expression changed drastically. He turned around and tried to retreat, but he was sucked in by the 5 lightning annihilation shield. He could not evade it. Then, the lightning shield continued to expand and engulfed him. 5 lightning dragons rammed against each other inside the lightning shield. Divine Lord Ling's groans could be heard from inside the lightning shield. Obviously, his injuries were getting worse under the lightning shield. In a battle between immortal venerables, 12 Nirvana magic treasures were enough to influence the outcome of the battle. In a battle between immortal kings, if one of them possesses an innate magic treasure, it would be almost impossible for the other party to lose. At this moment, Ning Fan was clearly only using one innate magic treasure. However, Divine Lord Ling, who was a 4 tribulation immortal king, was in a life-threatening situation. If he does not escape, he would certainly die. The reason why he was subdued by Ning Fan in a single move was not only because the 5 lightning annihilation shield was powerful, but also because Divine Lord Ling had been plucking others to cultivate until today. His cultivation realm was shallow. Although he was a 4 tribulation immortal king in name, his strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 3rd tribulation immortal king. This was the helplessness of most dual cultivators. It was not Ning Fan's helplessness. So what if you have an innate magic treasure? I can't defeat you. However, I have plenty of ways to escape. Spirit dispersal technique. Divine Lord Ling let out a furious roar. His body suddenly turned into millions of rays of light and flew away, ignoring the suppression of the 5 lightning annihilation shield. As soon as he escaped, Divine Lord Ling, who had turned into millions of rays of light, was instantly filled with joy. However, his joy did not last for too long. Suddenly, a rope that was flashing with lightning appeared in midair. The end of the rope was connected to the end, forming a rope loop. Its entire body was glowing with lightning and it emitted an innate chi. Divine Lord Ling wanted to turn into millions of rays of light to escape, but all of them were sucked into the rope loop. As soon as the rays of light gathered, Divine Lord Ling was forced out of his physical body. He was tightly bound by the lightning rope that was intertwined with black lightning. Once he was bound by the rope, he could not even mobilize his magic power. Lightning prison rope. It's actually the 2nd innate magic treasure. It belongs to Lei Jing, the 2nd ancestor of the Thunder Sound tribe. You even borrowed Lei Jing's treasure. Divine Lord Ling was terrified. Ning Fan, who was too lazy to explain the matter of borrowing treasures, activated the 5 lightning annihilation shield once again, covering Divine Lord Ling tightly. He had to admit that the magic treasures that he obtained from the 3 emperors of the Thunder Sound tribe were extremely effective when used together. The lightning prison rope was heaven-defying when it was used to bind people, but its offensive power was insufficient. The 5 lightning annihilation shield's offensive power was fierce, but it was easy for people to escape from it. If the 2 of them were used together, one to bind people while the other to explode them, it would undoubtedly be a powerful killing weapon. Facing a 4th tribulation immortal king like Divine Lord Ling, who did not live up to his name, Ning Fan did not even move his feet. He just controlled the 2 magic treasures to force Divine Lord Ling to the brink of death. You really want to kill me? Divine Lord Ling was extremely shocked. He could already tell that Ning Fan's killing intent towards him was not fake. It also did not seem like Ning Fan was representing the Thunder Sound tribe to negotiate with him. I don't understand. His identity is so special and his talent in pill refinement is so high. Even if Lei Jing and Lei Chao come here personally, they would not dare to kill him on the spot. That would undoubtedly be a declaration of war against the entire spirit sect. Even a faction as strong as the Thunder Sound tribe would not be willing to fight to the death with the other factions. Why does Ning Fan want to kill him? Isn't he afraid of offending the spirit sect? Isn't he afraid of offending the entire Holy Mountain? Hold on. He seemed to have forgotten about the fact that Ning Fan's punishment ring was destroyed. As an external cultivator, why did he release the punishment cold dew or destroy it privately? Did he stay in seclusion for too long? Did he miss too many major events in the outside world? Seeing that he was about to die in the 5 lightning annihilation shield, Divine Lord Ling gritted his teeth and suddenly activated the natal spiritual talisman that he had refined for countless years. Almost every member of the spirit sect had a natal spiritual talisman. Each of them had different talismans and their abilities were also different. The ability of Divine Lord Ling's natal spiritual talisman was to open a spatial passage. Moreover, it was the kind of opening that could ignore all restraints, even if he was being suppressed by Ning Fan's 5 lightning annihilation shield. As long as he willed it, he could directly open the passage to the Holy Mountain's mausoleum and attract the seniors inside to kill Ning Fan. My spirit sect can only use 3 natal spiritual talismans in a lifetime. You must choose carefully. Each talisman can only be used once and you must use it sparingly. Today, I can't care about that anymore. This is my last spirit-dispersing shuttle talisman. Ning Fan, you forced me to use this talisman. I will settle this score with you right away. Just you wait to suffer the wrath of my spirit sect. Passage, open! Divine Lord Ling shouted. A talisman with overwhelming spiritual chi suddenly flew out of his body and ignited in front of him. As soon as the talisman was ignited, Divine Lord Ling's chi became significantly weaker. It seemed like he had consumed a lot of energy. Then, a black hole appeared inside the 5 lightning annihilation shield. One end of the black hole was connected to this place while the other end was directly connected to the Holy Mountain's mausoleum. Old Ancestor, save me! Elders, save me! Divine Lord Ling shouted at the other end of the black hole. A response immediately came from the other end of the black hole. It's the voice of the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun was actually forced to use the spirit-dispersing shuttle talisman. Who is the one who forced the Holy Sun to a dead end? Let's quickly accept the permission to open this black hole and travel through it to save the Holy Sun. Humph. Does he really think that he can bully our holy mountain as he pleases just because we are in a precarious situation? I would like to see which old man on the grassland is bullying the Holy Sun of our spirit sect. Countless angry voices echoed. It was said that most of the cultivators of the spirit sect who spoke were the survivors who were rescued by the Holy Mountain in a comatose state. The battle on the Holy Mountain had cast a shadow in the hearts of all the cultivators of the Holy Mountain. Without the protection of the Radiant Buddha, the Holy Mountain did not dare to show itself in the outside world. They were afraid that Ning Fan would attack them again. On one hand, all the immortal cultivators of the Holy Mountain were extremely afraid of Ning Fan's devil might. On the other hand, they were filled with resentment. They did not dare to vent their anger on Ning Fan. Now, Divine Lord Ling's request for help was the perfect opportunity for them to vent their anger. These cultivators of the spirit sect wanted to see which old monster of the grassland was bullying the Holy Sun. It would be a good opportunity for them to vent their anger, just as some of them were about to open the passageway of the black hole that Divine Lord Ling sent to them. A few of them stopped them. Don't be in a hurry to open this passageway. Let's first ask who is chasing after the Holy Sun. If it's that person, wouldn't we be letting that person invade the Holy Mountain directly if we open this passageway? Hiss. I forgot about this possibility. But it shouldn't be such a coincidence. It can't be such a coincidence? Hee hee. Even though the Holy Mountain has lost its face now, it is still not a place that ordinary people dare to provoke. Other than that external cultivator, I can't think of a second person who dares to force the Holy Sun of our clan into a dead end. If that's the case, it's better for us to find out the truth before opening the passageway. Therefore, some cautious people asked Lord Spiritual God about the ins and outs of the matter. When they found out that the person who trapped and killed Divine Lord Ling was Ning Fan, all the cultivators of the spirit sect sucked in a cold breath. Their expressions changed. No one dared to open the passageway on the other side of the black hole to save Divine Lord Ling anymore. What do you mean by this? Why aren't you coming to rescue me? Will you only be satisfied when I die here? Where's the patriarch? The patriarch loves me the most. Why hasn't he come to save me? Divine Lord Ling was infuriated by his clansmen's inaction. The old ancestor withstood the heavenly tribulation that day and has yet to wake up from his severe injuries. Even if he wakes up, I'm afraid he won't dare to save the Holy Sun. Why? He's just an external cultivator. Why are all of you so afraid of him? Is it because he has a close relationship with the Sonic Thunder lineage that allowed him to borrow 2 Khanate Dharma treasures? Spiritual Lord said angrily. Close relationship? Cough, cough, cough. The saint must have been in seclusion outside for too long, so he was not too clear about the drastic changes on the Holy Mountain. The external cultivator who trapped you has no relationship with the Thunder Sound lineage. Not only that, but the blood debt of the 4 emperors can be traced back to this demon. Because of this demon, the thunderclap 4 emperors died one after another. The other side of the black hole said bitterly. What? Lei Yunghua, an 8 tribulation cultivator, and Lei Jing, Lei Chao, and Lei Tsong, who were 7 tribulation cultivators, were all dead? The karma is related to this child? Spiritual Lord's face turned pale. At this moment, he had a speculation that seemed absurd but was close to the truth. Perhaps the reason why Ning Fan possessed the Khanate Dharma treasures of the Thunderclap Immortal Emperor was not because he borrowed them but because he killed them and snatched their treasures. But is that possible? That's an immortal emperor. How can an immortal emperor be killed by an external venerated immortal? This Ning Fan is not an ancient venerated immortal. It seems like you don't know anything at all. You've already encountered this demon. This demon first killed enlightened being Bai Lu in the Sea Shaman tribe. Then, he invaded the 3 flames in an unknown way. After that, he massacred the He clan of the Wood Flame and killed their immortal emperor. The Sky Flame mountain of corpses was invaded by him. Even the Wood Lord and the Stone Lord who were guarding this place could do nothing to him. The main clan of the Stone Flame was destroyed by him and the immortal emperor of the main clan was killed. After that, this devil returned to the grassland and went to the Middle State. He killed 4 of the 5 emperors of the Middle State in a single night. After that, this devil became even more lawless. He attacked the Holy Mountain with his own strength and killed countless people. If it wasn't because we have the mausoleum illusion technique to protect ourselves, I'm afraid the entire Holy Mountain would have been wiped out by him. On the other side of the black hole, the cultivators of the spirit sect recounted the atrocities that Ning Fan had committed in the past few days. Spiritual Lord was completely dumbfounded. The impact was too much and too great. He could not believe that what these people said was true at all. A bunch of nonsense. How is it possible for this young man to kill immortal emperors? How is it possible for him to destroy the Holy Mountain? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and open the passage at the other end of the black hole. Come and save me. Hurry. Spiritual Lord was on the verge of breaking down. However, the passage at the other end of the black hole was still not opened. Even if those cultivators of the spirit sect watched Spiritual Lord die, they would never open the passage. Once the passage is opened, they could cross countless distances from the interior of the Holy Mountain and arrive at this place. However, even if they arrive at this place, they would not have the ability to save Ning Fan. Instead, Ning Fan might take the opportunity to invade the interior of the Holy Mountain's mausoleum through the black hole. The heavens took pity on them. It took them a lot of effort to hide the Holy Mountain back into the endless void. If they let Ning Fan invade the Holy Mountain, it would certainly be destroyed. Bastard! All of you are bastards. Save me. Save me. I will give all of my human cauldrons to whoever saves me. Ah. Where's the old ancestor? Old ancestor, save me. Where are you? Where are the elders? Why aren't any of you coming to save me? I don't believe it. I don't believe what you said is true. I don't believe that this external cultivator is so terrifying. He's just a mere external cultivator. He's just a mere external cultivator. It's fake. It's fake. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Asterisk bang asterisk Ning Fan withdrew the 5 lightning annihilation barrier and the lightning prison rope. Only ashes were left on the ground. Spiritual Lord was nowhere to be seen. She was completely killed by the 5 lightning annihilation barrier. Ning Fan, of course, was not concerned about Spiritual Lord's unwillingness before his death. Everything in this world had its causes and effects. Since Spiritual Lord was the one who provoked him first, he could not blame anyone else for what happened to him. What Ning Fan was slightly interested in was not Spiritual Lord's storage pouch which had a weak foundation. Instead, it was the black hole that he left behind. The other end of the black hole leads directly to the Holy Mountain's mausoleum. It's a very interesting ability. This sacred child of the spirit sect is not weak after all. If he can really attract the help of the immortal emperors of the Holy Mountain, there might be a huge battle. Unfortunately, no one in the Holy Mountain's mausoleum dared to open the passage at the other end of the black hole and come to his aid, as if they sensed that Ning Fan was investigating the passage of the black hole. the people on the other side of the passage immediately cursed. They hurriedly extinguished the passage, as if they were afraid that Ning Fan would have other ways to forcefully open the passage and directly arrive at the mausoleum through heaven and earth. Their curses naturally did not have much confidence. Instead, they made people tremble with fear, treating Ning Fan as a dreadful monster. It had nothing to do with cultivation base. It had something to do with battle achievements. The great devil Lord Ning was definitely an existence that was comparable to the ancient immortal venerables. A single mistake could lead to the destruction of the holy mountain. Thus, these cultivators of the holy mountain had no choice but to be fearful. So what if he's an external cultivator? Currently, no one in the entire Supreme Pill Sacred region would dare to look down on Ning Fan just because of his identity as an external cultivator. Tu Huang was calm and composed. He did not find it strange at all that Ning Fan could kill spiritual lord in such a short time. Moreover, she even felt that Ning Fan was a little slow in killing them. According to the number of trump cards that Ning Fan had, if he were to use all of them, the likes of spiritual Lord Ling would probably not be able to survive a single blow. If Ning Fan enters a desperate state and uses the 800 Ancient Devil's mountain-breaking attack without caring about his consumption and injuries, even a 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor's physical body might be destroyed by Ning Fan within 10 breaths. Her little butterfly was very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to successfully rescue her from the holy mountain. Tu Huang was aware of this, but Duolan was not. She was as uninformed as spiritual Lord Ling. At this moment, when she saw Ning Fan killing spiritual Lord Ling, who was a 4th Tribulation Immortal King, with just a wave of his hand, her worldview was almost completely turned upside down. I see some of my shadow on you. It's the feeling of inferiority when you face my little butterfly. Are you also one of my smiles? Tu Huang's bright eyes flashed with indescribable kindness as he transmitted his voice to Duolan. Duolan did not know how powerful Tu Huang was. Thus, she did not feel any pressure when facing him. She replied with a surprised tone. Elder sister, I don't really understand what you're saying. What little butterfly? What inferiority? What smile? It's not strange that you don't know. Even I myself don't understand what I'm talking about. Tu Huang smiled in disappointment and said. If you are my smile, then carry my obsession and accompany my little butterfly. Don't be a coward anymore. Don't inherit this shortcoming of mine. I still don't understand. It's fine if you don't understand. I don't understand anything either. But I hope that my little butterfly can be happy. In the world without me, in the parallel paths that will never intersect with each other, and in the world where the entire world is filled with enemies, I hope that she will no longer be alone. Duolan could not understand anything. However, she could see through Tu Huang's eyes. That flash of gentleness when he talked about Ning Fan had nothing to do with romance, but it was much more important than romance. If it's possible, I would rather my little butterfly stay in the illusionary world forever and never walk out of it. I would rather he never understand that all his smiles are fake. They are all lies that I've lied to him. I hope that he will be happy. I don't want him to suffer. However, I'm more afraid that he will be disappointed after knowing everything. If it's possible, I'm willing to become the chain that will allow him to open his eyes and see the world clearly. I want him to never see everything clearly. However, if he really decides to return to his hometown in the true world, I'm also willing to use my tears as a key to send him home. Tu Huang did not understand what he was saying at all. She only knew that she was walking step by step towards death. She was walking towards the death that the 10 supreme wasps had prepared for her. However, even if she was going to die, she did not want her little butterfly to be schemed against by the 10 wasps because of her. That's good, it's enough to have a smile to accompany him. He definitely won't be lonely, as long as he doesn't open his eyes. What are you two talking about using telepathy? Ning Fan had cleaned up Divine Sovereign Ling's spoils of war. Then, he waved his hand to destroy the many restrictive spells in this place and conveniently released the women who were imprisoned here. Only then did he ask Tu Huang and Duolan curiously. He always felt that Tu Huang's behavior was a little strange and he was hiding something. Thus, he naturally used the mind-reading technique to pry into the thoughts of the two women. He could not see through Tu Huang's thoughts, but it was much easier for Duolan. She easily understood all of their telepathy. Every word that Tu Huang said made him feel as if he understood it, but not really. He had many thoughts in his mind but none of them could be exposed. All of a sudden, he had a strange feeling. It was as if he was very close to Tu Huang but at the same time, he felt like he was very far away from him. It was as if there was a thin piece of dream between the two of them. Tu Huang. Ji Qingling. Sword Ancestor. To be continued. Elegant Square was the place where Supreme Ten Wasps lived in seclusion. In the past, Ning Fan had met Supreme Ten Wasps in Liuli City for the first time and the latter had invited him to this place. Ning Fan ignored the 10 Supreme Wasps. Unknowingly, he still came to this place because of Dual Land's matter. Even though Supreme Ten Wasps was currently trapped in the turbulent flow of space and was not in the Shou Feng, Ning Fan still felt a little strange in his heart. However, he could not tell what it was. At this moment, he had also discovered that Tu Huang was hiding a lot of things from his words. It seemed like Tu Huang was trying to hide something from him. However, Jiang Yi could sense that Tu Huang would not harm him. Tu Huang's concealment was for his own good. He wanted to get to the bottom of it, but the Slaughter Sovereign chose to remain silent, unwilling to speak the truth. Regarding this, Ning Fan could only let out a helpless sigh and temporarily ignore the fact that Tu Huang had concealed the truth from him. While the quasi-saints of Despicable Clan were trapped in the spatial turbulence, Ning Fan planned to loot the entire clan. Then, before the demi-saints returned from the space turbulence, he made arrangements for Emperor Tu, Dolan, and the others who had deep karma with him, and left the Supreme Dan sacred region. The sacred child of the spirit sect had already been eliminated and Duo Lan had also been rescued. Naturally, Ning Fan would not continue staying in the Shou Feng, which made him uncomfortable. Although he had left the Shou Feng, he did not immediately leave Liuli City. Instead, he quietly went to the Southern Medicine Temple, which was filled with water jars. Supreme Ten Bees wasn't at the Shou Feng. Similarly, Supreme Ox Ghost wasn't at the Southern Medicine Temple either. The Southern Medicine Temple still had its refined and sophisticated appearance. The inside of the temple was a completely different world. The commotion caused by Ning Fan's arrival in Liuli City did not reach the Southern Medicine Temple at all. In the Southern Medicine Temple, only Xianxia Chen, who was wearing a mask and topless, was cooking a water jar. When Ning Fan and the others arrived, Xianxia Chen's eyes immediately became alert and he spoke to Ning Fan in a distant tone. "Who are you? Is he a friend of Senior Niao?" The senses of his medicine soul were especially sharp. He was one of the top talents in the Great Humble Clan. Even though Ning Fan and Tu Huang's cultivation base was not obvious, he could still sense the massive qi that was faintly hidden in their bodies. It was an extremely terrifying existence, and it was not something that he could contend against with his insignificant cultivation. Since this person was so powerful, it was highly likely that he had made a deal with old man Yo Goe. "You don't recognize me anymore?" Ning Fan was surprised. Then, he frowned as if he had a guess. "Should I know you? He looks familiar, but I can't remember." Xianxia Chen shook his head. His soul was split into two and he had two personalities. At this moment, it was his second personality. However, logically speaking, his second personality should already be familiar with Ning Fan. However, at this moment, he was behaving in an unfamiliar manner. It was truly strange. "I heard from Emperor Lu Tua that you're also part of Supreme Ox Ghost's scheme." Time me. Time, one mountain time. Time. You witnessed your mother being killed by Shiyan's volcano with your own eyes. Because of that, you have a monstrous hatred towards Shiyan and your soul was split into two. This matter is indeed the scheme of Supreme Ox Ghost. He nurtured the Tao in your body and planted reincarnation, right? It is also because of this that your second personality clearly knows me. Now that we have met again, all of your memories have been erased by the reincarnation. Ning Fan said something that Xianxia Chen could not understand. Xianxia Chen was at a loss. Suddenly, he felt his soul tremble. He felt a pain as if his sea of consciousness was shattering. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground. His face was filled with pain. Master, you are my master." "No, that's not right, my memory is blank. Who are you? Who is master?" "This young man seems to be Niu Gui's vessel to nurture his Tao." "Ning Fan, what do you plan to do?" Ning Fan sighed. "Even though I've heard about Tao nurturing in some ancient books, it's my first time seeing it with my own eyes. Although I've met this young man many times, I only saw through him today. Nurturing the Tao with a human's life. Once the Tao is formed, the human will die. This Xianyu Chun has some karma with me. I can't just watch him die because of Niu Gui's scheme. If Niu Gui is still here, it's impossible for me to help this young man get rid of his scheme. However, now that he's trapped in the spatial turbulence, it's an opportunity. Even though the injuries you've accumulated from attacking the holy mountain are temporarily suppressed, you shouldn't use too much magic power. The Tao seed in this young man's body has already reached a certain level. If you save him, you'll suffer a heavy backlash and your injuries will definitely worsen. If you insist on saving him, I'll do it for you. Tu Huang said righteously. Your injuries are worse than mine, alright? I can feel a trace of death chi coming from your body. Even though it's not enough to kill an existence like you, if you don't take care of your body, your foundation will more or less be damaged. I'll do it myself. I'll settle my karma myself. Ning Fan stopped Tu Huang, who was about to help, and shook his head speechlessly. Then, he walked towards Xianyu Chun. What made him speechless was Tu Huang's lack of care for his body. He was already severely injured, but he still wanted to use his magic power recklessly. Since the trip to the Fire Soul Tower, he realized that Tu Huang did not care for his body at all. I have to change this. Xianyu Chun felt an immense pressure from Ning Fan, who was approaching him step by step. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He did not know what Ning Fan was trying to do by approaching him at this moment. His heart was on high alert. Enduring the headache, he stood up and got into a fighting stance. If it's necessary, he would resist Ning Fan. Unfortunately, as Ning Fan used the finger-pointing heavenly technique, Xianyu Chun was instantly frozen on the spot and could no longer move. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Of course, I'm not your master. I owe you the karma of the void renunciation tribulation. Because of your roar that day, I've gained enlightenment. Today, I'm going to return this karma to you. Ning Fan stopped walking. He waved his 5 fingers and pressed them towards Xianyu Chun's head. Xianyu Chun, who was immobilized, could not resist Ning Fan's attack. However, before Ning Fan's 5 fingers came into contact with him, he suddenly felt nauseous. As he vomited, a huge hand that was covered in white hair that was neither human nor beast actually came out from his throat. It collided with Ning Fan's 5 fingers. Ning Fan was a crippled divine spirit body. When he collided with the strange hand in his throat, he actually felt a sharp pain as if his finger bones were broken. Moreover, he was forced to take 7 to 8 steps back. It was enough to show how hard and powerful that strange hand was. After sending Ning Fan flying back, the strange hand began to extend continuously. Then, it flew out like a strange snake and slithered towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. How could he not know that this strange hand was the backup plan that Supreme Niu Gui had placed in Xianyu Chun's body to prevent someone from destroying the arrangements that he had placed in Xianyu Chun's body? Just a simple attack from a strange hand had the might of a 6th tribulation immortal emperor. Unfortunately, it was just a hand after all and not a real immortal emperor. One should know that Ning Fan had even slashed a 6th tribulation immortal emperor at his peak. Why would he be afraid of a strange hand? At the moment when the strange hand approached him, Ning Fan raised his hand and shot out a ray of black lightning. It turned into circles of black lightning ropes that tightly bound the strange hand. Its magic power was sealed, making it unable to move any closer. It was the lightning prison ropes. After that, Ning Fan took out an ancient bronze mirror that was flashing with lightning. It was the natal treasure of Lei Yun country, the first ancestor of the sound of thunder. He shone it at the strange hand. All of a sudden, a purple lightning bolt that emitted a destructive chi shot out from the mirror, turning the strange hand that was bound by the lightning prison ropes into ashes. After the strange hand was destroyed, Xianyu Chun immediately spurted out a mouthful of black blood. However, his complexion became much rosier and his eyes became clear. They were no longer blank and blank. Many of the things that he had forgotten were slowly being recalled by him. Master! Why are you here? Why can't I move? What happened? Don't ask. Just wait for a moment. I will help you solve the problem in your body. Ning Fan suppressed the need within his body. In order to instantly kill that strange hand, he had injected too much magic power into the two innate magic treasures. After consuming a huge amount of magic power, the injuries that he had temporarily suppressed had worsened, causing his chi to become slightly chaotic. However, this was not a big problem. In the blink of an eye, he steadied his breathing and his chi returned to normal. Then, he raised his hand and took out a brown seed from Xianxia's body. The surface of the seed was covered with strange patterns. There was an enormous chi hidden within. It was connected to countless flesh and nerves which were connected to Xianxia's life. This is the Tao seed. It's a strange item. If you want to remove it, you must be careful. If you are not careful, you might kill Xianxia as well. Tu Huang reminded. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Ning Fan's body swayed and his body kept shrinking. Eventually, he shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew into the Tao seed. After a long time, a crack suddenly appeared on the Tao seed. Then, it weathered bit by bit and turned into ashes. A ray of light flew out and landed on the ground, turning into Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan's face was already pale. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in order to destroy the Tao seed in Xianxia's body. Master, you. What exactly happened? The split personalities in my body have actually merged into one. Xianxia was shocked. Then, he became overjoyed. At this moment, he was neither the stupid first personality nor the cold second personality. He was the Xianxia who made a deal with Niu Gui and helped him build the vats. At the same time, he was also the Xianxia who supported Ning Fan foolishly. When the two souls merged into one, his strength naturally increased by a lot. Moreover, all the side effects of his soul splitting into two had also disappeared. I have already repaid the karma that I owed you. You have already lost the value of scheming against me. That Supreme Niu Gui will no longer scheme against you. A quasi-saint is afraid of karma like a tiger. If there isn't a sufficient price, he won't kill you. You can continue to stay here and help him build vats, or you can return to the southern border. You can decide for yourself. From today onwards, the karma between us is settled. How about this? Just in case, I will give you this item. If you send it to Supreme Niu Gui, he will owe you something. In order to pursue the third step of perfection, he won't dare to bite the hand that fed him and harm you. If he wants to hate someone, he will only hate me. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. There was only a small drop of extreme yang water sealed inside the jade bottle. However, even this small drop was already extremely valuable. This item was the karma that Ning Fan had set up between Xianxia and Niu Gui. It was a temptation that Niu Gui was unwilling to give up in order to improve his cultivation base. As long as this good karma exists, Niu Gui would not dare to harm Xianxia. He would only hate Ning Fan because he had destroyed all the arrangements that Niu Gui had set up on Xianxia. What is this? Don't ask. Just give this item to Supreme Niu Gui. Then, he won't harm you. Then, the karma between us will be settled. Master, are you leaving? Xianxia gritted his teeth. Now that his two souls had merged into one, he was no longer an idiot. He could see that everything that Ning Fan had done for him was just to get rid of the karma between them. Before I leave, I'll tell you one last time. I'm not your master. Ning Fan felt a slight headache. He stomped on the ground and a ray of black light emerged from the ground. It carried Ning Fan, Tu Huang and Duo Lan and flew out of Liuli City in an instant. In this way, the karma between him and Liuli City had been settled. Master. My cultivation base is low and I don't understand the word karma. I don't understand what Senior Niu Gui is plotting against me. I also don't understand what you have done to help me. Even though you are unwilling to acknowledge me as your disciple, you are the only master that I will acknowledge in my life. It's my duty as your disciple to send you off. Xianxia kowtowed 3 times in the direction where Ning Fan had left. His face that was deeply buried in the ground had a hint of disappointment. Once Master leaves, I guess he won't come back anymore. I wish Master prosperous martial arts, a bright future, and a resounding devil name, in the Great Bay clan, there were 3 heavenly Dao gold mines and 5 heavenly Dao silver mines. These gold and silver mines were not scattered across the Great Bay clan. Instead, they were gathered together. There were 3 gold and 5 silver mines. There were a total of 8 mines. They were like 8 heavenly dragons that were sleeping somewhere under the grassland. They were not under the grassland of the Middle State. Instead, they were under a place called the Northern Barbarian Grassland. The Northern Barbarian Grassland was one of the stronger grasslands in the entire Great Bay clan. There were many immortal venerables and immortal kings guarding this place. Even though this place was not the Middle State, there were also incomparably hard rock strata under the ground. Even a 12th Nirvana rebirth magic treasure could not break it. However, because this kind of rock strata repelled magic power, it was not suitable to be used to refine magic treasures. Instead, it was often mined by the cultivators of the Northern Barbarian Grassland to build prisons. Of course, the cost of mining such hard rocks was also extremely high. Ning Fan rode on the dark immortal cloud and left the Middle State. He flew to the Northern Barbarian Grassland. Every tribe in the Northern Barbarian Grassland felt uneasy when he flew past them. A few bold immortal venerables and immortal kings of the grassland soared into the sky, trying to stop Ning Fan's arrival. However, Ning Fan casually threw out the devil-subduing bead. All of them coughed out blood and fell from the sky. With so many treasures, no one below the immortal emperor realm could make Ning Fan treat them seriously. What made these immortal venerables and immortal kings rejoice was that even though Ning Fan injured them who tried to stop him, he did not kill them. It seemed like he did not kill passers-by who did not have deep karma with him. Besides, even though Ning Fan had arrived at the Northern Barbarian Grassland, he did not attack any of the Northern Barbarian Grassland. Instead, he kept the dark immortal cloud in a strange manner. Then, he brought Tu Huang and his 2 daughters with him and went into the underground rock strata. The reason why he came to this place from afar and went deep underground was because of the heavenly Dao gold and silver ores that were hidden in the depths of this place. Even among the immortal emperors of the Great Bay clan, only a few people knew where the gold and silver of the Great Bay clan came from. However, Duo Lan, who was the holy maiden of Chu Lai, knew about the secret. After all, among the 12 veins of the holy mountain, the responsibility of Chu Lai's lineage was to guard these heavenly Dao gold and silver ores. Why is Senior looking for gold and silver ores? Could it be that you are interested in the gold and silver of the mortal world just like the mortals of my clan? Duo Lan was very puzzled. In her impression, Ning Fan did not seem to be interested in the gold and silver of the mortals. This matter is related to a great secret of heaven and earth. I won't explain it to you. Your cultivation base is still weak. It won't be a good thing if you know too much. Ning Fan answered. Oh. Duo Lan answered obediently. Since Senior did not want to tell her, she would not ask any further. Her strong point was that she was obedient. Ning Fan carried the 2 women in each of his arms and advanced using the earth escape art while his forehead was covered with sweat. The density of the rock strata was very high. To the extent that he needed to use the earth escape art, he would need to use magic power that was several times or even tens of times that of ordinary soil. If Ning Fan was in his normal condition, he would not feel any burden. However, his current injuries were extremely severe and he had yet to recuperate. Thus, it was naturally quite difficult for him to advance. Fortunately, this difficulty did not last for too long. Under Duo Lan's guidance, Ning Fan moved stealthily in the rock strata from left to right. After a few hours, he arrived at a space that was isolated from the rest of the world in the deepest part of the ground. Only peak immortal kings could come to this place using the earth escape art. If low-grade cultivators want to reach this place, they would have to be transported by experts. This place was not the seal of the 2 realms in the underground world. The seal of the 2 realms in the Northern Barbarian Grassland was not located here. This underground world was dark and damp. There was even an underground river flowing rapidly in this place. On the banks of the underground river, there were lamps that burned brightly. The light from the flames illuminated the path that was paved with bronze stone slabs. The path extended deep and dark. Along the way, Ning Fan could see countless miners of Chu Lai's lineage who had been working here for generations. He could also see the 8 mines that had the layout of 8 sleeping dragons. Even though the miners here belonged to Chu Lai, they did not care about the affairs of the outside world. As they were deep underground, they were not aware of what was happening in the outside world. They only had one task, to mine the gold and silver mines day and night. There were more than 10,000 miners in this place. Among them, there were a few hundred auras that had reached the second step of the immortal king realm. Besides, there was also an ancient immortal venerate named Shu Lai who was guarding this place. That ancient immortal venerate's nickname was Zishu. He had a rather high status among the immortal venerates in Chu Lai's lineage. He was one of those powerful immortal venerates who had half a step into the immortal king realm. At this moment, immortal venerate Zishu was cultivating on one of the dragon heads of the 8 mines. When he sensed the arrival of Ning Fan's group, he immediately frowned. Every 100 years, the sacred mountain would only send someone here to collect the gold and silver mines that have been mined in the past 100 years. It seems like it is not the time to collect the mines yet. The newcomers also don't seem to be the special envoy of the sacred mountain. Who are you? Zishu's figure flashed and disappeared from the dragon head. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Fan and the others. His shout immediately attracted the attention of all the miners in the area. One after another, they took out their weapons and gathered towards him. Ning Fan and the others who were walking on the bronze path were surrounded by rays of flowing light in the blink of an eye. Ning Fan glanced at Zishu indifferently and then retracted his gaze. His cultivation base was only close to the third tribulation of the eternal era. Thus, he could not pay attention to him. The mines here did not seem to be heavily guarded as expected. Come to think of it, no one in the Supreme Pill sacred region knew about the 2 formations of the ancient country. Who would really guard the gold and silver of the heavenly Tao as if they were treasures? It would be strange if there were immortal Emperor realm old monsters guarding this place for a long time. What's going on? So it's the Saintess. With the help of the weak light, Zishu saw Dual Lan's appearance clearly. His expression was slightly surprised. Then, he sneered. I wonder why Saintess Dual Lan has come all the way here. The current Chu Lai Emperor seemed to have ordered that you are not allowed to get close to the mines, right? Are you planning to openly disobey your master's order? Master? Does he really treat me as his disciple? I am a dignified saintess of a lineage. My status is so respected that I can be on the same level as the immortal emperors of a lineage. Why do I need to listen to his order? Dual Lan said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Hee. You really talk big. This is not the tone that a saintess who has lost her power should have. Is it because you brought 2 helpers that you dare to talk to me so arrogantly? You just want to use the thick earth chi of this place to cultivate, right? Unfortunately, with me here, don't even think about taking a step into this place. I will even capture you and punish you for disobeying the order on behalf of the current Chu Lai. Zishu sneered. With a wave of his hand, countless dark golden shadows of rats flew towards Dual Lan and the others. He could not see the exact details of these rat shadows, but he could vaguely tell that they were some kind of powerful offensive abilities. If the attacks land on Dual Lan, she would certainly be severely injured or even killed with her current cultivation base. It seems like you are not Dual Lan's relative. If that's the case, I don't need to hold back. Ning Fan shook his head. He already knew that as a saintess who had lost her power, Dual Lan would be in a difficult situation in Chu Lai's faction. However, he did not expect that a random venerated immortal Chu Lai would dare to injure Dual Lan with just his cultivation base. With him around, it was naturally impossible for Dual Lan to be injured. With a flick of his sleeve, the attacks of the rat shadows that Zishu released were all forcefully kept into his sleeve without any exception. The process was indescribably easy. Zishu's expression turned pale with fright when he saw what happened. He did not expect that a young man who looked like an ordinary immortal venerated immortal would actually be so powerful. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate his enemy. His body swayed and countless rays of light shone from his body, turning into a 100 Zhang *3, 33 M per Zhang, large single-horned rat. It was his eternal true body. As soon as this eternal true body appeared, Zishu's chi broke through to the 3rd level of eternal tribulations, making him comparable to a true 3rd tribulation immortal king. He was an immortal venerated immortal king with excellent aptitudes. The fact that he could cultivate the eternal true body before attaining the immortal king realm was a proof of that. One should know that there were some 3rd tribulation immortal kings who could not cultivate the eternal true body occasionally. He was an immortal venerated immortal with a bright future. If there were no accidents, he would advance to the immortal king realm step by step and walk further and further on the path of the immortal king realm. Unfortunately, he ran into Ning Fan. Ning Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zishu. He raised his hand and took out the Jiao Luo monarch devil subduing bead, causing Zishu to cough out blood. Then, he activated the divine thunder mirror, and a purple thunderbolt blasted Zishu's huge body into two. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that Zishu wasn't dead yet, Ning Fan took out the wind-fire cattail fan and fanned the dying Zishu into ashes. As his magic power was depleted, he let out a cough and shook his head. Then, he kept the 3 innate magic treasures. From the moment he attacked to the moment he killed, it took less than 5 breaths of time. All the miners were terrified. None of them dared to believe that immortal venerate, who was so noble in their eyes, would be killed by Ning Fan in just 3 moves. Moreover, Ning Fan actually used 3 innate magic treasures. 3, it was actually 3. Even immortal emperors, reverse spirit, Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and produced a gust of wind. Under the gust of wind, each and every one of them fainted and fell to the ground. Part of their memories were forcefully erased by the reverse spirit technique. He wouldn't remember that he and Dolan had been here. It wasn't that he was afraid of others finding out about this matter. Instead, he didn't want others to know that Dolan was involved in this matter. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan moved 8 gold and silver veins away with his great ability and kept them in his incense flame world. Countless disciples of the incense flame sect excavated them for him. Mining ores was a meticulous process. It didn't require a high cultivation level, but it required a lot of manpower and resources. Of course, Ning Fan wouldn't waste his time mining them himself. He could just leave it to the disciples of the incense flame sect. After doing all these, Ning Fan erased all the traces of karma in this place and left with the 2 ladies. Ning Fan did not know where he could bring Tu Huang and Dolan to. He had already finished his business in the extreme pale sacred region. He would have to leave this place eventually. However, as long as the will of the saints of the extreme pale sacred region existed, he would not be able to bring the 2 ladies out of the territory of the extreme pale sacred region. They could only stay in this place. If he forcefully brings them out, they would die. However, he didn't know if the 2 ladies would once again face the dangers of the great despicable quasi-saints because of him. The only way Ning Fan could think of to protect the 2 ladies was to take away the things in their bodies that had been schemed against. Tu Huang was schemed against because of the sword ancestor's love. Duo Lan was schemed against because of the sacred maiden mother Xianxia and the coordinates of the sacred ancient stone throne that she knew. As for the so-called coordinates of the stone throne, Ning Fan had completely given up on it. Even though the sacred ancient stone throne contained countless treasures, according to Great Emperor Lu Tua, this great despicable clan was full of schemes and schemes. Even the southern medicine saint who had passed away many years ago still had some arrangements left behind until today. Ning Fan still remembered the day when he won first place in the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition. At that time, the sacred ancestor's reward appeared. However, the reward was actually a scheme. After a saint died, why did he turn his will into a mountain? Why did he leave his belongings on the sacred mountain? Did he really want to share his belongings with his descendants? Didn't he die unjustly and bear a great grudge against his descendants? Then, is there something wrong with these belongings? Ning Fan voiced out the doubts in his mind and got an answer from Tu Huang. The so-called sacred ancient stone throne was indeed very problematic. The belongings of the saint inside should not be taken recklessly. The reason why Tu Huang was able to confirm this was because she had once been bold enough to enter the tomb of the saint and become the first person in the history of the sacred mountain to successfully rob a tomb. However, Tu Huang, who succeeded in robbing the tomb, chose to return all the treasures he stole to their original places before he left the tomb. It was because she found something wrong with the belongings of the saint. She did not want to become another reincarnated spirit body like the Radiant Buddha and the Death Emperor. The reincarnation of the good and evil corpses and the saint's original self-corpse. In other words, the coordinates of the sacred ancient stone throne are actually not important at all. Even if she gets it, it won't be beneficial to Chu Lai's bloodline? It's like this. If that's the case, not only will it not be beneficial for Duo Lan to keep the coordinates of the stone throne, but it will also bring harm to her. After all, many immortal emperors of the sacred mountain don't know that there's something wrong with the belongings of the saint. They are still trying their best to obtain the coordinates of Dual Land's stone throne. Yes. So, you plan to help her, right? That's right. I can vaguely guess how you want to help her. The steps to extract the coordinates of the stone throne from the woman's memory are rather complicated. The layout of the tomb is extremely complicated. To locate the sacred ancient stone throne, you need to know the time and location. Part of the method to extract the coordinates is in the hands of the fire spirit race under the Two Worlds seal, while the other part is in the hands of the Triflame race. However, the fire spirit race is also the puppet of the flame ancestor. Thus, all the methods to extract the coordinates can be used to find the Triflame race. In other words, I still need to make a trip to the Triflame race? There's no need for that. Who am I? I'm someone who has returned to the true world countless times. The method to extract the coordinates is considered a top secret to ordinary people. To me, however, it's just a small trick. I'll help you extract the coordinates from her memory. One day later, another piece of news spread across the grassland: Holy Maiden Chu Lai was captured by Ning Fan. All the mines that Chu Lai was in charge of were plundered by Ning Fan. Throughout the entire process, even though Holy Maiden Chu Lai resisted tenaciously, her memory was still searched by Ning Fan, and the coordinates of the sacred ancient stone throne that was sealed in her memory were taken away. There were also rumors that Dual Land's body still had a large amount of Holy Maiden Yin Qi. However, Ning Fan forcefully copulated with her and extracted it. The whereabouts of Holy Maiden Chu Lai, who had lost her chastity and been defiled, was unknown. It was suspected that she was captured by Ning Fan and used as a human cauldron. What was strange was that Ning Fan had clearly obtained the coordinates of the stone throne from Holy Maiden Chu Lai's memory. However, he made it known to the world. Thus, almost all the ancient monsters in the grassland knew about those coordinates. Since everyone knew about it, it was no longer a secret. According to the appraisal of some ancient monsters, the coordinates were real. Instantly, the entire grassland was filled with excitement. The entire grassland fell into an uproar again because of the matter regarding the coordinates of the stone throne. However, this uproar had nothing to do with Ning Fan. At this moment, he brought Tu Huang and Duo Lan to the Triflame race to pay a visit to Long San Shui. Long San Shui was an unusual species among the Triflame immortal emperors. He was extremely good at hiding and staying alive. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Long San Shui had many innate dragon nests. Many of them were even hidden so well that they could avoid the search of quasi-saints. After Long San Shui committed a huge crime on the Corpse Mountain, even the dead emperor who was possessed by the flame ancestor could not find him. If the dead emperor could not find him, the other quasi-saints would not be able to as well. The reason why Ning Fan announced the coordinates of the stone throne and spread countless rumors in the Middle State, ruining Dual Lan's reputation, was actually to protect her. In the eyes of others, Dual Lan, who had lost the coordinates of the stone throne and the Yin Qi of the Holy Maiden, had already lost her value. If she goes missing, most of them would not look for her anymore. Of course, there might still be a small number of people who did not give up on Dual Lan and wanted to find her. Thus, Ning Fan thought of Long San Shui. He planned to borrow a dragon nest from him for the 2 ladies to live in for the rest of their lives. It could avoid the search of the quasi-saints. It could avoid many schemes. Tu Huang and Duo Lan could live their lives without worries. It could let Ning Fan truly feel at ease when he left. He had asked the 2 ladies for their opinion on this matter. Both of them were indifferent to it. It was not a big deal to live in seclusion for a lifetime. To cultivators, the boring life in the cave was not a problem. On the contrary, the scheming and plotting against each other was the most annoying thing. It's not bad to live in the dragon nest for the rest of my life. In the past, I've only heard that the Chua Dragon's nest can seize the fortune of heaven and earth, but I've never had the chance to see it with my own eyes. I really want to see how mysterious the rumored Chua Dragon's nest is. However, I seem to have killed a Chua Dragon before. Will your Chua Dragon friend allow me to stay in his nest? On the dark immortal cloud, Tu Huang sat behind Ning Fan and asked with a smile. This is indeed a problem. Ning Fan sighed. He had known Long San Shui for a while, but he had always been mistaken as a member of the same clan as him. If he really treats Long San Shui as a friend, he shouldn't hide such things from him. He should at least give Long Xianxia an explanation. It would be best if he could borrow the dragon nest for this trip. If he couldn't, he would look for another hidden cave in heaven and earth with his innate ability to communicate with all living things. Even though it was not as hidden as the dragon nest, it was still a place to hide. Speaking of which, Senior clearly didn't taint my innocence. Why? Why did you spread that kind of rumor in the outside world, saying that you've already? Doran blushed. As a matter of fact, even if Ning Fan really wants to pluck her and take away her mother and child Qi, she would also be willing to do so. After all, she was willing to offer the child mother Qi to the sacred child of the spirit sect for Ning Fan. Of course, she was also willing to offer it directly to Ning Fan. Of course, she still wanted to carry on her father's last wish of revitalizing Chu Lai's lineage. However, she cared more about Ning Fan. Even though they had only known each other for a short period of time, their feelings for each other were already very deep. Moreover, ever since she heard that even the coordinates of the stone throne that her father had left for her were being plotted against, she felt lost and lacked confidence in reviving Chu Lai's lineage. If she could offer the mother-child Qi in her body to him and use it to help him spread his wings and soar to the sky, she would be very willing to do so. The only thing that made her feel shy was that if Ning Fan wanted to obtain the Qi in her body, he must have intercourse with her. Oh my god. I still have to do this, and that was Senior. As soon as she thought of this, she felt like her face was dripping blood. However, she was also faintly looking forward to it, and her heart was beating wildly. Of course, I spread the news to protect you. Don't think about such shameless things in your head, little girl. Ning Fan scolded her with a smile. With his mind-reading technique, Ning Fan easily saw through Duo Lan's inner thoughts of offering herself to him. He was slightly speechless. Black Devil was the same. So was Duo Lan. Oh right, there's also Zili. She is always thinking about having intercourse with him to give birth to the next generation of the Fuli tribe. Each of them is eager to have a relationship with me. What a headache. Don't the women nowadays know what it means to be reserved? Oh my. I forgot that Senior knows the mind-reading technique. It's over. My thoughts have been exposed. Duo Lan was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole to bury herself. Tu Huang, on the other hand, could not stop laughing. He laughed at Duo Lan for being interesting, innocent and naive despite her worldly appearance. It was similar to her, just like her sweet smile. Ning Fan, since you have countless beauties around you, why don't you take this little girl as well? What do you think? Tu Huang said with a smile. For those who take the initiative to throw themselves at me, I don't know how to push them away. Of course, if there's one more person who throws themselves at me, I'll be even happier. Ning Fan intentionally stroked his chin and pretended to be seriously thinking about it. Are you sure you want me to throw myself at you? Tu Huang's beautiful eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking about. Don't tell me you really intend to do that? Ning Fan was surprised. He no longer joked around. Instead, he looked at Tu Huang with a strange expression, as if he was getting to know him again. I'm a virgin. Tu Huang answered seriously. So? I've cultivated for more than 80 million years. What are you trying to say? I want to taste what a man tastes like. Ning Fan was speechless towards Tu Huang's straightforwardness. Elder sister, you really dare to say anything. Duo Lan was also frightened by Tu Huang's straightforwardness. Deep in her heart, she faintly envied Tu Huang's straightforwardness. She envied Tu Huang's unrestrained and straightforward character, which was completely different from her own indecisiveness. She is also a virgin who has been holding back for millions of years. I also want to taste what a man tastes like. If the other party is Senior, Ning Fan shamefully saw her thoughts again. Ning Fan's head hurt even more. He did not continue this topic anymore. If he does not know what kind of shocking words he would hear from Tu Huang. Riding on the black immortal cloud, Ning Fan flew all the way out of the Great Bay Grassland and entered the ferocious domain continent from the border. Then, he flew all the way to the Three Flames. After keeping the black immortal cloud, he quietly sneaked into the stone flame. Unlike when he traveled across the grassland, there were still many immortal emperors in the Three Flames. He did not use the black immortal cloud to travel unscrupulously. If he did that, he would definitely be intercepted by some of the Three Flames' immortal emperors. Even though he was not afraid of them, he did not plan to fight against them for the time being. It would not be too late to fight them after he finds a suitable dragon nest. The important matter at hand was more important. In this world, there existed some blessed lands that were formed innately. They could block the detection of cultivators' spirit sense. They were the best places to establish a sect. There were definitely not many of such blessed lands. At least, Ning Fan had only seen a few of them in his entire life of cultivation. However, he had seen them repeatedly in the Great Bay tribe. It was enough to show how extraordinary the tribe was. Not far from the Sea Shaman tribe, there was a blessed land. It was the place where Wu Yen hid the spring water of the South Sea. Ning Fan used his ability to communicate with all living things and talked to the flowers and plants along the way to find it. There were quite a few blessed lands like this above the Three Flames. Basically, all of them were found by Long San Shui, who claimed to be the first original heavenly master of Three Flames, and transformed them into dragon nests. The dragon nests were transformed from blessed lands. Its concealment effect was even better than blessed lands. It could block all spirit sense detection below the third step. It was the best place to hide. If it wasn't because Long San Shui had brought him to the dragon nest in the stone flame once, he would not know that there was actually a peerless dragon nest hidden in that seemingly ordinary mountain range. Ning Fan arrived at the dragon lair of this place with great familiarity and entered it. He and Tu Huang concealed their qi. They could hide it from ordinary people, but they could not hide it from immortal emperors like Long San Shui. The arrival of the two of them gave Long San Shui a nervous feeling. The one who gave him pressure was actually not Ning Fan but Tu Huang. Tu Huang's qi was unfamiliar and powerful. It gave Long San Shui a sense of oppression, as if the heavenly might was coming. It was not inferior to the heaviness that the dead emperor gave him. Long San Shui thought that a great enemy had come and discovered his dragon nest. In his shock, he was already prepared to fight even though he was injured. However, when he realized that the person who came was actually Ning Fan, he became speechless. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. What welcomed Ning Fan was an evil dragon iron fist. Brat! Are you trying to scare me on purpose? Don't you know that you should send a message to inform me before entering the cave? You're asking for a beating. I just want to scare you. I don't want you to lose your vigilance because you think that your dragon nest is peerless. Ning Fan, who would never admit that he was two-faced, said with a harmless smile. Then, he fought Long San Shui with his physical body. In the gigantic dragon nest, the two of them exchanged hundreds of punches at each other. Then, Long San Shui burst into laughter and began to welcome Ning Fan's arrival. Ning Fan was already used to Long San Shui's sudden exchange of blows. When he was holding the coming-of-age ceremony for Black Devil, he stayed at Long San Shui's place. He fought with Long San Shui almost every day. Thus, he was used to it. Ning Fan did not mind it at all. After all, it was just a joke between friends. It couldn't be any more normal. After a short exchange of blows, Long San Shui and Ning Fan's injuries worsened. However, the two of them who were open-minded obviously did not mind it at all. Long San Shui arranged a banquet of fruits in the dragon nest to entertain Ning Fan. At the same time, he asked Ning Fan about the purpose of his visit. Ning Fan told him everything without hiding the fact that Tu Huang had killed Chuolong. He could lie, but he disdained to lie to his friends. The same went for Tu Huang. He was straightforward and disdained to act pretentiously. When Long San Shui heard that Ning Fan came to stay in a dragon nest, he agreed to it without hesitation. However, when he heard that Tu Huang had actually killed Chuolong, his expression changed. Considering the friendship between him and Ning Fan, he did not lose his temper on the spot. Long San Shui cared a lot about his fellow Chuolong, otherwise, he would not have thought that Ning Fan would help him selflessly after killing Chuolong. In other words, your woman has killed my fellow Chuolong, right? Long San Shui asked in a deep voice. Yes. Ning Fan sighed and answered. In other words, you really aren't a Chuolong with only your left claw. Are you really just wearing a spiritual equipment? Moreover, the spiritual equipment is made from the bones of my fellow Chuolong? Yes. Long San Shui fell into silence. In Ning Fan's eyes, this silence was a refusal. He refused to lend the dragon nest to his mortal enemy. Ning Fan sighed even more. He thought that Long Sanshui did not attack him at the first moment because of their old friendship. Otherwise, with this old man's fearless personality, he would most likely attack Tu Huang on the spot regardless of the difference in their cultivation base. If that's the case, let's leave. Ning Fan stood up from the banquet and cupped his fists at Long Sanshui. Then, he turned around and left with the two ladies. Wait. Long Sanshui suddenly called out to Ning Fan. When Ning Fan turned around, he was surprised to see Long Sanshui tear off his left arm and blood splattered all over the ground. If Long Sanshui used his magical power to protect his body and suppress the injury wouldn't be too serious. The lost body could also be slowly cultivated back. If the recovery ability of his body was strong enough, he could even be like Ning Fan and use his divine ability to regenerate his limbs at high speed for a short period of time. However, Long Sanshui did not use any protective method. He really wanted to destroy his arm without suppressing the injury. Brother Long, what are you doing? Ning Fan frowned. You could have hidden it from me, but you chose not to. This is sincerity. You treated me with sincerity, so how can I not return the favor? What you owe the Chuolong clan, I will repay it for you with my arm. From now on, whether you are a Chuolong or not, you are my friend. I can lend you the dragon nest, but you have kept me in the dark for too long. You must punish me so that I can vent the anger in my heart. How should I punish you? 1,000 jars of wine. Long Sanshui patted his storage pouch and a large amount of dragon saliva ancient wine appeared. The wine jars piled up like a small mountain. Then, he burst into laughter. At this moment, Ning Fan really saw the heroic spirit of Lu Wu in the past from Long Sanshui. He did not have many friends. Even though Long Sanshui's friendship with him was short, he was definitely one of his important friends. If I drink 1,000 jars of wine, even I will be drunk to death. But since it's a punishment, I certainly won't refuse. Ning Fan smiled. I want you to be drunk to death, only then I can vent my anger. Stinking brat. Understand? Today, I must make you drunk to death. The banquet that was originally suspended resumed. However, this time, Long Sanshui did not talk to Ning Fan anymore. Instead, they both remained silent and gulped down the spiritual wine. Tu Huang was slightly speechless and suddenly interrupted. This brave man, you severed one of your arms to repay your friendship. It's indeed very heroic, but you don't have to do this. I did kill a Hui dragon before. However, the Hui dragon I killed was a traitor of your clan. At that time, it was killing its own clan members. It wasn't a good dragon. After I killed this Hui dragon, the other Hui dragons that I saved knelt on the ground to thank me. I don't think I owe your clan anything. You don't have to give me an arm just to repay me. **Pu** Long Sanshui, who was full of manliness, spurted out a mouthful of spiritual wine and nearly choked to death. Why didn't you say this earlier? He even severed one of his arms in order to repay Ning Fan's debt to the Hui Dragon clan. Damn it. When this arm was severed, there was no protective measure at all. After such a long time, if I reconstruct it, will there be repercussions? Damn it. You guys drink. I'm going into seclusion to reconstruct my physical body. Long Sanshui no longer had the mood to drink. He ran away with a chi sound. Ning Fan was left with a strange expression. He was extremely speechless. He raised the wine jar, not knowing whether he should drink or not. That annoying old man has left. Ning Fan, let's drink by ourselves. Today, I want to prove to you that I'm serious and my alcohol tolerance is very good. Oh right, let your little lover out too. Let's drink together. Tu Huang's eyes were deep and profound. He smiled meaningfully. Since I'm going to play with men, I might as well go big. To be continued. The Dragon Saliva Ancient Wine was the unique spirit wine of the Hui Dragon clan. It had the fragrance of hundreds of fruits on the first taste and the burning sensation of the west wind in the throat when drunk. If it was served in a luminous goblet, there would be the radiance of the sun and the moon shining in the goblet. It was elegant and beautiful. In terms of type, it could be considered a kind of medicinal wine. It was very beneficial for healing injuries. A single jar was very valuable, let alone 1,000 jars. If it wasn't because of the benefits of this wine, Long Three Hammers would never let the injured Ning Fan drink 1,000 jars of wine as punishment. This wine was beneficial to the injured. Although it was called a punishment, it was actually a kind gesture. Considering that Ning Fan's alcohol tolerance was limited, Long Three Hammers did not really plan to let Ning Fan drink 1,000 jars of ancient wine in one go. Firstly, he was afraid that Ning Fan would not be able to handle the nourishment. Secondly, he was afraid that Ning Fan would be drunk to death. Long Three Hammers' original intention was for him, who had an unparalleled alcohol tolerance, to drink around 950 jars, while Ning Fan, who could not handle as much as him, could only drink 50 jars. This was the limit of Ning Fan's alcohol tolerance that he estimated. This limit was deliberately arranged according to the last time when Ning Fan got drunk. To a certain extent, he had actually underestimated Ning Fan's alcohol tolerance. However, Emperor Tu's seemingly unintentional words made the heroic Long Three Hammers almost choke to death on the wine. Feeling depressed, he immediately left the banquet and went into seclusion to rebuild his physical body. He was afraid that there would be repercussions if his left arm was regenerated too late. As a result, the huge banquet with a total of 1,000 jars of ancient wine was left for Ning Fan and his group to drink. That annoying old man is gone. Ning Fan, we will drink by ourselves. Today, I want to prove to you that my alcohol tolerance is very good when I'm serious. Oh right, let your little lover out so we can drink together. Emperor Tu seemed to be unintentional and suggested. Ning Fan was speechless. Why didn't you mention that you killed the Hui dragon earlier? You were helping the Hui dragon clan to get rid of evil, you didn't ask me, did you? Emperor Tu smiled innocently. He would never admit that he was deliberately making fun of Long Three Hammers. Who asked Long Three Hammers to exchange hundreds of punches with Ning Fan as soon as he entered the cave? Hee hee. My little butterfly's injuries have worsened. Shouldn't I be punished? Forget it. I will apologize to Brother Long later. Ning Fan felt a headache when facing the black-bellied Emperor Slayer. At the same time, he felt an indescribable familiarity with this kind of unpretentious Emperor Slayer. When Emperor Slayer was scheming, it gave him the feeling of being with the little demoness again. When Emperor Tu was being arrogant, he seemed to have seen Bei Xiaoman and Yu Lingkong. When Emperor Tu was protecting Luo Yu, he seemed to have seen Luo Yu standing behind him. When he killed Huang Wuxia, he seemed to have seen Ji He and Mu Weiliang. Previously, he had only thought that the strange closeness and trust he felt towards the Butcher Emperor was because of the Sword Ancestor's affection. But now, he faintly felt that this was not the case. In the end, under Sovereign Tu's suggestion, Ning Fan opened up a crack in the Profoundine world and summoned Zhang Yu, Ouyang Nuan and the Black Devil who were injured during the battle on the Sacred Mountain. They then joined the banquet. Originally, he wanted to call Old Crow 8 out as well, but Emperor Tu directly threw out 2 wine jars, smashing Old Crow 8, who had just walked out of the Profoundine world's crack, back into the Profoundine world. He fell flat on his face. When Old Crow 8 was bullied, he subconsciously wanted to scold someone. However, when he saw that the thing that hit him was actually 2 jars of dragon saliva wine with overwhelming spiritual qi, he was instantly overjoyed. Saliva flowed out of his mouth and 90% of his resentment disappeared on the spot. When he looked at the person who hit him again, he was actually a half-step quasi-sage realm expert, Emperor Slayer. What a good fellow. He immediately resigned himself to the situation. Even the last trace of resentment disappeared. Instead, he began to flatter Emperor Slayer. Good luck to the new mistress. Little 8 thanks the new mistress for the reward. You may dispense with the formalities. I don't like to drink with strange men. You, continue to stay in your master's realm treasure space and drink by yourself. If it's not enough, I will give you 2 more jars. Anyway, don't disturb us. Emperor Slayer generously threw 2 more jars to Old Crow 8. Old Crow 8 immediately returned to the Profoundine world with a smile. He found a place where no one was around and began to gulp down the spiritual wine. Not long after, he was dead drunk on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Even in his sleep, he did not blame Emperor Slayer for smashing him with the wine jars. Instead, he regretted that Emperor Slayer did not smash a few more jars so that he could get more benefits. People are so despicable. There is no cure for them. They are already beyond cure. Thus, Ning Fan was the only man left in the entire banquet. Other than him, there were also Emperor Slayer, Zhongyu, Ouyang Yuan, Duo Lan and the Black Devil. The five of them surrounded Ning Fan like stars surrounding the moon. They kept urging him to drink, but of course, they could not get him drunk. The strength of the ancient wine was too strong. Ouyang Yuan and Duo Lan got drunk very quickly. They leaned on the table and talked drunkenly. Then, it was the Black Devil's turn. Even though this little girl was already an adult and possessed a cultivation base comparable to a quasi-emperor, she could not withstand the alcohol and was soon knocked out as well. In the end, even Zhongyu was drunk. Half of her clothes were undone. She was sleeping soundly at the side, but she did not talk nonsense. Even though she was usually a little brainless, her drunken state was actually the best. One of them was Ning Fan and the other one was unexpectedly Emperor Slayer. It was unknown when Emperor Slayer had sat beside Ning Fan. The two of them sat side by side. They did not talk much and just drank the ancient wine to their heart's content. The number of empty wine jars at the side gradually increased. However, both of them had an amazing capacity for alcohol. None of them got drunk. Ning Fan had comprehended the essence of wine. His capacity for alcohol was extremely strong. In fact, part of the reason why he got drunk by Long San Chui was because he wanted to get drunk. If he did not want to get drunk, he would not get drunk at all with just 100 jars of 1,000,000 years old ancient wine. What Ning Fan did not expect was that Emperor Slayer, who could get drunk with just a drop of wine in the Fire Spirit Tower, actually had such a good capacity for alcohol. She actually did not get drunk after drinking more than 100 jars of ancient wine. This gave Ning Fan a new understanding of Emperor Slayer's capacity for alcohol. It turned out that her capacity for alcohol was really not bad. The reason why she could not handle the alcohol that day was really because her strength was limited after entering the Fire Spirit Tower. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? My capacity for alcohol is really good. Emperor Slayer's face was flushed red. Her beautiful eyes were so clear that water could drip out of them. Her red lips had the luster of the wine. Under the light, she looked indescribably beautiful. Your capacity for alcohol is really good. I have underestimated you in the past. Do you admit defeat? Yes. I've said before that I will find a chance to compete with you in terms of drinking capacity in the future. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you dare to compete with me in terms of drinking capacity regardless of the consequences? Your body is still weak, you don't dare? Or are you afraid that you will be eaten by me after you get drunk? Emperor Slayer raised Ning Fan's chin and deliberately provoked him. Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. He slapped Emperor Slayer's hand away and did not answer her question. He just drank another jar of wine. After he was done, he asked, "What are you hiding from me exactly? I can feel that you don't mean any harm by hiding it from me. However, I still mind it a little and want to ask you clearly." Emperor Slayer's eyes dimmed. She did not answer him and just finished another jar of ancient wine. If she did not want to answer a question, she would not answer it even if she died. She would never tell Ning Fan about something that was about to die and cause him trouble. Ning Fan sighed and stopped asking. Then, he said again. "If you don't want to tell me, you probably have some difficulties. I won't make things difficult for you. If there's anything that I can help you with, tell me." "You can't help me. There's no need to mention this again. You just need to drink with me and get drunk with me," Emperor Slayer said with a smile. "All right. You can't not get drunk on purpose. All right. Awesome. This is the little butterfly that I like. Let's finish this jar. This is the one that you drank from. The rouge mark is still there. What are you afraid of? We are friends who have gone through life and death together. Is there a need to avoid this kind of thing? Hurry up and drink." 50 jars, 100 jars, 200 jars, the number of empty jars around him increased. Gradually, Ning Fan, who could not force himself to stay sober, finally felt a little tipsy. In the midst of his drunken stupor, he heard Emperor Slayer's words. Little butterfly, if you really want to find someone in the future but you can't find her anymore, then don't look for her anymore. Promise me, oh. Ning Fan, who did not understand Emperor Slayer's words, gave him a random answer. I hope that you won't be alone in the future. I hope that you will never open your eyes, open my eyes. What do you mean by open my eyes? Ning Fan was really drunk. I really want to see the morning moon of the ancient desolate mountain with you. But there's no more chance, see. See. Go now, silly. You can't see it. The year is wrong and the location is wrong. Besides, I'm afraid that you can't see the morning moon of the ancient desolate mountain anymore. Oh, how about I perform a sword dance for you? I've never danced or used a sword in my life. However, the closer I am to disappearing, the more I can understand some things. I seem to be a sword grandmaster in the past. Come, lend me a sword. Lend me a sword. What sword? Oh. Lend me a sword. Reverse sea sword. I'll lend it to you. Ning Fan summoned the reverse sea sword and lent it to Emperor Slayer. Then, he leaned on the table and looked at a graceful figure who was walking down from the banquet and dancing with a sword in her hand. It was a very beautiful dance. It was as if all the beautiful words in the world were not enough to describe the beauty in front of him. It was as if he had seen someone holding a sword and dancing for him a long time ago. But it also felt like it was just an illusion. Emperor Slayer. Sword ancestor. Ji Qingling, I'm the same person. He was her little butterfly. She took him away from the butterfly's hometown and brought him to the human world. He found his origin, his true origin. He felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of reincarnation. However, he was too drunk. There were many things that his mind was in a mess. He could not comprehend them and could only give up. Emperor Slayer stopped dancing without him noticing. Unknowingly, a scorching hot and soft body had crashed into his embrace. Ning Fan saw Emperor Slayer's blurred but sober eyes. At this moment, Emperor Slayer, who was in his arms, had no desire or love in his eyes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so calm. However, he was guiding Ning Fan to do the most erotic things in the world. Come. Let Big Sister have a taste of you before the final moment comes. It was Emperor Slayer's voice, which was filled with indescribable disappointment. A night passed. The morning light passed through some of the restrictions in the dragon nest and entered a guest room from the outside world. It was gentle and clean. In the guest room, Ning Fan woke up from his hangover with a groggy head. He was the first to wake up. He was completely naked. Beside him, there were 5 women sleeping. All of them were sleeping soundly. Their bodies were filled with all kinds of erotic marks. Ning Fan rubbed his head. In his mind, the crazy scenes of him being seduced by Emperor Slayer after getting drunk replayed one after another. He had a good impression of Emperor Slayer. When Emperor Slayer tried to seduce him, he naturally did not reject him. Instead, he took the opportunity to press Emperor Slayer on the table. However, the problem was, in the beginning, he was just having sex with Emperor Slayer. However, halfway through, other women actually joined them in a daze. It was unknown when the 2 of them who were panting on the table joined Ouyang Yuan, making it a 1-on-2 situation. It was fine if it was Ouyang Yuan. Ning Fan had done it with her before. So, it did not matter to him. He was the successor of ancient chaos. It was not difficult for him to fight against 2 people at the same time. However, Zhang Yu also joined them in a daze. Alright. Zhang Yu was his cauldron. He would have to pluck her sooner or later. It did not matter to him if he plucked the fruit earlier. However, why did Duo Lan also get affected by the alcohol and make the wrong decision to take off her clothes and join in? There was also the Black Devil. This little fellow had just reached adulthood, but she actually also joined in. However, this little thing's waist is really strong. She's really wild. I can't even hold her down. Looking at the 4 streaks of red on the bed, Ning Fan held his forehead forcefully. When he turned his head, he saw Emperor Slayer's harmless smile. Her black hair spread out like a waterfall. Is this your motive for chasing away the men and leaving only the women to drink with me? Don't you think this scene is too messy? Ning Fan was speechless. I've said it before. I've been holding myself back for 80 million years. Don't underestimate the thirst of an old virgin. Besides, I like liveliness. It's fun to have more people. I'm very curious about how the others will feel when they wake up. Are you very happy? I'm indeed very happy to whore you. It feels good. Whore? Hee hee. If that's the case, you will regret it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a faint light. Emperor Slayer's delicate collarbone and her body that seemed to be hidden under the blanket made him want to punish her again. At this moment, Emperor Slayer was not an illusory puppet in his eyes. She was not a lofty half-step quasi-saint. She was just a sword ancestor, an ordinary woman named Ji Qingling. Hiss. What are you trying to do? Why did you come in again? You clearly did it many times last night. How can you still? Emperor Slayer was pressed down on the bed. She let out a cry, but her words were blocked by Ning Fan's lips and tongue. Then, she panted intermittently and could no longer speak. The beast in Ning Fan's heart was released by her. Then, she should be responsible for it. Ji Qingling. As a result, the sounds of sex lasted from early morning until noon. When the other women woke up one by one, they were soon involved in the battle again. In the end, as the only victor, Ning Fan put on his clothes and walked out of the guest room with a flushed face, leaving the 5 women who were defeated on the bed and fell asleep due to exhaustion. Since it had already happened, Ning Fan certainly would not pretend to regret it. After all, everyone was willing to do it. Besides, he had not done it for a long time. To be honest, it felt really good. In the end, he even used the dual cultivation method, allowing all the participants to gain a lot of benefits from this indulgence. As for the injured women, except for Ouyang Wan, their injuries were greatly alleviated because of the dual cultivation method. After all, it was their first time doing it. Naturally, the effect of the dual cultivation method was very effective. When Duolan entered the room, Ning Fan took the opportunity to plant a subrelic in his body. His cultivation base improved tremendously. However, due to his lack of comprehension, Ning Fan temporarily suppressed his breakthrough. Of course, Ning Fan was the one who gained the most benefits. Emperor Slayer was just an illusory puppet. It did not increase Ning Fan's cultivation base. However, Zhang Yu was a genuine immortal emperor. It was Ning Fan's first time dual cultivating with an immortal emperor. Naturally, he gained a lot of benefits. Unfortunately, his divine demon cultivation had reached its limit. His tribulation blood cultivation base could not improve because of the lack of cultivation methods. As a result, the benefits of dual cultivation could not be used on his cultivation base. Instead, they went into Ning Fan's physical body, primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, causing the strength of his divine spirit crippled body to improve significantly. Because of the indulgence, more than half of the Saintess's Yin Qi in Duolan's body was absorbed into Ning Fan's body. As for the remaining half, it was still in Duolan's body. It actually showed signs of giving birth to an embryo. However, it was just a sign. According to common sense, the Yin Qi in the Saintess's body would forcibly form an embryo if she had intercourse with a man since she was soaked in the mother pool since young. Perhaps it was because Ning Fan had killed too many people or because Ning Fan's cultivation was not allowed by heaven and earth. In short, it was extremely difficult for him to have children. The embryo in Duolan's body clearly showed signs of forming, but it stopped. Instead, it dispersed into Yin Qi and went into every inch of Duolan's physical body. Ning Fan already knew that it was difficult for him to have children. However, he still did not expect it to be this difficult. Even the mother pool's Yin Qi could not give birth to his children. As a result, the Yin Qi in Duolan's body was completely used up. It coincided with the rumor that Ning Fan had spread across the grassland. Duolan had really been sullied by Ning Fan. While this matter brought Ning Fan benefits, it would also increase Duolan's cultivation base rapidly in the near future. After all, the Yin Qi had already gone into every inch of Duolan's body. Of course, it would take Duolan many years of arduous cultivation before she could fully absorb the enormous amount of Yin Qi in her body. Originally, the Yin Qi in Duolan's body was enough for her to cultivate all the way to the immortal emperor realm. After Ning Fan absorbed more than half of it, it was only enough for her to cultivate to the immortal king realm. Moreover, this kind of Yin Qi plundering did not mean that one could obtain a unit of Yin Qi just by taking it away. Plundering Yin Qi was not a good thing. There was a huge consumption during the conversion of energy. In fact, What Ning Fan obtained was only 1/10 of what Duolan lost. It was just like how it was impossible for a person to grow back 100 kilograms of meat after eating 100 kilograms of meat. It was also impossible for one to directly attain the immortal emperor realm after plucking an immortal emperor woman. Ning Fan felt a little guilty. He had taken away Duolan's opportunity to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm when he was drunk. In the future, he should compensate her more. When he reaches the peak of the second step, it should not be too difficult for him to help Duolan and the other women become immortal emperors. As for the yin qi that Ning Fan absorbed, he stored it in his body for the time being without refining it. After all, his cultivation base could not continue to improve for the time being. If a divine, demon, or devil cultivator breaks through the bottleneck in one of their cultivation bases, this amount of yin qi would be enough to raise the cultivation base of a newly advanced immortal venerable realm directly to the level of one eternal tribulation. Only when it was almost night did the exhausted women wake up one after another. They changed their clothes and walked out of the guest room. Except for Tu Huang, the rest of them more or less had uneasiness and embarrassment on their faces. There was no other reason. A man and 5 women slept together. This scene was simply too messy. These women were not prostitutes. How could they not feel ashamed? Ning Fan's strength was limited. Even though it was 1 against 5, he could only hold down one of them. As for the other 4 women, they would usually hug each other in pairs. After such indulgence, the women were more or less embarrassed. From the banquet to the guest room, their path was littered with the torn clothes of men and women. Unknown liquids. It was enough to show how crazy it was last night. It made the women feel even more ashamed. Even Ouyang Nuan, who was already used to having sex with Ning Fan, felt slightly embarrassed. She definitely would not agree to join forces with the other women to have sex with Ning Fan again. Because she was thin-skinned, because of her sense of shame, however, when she was drugged by alcohol and was half-conscious, she actually did not reject that kind of sex. After all, Ning Fan was the only man who could do it. No. I can't just drink alcohol in the future. Even if I do, I can't drink such strong liquor. My husband, I am going to go into seclusion in the profounding world first. My injuries are still not good. In the future, remember to drink less. It's bad for your body. Ouyang Nuan's ears were burning. She asked Ning Fan to open up the profounding world and hurriedly left the scene. Little Li, cough little man, I'm also going back to train my physical body. Remember, even though I did that with you, I'm not your cauldron. I'm a dignified ancient great emperor. Zhang Yu, who had quietly changed his name, also ran away. However, his walking posture was a little awkward. After all, his lower body hurt. Yesterday, he was heavily injured by Ning Fan's flames. Master, can I go back and nurture the baby? I have a feeling that after mating with you this time, I will definitely give birth to a little 9th fox. I must make good use of the liquid that you injected into me. Wasting is the original sin. The black devil, who was dreaming of giving birth to the next 9th fox, happily returned to the profounding world. However, Ning Fan knew that it was difficult for him to have children. The chances of this little girl giving birth to a little 9th fox was close to 0. In the end, she would most likely be disappointed. Senior. I'm sorry. What happened to us? Duolan was actually apologizing. Ning Fan's face reddened. It seemed like the one who should apologize was him. He had taken advantage of Duolan. Now, her neck was still full of red marks from his bites. Alcohol is really harmful. I'm not worthy of being your senior. From today onwards, don't call me senior. But I want to call you senior, then, do as you wish. The yin qi in your body has already dissolved. I even planted a seed relic in your body. Your cultivation base has improved a lot. Go into seclusion early to absorb these benefits. But I want to take a bath first. It's so sticky down there. There's also something flowing. Duolan explained embarrassedly. There was no way this conversation could continue. No matter how they talked, they could not get back to this topic. Then, you should go and take a bath first. After taking a bath, I want to rest for 2 days. I can't sleep with you tonight. It's too painful. All right. Have a good rest. It was unknown whether Duo Lan really wanted to take a bath or she wanted to hide from Ning Fan for 2 days because she was embarrassed. Anyway, she ran back to the guest room to boil water and took a bath. After that, she disappeared. In the end, only Tu Huang, who had been smiling without saying anything, was left beside Ning Fan. Don't you need to find an excuse to sneak away? You are the one who was punished the most by me. Besides, you and I have been so intimate in just one night. Now that we are looking at each other, don't you feel awkward? Ning Fan looked at Tu Huang, who was so relaxed, and said speechlessly. There's no need for that. I have a thick face. Besides, I don't feel any pain. It's indeed a little sticky. But before I came out, I had already cleaned it. There's nothing flowing out. My lower body is still a little swollen. However, with my Immortal Emperor Realm recovery ability, it's only a matter of time before I recover. It won't affect me when I fight again. It's just that my waist is a little sore and my legs are a little numb. Who asked you to keep raising my legs so high? Besides, every time you did it too deep. Alright. You don't have to explain in such detail. Do you want to fight again? Fight again? Can your body take it? A battle of that level is really not worth mentioning to me. Besides, even if I can't take it, I still want to whore to my heart's content. It's rare to meet a male cauldron with a strong physique. No matter what, I have to whore to my heart's content. Whore to my heart's content? You actually dare to say that? Ning Fan's eyes turned dark. Yes. Whore is you. Wait. You're really going? I don't want it anymore. Put me down. Ning Fan. How dare you? Kiss it hurts. It's too late. Since you want to whore, I'll let you whore to your heart's content. A few days later, Long San Shui, who had regrown his left arm, came out of seclusion to look for Ning Fan. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, he noticed that Ning Fan's face looked refreshed. When he glanced at Sovereign Tu and Duo Lan, who were behind Ning Fan, he discovered that the primordial yin in their bodies were no longer there. He immediately understood why the red glow on Ning Fan's face came from. He patted Ning Fan's shoulder in admiration. What impressed him the most was that Ning Fan could even push down Sovereign Tu, who was at the half-step quasi-saint realm. He's truly a role model for my generation. Brother Ning, you really have a lot of luck with women. However, you're not bad yourself. Ever since you gave me an innate sacrificial treasure, I secretly spread the news. There are already a few female Hui dragons who are willing to become my Dao companions in exchange for the sacrificial treasure. Unfortunately, those female dragons don't have high cultivation bases. However, they are very handsome. Their skin is dark, their bodies are round and their butts are big. They can definitely give birth to a bunch of little Hui dragons with excellent bloodlines. Dark skin, round body, and big butts. Are they really good looking? Ning Fan was a little doubtful about Long San Shui's aesthetics. After all, he was a Hui dragon and not a human. It was understandable for him to have a strange aesthetic. When Long San Shui stopped laughing, he sighed. Sigh. Unfortunately, weddings in my Hui dragon clan are extremely complicated. I still need to prepare for dozens of years before I can hold a wedding banquet. By that time, I'm afraid Brother Ning will have already left the sacred region and won't be able to attend my wedding. I still have something to do in the Eastern Heaven. I have to go back early. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time for Brother Long's wedding. This is the last time the Extreme Pill Sacred Region will be opened. After Brother Ning leaves, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to meet again in the future. Long San Shui sighed even more heavily. He had no friends in his life and Ning Fan was the first one he had a good temper with. When he thought that they would not be able to meet again in the future, he could not help but feel a little sad. Brother Long, you don't have to sigh. On the surface, this Extreme Pill Sacred Region only has one realm beast passage. It can lead to the outside world. However, there might be other hidden passages in the dark. I don't believe that old monster Debay doesn't have a backup plan for this matter. If I still want to come to the Extreme Pill Sacred Region one day, I will find a way. Ning Fan comforted him. In the end, Long San Shui completely gave Ning Fan this dragon nest, which was located at the Stone Flame Realm. He then left and went to a dragon nest in the Wood Flame Realm to settle down. The few female dragons that he found as his fiancées were all in the Wood Flame Realm. Naturally, they would need to live there. Instead of leaving this dragon nest to waste, it was not a bad idea to give it to Ning Fan. After Long San Shui left, only Ning Fan, Duo Lan and Tu Huang were left in the empty dragon nest. After Ning Fan left, only Tu Huang and Duo Lan were left to live in this place. At this moment, Ning Fan deeply felt that his strength was not enough. If he had the strength to flatten the wills of the saints in this world, the two women could leave the extreme pale sacred region with him. After leaving, they would not be cursed by the saints' wills and die bit by bit. Cultivation base was not everything. However, it was indeed impossible to not have cultivation base. He also could not stop and stay here with the two women. He had too many things to do. He must complete them and he could not slack off. A few more days passed. Ning Fan set up many formations to isolate karma in the dragon nest, increasing its level of concealment. He also left many items for Tu Huang and Duo Lan. As a result, the day of his departure finally arrived. The inside of the cave was warm in winter and cool in summer. However, the outside of the cave was covered with dark clouds and the autumn wind was bleak. In the bleak autumn wind, Ning Fan originally made up his mind to leave directly without looking back. However, when he reached the entrance of the cave, he stopped and turned around to tell the two women. When my cultivation base is high enough, I will bring you two out of the extreme pale sacred region. Before that, you two will stay in this dragon nest and wait for me. If it's not necessary, don't go out to avoid being detected by the quasi-sage Debay. However, as long as you stay in this dragon nest, those quasi-sages won't be able to find you. Senior, don't worry. Duo Lan is planning to find a safe place to enter seclusion and refine the enormous amount of yin qi that has dispersed into my body. I don't plan to leave this dragon nest for tens of thousands of years. This place is very good. Duo Lan will wait here for your return. The next time you come to me, I will certainly be an ancient cultivator. Duo Lan said to Ning Fan with a dejected expression. She was reluctant to part with Ning Fan, but she did not ask him to stay in the end. Will there really be a day when we meet again? She was doubtful. What she doubted was not Ning Fan but the possibility of the extreme pale sacred region entering again. Alright, Ning Fan. You should leave quickly. When your cultivation base is high enough, come back and take Duo Lan away as soon as possible. Don't let her wait here for too long. Tu Huang's heart was filled with an indescribable sense of loss, but his expression was as usual. There was not a single trace of sadness in his expression. It was as if he was cold and emotionless. Only Duo Lan? Don't I need to come back and fetch you? No need. Do you want to stay here forever? That's fine too. When my cultivation base is high enough to the point where even those quasi-sages of Debay won't dare to scheme against you, it's fine even if you want to stay here. At that time, they won't dare to do anything to you. I believe that you will be strong enough to reach that level. However, if possible, I hope that you won't force yourself too much just to cultivate. Besides, after reaching the peak of the second step, don't ever try to cultivate to the third step again. Why? Ning Fan was surprised. You are a Ji cultivator. To you, the third step is a painful choice. I don't want you to suffer. Besides, the qualification of your race shouldn't be enough for you to become a saint. In this world, the vast expanse butterfly is a race that has difficulties in becoming a saint. As for you, you are a vast expanse butterfly with an ordinary bloodline who has cultivated the Ji Dao. If the difficulty of becoming a saint for an ordinary person is 1, the vast expanse butterfly's difficulty is 10. As for you, it's 100, 1,000 or even 10,000. It's actually so much more difficult for me to become a saint compared to ordinary people? Ning Fan was surprised. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, to me, becoming a saint is still too far away. I don't plan to think about it for the time being. However, if I really reach that step, I think I will give it a try no matter what. I want to know what the third step is like. I'm sorry. I probably won't accept your suggestion. You can decide for yourself. If becoming a saint can make you happy, I will do my best to help you. However, my strength is limited. I'm afraid that it won't work even if I help you. After all, even I couldn't reach that step in the past. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses who died on the saint path. As for the fourth step, saints are actually just ants. Ordinary people will hunt large animals for food, but they won't eat microorganisms to fill their stomachs. If you can't reach the peak, I'd rather you be an ordinary person. At least, you'll be safe. The third step is a battle of foundation. This is exactly what you lack the most. Tu Huang smiled bitterly. What are you talking about? I don't really understand. Ning Fan shook his head. He knew that Tu Huang was talking nonsense again. This was the doing of the sword ancestor's true emotion in Tu Huang's body. During this period of time, Ning Fan had been studying it repeatedly. However, he still could not find a way to remove the sword ancestor's true emotion for Tu Huang. Only by using the same method as the Radiant Buddha and the others, which was to destroy Tu Huang's cultivation base, would there be a possibility for him to remove the sword ancestor's true emotion. Tu Huang firmly objected to having his cultivation base destroyed. After considering that the safety of the dragon nest was not a problem, Ning Fan did not insist on removing the sword ancestor's true emotion. As long as Tu Huang does not leave the dragon nest and keep the sword ancestor's true emotion, no one would be able to find it and scheme against him. Do you have anything else to say? Nothing. Hurry up and leave. Well then, I'm leaving now. You two take care of yourselves. Ning Fan turned around and walked out of the cave in large strides. Without turning his head, he waved his hand at the two ladies. Very soon, he was nowhere to be seen. Duolan felt even sadder. She kept sighing. Tu Huang did not sigh. However, his eyes dimmed slightly, as if they would never see each other again after this parting. A long time after Ning Fan left, she finally stopped suppressing the death qi in her body. The redness on her face that was created by the illusion technique disappeared. It was replaced by paleness and weakness. Sister Qingling, what happened to you? Why is there so much death qi coming out from your body? What exactly happened to you? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Have your injuries worsened? Duolan panicked. Don't worry. It's just a normal process of birth, aging, illness, and death. Originally, I should have dissipated a few days ago. However, I was afraid that the little butterfly would find out about it. Hence, I forced myself to stay alive for a few more days. This is already my limit. I can't hold on any longer. After I die, you will need to live alone in this dragon nest. Tu Huang's face was pale, but his smile was serene and contented. She was just an illusory puppet. She was not real. She was just an illusion. Moreover, she was an existence that was even more fake than the people of the Yin world and the illusory world. Her life and death were all under the control of Tenbi's supremacy. What kind of Tao did she cultivate in this life? It was just the experience and cultivation base that Tenbi's supremacy had arranged for her. Her emotions were all fake. However, after meeting Ning Fan, she finally felt the truth behind the facade for the first time. The closer she was to death, the more complicated memories would appear in her mind. Those memories originated from the true feelings of the sword ancestor in her body. They originated from the true world and the days and nights when she was still the sword ancestor. In those memories, she would never smile. She would always have a cold expression on her face, and her sword would always accompany her. Until one day, there was finally a little butterfly who was more important than her life by her side. I'd rather die than let Tenbi's supremacy scheme against my little butterfly. Hee hee. This time, Tenbi's supremacy is going to miscalculate. That was Tu Huang's resolute and firm voice. Through the trace of illusory connection in her body, his voice was transmitted from this place to the 1,000 layers of void space that was countless kilometers away. In the depths of the turbulent flow of space, 5 quasi-saints were fighting each other. They were fighting for the 3 treasures, which were the formation diagram of the ancient country, the extreme yang water, and the wooden box that could open the qi refining array. It was extremely difficult to determine the winner in a battle between quasi-saints. Moreover, there were 5 quasi-saints here. After 10 days of fighting, they still could not decide who would get the 3 treasures. Among them, the Radiant Buddha and the Death Emperor had already joined hands. They had no choice but to fight each other because they were the only ones who obtained their quasi-saint cultivation base through reincarnation. The biggest disadvantage of a reincarnated spiritual body was that it could not last for long. Every time they used their cultivation base, they could only maintain it for a very short period of time. Most of the time, they had to use their original cultivation base of half-step quasi-saints to fight against other quasi-saints. They could not gain the upper hand at all. Only by joining hands could they have a slight chance of winning. Among the three treasures, the formation diagram of the ancient country was snatched by Supreme Ox Ghost. As they were fighting each other all along, they did not have time to distinguish the real one. Daoist Baizu also did not have time to check the heaven-opening wooden box. As for the extreme yang water, it was snatched by Supreme Tenbis. Even though these three quasi-saints each had their own gains, they still wanted to snatch other people's treasures. Thus, they did not leave the turbulent flow of space in a hurry. Instead, they continued to fight each other. On the surface, Supreme Tenbis was still fighting for the two formations of the ancient country and the wooden box after obtaining the extreme yang water. However, deep inside his heart, he was extremely disdainful of these two treasures. It was because she was different from the other quasi-saints. Only she knew that the two formations of the ancient country and the wooden box that Ning Fan threw out were fake. As for the extreme yang water, it was actually the real thing. That was why she managed to snatch it. Interesting. This is really interesting. These few old things have no idea that two of the three treasures are fake. The biggest benefit is actually in my hands. This extreme yang water seems to have been obtained from the well of vexation at the bottom of the Yellow Spring Sea. What an incredible vast butterfly. Even I can't reach the bottom of the Yellow Spring Sea, but this young man can actually come and go as he pleases. Moreover, he actually obtained this item from the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, this young man is still in my trap after all. When he discovers that Ji Qingling is about to die, he will certainly come and beg me. At that time, I will try to obtain his butterfly seed. The butterfly seed of the vast butterfly is extremely valuable. It is a supreme treasure to my spirit-devouring bee clan. Calculating the time, the sword ancestor's puppet should be about to die soon. I've fought with these old farts for a long time. It's about time for me to find a passage and leave. It won't be easy for those old farts to leave this chaotic space. However, for someone like me who has been preparing for this since 80 million years ago, it won't be difficult for me to leave this chaotic space. Supreme Tenbis wore a pure and holy smile like a lotus flower on her face. Her movements were graceful as she fought against the other quasi-saints. However, all of a sudden, she could no longer smile. Her unchanging pure and holy smile actually revealed a trace of ferocity for the first time. Damn it! The sword ancestor's puppet actually used all its means to prevent the vast butterfly from knowing that she is about to die. I miscalculated. Damn you, sword ancestor's puppet. Ji Qingling, you bastard. Do you think that you can stop me from scheming against your butterfly Dao companion with just this little trick of yours? Don't even think about it. Supreme Tenbis waved her hand. Divine light burst out and her chi was instantly released from the suppression, rising all the way to the level of an ancient great cultivator. This was her true cultivation base. If she hadn't miscalculated, she definitely wouldn't have rashly released the seal on her cultivation base. Once the aura of an ancient great cultivator spread out, it directly shook the other quasi-saints to the point where they coughed up blood and retreated. Then, she took a step forward, and circles of golden ripples appeared under her feet. Her figure then faded into the ripples, directly tearing apart heaven and earth, disappearing from this chaotic space without a trace. Hiss! The other four quasi-saints wiped away the blood and sucked in a breath of cold air, greatly shocked. Clearly, they hadn't expected Supreme Tenbi's true cultivation base to be that of an ancient great cultivator. Moreover, she could directly leave the chaotic space in the thousand-layer void. None of them could do this. Damn it! That damned bee actually hit herself so deeply. If she had this kind of cultivation base and ability, how could she have been suppressed by the southern medicine old man in the past? Could it be that the suppression in the past was just to numb us? Has she been hiding since then? What exactly is she scheming? An ancient great cultivator. Impossible. that damned bee isn't an ordinary quasi-saint. She is actually an ancient great cultivator. I don't believe it. The spirit-devouring bee clan of the true world was stripped of their qualification to produce an ancient great cultivator because they had committed a serious crime. In the current era, it's impossible for this clan to produce an ancient great cultivator. How could that damned bee have reached this level? Could it be that this damned bee had already cultivated to the level of an ancient great cultivator before the spirit-devouring bee clan was punished? Cries of surprise rang out simultaneously. However, Supreme 10 Bees was destined to not care about these cries of surprise. She traveled through the void and returned to the outside world. As soon as she returned, she used Karma Search to search for Ning Fan and Tu Huang's whereabouts. However, she naturally couldn't find them. Her expression immediately turned cold. I can't find Ji Qingling's whereabouts. I also can't find the whereabouts of that vast expanse butterfly. However, as a spirit-devouring bee, I can feel that the vast expanse butterfly hasn't left this world yet. My stomach is still secreting gastric juice. This is the proof. Even though I can't find you, I can make my voice spread throughout this world and enter your ears. Ji Qingling, oh Ji Qingling, you want to hide it from your little butterfly and not let her know that you're on the verge of death. However, I will let her know that you're hiding it from her. I will make her fall into my trap and turn her into my food. Ning Fan left San Yen and the inner area of the extreme Dan sacred region, heading towards the outer area. With Long San Shui's dragon nest, he was not worried about the safety of Tu Huang and Duo Lan. His only regret was that he couldn't bring the two women along with him. There was also a trace of unexplainable worry lingering in his heart. Unable to get rid of it, the closer he was to leaving the extreme Dan sacred region, the more he felt that there was something unfinished and unfinished. That feeling did not seem to be an illusion, but he could not explain it clearly. Is there anything else that I haven't finished in this extreme Dan sacred region? My purpose of coming to the extreme Dan sacred region has been fully accomplished. It seems like I haven't forgotten anything. Ning Fan suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and flew all the way to the spatial node of the extreme Dan sacred region. As long as he leaves through this spatial node, he could return to the eastern heaven. As long as he takes a step out of this spatial node, he would truly bid farewell to the extreme Dan sacred region. However, just as he took half a step, a woman's voice reverberated throughout the entire extreme Dan sacred region. This was Supremacy 10 Wasp's indiscriminate voice transmission. As long as Ning Fan was still in this world, he would definitely be able to hear it. Vast expanse butterfly. Ji Qingling is about to die, but you actually don't know about this. If you want to save her life, come and find me. Use your lowly life to exchange for her life. Her tone was filled with indescribable disdain. Even though she had been plotting against Ning Fan for many years, she seemed to look down on Ning Fan's vast expanse butterfly bloodline. Clank Ning Fan's eyes widened. In an instant, he understood the source of the empty feeling in his heart. In an instant, he figured out what Tu Huang was hiding. It turned out that she was about to die. However, she did not tell him. However, she suppressed her death qi, squeezed out a smile and made love with him. In the past, his feelings for Tu Huang had nothing to do with romance. Today, however, this feeling was no longer pure. It was tainted with romance and romance. However, it was not just romance. There was something more important than romance. He only needed one step to leave the extreme Dan sacred region. However, Ning Fan forcibly stopped. He was not leaving. He wanted to find Tu Huang and ask him clearly. All the living beings in the extreme Dan sacred region heard Supreme Tenbi's voice transmission. Even Tu Huang, who was in the dragon nest, also heard Tenbi's voice. His expression changed drastically. After that, he was enraged. He was enraged because Tenbi still did not give up. Even at this moment, he still wanted to take Little Butterfly's life. This anger was the same as when the Sword Ancestor skeleton talked about Tenbi's. If there was a reverse scale in the Sword Ancestor's life that he would never allow others to touch, that reverse scale would be Little Butterfly. Her originally weak and dying body seemed to be burning forcefully at this moment, forcefully producing strength. Tu Huang regained her strength. She gently pushed away Duo Lan, who was supporting her, and stood still. She inspected her body with surprise. However, when she realized that it was the Sword Ancestor's true love that was burning in her body that provided her with energy, she understood. This was not the power that she used on her own accord. This was the power of true love that she sacrificed herself for little butterfly's safety. She no longer hid in the dragon nest. Instead, she gave Duolan a reminder and quickly flew out. Duolan, stay here and don't go out. Wait for the day when little butterfly comes to pick you up. As for me, I need to do something. I need to use this illusory body to eliminate some great enemies for little butterfly. In the future, I hope that all of you can replace me and accompany him by his side. All of you are my smiles. Every smile is unique. All of you are the memories of being together with little butterfly. Only all of you can make him happy. Duolan was shocked and wanted to stop her. She was completely unaware of the situation and did not understand the meaning behind Tu Huang's words. However, Tu Huang had already flown out. She would not turn back. Duolan alone could not stop her. The Slaughter Empress's illusory body was burning, and her emotions were pounding. Her cultivation base was far below that of Paragon 10 wasps, and yet, she was filled with the desire to wipe out 10 wasps, who had plotted against her little butterfly. No one is allowed to hurt her little butterfly, even if you are the ancient 10th spirit of the Zido immortal region appointed by immortal sovereign Zido. If she could not let little butterfly leave in peace, she must at least let him leave safely. If the gods and devils hurt her little butterfly, she will kill them all. If the immortal sovereign hurt her little butterfly, she will point her sword at the immortal sovereign. Ancient 10th spirit. You schemed against my little butterfly. I will never forgive you. Never. 10 bees who were flying around the entire extreme Dan sacred region in search of Ning Fan suddenly felt a chill down their spines. The moment Sword Ancestor's voice entered her ears, 10 bees who had already activated his ancient great cultivation base coughed out blood without any warning. He was actually injured by Sword Ancestor's words. What a Sword Ancestor! Every word, every sentence, and every look in his eyes could be turned into sword techniques to kill his enemies. This was not the sword technique of words, nor was it the law of words. It was also not the application of Tao intent, Tao power, Tao law, or Tao source. Above the Tao source, there was a power that only third-step saints could possess. That kind of power was different from the Tao source. It was unique, and it was impossible for 2 third-step saints to possess it at the same time. That kind of power was beyond the Tao source. It was called Tao orthodoxy. Sword Ancestor's words contained the power of Tao orthodoxy. It could be turned into a sword of Tao orthodoxy. Its power was unfathomable. Some of the weaker ancient great cultivators did not even have the qualifications to withstand a single sentence from Sword Ancestor. This was the power of the number 1 immortal emperor in the desolate ancient immortal region. This was the reason why a second-step saint could sever the corner of a fourth-step cultivator's robe and shock the 3 realms. Impossible. Your Sword Ancestor's emotions were sealed by me with the ancient seal of the worship spirit sect. How could it be unsealed? How could you have the power comparable to when you were at your peak? Supreme Being 10B was scared out of his wits. His entire body was trembling. Under his fearful gaze, a graceful woman in a green robe tore open the sky and walked out. No, she was not unsealed. She was burning the remaining reincarnation. She was paying the price of completely wiping out Sword Ancestor's emotions in exchange for a short period of peak power. You're crazy. Do you have to give up your last hope of reincarnation for a little butterfly with an ordinary bloodline? You should know that even today, the desolate ancient immortal emperor still has a trace of mercy for you. Otherwise, the person who was sent to kill you back then would not have been a piece of trash like Medicine Saint Nan. It would most likely be Saint Nirvana or even Saint Desolate. As long as you keep a trace of your emotions intact, as long as you bow down to the desolate ancient immortal emperor and admit your mistake, he will be willing to take you back to the desolate ancient immortal region. After all, you are a second-step saint with Tao orthodoxy. You have the potential to become a saint without merit. If you wipe out your last trace of emotions, you will never have the hope of reincarnation. Stop. Reincarnation? Without the little butterfly, what reincarnation do I want? What immortality? If fate dictates that I can't live and die with him, my only wish is to die in his place. Let him live on in my place. Lunatic. Lunatic. Just for an ordinary boundless butterfly. You actually did this. It's because of your unreasonable behavior that the desolate ancient immortal emperor entrusted me to kill that weak butterfly in the 9 heavens 10 earths. If not, why would I, the dignified 10th spirit of the ancient era, care so much about a trash butterfly? Noisy. Tu Huang's beautiful eyes shot out two beams of divine light that turned into sharp swords and directly cut 10B Supreme's body into two. The aftermath even penetrated through heaven and earth, penetrating through millions of layers of void, causing the entire Extreme Dance sacred region to become unstable and shake violently. At this moment, all the flying swords in the entire Extreme Dance sacred region no longer listened to their master's restrictions. They turned into streams of light and gathered towards Tu Huang as if they were on a pilgrimage. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sound of swords spread throughout the entire Extreme Dance sacred region, causing there to be no second sound in the entire world except for the sound of swords. Damn it! Is this woman trying to destroy the Extreme Dance sacred region? Stop her. We can't let her destroy the entire Extreme Dance sacred region. The remaining 4 ancestral Thunder Sparrow Heavenly Tao souls felt fear. The aura that Tu Huang emitted was clearly only at the second step, but the sense of threat it gave them was even more terrifying than that of Medicine Saint Nan, who had built the Extreme Dance sacred region back then. Unfortunately, before the 4 ancestral Thunder Sparrows could do anything to Tu Huang, they were swept by Tu Huang's sleeve. The entire sky was instantly split apart by the sword light. The 4 ancestral Thunder Sparrows hiding inside the Heavenly Tao were all heavily injured by the sword chi. How would they dare to attack Tu Huang? They didn't even dare to breathe. They could see that it was Tu Huang who showed mercy that allowed them to live. Otherwise, they would have died directly. This woman had the terrifying strength to destroy the Heavenly Tao of this world with a raise of her hand. She was 10,000 times more terrifying than the Southern Medicine Saint who built the Extreme Dance sacred region. Since all of you helped the little butterfly on the sacred mountain, I won't kill you. Scram. Tu Huang said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. My lord, please calm down. We will scram now. The 4 ancestral Thunder Sparrows immediately ran away. They no longer had the authority and dignity of the Heavenly Tao. Ji Qingling. How dare you destroy my physical body? You deserve to die. Do you think you can kill me by burning your reincarnation? You are wrong. My original name is 10Bs. I was bestowed with the surname Ji by the desolate ancient immortal sovereign and changed the name of 10Bs to 10 spirits. I will let you see how wonderful this name is. A golden bee primordial spirit flew out from 10B's corpse and roared in shock and anger. Then, a golden bee stinger shot out from its tail. The bee stinger grew with the wind and turned into a golden divine spear. Boundless Tao laws interweaved and emitted a grand heavenly sound. It suddenly approached Tu Huang. An ancient divine spear made from half a drop of the great desolate blood. I have already lost the great desolate blood weapon. Then, I will use my blood to corrupt your great desolate blood weapon. Bang, Tu Huang revealed a final smile. His body was penetrated by the golden divine spear. He didn't dodge or resist. Then, his physical body exploded into a mist of blood with a bang. However, for some reason, the blood mist suddenly condensed and transformed into one ancient and inexplicable brand after another that was engraved on the golden divine spear. Then, the golden divine spear actually decayed bit by bit. Bit by bit, it was corroded into ashes. Impossible. You actually destroyed the great desolate blood weapon with your illusory body. I don't believe it. After the blood weapon was destroyed, the golden bee primordial spirit coughed out golden blood. Its body also shrunk greatly, as if it was extremely weak. Then, the blood mist that filled the sky turned into a bloody wind and engulfed it. It wanted to escape but it couldn't. Every drop of blood in the blood mist carried the sword ancestor's Tao of sword. At this moment, the golden bee regretted accepting the desolate ancient immortal sovereign's mission to kill Ning Fan and bring back the sword ancestor who had admitted her mistake. The sword ancestor would never admit her mistake. This was a lunatic, a crazy woman who couldn't be reasoned with. Ji Qingling, you are very good. Very good. I, Ji Shirling, will remember the grudge of killing my second primordial spirit today. Even though I can't come to immortal sovereign Zido's illusory world with my true body, I can stay in the origin world and wait for your little butterfly's arrival. It's fine if he doesn't go to the origin world. But if he does, I will definitely tear him into pieces. You who have burned away your samsara won't be able to protect him anymore. Ha ha ha. While the golden bee was laughing maliciously, it was cut into nothingness by the sword of the Tao of blood mist. Then, the blood mist dissipated into the wind bit by bit with the slaughter sovereign's final sigh, as if it never existed. After a long time, Ningfan ran all the way back to the dragon nest. However, he could only find Duo Lan. He couldn't find the slaughter sovereign anymore. He activated his rain sense to the maximum. The sky that was always filled with dark clouds finally started to rain. It was as if the sky was crying, "Find her. I must find her." Ningfan's expression was as if he had gone insane. This expression had not appeared on his face for many years. He forgot about the injuries in his body, all the sceneries in heaven and earth. He even forgot to breathe. He activated his rain technique to the maximum in his life. It almost covered the entire extreme Dan sacred region. However, he could not find the slaughter sovereign at all. Even the supreme 10 bees who he could faintly sense earlier could not be found for some reason. After a long time, Ningfan's rain sense suddenly captured a violent explosion in the sky somewhere in the extreme Dan sacred region. He rushed to that place without a care in the world. However, when he arrived there, he could not find anything at all. The slaughter sovereign was not here. The supreme 10 bees was not here. There were only 2 traces of death chi that rose into the sky and perished together in this place. Only the terrifying sword chi that could not be dispersed reverberated in heaven and earth. Only countless uncontrollable flying swords were still flying towards this place one after another. Only the words of the slaughter sovereign that were mixed in the sword chi still remained in heaven and earth. When Ningfan arrived, those words entered his ears. "I'm sorry, little butterfly. This is the second time you have to see my death. The first time was when the sword ancestor, Bai Gu, died in front of Ningfan. The second time was now. The sword ancestor's emotions were gone. The slaughter sovereign was gone. Because his reverse scale was touched, he actually killed the supreme 10 bees at all costs. From now on, whether it was the sword ancestor's corpse or the sword ancestor's emotions, they would all disappear from this world. The sword orthodoxy had also truly lost its previous master from this moment onwards. From now on, he would never be able to find her again. No matter which reincarnation he went through, he would never be able to find her. I have imagined countless times how I would feel when leaving the extreme Dan sacred region. However, I didn't expect it to be so heavy. I have imagined the countless karmic ties between us. I know that we started in the butterfly's hometown, but I didn't know that our karmic ties would end here. Ningfan stood in silence. His hands were clenched into fists so tightly that they bled. The first time the sword ancestor's corpse disappeared in front of him, it made him feel indescribable melancholy. He chose to use a hangover to forget that feeling. However, the second time, how could he forget this empty feeling, forget this feeling of heart being twisted by a knife, forget this kind of madness and self-blame that made him want to destroy the entire world? Why didn't he discover the slaughter sovereign's near-death earlier? Why? If he lives, she dies. If she dies, he lives. Where will immortals go after disappearing? By my order, return the sword ancestor to me. Ningfan's body suddenly erupted with a sky-piercing purple-black demon spirit power. At this moment, he was not the leader of the Calamity Blood clan, the ancient devil or the ancient god. He was the ancient demon. He pointed at the sky. A purple-black spirit will suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as it appeared, it kept growing bigger. In the end, it was so huge that it could cover the entire sky. When he activated his ability, a boundless suction force was emitted from the spirit wheel, trying to suck the slaughter sovereign's scattered soul back from heaven and earth. He did not know if the slaughter sovereign was the kind of person who would die without yielding. Even if he wasn't, he would still keep him here. Foolish child. You actually want to use the first round of the 5 spirit wheels to capture Ji Qingling's soul. I have to say that you are very ignorant and incompetent. Oh? So that's how it is. You are the vast boundless butterfly that Ji Qingling picked up in the past. It's quite rare for a mortal butterfly to be able to cultivate until today. Unfortunately, the second step is the limit of a mortal butterfly like you. It's impossible even for you to become an emperor. How about this? I owe Ji Qingling a favor. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you stop now, I will help you to see the Yellow Spring Holy Sect and exempt you from the serious crime of interfering with the return of Ji Qingling's Tao orthodoxy. A voice sounded from the other side of the endless reincarnation. It carried the might of the third step, causing Ning Fan to spurt out a mouthful of blood and fall from the sky. The Fuli spirit wheel that he had just released was instantly broken into two halves. Facing the might of the third step expert that suddenly appeared, Ning Fan felt small and insignificant. His body even instinctively wanted to surrender. That submission did not come from his own will. It came from the will of the mysterious saint. He wanted to use his will to control Ning Fan's body and stop him from doing that crazy thing. Ning Fan's eyes turned even redder. The words of the mysterious saint might have carried a trace of kindness. However, anyone who tries to stop him from taking back the sword ancestor would be his enemy no matter who they are. I must bring her back. I must. Ning Fan roared. The stars of the Battle of Yin and Yang emitted dazzling divine light from his glabella. Under the suppression of the saint's will, he regained control of his body. Then, he withstood the boundless pressure of the saint and released the Fuli spirit wheel again, wanting to take back the sword ancestor's remnant soul from heaven and earth. The mysterious saint still wanted to stop him, but Ning Fan summoned his god-slaying giant form and ignited a drop of Fuli ancestral blood in his body. This time, he was not struck down from the sky by the saint's pressure. This time, the demon spirit power of his Fuli spirit wheel was more than 10 times stronger than before. However, it was not crushed by the mere pressure of the saint. Hiss! The fragment of the ancient kingdom's god-slaying shield. And the Fuli ancestral blood. Is that Ji Qingling such an important person to you? You even exposed the ancient kingdom's god-slaying shield in front of me. Besides, you are even willing to give up the ancestral blood of the Fuli bloodline. You have really moved me. Unfortunately, I have a duty to fulfill. I can't let you interfere in this matter. I can pretend that I didn't see what happened today. You can leave now. Chi Chi 5 rays of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky and turned into a golden hoop, binding the god-slaying giant's neck and limbs. When the golden hoop tightened, it pierced into his flesh. It could be said that the power of the golden hoop was definitely more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation that Ning Fan triggered on the sacred mountain. As the golden hoop tightened, the god-slaying giant's neck and limbs exploded. His god-slaying giant form was destroyed. Now that his god-slaying giant form was destroyed, the 5 golden hoop appeared on Ning Fan's neck and limbs. Under the binding, Ning Fan felt that his physical body was on the verge of breaking apart. His magic power was sealed. His Fuli spirit wheel that was half-ignited was sealed. His half-opened Fuli spirit wheel dissipated once again due to losing the support of his magic power. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with hatred. Under the suppression of absolute strength, he could not even put up a slight resistance. At the place where Emperor Tu had fallen, a few specks of light suddenly rose into the air. Then, countless stairs appeared in the sky. These stairs were connected to the sky. Looking at it from afar, it was shrouded in yellow mist and its end could not be seen. However, one could vaguely see the vague outline of a human head standing at the end of the stairs. It gave off an invisible sense of majesty. Those specks of light flew into the stairs. No, it was not accurate to say that they flew into the stairs. Instead of saying that they flew into the stairs, it would be more accurate to say that they were sucked into the gigantic human head at the end of the stairs. Then, they were swallowed. At your level, you are merely comparable to the ancient immortal venerables. There are countless of them in the true world. Don't even think that you can interfere with the unification of the Tao from my hands. Not killing you is already my consideration for our past relationship. Don't overstep your boundaries, you lowly ant. It was the mysterious saint's disdainful voice that reverberated throughout heaven and earth. However, no matter how loud that voice was, Ning Fan did not care as he could not hear it at all. He had forgotten all the scenery in front of him and all the sounds beside his ears. He even forgot about the 5 golden hoop that bound his body. He witnessed the scene of the human head swallowing the specks of light. He did not know what that was. He only knew that every time the human head swallowed a speck of light, the distance between him and Sovereign Tu would increase. Give her back to me. Ning Fan's voice was hoarse. His primordial spirit rushed out of his physical body, which was bound by the chains, and charged towards the gigantic human head. Then, be it the specks of light or Ning Fan's primordial spirit, they were all swallowed by the gigantic human head. Hiss! You actually rushed into the mouth of the Netherlord for Ji Qingling. With that vast expanse butterfly's cultivation base, it shouldn't have failed to notice the consequences of being swallowed by the Netherlord. She actually had such courage. Ji Qingling didn't lose everything for this butterfly in the past in vain. Unfortunately, this vast expanse butterfly is too weak. You should know that even the legendary vast expanse 9 butterflies would only end up being digested and destroyed after being swallowed by the Netherlord. Amidst the mysterious saint's sigh, the countless stairs and the mysterious human head disappeared from heaven and earth as if they had never existed. In the true world, in the Yellow Spring Sacred Sect. Above a layer of clouds that was filled with strange light, there was an old man wearing a green Taoist robe. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back with a regretful expression. In front of him stood an ancient tree that was 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, tall. The chi of this tree was tremendous, as if it had a spirit. There were also countless baby-shaped fruits on the tree. The cultivation base of the old man in the Taoist robe could not be seen clearly. However, one could tell that he was a saint. Moreover, he was not at the Genesis saint realm but an existence of a higher level. His eyes were filled with regret. He was clearly looking at the ancient tree, but it was as if he was looking at something else. Interesting. A mere mortal rank vast expanse butterfly actually dares to enter the mouth of the Netherlord for Ji Qingling. The mouth of the Netherlord is the final destination of all souls in the world. There is no reincarnation there. There is only digestion and destruction. It is impossible for this child to bring out all of Ji Qingling's orthodoxy. However, if he has the cultivation base of a desolate saint and only brings out a little bit of the soul, perhaps, there is a 1 in a billion chance that he can achieve this. Never mind. Ji Qingling, oh Ji Qingling. Back then, when I had just become a saint and was besieged by great enemies, you used your sword to save me. If not for your help, I would have become a pile of soil. It is also because of this that I am willing to pay the price and accept this difficult task to send you off to collect your orthodoxy. This is also to express my gratitude. Your greatest wish in life is to protect that fragile butterfly of yours. I will take the risk of violating the sect's rules and help you. The complete orthodoxy cannot be taken away by the vast expanse butterfly. However, if it is only a little bit of the soul. Vast expanse butterfly, oh vast expanse butterfly. Whether you can achieve your wish and escape from the mouth of the Netherlord will all depend on your ability. Saint Kaiwei sighed and sat cross-legged in front of the ancient tree. She patted her head and her primordial spirit immediately flew out of her body and entered the ancient tree that was full of nascent fruits. His cultivation base had not improved for many years. To a saint, there were some karma that had to be repaid. Even if he had to pay a price for this matter and suffer some punishment, he would definitely not owe them anything. Beneath his feet was the boundless red soil continent. His ears were filled with dead silence. There was not a single sound of wind. The sky was made up of countless specks of light that gathered together to form a vast and boundless starry sky. It had been 3 days since Ning Fan's primordial spirit rushed into this strange place. This strange place was the world inside the mouth of the gigantic human head. His physical body was restrained by the golden hoop. He could not move and was left in the outside world. His primordial spirit rushed into this strange place alone, intending to bring Tu Huang or the sword ancestor back from this place. For this trip, Ning Fan's primordial spirit brought the god-exterminating shield and the storage pouch. However, he did not bring the yin-yang locket with him. Instead, he left it inside his dantian. He did not know if he could bring Tu Huang back. He did not know if he could survive this trip and return to his hometown. If he fails this trip and dies here, he could not let the countless human cauldrons in the profoundine world perish together with him. At the moment he entered this strange place, he even tried to slightly suppress the connection between life and death of the enslavement and other restrictions. In this way, even if he dies, he would not cause any fatal harm to Zhang Yu, old Wu Ba and the others. That's right, he charged into this strange place with the awareness of death in his heart. Because this strange place gave him a sense of danger. He did not even have a 1 billionth chance of surviving. Entering this place was definitely the most unwise decision he had ever made in his life. However, even if there was only a tiny chance, he still wanted to give it a try. He was not willing to watch Tu Huang disappear right in front of him. Even though he had already slept with Tu Huang, it was not a reason for him to lose control over his madness for the sake of Tu Huang. As a matter of fact, even if an ordinary human cauldron encountered such an encounter, Ning Fan would definitely save him at all costs given his stubbornness. Even though the outcome would be the same, if it was just an ordinary woman, he would not have such crazy emotions burning in his chest. I don't understand. I don't understand. At this moment, Ning Fan could not understand his own heart. He had countless women around him. If he were to talk about the one he had the deepest feelings for, it would definitely be his first woman, Ji He. It wasn't that other women weren't good, it was just that his relationship with Jiha was insignificant. It was due to poverty, and it was the first relationship he had in his life. He treasured it the most, so there was a kind of importance that others couldn't compare with. Mu Weiliang, Su Qiuling, Luo Yu. There were many other women whom he valued as much as his life. He wasn't a good man, he wasn't even a good person, however, this was the first time he realized that there was a woman in this world who held a different meaning to him compared to other women. That difference had nothing to do with his feelings. His feelings for Tu Huang were far from being the strongest among all the women. What Tu Huang gave him was an indescribable feeling. It was a kind of intimacy that came out of nowhere. It was a kind of gratitude that came from the bottom of his heart. It was a debt that could not be repaid even after countless reincarnations. That's right, I owe him. At this moment, Ning Fan finally understood the reason why Sovereign Slaughter gave him the most special feeling. Emperor Tu was definitely not the person he had the deepest feelings for. But it was probably the woman that he owed the most in his previous life. I have a feeling that I owed her a lot in my previous life. I owed her a lot. It was so much that even after going through countless reincarnations, I still can't let go of this matter in the depths of my soul. When I saw the remains of the sword ancestor disappearing in front of me at the corpse mountain, I was powerless to stop it. I actually had a feeling that my heart was like dead ashes. It's really unimaginable. This time, when I saw Sovereign Slaughter disappearing, I actually wished that I could turn the entire world upside down. This kind of crazy thought seems to be born in my heart on the surface. But perhaps, it's not. Perhaps, it's the crazy emotion that remained in the depths of my soul when I flew out of the butterfly's hometown. Sovereign Slaughter is the sword ancestor. The sword ancestor had already passed away countless years ago. The sword ancestor's utmost emotion that formed Sovereign Slaughter's body is the last trace of the sword ancestor's imprint in this world. What is that light spot that was swallowed by the gigantic human head? The mysterious sage who stopped me said that I was interfering with the return of the sword ancestor's Tao orthodoxy. What is a Tao orthodoxy? Ning Fan's primordial spirit carried the god-exterminating shield and flew close to the dark red continent. He did not dare to fly too high as he was afraid that he would come into contact with the stars in the sky. The stars in this strange place carried unfathomable might at every moment. Previously, he accidentally got close to one of them. As a result, one of the stars released a ray of destructive starlight at a certain moment. It even created a hole in his god-exterminating shield. His primordial spirit was even penetrated by that ray of starlight, leaving him with severe injuries that left him on the verge of death. Moreover, if he recklessly uses his spirit sense in this place, he would certainly trigger the attacks of the mysterious stars. After that, Ning Fan consumed a large amount of pills to suppress his injuries. However, he could only barely suppress them. It was impossible for his injuries to recover at all. His wounds seemed to be constantly torn open by a force that he could not understand. It was his first time encountering such a force. Later on, he searched blindly in this place for 3 days. Because he could not spread his spirit sense across a large area, he could not find the light spot that Sovereign Slaughter had scattered into heaven and earth at all. The pattern of heaven and earth in this place was constantly changing. From the moment he entered this place, he could no longer find the way back. On the 4th day, Ning Fan still could not find Sovereign Slaughter. His primordial spirit and blood essence began to evaporate in this strange place. He felt excruciating pain every second. On the 5th day, his primordial spirit had already shrunk by a large margin. It was only half of its original size. His chi was extremely weak. However, he still stubbornly continued to search in this place. On the 6th day, Ning Fan's primordial spirit finally could not hold on any longer. He fainted on the ground. The god-exterminating shield and his storage pouch also fell on the red soil. The 7th day. The 8th day. The 9th day, Ning Fan never woke up again. His primordial spirit and blood essence were completely evaporated. His primordial spirit that had shrunk to its limit eventually turned into steam and dissipated in this strange place, returning to nothingness. It's only been 9 days and you're already dead? If you can't hold on for 22 days, I won't be able to help you even if I want to. After all, the illusionary world that you're in is too far away from me. It's too far away. I need time to connect the two worlds with my sense. In the boundless starry sky, Sage Kaiwei sighed regretfully. Her voice seemed to come from an extremely distant place. On the 10th day. On the 11th day. The storage pouch that was lying quietly on the ground suddenly shot out a ray of moonlight. At the moment when the moonlight appeared, the time power in the surrounding space strangely flowed in reverse. Prajna Paramitha, it was the incantation that Ning Fan had placed in the storage pouch in advance. As time flowed in reverse, Ning Fan's fallen primordial spirit actually recovered and reconstructed itself bit by bit. In the end, Ning Fan, who was supposed to die on the 9th day, was resurrected on the 11th day. That was close. If I didn't call out the Moonlight Treasure Box's true name before attacking the sacred mountain, I would most likely have died in this strange place. Ning Fan said with lingering fear. His fear towards this strange place had risen to an unprecedented level. His primordial spirit waved its small hand and kept the storage pouch and the god-exterminating shield into its embrace. It tied the small shield to his chest, making it look like a slightly protruding breastplate. The storage pouch was carried on his back. Then, he took out the Moonlight Treasure Box from the storage pouch and studied it carefully. He realized that a quarter of the saints will inside the treasure box had actually been used up because of his resurrection. In other words, the remaining will of the saint was only enough for him to die 3 times in this place. The so-called Moonlight Treasure Box was actually the pig-faced treasure box's true name. When Ning Fan awakened his innate talent of communicating with all living things, he heard this true name from the treasure box. It was quite magical. Before knowing the true name of the Moonlight Treasure Box, the steps to use it were extremely complicated. One must first set a mark in a certain area before it could be used. When Ning Fan learned the true name of the Moonlight Treasure Box and used it, he actually had a strange feeling of becoming one with the box. When he used it again, he could use it at any time and place even if there was no mark in advance. Besides, there were no restrictions such as the number of times it could be used, the cooldown time and so on. Since then, the Moonlight Treasure Box had 2 completely different ways of using it. It could be used as a mark in its normal state and as a non-mark in its true name. When using it without a mark, there were 3 things to note. Firstly, it could only allow Ning Fan, the owner of the treasure box, to go back in time alone. It couldn't change the time of everyone around him like when he used the mark. In other words, Ning Fan could be resurrected by reversing the flow of time without a mark, but others couldn't. They could only do it if they were marked in advance. Secondly, when it was used without a mark, the consumption of the saints will in the Moonlight Treasure Box was huge. If the level of the attack that caused death was too high, the consumption would be even higher. Thirdly, when it was used without a mark, there would be a certain delay. It could be 1 to 4 hours or 1 to 2 days. The delay was not fixed according to the surrounding environment and the cause of death. This was also the reason why Ning Fan was only revived by the Moonlight Treasure Box after a delay of 2 days. Oh? You actually came back to life with the Moonlight Treasure Box of the Extremine Sacred Sect? I thought you had already died here. It seems like I have underestimated you. Saint Kaiwei's voice carried a hint of surprise. Her voice reverberated across heaven and earth. Ning Fan's primordial spirit was stunned. He kept the Moonlight Treasure Box into his storage pouch and carefully spread his spirit sense across the area. Because the coverage of his spirit sense was too shallow, he naturally could not find the hiding place of the speaker. Retract your spirit sense. Don't spread it beyond 10 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. It was Kaiwei's friendly reminder. Ning Fan was instantly surprised. Judging from the voice, the person who was reminding him was obviously the mysterious saint who stopped him from using the Fu Li spiritual wheel to gather the remnant soul of Sovereign Slayer. Why did this person kindly remind him? Is he really doing it out of kindness or is he plotting something else? Ning Fan had experienced too many schemes. Facing a mysterious saint of unknown origin, he was naturally extremely cautious. Even though he was cautious, he still acted according to the advice. He retracted his spirit sense to around 10 zhang * 333 m per zhang, and did not continue to search for the whereabouts of this mysterious saint. After all, he could also see that it was not advisable to spread out his spirit sense too much in this place. This place is the underworld earth. It's the place where all the supreme beings who once possessed the Tao orthodoxy of heaven and earth returned to after their deaths. Each of the stars was formed by the extremely powerful beings among the saints after their deaths. Moreover, some of the stars in this place were formed by fourth-step immortal sovereigns. Don't go near those stars. Even though you have one of the fragments of the god-exterminating shield of the ancient country, you are still just an insignificant ant in front of those stars. You need to be respectful. Underworld Earth, it was Ning Fan's first time hearing this term. He could not help but feel moved. In this place, you can't tell others your name. Otherwise, even the strongest desolate saint among the saints won't be able to leave this place. You will be trapped by the wall of the underworld earth forever. If you want to find someone, you can't call out that name. Otherwise, you will never be able to find that person. Remember. Names are things that transcend reality and illusion. They are the root of the existence of the cultivators in the eyes of the underworld earth. You might not understand it, but you can't go against it. Saint Kaiwei continued. I can't simply call out names in this place. Ning Fan did not doubt the authenticity of Saint Kaiwei's words. After all, she did not seem to have any reason to lie to him about such things. Inwardly, he felt a little lucky that he did not say a word or call out loudly while searching for Tu Huang in the underworld earth. If he accidentally called out the names of Tu Huang and Sword Ancestor, it would be really troublesome. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Ning Fan was still vigilant, but he still thanked her at the boundless starry sky. You don't have to thank me. I'm not helping you. I'm just fulfilling my own karma. Everything you see in the layout of the underworld earth is illusory. If it's not for desolate sage, you will never find the end of this place if you walk in it. I can't give you directions because the layout of the underworld earth in everyone's eyes is different. However, I can give you some pointers. The layout of heaven and earth in the underworld earth is numeric 9. 9 system. Ning Fan was surprised. Then, the small face of his primordial spirit turned serious. His eyes sparkled with green light. When he looked at this world using the 9 system, he immediately felt different. He silently activated the force character. Ning Fan did not need Saint Kaiwei to continue reminding him. After identifying a direction, he turned left and right and continued moving forward at full speed. The 12th day, the 13th day, the 14th day. The 20th day, Ning Fan's primordial spirit could not endure it anymore and fell once again. On the 22nd day, he was resurrected for the second time with the help of the Moonlight Treasure Box. The remaining saints will is still enough for me to resurrect twice in this place. The level of this place is too high. Using the Moonlight Treasure Box to resurrect me will consume too much of my energy. Ning Fan's heart was extremely heavy as he continued moving forward. On the 25th day, in the boundless underworld earth in front of him, a strange fragrance suddenly entered his nose. He did not know what the source of that fragrance was. With just a sniff, Ning Fan's weak and shrunken primordial spirit directly returned to its normal size. His chi was full and he no longer felt weak. His spirit was lifted and he continued moving forward. The further he went, the stronger the strange fragrance became. On the 28th day, a 10,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, tall ancient tree appeared in front of him. The ancient tree was filled with fruits in the shape of babies. Countless specks of light condensed into fireflies which parasitized the 10,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, tall ancient tree. Under the ancient tree, a saint in Taoist robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not have a physical body but a phantom that was condensed from the power of his primordial spirit. When Ning Fan arrived, the saint turned around with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Impressive. I have only given you a few pointers but you actually managed to reach this place with your comprehension of the great momentum. In terms of bloodline and qualifications, you might be the weakest among all the cultivators in this world. However, in terms of techniques, even among the outstanding ancient immortal venerables, not many of them could do this. Junior Ning. Junior greets Senior. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ning Fan could not hide the excitement on his face. After arriving at this ancient tree, he could clearly sense that among the countless fireflies parasitized on the ancient tree, there was one whose chi was similar to that of Slaughter's sovereign and the sword ancestor. Finally, I found it. Because he was too excited, he actually forgot about Sage Kaiwei's reminder and nearly blurted out his true name. Fortunately, he noticed it in time and stopped talking. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sage Kaiwei praised Ning Fan and no longer said anything else. In her opinion, even though Ning Fan was an outstanding ancient immortal venerables, that was all there was to him. Even though she praised him, it was far from shocking. After all, there were as many ancient immortal venerables like Ning Fan in the true world as there were stars in the sky. I've heard of you, the boundless butterfly. In the past, that person in the Purple Mountain Do-Si personally came forward and asked the people of the Sage sect to give a group of Purple Dipper immortal cultivators a chance to reincarnate. However, there was actually a mortal butterfly among them who had no cultivation base at all. The entire three worlds was shocked. Some people even speculated that the 10 ancient spirits of the Purple Dipper immortal region were not the backup plan of that lord but you and that group of Purple Dipper immortal cultivators. However, in the end, none of you walked out of the illusory world's reincarnation and returned to the true world. Only then did everyone realize that they had overestimated the cultivation base of the Purple Dipper immortal cultivators who entered the illusory world's reincarnation. Ning Fan remained silent. He was not interested in such secrets. Do you know how reckless you were? You barged into the underworld earth with just a cultivation base at the second step. Hee. Even though you have the fragment of the god-exterminating shield of the ancient country and the moonlight treasure box of the extreme Een sacred sect, your cultivation base is still too weak. This is a situation where you will definitely die. If I get involved in this matter, your soul will definitely perish in the underworld earth. Is that woman an important existence that you want to find even if you have to sacrifice your soul? Sage Kaiwei sighed. I don't know if she is important to me or not. Coming here to find her is a kind of instinct. It's a kind of repayment. Ning Fan said calmly. That kind of calmness was because he owed the sword ancestor too much in his previous and current lives. If he really could not save her, he would have an instinct that made him willingly die in this boundless underworld earth with the sword ancestor. Repayment? How do you plan to repay her and leave this place with her remnant soul? Yes. Do you know that she had already died in the past in order to protect your reincarnation? Today, the orthodoxy that was returned to the underworld earth only contains an extremely small trace of her soul. If the soul power of an entire soul is 1 million units, the souls that you have absorbed today are not even 10 units. Besides, even if it's 10 units of souls, the underworld earth won't allow you to take all of them away. Even if I help you to deceive the heavens, you can only take away 1,000th of the souls from these 10 units at most. Such a small number of souls is almost useless. In order to take away such a large number of souls, the price you have to pay might be your life. Ning Fan remained calm as if he did not hear what Sage Kaiwei said. He was looking at one of the countless fireflies on the ancient tree. The number of souls that you can take away is too little. Besides, you can't even take a trace of the most important orthodoxy. What do you want to do by taking away so few souls? Resurrect her? Not to mention that you have only cultivated the first wheel of the 5 spirit wheels. Even if you cultivate the legendary 4th wheel, you won't be able to do this because her soul is already incomplete. Ning Fan remained silent. Judging from what Sage Kaiwei said, even if he takes away Tu Huang's soul today, he would not be able to resurrect her. However, if he does not give it a try, he would not be satisfied. I'm not saying this to stop you from doing what you want to do. I just want you to be mentally prepared. As a sage, I can see the destinies and fortunes of all second-step cultivators. Your destiny and hers do not intersect. Unless you are stronger than the destinies and fortunes, you won't be able to change this. Ning Fan remained silent. Sage Kaiwei looked at Ning Fan deeply, as if she was getting to know him again. Then, she praised him. What a determined little fellow. This old man's words can't even make you waver a little? Yes. What do you plan to do next? I'll try to see if I can take away the fireflies that are the remnants of her soul. Take away the whole one? I've already told you. You can only take away 1,000th of it. Forget it. You are too stubborn. Anyway, the power of your treasure box is still enough for you to be resurrected twice. If you don't realize how difficult this matter is, you won't turn back. Just as Sage Kai Wei's sigh fell, Ning Fan had already turned into a shadow and dashed towards the ancient tree. He leaped and soared into the sky, trying to take the firefly that was the remnant soul of Tu Huang into his hand. At this moment, the entire ancient tree suddenly emitted a boundless aura. Then, the entire great emperor of the underworld earth turned into an unbelievable scene in Ning Fan's eyes. The boundless dark red continent turned into a boundless giant palm and clenched it fiercely. Ning Fan's vision turned black. Before he could even touch the firefly, he was already killed by the giant palm that was the entire underworld earth. That was a strike that surpassed the third step immortal emperors. It was a strike that surpassed most fourth step immortal emperors. Killing Ning Fan was like killing an ant. After that strike, the entire underworld earth returned to its original state. Sage Kai Wei and the ancient tree were still at their original spots as if they had never moved at all. It was as if the clenching of the entire continent was just an illusion that did not affect these existences at all. On the 30th day, Ning Fan was resurrected under the moonlight. The remaining will of the treasure box was only enough for him to be resurrected one last time. The expression on Ning Fan's primordial spirit's face was extremely unpleasant. He was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that the current him could not take away all the remnant souls of Tu Huang that he had absorbed earlier. No, he could not even take away 1,000th of them. After the Saint Realm, there are 3 great cultivation realms: Incipient Saint, Nirvana Saint and Desolate Saint. I'm a Desolate Saint and I'm one of the top experts among the Desolate Saints. However, even if I use all my strength, I can only help you take away a few remnant souls. Besides, after this matter, I will be heavily punished. As for you, you won't be able to do it at all. This isn't something that can be solved by courage and fighting spirit. I hope you can recognize the reality. Sage Kai Wei sighed. This matter will even implicate Senior? Why does Senior want to help me? Ning Fan's expression became complicated. If he were to take away a trace of Tu Huang's soul, he would need Kai Wei's power. If this matter might even bring Sage Kai Wei punishment, Ning Fan had no choice but to consider Kai Wei's standpoint. He could give up his life for Tu Huang, but he was not willing to get involved in other people's karma. I've already said that I'm not helping you. Instead, I'm ending my own karma. It's the choice I made in order to advance to the 4th step in the future. It's difficult for existences like me to help others for friendship and recognition. Everything is for benefits. You don't owe me anything and you don't have to feel that you owe me anything. Of course, don't expect me to make a greater sacrifice for you. Junior understands Senior's meaning. Then, what should I do next to take away a trace of her soul? Next, I will fight against the entire underworld earth with the power of my primordial spirit. You will protect me. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. Within the range of the fragrance of this divine tree of underworld earth, any injuries at the 2nd step can be healed instantly. You can fight with your life on the line. As she said that, Kai Wei's expression turned solemn. Both of her hands moved rapidly, leaving after images. In an instant, she made thousands of hand seals. All of a sudden, the entire underworld earth shook violently. Millions of ancient phantoms floated out from the ground. All of them were wearing ancient clothes. Each of them had a powerful chi. The weakest among them was at the 2nd step, while there were hundreds of immortal emperors. Among them, there was no lack of quasi-saints and ancient great cultivators. Be careful. The first batch of phantoms of the underworld earth is left behind by the disciples of the saints of those orthodoxies after they return to their positions. They are immortal and indestructible. I must fight against the Nether Star in this place. I can't afford to be distracted. You will deal with these phantoms. Remember not to let these phantoms get close to me and affect my actions. Otherwise, I can only apologize to you. I can no longer help you take away a trace of her soul. I can only leave now. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat, Currently, he was just in his primordial spirit form. His combat power was definitely not at his peak. What he had to do was to protect Kai Wei and resist the ancient existences that numbered more than 10 million, which included a large number of immortal emperors, quasi-saints and ancient great cultivators. It was a nearly impossible task, but Ning Fan had no other choice. He could only brace himself and face it. Either he gave up on taking away the trace of Tu Huang's soul, or he used everything he had to stop the ancient existences of the underworld from interfering with Kai Wei. As soon as Kai Wei finished speaking, she sat cross-legged on the ground and closed her eyes. At the same time, a mass of saints will spread out from her body and soared into the sky, clashing against the vast and boundless star sea will. All of a sudden, the entire underworld seemed to be divided into two. Half of the Star River was controlled by the underworld Earth, while the other half was controlled by Kai Wei. Each of the stars in this place was formed by the experts who once possessed a Tao orthodoxy after they died. They were the proof of the immortality of powerful existences. The wills that were left behind until now could be said to be vast and boundless. Kai Wei was a desolate saint among the saints. However, she was still not strong enough to control half of the Star River of the underworld Earth. It was an act of overestimating herself. It was equivalent to fighting the wills of thousands of saints of Tao orthodoxy with her own strength. It was also a nearly impossible task. It was a battle between heaven and man. It was a clash of wills. The process was silent and there were no complicated techniques involved. It gave people a sense of tranquility. However, under this tranquility, there was an unimaginable danger. Kai Wei had only clashed once with the starry sky will, and 90% of her primordial spirit had already collapsed. She almost died. Fortunately, there was still 10% of her primordial spirit that had yet to collapse. The place where she sat was right below the underworld Earth Divine Tree. Under the healing effect of the tree's fragrance, Kai Wei's severe injuries were healed in an instant. Her primordial spirit was restored to its original state. Then, he exerted all his will again and fought against the star will that filled the starry sky. Without the protection of the underworld Earth Divine Tree, Kai Wei did not have the confidence to fight against the underworld Earth Divine Tree. However, at this moment, she had a trace of confidence. Every time she was on the verge of death, every time she recovered, every time she resisted, every time her wills clashed. The tremendous chi that came from the clash of wills made Ning Fan excited. A battle of wills at this level was 10,000 times more dangerous than a battle of magical techniques. It was definitely something Ning Fan had never seen in his life. If it were him, facing the encirclement of the will of the saints in the sky, he would probably be wiped out in a single move. It was impossible for him to be like Kai Wei Xing, who was lucky enough to preserve 10% of her primordial spirit and use the underworld Earth Divine Tree to heal her injuries. Kai Wei Xing shouldered the greatest risk on her own shoulders, leaving Ning Fan with only an insignificant part of it. Ning Fan felt a trace of gratitude towards this unknown and mysterious sage. Perhaps the other party was just fighting for the sake of his own karma. However, it still gave Ning Fan a chance to rescue the others from the underworld Earth. This was an opportunity that Ning Fan could not obtain with his own strength. Even if there were tens of millions of ancient existences obstructing him, he couldn't let this chance slip by. If you want to seize the netherworld Earth's soul, kill without mercy. There were over 10 million ancient existences, so it was naturally impossible for all of them to attack in this small space. Moreover, because they were wary of Kai Wei Xing, the most powerful group of people did not show their faces first, and instead hid behind to observe. The group that was the first to charge at Kai Wei Xing was just a small group of people at the front. They were like a suicide squad. There were only a few hundred of them. Most of them were Life Immortal Realm and True Immortal Realm experts. The leader of the group was a young immortal venerate who had experienced an eternal tribulation. His body was originally illusory and he was wearing an illusory armor. In addition to his skinny body, he gave people a feeling that he was too weak to withstand a gust of wind. It was as if a gentle breeze could blow this young immortal venerate away. However, when Ning Fan stood in front of this group of people and exchanged blows with this young immortal venerate, he immediately felt the terror of this young immortal venerate. Those ancient illusory figures of Life Immortal Realm and True Immortal Realm experts were easily turned into ashes by Ning Fan's wind and fire palm leaf fan. From each of their bodies, a ray of fiery light floated out and flew back to the underground of the underworld Earth. However, this young immortal venerate who was the leader had withstood all the attacks of the wind and fire palm leaf fan with his illusory armor and remained unscathed. This was not something that most doomsday immortal venerates could do. After dispersing the flames and smoke that filled the sky, this person landed a punch on the god-exterminating shield in front of Ning Fan's primordial spirit. It was because there was already a hole on the god-exterminating shield that had yet to be repaired. That fist force penetrated a part of the shield and directly hit Ning Fan's primordial spirit. Being caught off guard, Ning Fan let out a muffled groan and retreated while coughing out blood. His primordial spirit's face was still as calm as an ancient well, but his heart was shaken. The other party was clearly just an ancient one tribulation celestial venerable, but the might of a casual punch was actually more powerful than many celestial kings from the Age of Chaos. This was the power of an ancient celestial venerable. Along the way, people would address him with this title from time to time. However, only now did he realize how powerful this title was. Ancient Immortal Venerables and Doomsday Immortal Venerables were two completely different existences. He had swept through all the Immortal Venerables and Immortal Kings from the end of days with his Immortal Venerable cultivation, but this wasn't something worth boasting about at all. This was because eternal immortal sovereigns of this level could be found everywhere in ancient times. It wasn't that the ancient immortal venerables were too strong, but that the immortal venerables of the end of days were too weak. If you want to seize the netherworld Earth's soul, kill without mercy. After sending Ning Fan's primordial spirit flying with a single strike, the young immortal venerable charged at him with a cold expression again. He was not a living person. Instead, he was a phantom that was deduced by the power of the netherworld Earth after he died here. The coldness in his expression was actually the killing intent he had when he was alive. Even though that kind of killing intent was not as strong as Ning Fan's, it was much scarier than many doomsday immortal kings. One could imagine that this young immortal venerable was definitely a peerless figure when he was alive. Ning Fan forcefully stabilized his retreat. With the help of the unique fragrance of the netherworld divine tree, his injuries were instantly healed. His primordial spirit performed a hand seal and innate magic treasures flew out one after another from the storage pouch he carried on his back. The battle intent in his eyes did not diminish. Even though he was shocked by the strength of an ancient immortal venerable, he was not afraid at all. It was because he had a reason that he could not retreat at this moment. Not to mention an ancient immortal venerable, even ancient immortal kings, ancient immortal emperors, ancient quasi-saints, and ancient grand cultivators would not be able to pass through his defense. Rumble it was the divine lightning mirror that shot out a purple lightning bolt at the young immortal venerable. However, the young immortal venerable caught the purple lightning bolt with both of his hands. His cold eyes were filled with disdain. Bang it was the sneak attack of the Jia Luo Emperor using the devil subduing bead and the divine lightning mirror. It made the young immortal venerable who thought that he had successfully defended himself spurt out blood and fell to the sky. His illusory armor was slightly broken. Moreover, when the young immortal venerable lost control of his magic power, he was tightly tied up by the lightning prison rope. The young immortal venerable was shocked. Before he could react to the situation in front of him, he was trapped in the center of the 24 poisonous banners in the blink of an eye. It was Ning Fan's 5 venom banner. As soon as he was trapped, Ning Fan immediately activated the power of the yin-yang poison technique to its maximum. The power of the yin-yang poison technique was used together with the 5 venom banner. In an instant, a small area of heaven and earth around the young immortal venerable was tainted with poison. The poison blended with the power of heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to defend against. It could be said to be all-pervasive, turning the illusory armor of the young immortal venerable into a mere decoration. Under the billowing poisonous smoke, the young immortal venerable who had his magic power sealed by the lightning prison rope no longer had any strength to resist. He was melted by the poison power of the 5 venom banner and turned into a pool of blood. After he died, a ray of light like a firefly flew out from the pool of blood and entered the land of the netherworld. This scene would happen every time a phantom died. In order to kill this young immortal venerable in one fell swoop, Ning Fan had used 5 innate magic treasures in succession. It consumed a lot of his magic power and he even suffered some injuries. Fortunately, this place was protected by the underworld earth divine tree. The magic power that he consumed would be replenished in an instant. The injuries that he suffered could be healed in an instant, giving Ning Fan the possibility of continuing the battle. Ning Fan had never heard of such a strange tree. Today was his first time encountering it. With this tree protecting him, wouldn't it mean that he would not have to worry about his magic power, injuries, and other problems during a battle? At the same time, Ning Fan also discovered that this underworld earth divine tree seemed to only be able to heal the injuries of living people and restore their magic power. It could not provide any help to the lifeless phantoms of the netherworld. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to kill this young immortal venerable. After Ning Fan killed 1,000 ancient phantoms, more phantoms immediately rushed over. Those weak life immortal realm and true immortal realm beings could not even get within 1,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang of sacred Kai Wei before they were instantly killed by Ning Fan's innate magic treasures. Blood mist filled the sky. However, there were still a few ancient immortal venerables and immortal kings blocking the attacks of the innate magic treasures. They charged towards Ning Fan coldly. The oppressive feeling that they gave Ning Fan when they joined forces was not any weaker than a single sixth tribulation immortal emperor during the age of Dharma decline. After killing the young immortal venerable, Ning Fan was already rather fearful of these ancient immortal venerables and immortal kings. Even though he only had his primordial spirit in his body, he still summoned the Dharma image of the god-destroying giant. The giant held the god-destroying shield in his left hand and the ocean-defying sword in his right. His body was surrounded by many innate magic treasures. As he let out a furious roar, the aura force of his divine spirit turned into waves of ripples that reverberated in the surroundings. It actually caused the strange Tao principles that filled the netherworld to be slightly disturbed. All of a sudden, the indifferent faces of the immortal venerables and immortal kings who were charging towards Ning Fan finally showed a hint of shock. It was not just these few people. At this moment, none of the millions of ancient phantoms that covered the sky were unafraid of Ning Fan's divine spirit aura force. That kind of fear had nothing to do with their cultivation base. It was an emotion that only ancient cultivators who had witnessed the terror of a divine spirit with their own eyes could feel. Unfortunately, the fear only lasted for a moment. After that, the eyes of these ancient phantoms turned blank. Then, they locked their killing intent on Ning Fan again. The few ancient immortal venerables and immortal kings who were charging at the forefront displayed their abilities, trying to stop Kai Wei from doing what she wanted to do. However, all of their attacks were blocked by the god-destroying giant's giant shield. The god-destroying giant's baleful chi soared into the sky. He stood in front of Kai Wei to protect her like a deity who had lived since ancient times. Even though the god-destroying shield in his hand had a ghastly hole, it did not diminish its might. Feeling the tremendous aura force of the god-destroying giant, all the ancient phantoms in the area wore a solemn expression. At first, there were only a few immortal venerables and immortal kings attacking Ning Fan at the same time. Then, more immortal venerables and immortal kings joined the fray. The eyes of the god-destroying giant were filled with monstrous killing intent. The numerous innate magic treasures that were hovering around him whizzed out. He would kill whoever that came at him. So what if they are ancient immortal venerables? So what if they are ancient immortal kings? If these ancient existences go to any other places in the underworld to cause trouble, he would not interfere. However, he would not allow anyone to trespass the 1,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang of land around Kai Wei. After a few breaths, the god-destroying giant killed the 10 over immortal venerables and immortal kings who were attacking him. However, he also paid a price. Among his many innate magic treasures, one of them was shattered by a single punch from an ancient immortal king. It was the devil-subduing bead of the Jiaoluo Emperor. As the power of this bead was greatly damaged, he had no choice but to keep it away. Before it was repaired, it could not be used again. After one wave of enemies was killed, another wave of enemies would come. It was like an endless tide that could not be eliminated. The god-destroying giant guarded the 1,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang of land and became an unreasonable god of slaughter. Any ancient phantoms who tried to approach Kai Wei would be forcibly killed by him. After another 100 breaths, the number of ancient immortal venerables and immortal kings killed by the god-destroying giant had already exceeded 100. He had also killed 150 to 60,000 life immortals and true immortals. He had also paid a heavy price. A series of low-grade innate magic treasures were damaged to varying degrees. Before he repaired them, all of them could no longer be used. Gradually, even a Tao weapon like the sea-defying sword was snapped by an ancient immortal king's finger, turning into light and dissipating. Even the wondrous Seven Treasures tree's aura was greatly damaged due to the undying divine fire of an ancient immortal venerable. In the end, there was only one innate magic treasure left circling around the god-destroying giant. It was a clean bottle that emitted a salty sea breeze. It was a mid-grade innate magic treasure, the Flooding World Bottle. Because the primordial thunder cauldron was a treasure obtained in the Battle of the Sacred Mountain, it had yet to be unsealed. The power of the Eastern Mountain divine thunder within it was only a tenth or 20%, so it could not participate in the battle. At this time and place, the Flooding World Bottle was the strongest defensive magic treasure the god-destroying giant could use. Looking at the endless number of ancient phantoms that filled the sky, the god-destroying giant made a decision. He raised the Flooding World Bottle high up, and at the same time, it released a divine light to protect Kai Wei and the underworld earth divine tree behind him. He wanted to flood the world and kill on a large scale. As soon as this treasure was activated, the starry sky in front of the ancient immortal venerables and ancient immortal kings was covered by endless waves in the sky, blocking their vision. Moments later, the raging waves poured down, wanting to drown the entire underworld earth. Such a terrifying attack caused the expressions of countless ancient phantoms to change. Don't panic. It's just a small trick. An ancient great cultivator standing the furthest snorted disdainfully. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The sea in the sky that was about to flood was actually torn apart with a bang. Countless water splashed everywhere, but when the water exploded, it sizzled and evaporated by the vast magic power of the ancient great cultivator. It turned into countless wisps of steam and flew back into the Flooding World Bottle. Then, a crack appeared on the Flooding World Bottle. From the beginning to the end, not a single drop of seawater could fall to the ground. The Flooding World Bottle can't be used in front of the ancient great cultivators. The god-destroying giant's heart sank. He put the weakened Flooding World Bottle back into his storage bag. It was wishful thinking to use magic treasures to stop these ancient existences. If magic treasures can't be used, then the god-destroying giant would use his fists to stop them and fight them. After all, not many of the ancient phantoms of the enemy used magic treasures. From this, it could be seen that in the values of ancient cultivators, magic treasures were just external objects while one's own body was the foundation. They believed in using their physical bodies to fight against heaven and earth and using magic power to devour the sun and moon. The god-destroying giant hit his god-destroying shield. His empty fists swept across with essence chi. At this moment, he activated the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. A reckless ancient immortal venerable rushed towards the god-destroying giant recklessly. Then, he was hit by the giant's punch, which drained all of his magic power. He was forced to retreat while coughing out blood. His eyes widened and he could not hide the shock and fear on his face. Then, the god-destroying giant threw out the second, third and fourth punch without any regard for his magic power. The momentum of the 4 punches combined into one and directly killed that ancient immortal venerable. In terms of group attack, the Flooding World Bottle might have a wider range. However, in terms of single target damage, the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike that was stacked with consecutive hits definitely had the potential to surpass the Flooding World Bottle and become Ningfan's strongest trump card. However, the prerequisite was that the number of consecutive hits had to reach a certain level. During the battle on the Holy Mountain, Ningfan needed to consume more than 1,009 revolution pills to be able to unleash 800 ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strikes. Now, however, with the powerful recovery ability of the divine tree of underworld soil, Ningfan no longer had to worry about replenishing his magic power. It was not difficult for him to unleash 800 consecutive hits. Moreover, he could do it without suffering any injuries. It was the best time to use the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. He could even try to unleash 900 or 1,000 consecutive hits or even more at this place. Today might be a battle that could not be replicated in his path of cultivation with the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. Today, he wanted to use his fists to defend the 1,000 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang of territory behind him. He wanted to defend, the hope of taking away the remnant soul of the slaughtering sovereign. The 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th punches. Another ancient immortal venerable tried to sneak an attack on Kai Wei Xing, but he was crushed by the god-destroying giant's iron fist. He turned into a firefly and went back into the ground. The 10th, the 20th, the 30th, the 40th punch, an ancient immortal king tried to step 1000 Xianxia 33 Emperor Zhang into Kai Weisheng's territory, but he was killed by the god-destroying giant's iron fist. The 100th, the 300th, the 500th, the 800th, the further it went, the more obvious the effect of the consecutive hits would be. The destructive power of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike would also become more terrifying. A single punch would certainly turn hundreds or thousands of life immortal realm and true immortal realm experts into nothingness. Be it ancient immortal venerables or ancient immortal kings, none of them could withstand the destructive power of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike after hundreds of consecutive hits. It was as if this punch could split the heavens, split the earth and annihilate all powerful beings. When the god-destroying giant reached the 800th consecutive hit, even peak 5th tribulation ancient immortal kings would be crushed by a single punch from the god-destroying giant. All of the ancient phantoms' eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the giant. Ordinary life immortal realm and true immortal realm phantoms no longer dared to attack the god-destroying giant by relying on their numbers. Doing so would only result in their deaths. The ancient phantoms whose cultivation bases were lower than 10,000 years old all turned into fireflies on their own and flew back to the underground of the underworld soil. It was because it was pointless for them to stay here any longer. The number of people attacking the god-destroying giant had decreased sharply. However, those who remained until the end were the elites of the elites. They were powerful beings who were not afraid of Ning Fan's 800 ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Finally, there was an ancient immortal emperor who could no longer hold himself back and rushed towards Ning Fan. It was an old man whose entire body was covered in flames. Even his hair and beard were made of flames. He had the cultivation base of the 6 tribulations ancient immortal realm. He was clearly just a 6 tribulations ancient immortal emperor. However, the sense of danger he gave Ning Fan was much stronger than that of a 7 tribulation immortal emperor during the Dharma ending era. He was comparable to an 8 tribulation immortal emperor during the Dharma ending era and even slightly stronger than the divine void immortal emperors of the godly void pavilion. Before entering the supreme pill sacred region, Ning Fan could only look up to an existence at such a level. However, at this moment, he had the confidence and strength to be on an equal footing with the other party. At this moment, the god-destroying giant's consecutive attacks had already been unleashed. It was not afraid of the immortal emperor of flames at all. The 801st punch, the ancient devil mountain breaking strike, was thrown out. In the beginning, the immortal emperor of flames did not put the ancient devil mountain breaking strike in his eyes. After all, he had never heard of this kind of lost ability of the ancient devils in his long life. Thus, he looked down on it. Facing the shadow of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike, the immortal emperor of flames used his large hand to tear the ground. Instantly, countless fiery cracks appeared in the sky and the fist light was sucked into the cracks. However, at the next moment, the fist light shattered all the cracks with a loud bang. It rushed out from the cracks and landed on the chest of the immortal emperor of flames. The immortal emperor of flames let out a muffled groan and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was forced to retreat several hundred Xianxia 33 M per Xiang, before he could regain his balance. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The god-destroying giant's punch actually made a dent in his body which was 1,000,000 times stronger. He took a deep breath and no longer looked down on the god-destroying giant. Then, he glanced at the other immortal emperor envoys beside him. This time, he was not the only one. The other 3 ancient immortal emperors also rushed towards the god-destroying giant. None of them dared to be careless. Roar. The god-destroying giant let out a furious roar and threw out 4 consecutive punches. Each punch was stronger than the previous one and each punch was stronger than the previous one, forcing the 4 emperors to retreat. While the 4 emperors were retreating while coughing out blood, the god-destroying giant relied on his endless magic power to throw out 100 punches within 2 breaths. At the same time, he increased the number of consecutive punches to more than 900, directly destroying the physical body of one of the 4 emperors. After losing his physical body, that immortal emperor was overwhelmed with shock. His primordial spirit no longer dared to continue fighting. Instead, it turned into the light of a firefly and went back into the ground. In the next round of attacks, the 3 emperors who were forced to retreat looked grim. They summoned the other 10 or so ancient immortal emperors to besiege the god-destroying giant. At this moment, Ning Fan had forgotten the high and mighty respect of immortal emperors and the terror of ancient immortal emperors. In his eyes, there was no longer any distinction between immortal emperors. In his eyes, there was only the thought of throwing punches. 910 punches. 920 punches. 1,000 punches, 1,100 punches. 1,200 punches. 2,000 punches, 2,500 punches, 3,000 punches. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base and his current strength, he would never be able to hit 3,000 consecutive punches. In this process, he could not do it without the help of the divine tree of underworld earth. The ancient devil mountain breaking strike of 800 consecutive punches could destroy the physical body of a sixth tribulation immortal emperor. After 3,000 consecutive punches, each of his punches had the terrifying power to kill an eighth tribulation immortal emperor. The 3,000 consecutive punches had even exceeded the defense of the god-destroying shield. Each of his punches had a backlash which destroyed 80 to 90% of Ning Fan's primordial spirit. Then, under the treatment of the underworld earth divine tree, his injuries were instantly healed. With the help of the underworld earth divine tree, he could disregard the consumption of his magic power and the injuries he sustained. He could do whatever he wanted. He could try the power of the 3,000 ancient devil mountain breaking strike. One after another, the ancient immortal emperors exploded under Ning Fan's punches. If he could not kill them with one punch, he would use 2 punches. If 10 punches were not enough, he would use 20 punches. Ning Fan could not hit 3,100 consecutive punches. Otherwise, he would directly die from the backlash. He would not even have the chance to ask the underworld earth divine tree to save him. However, it was not a big deal. After hitting 3,000 punches, Ning Fan would just have to break his combo and hit 3,000 consecutive punches again. After all, his magic power was inexhaustible. After all, his injuries would not kill him. Anyway, his battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. Then, let's fight. I don't care if you are an immortal emperor or some other existence. He would not allow anyone to pass through the 1,000 Xiang 33 Emperor Xiang of land behind him. Are all the immortal venerables of the future as strong as this young man? Even us ancient immortal emperors are not his match. Even with the help of the underworld earth divine tree, this young man is just too heaven-defying. If it were any other immortal venerables, they would definitely not be able to do this even with the help of the divine tree. What exactly is this kind of combo technique? There was definitely no such technique in the era where we were alive. Moreover, 3,000 strikes seems to be the limit of this child, and not the limit of this technique. I am very doubtful whether this technique has a limit or not. This kind of mystical divine ability, just which peerless prodigy of the future created it? Countless immortal emperors were blown up and forced to retreat. Deep inside their hearts, they were filled with fear towards the ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Seeing that even a large group of immortal emperors could not kill the god-exterminating giant, the 6 ancient great cultivators and 30 or so quasi-saints finally stopped watching carefully and joined the battle. There were 2 reasons why they did not join the battle until now. Firstly, they were afraid of Kai Wei Sheng. Secondly, they were stunned by the ancient devil mountain breaking strike. They wanted to see what Ning Fan's limit was. If Ning Fan could still hit 5,000 or 8,000 consecutive punches that could even kill them, they might not necessarily dare to join the battle. Unfortunately, after they repeatedly confirmed that Ning Fan's limit was only around 3,000 consecutive punches of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike. This level of damage could even destroy the physical body of a 9 tribulation ancient emperor. Moreover, it was performed by a doomsday immortal venerable. It was really unimaginable. If this matter were to spread out, it would shock and scare any quasi-saints or ancient great cultivators. However, it was not enough to make them feel fearful. And, since we have decided to join the battle, I suppose you are also prepared to die here, aren't you? One of the ancient great cultivators said coldly. This person was the one who broke the boiling water and flooded a world. The feeling he gave Ning Fan was not much weaker than the ancient chaos great emperor. He was a terrifying existence who could fight against weak saints. Ning Fan did not answer him. His battle intent did not diminish at all. However, he had a feeling that he was at the end of the road. Be it a quasi-saint or an ancient great cultivator, even if he managed to hit 3,000 consecutive punches of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike, he would definitely not be a match for a single person. Moreover, his opponent was not just a quasi-saint or an ancient great cultivator but dozens of them. The combination of such combat power was enough to destroy the 4 heavens and 9 worlds dozens of times. How could he withstand all of them by himself? However, so what if he can't withstand them? As long as I am still breathing, none of you will be able to surpass me, the human exterminating divine being roared furiously. His eyes were burning with the flames of battle. He was like a lone wolf facing a group of tigers. He threw out punches without any intention of killing these supreme beings. Instead, he just wanted to hold them back and prevent them from getting close to Kai Wei. At this moment, he was surrounded by countless experts who were far stronger than him with his tiny body. However, he did not feel a trace of fear at all. There was only calmness. He entered this place knowing that he would die. What was there to fear about death? The densely packed punches formed a net of fire. Even though these quasi-saints and ancient great cultivators would not be injured by the crazy rainstorm-like attacks, it was difficult for them to move forward against the punches. Moreover, they needed to defend themselves at all times and could not spare any hands to attack Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan's crazy attacks without caring about the price he had to pay made him look like a human-shaped cannon. The frequency of his attacks was comparable to the attacks of dozens of 9 tribulation immortal emperors who went all out. Of course, he could only launch these attacks with the help of the divine tree of underworld soil. Even so, it was enough to prove Ning Fan's strength. With his immortal venerable realm cultivation base, he was able to defeat dozens of quasi-saints and ancient great cultivators all by himself. He had done something that countless immortal emperors did not dare to attempt. 10 breaths of time passed. They were only 10 Zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, closer to Kai Wei while withstanding the intense attacks. 100 breaths of time passed and they were only 100 Zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, closer. 500 breaths of time later, more and more quasi-saints and ancient great cultivators began to frown. They realized that when they were close to a certain distance, Ning Fan actually wanted to ignite his blood to unleash a stronger punch force to stop them from moving forward. Ning Fan's punch was very heavy. It was far beyond the first level of Immortal Venerable Realm. It might not be enough to hurt them, but it would not be easy for them to withstand it without suffering any injuries. If he were to ignite his blood and risk his life, they might really not be able to move forward anymore. Damn it. Are so many of us really going to be stopped by an ant? That would be a great humiliation. Little brat, I won't give you the chance to ignite your blood. At first, I didn't want to use the power of the Dark Star to kill you. After all, I will have to pay a huge price for doing so. However, in order to get rid of you as soon as possible, I have no choice but to use it. One of the ancient great cultivators became impatient after being blocked by Ning Fan's punch. In a fit of rage, he drew the power of the stars in the sky. As soon as the power of the stars fell, it killed the entire god-destroying giant. These stars were the condensation of the power of the sage orthodoxy. Besides, it was not the orthodoxy of a single sage but the collective power of countless sages. How could Ning Fan possibly defend against it? It was not strange at all for him to die in a single blow. It would be strange if he could survive the attack because it meant that Ning Fan possessed a heaven-defying defensive power that was comparable to a fourth-step immortal emperor. Ning Fan's figure could no longer be seen on the spot. There was only the god-destroying shield which had lost its owner and the second hole on it. It fell on the muddy ground alone. From the moment Ning Fan began to stop the great army of ancient cultivators to the moment he was killed, only 1 hour had passed. 1 hour. He had only stopped the great army for 1 hour. This was his limit. However, it was also the limit that most of the immortal emperors could not achieve. He overestimated himself. What's the point of sacrificing his life for 1 hour? Ants will always be ants. We can't understand their thoughts. If this young man cherishes his life a little more, he might be able to cultivate to the peak of the second step with his innate potential. Many of the quasi-saints wore disdainful looks on their faces. No one dared to stop them anymore. With a flash, they approached Kai Wei Xing. Just as they were about to attack Kai Wei Xing, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with coldness and she stood up. All the quasi-saints and ancient great cultivators were like cats whose hair stood on end. In shock, all of them desperately retreated 1,000 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang away. The way they looked at Kai Weiqing was as if they were looking at a peerless ferocious beast. Who says that the 1 hour that this young friend fought for is meaningless? You bunch of undead creatures, don't be so proud of yourself. All of you, go back to the underworld and sleep. Kai Weiqing raised her hand. A huge purple star instantly appeared and rotated on her palm, emitting a boundless desolate saint aura. Then, the purple star soared into the sky. In an instant, its purple starlight covered all the starlight of the dark star in this place, dyeing it purple. Impossible. You actually have a way to cover the starlight of the dark star. Could it be? Could it be? An ancient great cultivator trembled in fear and flew into the sky to escape. In front of normal second-step cultivators, they were undefeatable ancient great cultivators. However, in front of a desolate saint, they were undoubtedly ants. That's right. I have completely replaced the will of the underworld. Of course, it is only temporary. With my desolate saint cultivation, I cannot control the underworld. After all, it is the relic of the underworld lord. However, Kai Weiqing mercilessly waved her hand. A ray of purple starlight shot out from her sleeve and killed the escaping ancient great cultivator. Everyone was terrified. Even ancient great cultivators couldn't survive 1 round. This was the terror of a desolate saint. Everyone also learned that this desolate saint was so heaven-defying that he had temporarily replaced the will of the underworld with his own will. No one here could stop this desolate saint, not even the dark star. Instantly, everyone ran in all directions. However, not a single one of them could escape. Kai Weiqing stretched her hand forward and reached the sky all of a sudden. When she opened her palm, a palm imprint covered the sky and covered the entire underworld continent. After that, her palm fell. All the ancient shadows that fled in all directions were killed by Kai Weiqing's palm imprint. None of them could fly out of the range of her palm imprint. In this way, the karma can be settled, right? 1 hour. Hee. I didn't expect this young man to actually be able to hold on for so long. He even lasted for twice the time compared to the best situation I expected. How amazing. In this way, the number of souls that I can help him take away is a little more than what I expected. Of course, when the Yellow Spring Holy Sect pursues this matter, I'm afraid the punishment will be even greater. Kai Weiqing smiled bitterly. She sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate her breathing. Even though he had the underworld divine tree to help him heal his injuries when he fought against the will of the dark star of this world, it could not heal the fatigue on the spiritual level. It was all right to be tired. Compared to the joy of settling the karma, this bit of fatigue was nothing. After settling the karma between him and Ji Qingling, he could finally start preparing for the legendary 4th step. Kai Weiqing waited at this place for another 2 days. 2 days later, a ray of moonlight shone out from the storage pouch that Ning Fan left behind. After that, Ning Fan used up the last bit of will of the saint in the moonlight treasure box to revive himself. At first, Ning Fan was still worried that the 1 hour that he had bought himself was not enough. However, when he found out that the time was more than enough, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After a few more days, Kai Weiqing generously helped Ning Fan leave this world of the underworld. Even when she left, she did not reveal her name to Ning Fan. When Ning Fan's primordial spirit left, his hand was carefully holding a seed that was formed from fluorescence. That was a trace of the remnant soul of the Slaughter Sovereign that Kai Weiqing had obtained for him. In other words, it could be said to be the remnant soul of the Sword Ancestor. Because of your protection, the remnant soul that I obtained was a little more than what I expected. If I force myself to use it, I can actually condense a Yellow Spring Soul seed. However, this has exceeded my previous plan. Senior, may I ask what a Yellow Spring Soul seed is? Don't ask too much. Just take it and plant it. You are so weak. I'm too lazy to scheme against you. You don't have to worry about this. At my level, if I honestly say that I won't scheme against you, then I really won't. I won't even bother to lie. Remember that after you plant the Yellow Spring Soul seed, you must use the best soil to nurture it and water it with the best Tao Spring. As long as you are sincere, you will be able to see that woman again one day. As for your trip to the underworld, you better keep this matter to yourself. Don't mention it to anyone, not even the people closest to you. This matter is one of the greatest taboos in the world. Even some incipient saints and nirvana saints are not qualified to know about it. It's not a good thing to know too much. Thank you for your kindness today, Senior. If I have the fortune to go to the true world, I will certainly repay you. Humph. There's no need for that. Your karma is a little complicated. It involves the Zido immortal domain, the ancient desolate immortal domain, the Taizong tribulation spirit, the ancient divine spirits and the god-destroying shield of the ancient country. I don't want to get involved in your karma. I also don't think that there is anything that you can repay me with. Ning Fan naturally did not mind Kai Wei's sharp tongue. He did owe her some karma. Even if she did not want to repay him, he would definitely repay her in the future. He did not know if Kai Wei had really done him a favor or if she had other plans. He could only choose to believe her. He believed that he would be able to meet Tu Huang and the Sword Ancestor again after getting the soul seed back. He believed that the efforts he had put his life on the line for the past 2 times would not be in vain. Holding the soul seed in his hand, Ning Fan's bitter heart more or less had a hint of hope. All of his magic treasures were damaged during this trip, including the god-destroying shield. All of them needed to be repaired properly. The price he had to pay was not small. However, as long as he could get back a trace of Tu Huang's remnant soul and the possibility of reuniting with her, he would be willing to destroy all of his magic treasures, let alone just having half of them destroyed. Even if he has to exchange his life for hers, he would be willing to do so. I'm already very lucky to be able to return alive from the underworld and bring back a trace of her soul. In this way, I might be able to slightly repay what I owe her in my previous and current lives. It has been 40 days since I entered the underworld. I wonder what's the situation in the Supreme Pale Sacred region. Have those quasi-saints returned? My physical body was lost outside. I wonder if it's still there. Or perhaps, it has already been picked up and destroyed by some despicable cultivators. Ning Fan sighed. That day, his physical body was bound and he could not move at all. He had no choice but to use his primordial spirit to rush into the underworld. At that time, he did not have the time to care about his physical body. Now, however, he had no choice but to care about it. A spatial crack opened. Ning Fan was sent out of the underworld by Kai Wei's ability and returned to the place where Tu Huang had fallen that day. As soon as he returned to the outside world, he was locked onto by thousands of spirit sense experts. Moreover, there were tens of fragmentary thought and immortal venerated realm abilities that were aimed at Ning Fan, trying to kill him who had suddenly appeared in this place. This was not the same as the attack from the phantoms of the underworld that day. Ning Fan was naturally not afraid of this level of attack. His primordial spirit neither dodged nor evaded. With just the toughness of his primordial spirit, he took on everyone's attacks head-on and remained unscathed, shocking everyone. Hiss! What a strange primordial spirit. It can actually be so tough. It's simply unheard of. Who is this primordial spirit? Does he also want to share? We don't even have enough of Great Devil Ning's physical body. How can we share it with him? Wait. Look at the appearance of this primordial spirit. Doesn't it look the same as Great Devil Ning? Hiss. Damn it. He is Great Devil Ning. Great Devil Ning has returned. He didn't die. His primordial spirit just left his body. We actually coveted his physical body. We will die. We will die. Run. Countless cultivators of Great Desolate Realm who had been guarding this place and refining Ning Fan's physical body for many days fled in fear. Unfortunately, before they could get far, Ning Fan's primordial spirit caught up to them and killed them one by one. Ning Fan would not show any mercy to these enemies. As soon as he used his ability to communicate with all living things, he learned about the actions of these people in the past 40 days from the thoughts of the plants and flowers in this place. They were undoubtedly his enemies. After Ning Fan entered the underworld, his physical body was discovered by some cultivators of Great Desolate Realm who arrived later. Who asked Tu Huang to cause such a huge commotion when he fought with someone? It would be strange if no one came to investigate. When these cultivators of Great Desolate Realm who arrived late discovered Ning Fan's physical body, their first reaction was fear. For 3 whole days, none of them dared to act recklessly. Who among the cultivators of great desolate realm could remain calm when they saw Ningfan? However, on the 4th day, after these people confirmed that Ningfan's physical body would not move, they heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them guessed that Ningfan's primordial spirit had left his physical body in this place. Some of them guessed that Ningfan had died and only his corpse was left intact. Some of them wanted to destroy Ningfan's physical body, but they realized that ordinary methods could not harm Ningfan's physical body, which was a divine spirit body, at all. They could not even leave a scratch on his body even if they hit him. Some of them became greedy for Ningfan's powerful physical body and wanted to take it back home to possess it. However, more and more cultivators of great desolate realm came to this place after hearing the news. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. Naturally, they could not let any one of them monopolize Ningfan's physical body. Thus, someone came up with an absurd suggestion, using the large cauldron to extract the essence of Ningfan's flesh and blood and then sharing it with everyone at the scene would certainly benefit in terms of the strength of their physical bodies. Because there were too many monks and not enough gruel, the cultivators at the scene did not spread the news that Ningfan's physical body was left in this place. Otherwise, there might be stronger existences who would participate in the fight for it. Thus, for 40 days, these people had been using a large cauldron to extract the essence of Ningfan's flesh and blood and supplement it with various spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, Ningfan's great 5-elemental physique was too weak. Ordinary true fire could not harm his physical body at all. Instead, the injuries on his physical body had mostly healed under the nourishment of the medicinal power. Occasionally, other people would come to the scene. If they could not kill them in a single move, they would also allow them to participate in the division of flesh. In the end, even when Ningfan's primordial spirit returned, these people did not manage to obtain any benefits from Ningfan's physical body. When Ningfan's primordial spirit left his body, he brought his storage pouch with him. Thus, these people naturally did not manage to obtain any benefits from Ningfan's physical body. As for the yin-yang locket that was hidden in his dantian, it was even more impossible for it to be discovered by others. Those people could not break Ningfan's physical body and obtain the yin-yang locket. Even if they managed to obtain it, they would not be able to open it. Even if they managed to open it, they would only be courting death as Zhang Yu was inside. Beside the large cauldron, there was a dog that was on the verge of death. It was not an ordinary dog but a heavenly dog. The reason why Ningfan killed all the cultivators here in a fit of rage was not only because these people were after his physical body. From the information provided by Hua Chao, Ningfan learned one thing. When his physical body was not protected by anyone, a heavenly dog crawled out from the ground following his scent. This heavenly dog was the heavenly dog that he had casually planted an illusion technique in the Fire Soul Tower that day and subdued it. On that day, this heavenly dog had actually left the Fire Soul Tower together with Ningfan. However, after Ningfan walked out of the tower's door, he was directly teleported back to the surface by the formation of the tower's door. However, this heavenly dog was different. Its identity could not be identified by the formation of the tower's door. Thus, it could not be teleported directly. After walking out of the tower's door, it needed to dig all the way to the Great Brightness Temple on the surface from the depths of the Fire Soul Tower where the Two-World Seal was located. How hard was the rock stratum of the middle state? At least, it was not something that this heavenly dog could dig to the surface in a short period of time. Fortunately, the heavenly dog clan had hard claws and teeth. Thus, it dug day and night. After digging for an unknown period of time, it finally reached the surface. However, Ningfan was no longer in the Great Brightness Temple by then. It had been too long since the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition ended. It began to search for Ningfan in the entire middle state. It began to search for Ningfan in the entire Supreme Pill Sacred region. It did not know how long it had been searching for Ningfan, but it still could not find him. It was because Ningfan in his normal state had a way to conceal his qi and karma. He would not leave any traces for it to find. When Ningfan lost control of his physical body and released his qi, it finally found him by following the scent of his physical body. However, it realized that what it found was just a corpse. The master that it had followed wholeheartedly was actually dead. Moreover, the corpse of its master was refined and divided by countless ugly people of the great despicable realm. This made this heavenly dog infuriated, thus, it ferociously rushed towards each of the people of the great despicable realm, trying to stop this matter. However, with its meager cultivation base, it could not take back its master's corpse at all. Instead, it was beaten to a pulp by a group of people of the great despicable realm. If it was not because someone had noticed that this heavenly dog had a special bloodline and could be kept as a spiritual pet, it would have probably been killed by them. Woof, woof woof. The heavenly dog, which was on the verge of death, suddenly smelled Ning Fan's scent. It struggled to open its eyes and barked happily. It turns out that its master is not dead. That's great, woof woof woof. After the pleasant surprise, it felt as if its wish had been fulfilled. It fell to the ground and breathed no more. Its life force was gone. It closed its eyes peacefully. Ning Fan's primordial spirit frowned and landed in front of the heavenly dog. He raised his small hand and sent his life force into the heavenly dog's body. Finally, the heavenly dog, which had almost lost its life, was saved by Ning Fan. Ning Fan never owed anyone karma. He was not even willing to owe the karma of a heavenly dog. He could not save the complete sovereign slayer. He could only bring back a soul seed. He already felt extremely guilty about what happened to Sovereign Slayer. If another heavenly dog dies because of him, no. From today onwards, I will never let something like this happen again. If I can't even protect the people around me, then what's the point of cultivating the Tao? You are very brave. I can see your heart. You seem to have recognized me and want to serve me as your master. It's fine too. Judging from your innate talent, you seem to be quite good. It's just that your cultivation base is mediocre because you are living in the heavenly dog clan and lack the guidance of a great master. From today onwards, I will accept you as my servant. If you remain loyal, I will certainly bring you to the peak of cultivation. This is my promise. Since I have decided to accept you as my servant, I need to give you a name. Let me think. Giving a name is the most troublesome thing. Ning Fan frowned. All of a sudden, he had a flash of inspiration. When he entered the Yellow Spring, he had fallen into the illusion technique of the entrance of the Yellow Spring. In that illusion, he saw the scene of two saints fighting each other. One of them was a saint named Shui Ling Zi, while the other was a saint named Crow Heavenly Dog. Speaking of which, that Crow Heavenly Dog is also a heavenly dog. I have thought of a majestic name. From today onwards, you shall be called Crow Heavenly Dog. In this world, there were many people who had the same name. He would not be affected by such a small matter. Even if he was, Ning Fan did not care because he was really too lazy to think of a name. Ning Fan, who would never admit that he had plagiarized someone else's name, stroked the heavenly dog's head. When he saw that the heavenly dog's chi gradually returned to normal after absorbing his life force, a smile finally appeared on his face. He was happy for the heavenly dog's survival. Woof woof woof. It was Crow Heavenly Dog's voice. He was overjoyed and grateful to Ning Fan for saving his life. He quite liked his new name. He was even happier because he finally had a reliable master. His life in the future was going to be settled. Take some more pills to heal your wounds. Don't disturb me while I'm casting the rain technique. I want to check the current situation of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. Those quasi-saints seem to have yet to return from the chaotic space. Could it be that they are still fighting inside? What a pity. The fake map of the two formations of the ancient country and the heaven-opening Chi Void wooden box aren't considered a loss. Only the 60% of the extreme yang water will probably benefit their enemies if it falls into their hands, allowing their cultivation base to improve tremendously. However, I had no other choice. If it wasn't for the enticement of great benefits, it would have been impossible for me to lure them into the chaotic space. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to trap the 10 wasps in the end. Ning Fan's expression was a little bitter. He recalled the battle on the sacred mountain. It was such a desperate battle, but in the end, Tu Huang still failed to escape from the schemes of others. He carefully kept his soul seed. Then, his primordial spirit went into his physical body inside the cauldron and broke out of it. Then, he used his magic power to create clothes. Woof woof woof. Crow Heavenly Dog struggled to stand up with his weak body. He spat out a jade bottle from his mouth and pushed it to Ning Fan's feet with his head. Ning Fan was stunned. He picked up the jade bottle and scanned it with his spirit sense. Then, his expression changed. Why would the extreme yang water that I threw into the chaotic space be here? Could it be? Is there really such a coincidence in the creation of this world? Interesting. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and guessed the cause and effect. In the chaotic space, the 10 wasps were the ones who hid the deepest. After knowing that the other 2 items were fake, they snatched the extreme yang water and returned to the outside world. After returning to the outside world, they refused to give up their evil intentions. They wanted to scheme against Ning Fan and Tu Huang. In the end, they were killed by the furious Tu Huang. The extreme yang water that they brought back to the outside world was also lost after the great battle. It was picked up by Crow Heavenly Dog, who had a keen sense of smell. He hid it in his mouth and no one noticed it. Is this how it feels like to have 1,000 gold scattered and come back again? It would be great if that woman named Ji Qingling could also return safely with them. Forget it. It's not my style to sigh. Since things have come to this, I can only think of ways to make up for it. I will look for the best soil and the best Dao spring to water her soul seed. One day, we will meet again. When that time comes, I will properly settle the score with her for leaving without saying goodbye this time. I don't care if you are Tu Huang or the Sword Ancestor. Now that you have become my woman, don't even think about leaving so easily. Ning Fan brought Crow Tiango along and rode the black immortal cloud back to the dragon nest on the Stone Flame continent. Due to the unforeseen event that happened to Emperor Tu, Duo Lan would have to stay in this dragon nest and cultivate alone in the future. With that in mind, Ning Fan gave Duo Lan a lot of self-protection items for her cultivation. They were not meant to protect her from attacks. Instead, they were worried that Duo Lan would be cultivating alone. Once something goes wrong, no one would be there to save her. Duo Lan repeatedly asked about Emperor Tu's whereabouts. She was extremely worried. Ning Fan could only remain silent. Hence, Duo Lan, who had a vague feeling that Emperor Tu might have met with misfortune, also remained silent. She was unwilling to believe that the supreme female emperor, who was carefree and unrestrained and made her feel inferior, actually died just like that. Don't let your thoughts run wild. That woman isn't truly dead. One day, I will find a way to bring her back. As for you, I'm afraid you will have to cultivate alone in this place in the future. When my cultivation base is strong enough to erase the curse of the saints of this world, I will come back and bring you away. I'm not worried about your safety. I'm just worried that you will be lonely in the future because you have lost a companion. Senior, you don't have to worry about me. Ever since my father died, I have already gotten used to living alone. Even though I'm the only one here, there aren't so many schemes and harms. It's countless times better than being in the outside world. Then, I will leave for real this time. Take care. Senior, you are the one who should take care of yourself. Duo Lan will wait for you here forever. Ning Fan patted Duo Lan's head and left in silence. The previous time was also a farewell. However, he did not have such a heavy heart like he did now. When he walked out of the dragon nest again, Duo Lan was the only one who sent him off. He no longer had Emperor Tu's indifferent gaze. When he walked out of the dragon nest again, his heart was no longer as calm as before. Uncontrollably, the scenes of him interacting with Emperor Tu appeared in his mind. The Ing Dragon Claw was forced out of Ning Fan's body because it was already damaged. The damage was caused during the great battle in the underworld. It was already irreparable. In the past, if Ning Fan's spiritual equipment was damaged, he would throw it away directly after forcing it out of his body. However, this time, he did not throw away the remains of the Ing Dragon Claw. As soon as he saw the spiritual equipment, he recalled the scenes in the blood martial arena and Emperor Tu. Countless thoughts eventually turned into a silent sigh. While sighing, Ning Fan rode the black immortal cloud and flew away from the extreme pale sacred region with Crow Tiango. He no longer wanted to pay attention to Supreme Ox Ghost's transactions and schemes. He had also lost interest in the treasures that were full of schemes in the sacred mountain. As for the cultivators of the dark race and the eastern heaven who were hiding in the sacred mountain, Ning Fan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He had more important things to do and was in a hurry to return. Ning Fan finally understood how tormenting it was to owe someone karma but not be able to repay it. At this moment, he only had one wish, and that was to quickly return to the eastern sky and save the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. He owed the ancient Chaos Great Emperor a lot of karma. If he extended the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life, he would be able to repay some of it. The only troublesome thing was that the passage of the realm beasts to the Extreme Pill Sacred Region had already been destroyed. When Ning Fan leaves the Extreme Pill Sacred Region, he would have to choose a different world path in order to return to the Eastern Heaven. This meant that the landing point of his return to the Eastern Sky would not be the Extreme Dan Divine City that he entered, but somewhere else. A planet would not stop rotating because of a person. The world would not stagnate because of a certain matter. The opening of the Extreme Pill Sacred Region was indeed a grand event in the Eastern Heaven. However, no matter how grand the event was, there would be a day when it would be forgotten by people. The Eastern Heaven was a place with many battles. The cultivators here might be interested in some grand events, but what they loved more was fighting, killing, and plundering actual benefits to improve themselves. It had only been a year since the opening of the Extreme Pill Sacred Region, but many cultivators of the Eastern Heaven had already forgotten about it. The Extreme Pill Sacred Region had also returned to its former desolation. In the 3rd month after the opening of the Extreme Pill Sacred Region, a cultivator on the Eastern Heaven's ancient Joy planet unearthed a partially damaged innate magic treasure. This incident caused countless forces of the Eastern Heaven to fight over it. Nearly 100 true immortal old monsters died because of this. There were even immortal emperors of the Eastern Heaven who fought over it. In the 7th month after the opening of the Extreme Pill Sacred Region, a huge battle broke out between the Eastern Heaven-seeking immortal sect and the Mo-Hai sect. It was a battle between two immortal venerables. The cause of the battle was to fight over the remains of an ancient immortal king's cave. In the 10th month after the opening of the Extreme Pill Sacred Region, an eternal tribulation immortal venerable died tragically for unknown reasons. After his death, his forces were divided by several immortal venerables. It was another reign of terror. In the 13th month after the opening of the Extreme Pill Sacred Region, a war broke out in the White Bird Star region. More than 10 true immortal sects were involved in this matter. The cultivation planets of the White Bird Star region had snow all year round and the climate was very cold. It wasn't suitable for most cultivators to live in, but it was extremely suitable for cultivators with ice attribute cultivation techniques to live here. This was the paradise of ice cultivators. The ice cultivators who cultivated in this star region occupied hundreds and thousands of cultivation planets. The number of ice cultivators was never less than 1 million. Among them, there were 16 true immortal sects that were located here. They joined forces to establish the White Bird Alliance and managed all the ice cultivators who came here to cultivate. Every ice cultivator who came here to cultivate had to pay a certain amount of protection fee before they could cultivate in this star region. The cultivators who came here to cultivate had to abide by the iron rules set by the White Bird Alliance. They had to abide by their duties and were not allowed to fight recklessly. Because of the existence of the White Bird Alliance, this star region was still considered peaceful in the past. It was considered an anomaly in the war in the Eastern Sky. However, even such a peaceful star region was involved in a war. Recently, a devil appeared out of nowhere and declared war on the entire White Bird Alliance with his own strength. This matter shocked the true immortal circle in the Eastern Sky. The devil who declared war on the White Bird Alliance was called the Three-Fingered Old Devil. This name had an origin, and that was that cultivators of the same level as him couldn't take 3 of his fingers. Often, the second finger could kill all cultivators of the same level. If the third finger was used, it could kill people of a higher level. This was a powerful devil that was invincible among cultivators of the same level. At this moment, in the cold star region of the White Bird Star region, the Three-Fingered Old Devil stood with his hands behind his back. The powerful aura of a newly advanced immortal venerable swept out, causing the thousands of Alliance cultivators surrounding him to feel a chill. Among the thousands of cultivators surrounding him, almost all the elites of the 16 White Bird sects were gathered here just to kill the Three-Fingered Old Devil. Trash. A bunch of trash. What bullshit White Bird Alliance, it's just a child's play. This old man can kill all of you by myself. It seems like the 16 sects of the Alliance are all here. Good, this is too good. This saves this old man from wasting time and looking for you one by one. Men, kill all of them. Women, heh. The Three-Fingered Old Devil's face was full of evil. His gaze swept across the thousands of female cultivators and immediately caused countless female cultivators to fly into a rage out of humiliation. These words enraged one of the fragmented thoughts who was besieging the cultivators. With a roar, he took the lead and charged towards the three-fingered old devil. That was an old man riding on a wine gourd. He was slightly weaker than the three-fingered old devil. He was an old monster who was half a step into the immortal venerable realm. His aura was vast and boundless. He was the number one old monster in the 16 white bird sex and was known as the Wine Heaven Monarch. Normally, he was crazy and had a playful attitude. But today, the Wine Heaven Monarch's heart was frighteningly sober and frighteningly cold. There wasn't any drunkenness in his eyes, only the blood red of hatred. The Wine Heaven Monarch killed his way towards the three-fingered old devil. He couldn't hide the anger in his heart and his eyes were about to split. Just a few days ago, several of his female disciples, who he treated as his own, were dismembered by the three-fingered old devil in front of countless passers-by when they were out. He even cut off some parts of his female disciples and kept them as a collection. His methods were truly outrageous. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. He must kill this devil today. Wine Heaven Monarch, huh? I heard that your drunken sword skill is extremely powerful, but I wonder if you can force me to use the third finger. The three-fingered old devil sneered in disdain. In the midst of his disdainful voice, the Wine Heaven Monarch had already approached within 3,000 feet. He lifted his foot and stepped on the wine gourd. Immediately, a stream of wine mist flew out from the gourd and rushed towards the three-fingered old devil. At first, the wine mist was just a misty fog, but when it was 1,000 feet away, the wine mist suddenly condensed and turned into a cold sword light that was 7 zhang long and 7 qi long. It slashed towards the three-fingered old devil's head. The three-fingered old devil dodged to the side. Not far behind him, an abandoned planet covered with white snow was directly slashed apart by the sword light, shattering the planet into pieces. The Wine Heaven Monarch changed his finger seals, and the cold sword light was divided into 10, and then into 100. Suddenly, 100 sword lights that were powerful enough to slash apart the stars shot towards the three-fingered old devil. The three-fingered old devil laughed and didn't put these sword lights in his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed a finger. The cold ice chi in the entire starry sky was condensed at the tip of his finger. With a single finger, the 100 sword lights that were attacking him were all frozen in an instant. Then, he pointed another finger at the Wine Heaven Monarch. With the Wine Heaven Monarch as the center, the surrounding starry sky began to freeze crazily. Even the Wine Heaven Monarch was no exception. With a horrified expression, he was frozen to death and turned into an ice sculpture. Countless cultivators of the Alliance were shocked to death. No one had expected that the number one expert of the Alliance, the Wine Heaven Monarch, couldn't even withstand the second finger of the three-fingered old devil. A half-step immortal venerable was killed by 2 fingers. The devil name of the three-fingered old devil was indeed not fake. He was truly a terrifying existence that was unrivaled in the same realm. Ha ha ha. All of you can come together. Don't waste this old man's time. The three-fingered old devil was arrogant. He looked at the surrounding cultivators as if they were nothing. His action immediately angered all the cultivators of the Alliance. Immediately, more than a dozen late and peak thought fragmentation cultivators joined hands and attacked the three-fingered old devil. The rest of the cultivators occupied the starry sky and activated the absolute kill grand formation. They wanted to cooperate with the thought fragmentation cultivators to kill the three-fingered old devil. The three-fingered old devil's eyes flashed fiercely and shouted, "One finger freezes the mountains and rivers." He raised his finger and pointed. The cold light instantly covered the entire starry sky. The 3 fastest thought fragmentation cultivators were directly frozen to death. The other thought fragmentation cultivators who were behind were also blown away by the power of the three-fingered old devil's finger. Each of them spurted out blood and retreated. The absolute kill formation that was set up by thousands of cultivators was frozen and then broken into pieces. Among the thousands of cultivators, nearly half of them were turned into ice sculptures. They were swept away by the cold force and died a violent death. How can this devil be so strong? Even in eternal tribulation, a mortal venerable might not necessarily be stronger than him. Countless people were frightened. Haha. An eternal tribulation is nothing. Since several months ago, I have completely mastered the heaven-freezing finger. This old man has also killed a first tribulation immortal venerable. Unfortunately, the entire eastern sky doesn't know that the murderer is this old man. From today onwards, the title of Eastern Sky's #1 devil is no longer that outdated Sunluo, but this old man. The three-fingered old devil laughed loudly. While laughing, he raised his finger and pointed, slaughtering the cultivators of the Alliance one by one. Some people wanted to escape, but they found that even the starry sky here was frozen. They couldn't use escape techniques to escape from here. When the last peak thought fragmentation cultivator of the Alliance was killed by the three-fingered old devil, all the cultivators of the Alliance lost the courage to continue resisting. The three-fingered old devil looked down at the few remaining Alliance cultivators from above. His expression was incomparably arrogant, as if the current him could truly become the Eastern Sky's #1 devil, showing disdain for all heroes by wiping out the White Bird Alliance. He began to fantasize that after killing all the men here, he would play with all the female cultivators here. After that, he would go to the next star field and bully the men and women. How delightful! This is true cultivation. This is true devil cultivation. Don't feel unreconciled. Being able to die in the hands of this #1 devil of the Eastern Sky is your honor. Haha, this old man will press the last finger and send you all back. Before he could finish speaking, old devil Three Fingers let out a muffled groan and flew forward without warning. Behind him, unfortunately, there was a space crack that suddenly tore open. Because this space crack opened too suddenly and too violently, the three-fingered old devil didn't have enough time to guard against it. He was injured by the tearing power of space and fell into the void in front of him. There was no longer any trace of the high and mighty devil venerable image. A second ago, he still boasted of being the #1 devil of the Eastern Sky. The next second, he was lying in the starry sky in a sorry state. He stood up with difficulty. His expression was gloomy and frightening, as if he had been greatly humiliated. Who is it? Who is scheming against this old man? Daring to make this old man a fool, this old man will tear you into pieces. I will use your life to increase my name as the #1 devil of the Eastern Sky. The three-fingered old devil angrily roared and raised his finger to press down on the space crack. He wanted to freeze this person to death before he could walk out of the crack. The cold air carried a trace of the power of the Tao. It swiftly and violently formed a snake in the starry sky. But unexpectedly, before his cold air could approach the space crack, it inconceivably melted and evaporated on its own. The three-fingered old devil was shocked. Ever since he had cultivated the heaven-freezing finger, there had been people who could withstand his first finger. However, this was the first time he had encountered someone like this who could directly evaporate his cold air. The person who had come was definitely not a fragmented thought. It was very likely that he was also an ancient immortal venerable. Moreover, he was definitely not a weak immortal venerable, humph. So what if you're an ancient immortal venerable? This old man has even jumped realms to kill a one tribulation immortal venerable. Why should I be afraid of you? Second finger freezing star. Third finger freezing sun and moon. Fourth finger freezing world. He actually used all four of the heaven-freezing finger's finger seals in one breath. The heaven-freezing finger was an extremely powerful divine ability. Even a second tribulation immortal venerable could use it as a trump card. At this moment, the three-fingered old devil had even used his fourth finger. His cold sense turned into hundreds and thousands of ice dragons which crashed into the space crack. The three-fingered old devil was extremely confident. He firmly believed that even if the other party was an ancient immortal venerable, he would also be severely injured by this cold air. However, a strange scene appeared again. Before the ice dragons could reach the space crack, they were melted by the vast magic power that came out of the space crack. Then, Ning Fan's expression turned cold. He stepped on a dark cloud which carried Crow Tiango and flew out of the space crack. Some of the people who had seen Lord Yu's portrait immediately exclaimed when they saw Ning Fan's appearance. Immortal Lord Yu. It's actually him. Didn't he enter the Extreme Dan sacred region? Could it be that he has already returned? Why is he here? Could it be that he is the accomplice of the three-fingered old devil who wants to kill all the cultivators of the White Bird Alliance? Yes. That must be it. It can't be wrong. That immortal Lord Yu is infamous for his ferocious deeds. In the past, he annihilated the Anti-Ning alliance. It's not strange at all that he wants to annihilate our White Bird alliance. It's over. It's all over. We can't even defeat the three-fingered old devil. Now that Immortal Lord Yu is here as well, we will definitely die. What's there to be afraid of? Even if I die, I will die while charging forward. I will never wait for death to come. Black lines appeared on Ning Fan's forehead. He did not expect that he would be involved in a storm just as he walked out of the Extreme Dance sacred region. Moreover, he was directly treated as an accomplice who came to annihilate a sect, three-fingered old devil. What the hell is that? I've never heard of him before. Is he an old devil who has been living in seclusion in the Eastern Heaven? Did he come out to wreak havoc after mastering a devil technique? This person even claims to be the #1 devil of the Eastern Heaven? Eh? How dare he dream of having such a title with such a weak cultivation base? Is it arrogance or ignorance? Oh? You are the legendary Immortal Lord Yu? Sure enough, you have some skills. You actually managed to block my heaven-freezing fourth finger, which contained 70% of my magic power. Just now, I underestimated you and did not use my full strength. But this time I won't hold back. Ning Fan was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of the three-fingered old devil. His body swayed slightly and a red light flashed. It was as if he had flown away from the black immortal clouds, but also as if he had never moved at all. At this moment, the primordial spirit of the three-fingered old devil was held in Ning Fan's hand. The three-fingered old devil who had lost his primordial spirit had a hideous bloody hole in his dantian. Blood was gushing out from the hole. His corpse carried an expression of disbelief. It had lost all of its vitality. Then, it was taken away by Ning Fan. In any case, it was the corpse of an immortal venerable. It was a material to refine the 10,000 spirit blood. Even though this immortal venerable's level was a little low as he was just a newly advanced immortal venerable, all the cultivators of the White Bird Alliance were shocked by the shocking scene in front of them. The Immortal Lord Yu actually failed to kill the arrogant three-fingered old devil in a single move. These two people were not on the same side. The dignified three-fingered old devil, a dignified immortal venerable, actually could not survive for more than half a breath in the hands of the Immortal Lord Yu. How is this possible? I am the dignified #1 devil of the Eastern Heaven. How could I be killed by you in a single move? The primordial spirit of the three-fingered old devil who was captured by Ning Fan was terrified. When he got close to Ning Fan, he could feel the immense baleful qi that Ning Fan was deliberately suppressing. What kind of terrifying killing qi was that? Could it be that this kid had even killed immortal emperors before? Moreover, he had killed more than one person? What kind of joke is this? The #1 devil of the Eastern Heaven? If the #1 devil of the Eastern Heaven is only at your level, there wouldn't be so many wars in the Eastern Heaven that no one can suppress. Ning Fan had never shown mercy to his enemies. He swallowed the three-fingered old devil's primordial spirit in a single gulp and devoured it. The terrifying scene once again made the cultivators of the White Bird Alliance pale. This was what it meant by seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. No matter how terrifying the Immortal Lord Yu was in the rumors, they were just hearsay and lacked authenticity. Now that they witnessed Ning Fan's attack with their own eyes, they finally understood what it meant to be unrivaled. What it meant to be terrifying. What it meant to be a man-eat-man world. Reverse spirit, Ning Fan did not care about the war in the White Bird Galaxy. He used the reverse spirit technique and directly read everyone's memories, ignoring their will. The difference in their cultivation bases was too big. Even if these people wanted to resist, they could not do it. Moreover, none of them dared to resist Ning Fan's ability. Each of them kept quiet out of fear and did not even dare to breathe loudly. They just let Ning Fan read their memories, fearing that he would directly kill them all if they resisted. As Ning Fan's spirit sense became stronger, the damage caused by the reverse spirit technique to their sea of consciousness was almost non-existent. It would only make them feel a little dizzy. That was all. After a long time, Ning Fan finished reading their memories. He patted his storage pouch and took out some pills that he did not need. Then, he casually gave them to the mid-thought fragmentation realm expert who had the highest cultivation base among the survivors. These pills are the compensation for the information you provided. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan did not look at their reactions. He stepped on the black immortal cloud and instantly flew out of their vision. No one knew where he went. Hiss! What a fast speed! Even immortal kings don't have such speed. Some of the survivors were astonished. This is the sense-opening pill. Lord, you actually gave away such precious pills just like that. He's not here to kill us. He's just passing by. The old thought fragmentation realm expert who received the pills was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his fists and thanked Ning Fan. He was not only thanking Ning Fan for giving him the pills but also for killing Old Devil Three-Fingered and saving countless rogue cultivators in the White Bird Galaxy. Some of the female cultivators stared at the direction where Ning Fan left with sparkling eyes. They were lost in thought for a long time, as if they were admiring a hero. Ning Fan's killing Qi was very frightening. However, in the eyes of some of the females, this kind of frightening was a kind of coldness and charm. Ning Fan's reputation was very bad. In addition to the intentional defamation of the dark race, he was a person who committed all kinds of crimes and bullied people in the eyes of the world. However, in the eyes of these cultivators in the White Bird Galaxy, even though Ning Fan's killing Qi was very strong, he was not necessarily an unreasonable villain. No matter how bad he was at least 1,000 or 10,000 times better than a devil like Old Devil Three-Fingered. One should know that devils with a character like Old Devil Three-Fingered were as numerous as the stars in the sky in the Eastern Heaven immortal world. It was just that their cultivation bases varied. Even if Ning Fan's character was not good, he was not at the bottom of the list. I have an idea. Why don't we join the Thousand Autumns sect which is under Lord Yu? But Lord Yu is in big trouble. He has been targeted by the legendary secret race, Humph. If it wasn't for Lord Yu, we would have been killed by Old Devil Three-Fingered just now. Even though we aren't good people, the words "we must repay kindness" are still the only creed of the White Bird Alliance. It's precisely because Lord Yu is in trouble that we have to help him with all our might. It's just death. Why should we be afraid of the secret race? Besides, the only half-step immortal venerable in the White Bird Alliance is already dead. If we don't join some major forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. Of course, repaying kindness is the most important thing. A few months ago, that secret race sent a battle invitation to the Thousand Autumns sect. This matter had already spread across the Eastern Heaven. Given Lord Yu's personality, he would most likely join the battle. There's no limit to the number of helpers in this battle. Even though we aren't considered as the top forces, we can still stand behind Lord Yu and cheer for him. Alright. This little brother will bring some people to the Thousand Autumns sect and present them with gifts in order to become their subordinate force. Ning Fan did not know that he had just casually recruited a subordinate force for the Thousand Autumns sect. He did not care about what happened in the White Bird Star region at all. He killed Old Devil Three-Fingered not because he wanted to do something good. It was just a matter of convenience. Currently, after returning to the Eastern Heaven, he had already suppressed the sadness of killing the Sovereign Realm. Instead, it was replaced by worry. Firstly, he was worried about the first-grade quasi-saint Taoist Baizu in the Extreme Dan Sacred region. Secondly, he was worried about the battle invitation. When he left the Extreme Dan Sacred region, the few quasi-saints had yet to return from the chaotic flow of space. However, if they return, they would certainly hunt him down. Fortunately, he had already left the Extreme Dan Sacred region. Due to the existence of the Saint's Curse, the native quasi-saints of the Extreme Dan Sacred region would not be able to chase him to the Eastern Heaven to kill him. However, that Taoist Baizu who was on the same side as the Dark Race would eventually return to the Eastern Heaven. After he returns, he would most likely attack him because of what happened in the Extreme Dan Sacred region. That person was a quasi-saint. To Ning Fan, he was definitely a problem. This was his first concern. He was not only worried about Taoist Baizu's strength but also his special identity. This person seemed to be an ancient figure on the Devil Conferral Summit. Even the Radiant Buddha had heard of his name. When did the Devil Conferral Summit and the Dark Race get together? Didn't the Devil Conferral Summit perish in the ancient times? Why are there still surviving ancient devils appearing again and again? First, there was the Black Wings Great Devil who descended on the Divine Tomb. The might of his roar did not disperse even after 10 years. Then, there was Daoist Baizu, who was an ancient devil at the Devil Conferral Summit who suddenly appeared from the long river of history and sneaked into the extreme Dan sacred region. It seemed like he was plotting something. This gave Ning Fan a sense of uneasiness, as if something big was brewing in the world. The more it was like this, the more Ning Fan would recall Nalanzi's 3 lives prophecy. I'm afraid this world won't be peaceful anymore. As for the battle invitation, Ning Fan had gathered a lot of information from Cultivator by Niao's memories. It had not been a long time since he entered the extreme Dan sacred region. Even though the process was full of twists and turns, it was actually just a small trip that lasted slightly more than a year. Of course, Ning Fan, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Time for countless years, did not feel like only 1 year had passed. Instead, he felt like he had experienced many vicissitudes. This was just an exception. It had only been a year since the opening of the extreme Dan sacred region. However, the major event that attracted the attention of the entire Eastern Heaven was no longer the opening of the sacred region but the Dark Race's challenge to the Thousand-Year Sect. A few months ago, the Dark Race sent someone to the Thousand-Year Sect and delivered a battle invitation to them. Before the ancient Chaos Great Emperor was eliminated, the Dark Race did not dare to take the initiative to attack Ning Fan. They only dared to do things behind his back. However, for some unknown reason, this time, the Dark Race actually came out to the open and delivered a battle invitation. They even announced this matter to the world, wanting to have a showdown with Ning Fan. The 100 sons of the Dark Race of the Dark Continent welcomed the immortal monarch of Rain in a battle to the death. If we win, the grudges between our race and the ancient Chaos Great Emperor will be resolved. If we lose, the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor will have to commit suicide in front of the world. The cause and effect will have nothing to do with our race. Both parties can invite helpers. There is no limit to the number of helpers. However, immortal emperors are not allowed to join. This is fair. If the dignified immortal monarch Rain, the disciple of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, does not dare to fight, then you will be a coward. You will become the laughingstock of the world and the shame of the Eastern Heaven forever. Ning Fan frowned. He could not figure out why the Dark Race would suddenly send out a battle invitation. Moreover, they chose to do so at such a strange time after he entered the extreme Dan sacred region and before he returned. The timing seemed to be a little hasty. If they really wanted to fight, why didn't they send out a battle invitation before he entered the extreme Dan sacred region? It gave people the feeling that the Dark Race suddenly had some plans after he entered the extreme Dan sacred region and sent out a battle invitation in a hurry. Besides, is it necessary for the Dark Race to send their people who are below the immortal Emperor realm to fight him to the death? Ancient Chaos Great Emperor is on the verge of death. Once his Tao is gone, the Dark Race can easily suppress him with their great army and kill him. Instead of arranging this matter, it's better to stop Ancient Chaos Great Emperor from prolonging his life. The battle invitation seems to be unnecessary. It also seems like they have other plans. There are many suspicious points about the battle invitation. However, even if the Dark Race does have a plan, I will not avoid this battle. There are some things that can never be avoided just by avoiding them. It's better to fight back with a heavy punch. Of course, before dealing with this matter, I have more important things to do. Returning to the Divine Tomb and prolonging Master Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life is the most important thing. Also, I need to get a high-quality Dao land as soon as possible and plant a soul seed of Qingling. The Godly Void Pavilion might have a good Dao land. If there isn't, I will buy it directly from the heaven-reaching sect. Ning Fan's eyes turned gloomy. He drove the black immortal cloud even faster, anxious to return home. Everyone was paying attention to the battle of the White Bird Alliance. Countless true immortal realm forces were secretly tracking the progress of this matter. They were waiting for the outcome of the battle between the Old Devil Three Fingers and the White Bird Alliance before interfering and benefiting from it. Most of the true immortal realm forces thought that the Old Devil Three Fingers and the White Bird Alliance would both suffer heavy losses. At the very least, the Old Devil Three Fingers would not win easily. After all, the White Bird Alliance had a strong foundation. However, they did not expect the Old Devil Three Fingers to slaughter the entire White Bird Alliance with his own strength. His unstoppable manner shocked the people of the world. What was even more shocking was that the dignified Rain Immortal Monarch actually returned to the Eastern Heaven on the eve of the White Bird Alliance's destruction. Her landing point even coincidentally appeared in the Whitebird Star region and killed the unlucky old devil Three Fingers with just a raise of her hand. All the true Immortal Realm forces that used secret techniques to investigate this place were shocked. Pieces of information were instantly spread across the entire Eastern Heaven using countless methods. The Reign Immortal Monarch had returned and killed an ancient Immortal Venerable. She was extremely powerful. To the Eastern Heaven, the death of an ancient Immortal Venerable was a huge matter. It would attract the attention of countless forces and it would almost be listed as a huge storm in the Eastern Heaven. As a result, the Reign Immortal Monarch's devil prestige in the Eastern Heaven increased by a lot. When Ning Fan rode on the dark immortal cloud and traveled across the starry sky, none of the forces that he passed by along the way dared to stop him. All of them kept quiet out of fear. It was because the news had spread across the Eastern Heaven that the expert who rode on the dark cloud across the starry sky was Ning Fan. He was a terrifying existence who killed an ancient immortal venerable instantly. Ning Fan even used a rain technique to inform the Thousand-Year Sect and the Godly Void Pavilion of his return. Therefore, when Ning Fan returned to the Godly Void Pavilion on the cloud, there were already cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion waiting for him under the lead of Little Demoness. The current Little Demoness had already adapted to the improvement of her cultivation base brought by the child relic. She was waiting for Ning Fan's return in the starry sky. Moreover, because of Xiang Bozi's order, the two Divine Void Emperors had no choice but to send two immortal kings to be her personal bodyguards. After all, the little demon girl's current status was different. She was the chief pavilion master of the 4 pavilions of the Godly Void Pavilion, and she was highly regarded by Xiang Bozi. Her status was even above some of the immortal kings of the Godly Void Pavilion. She was an important existence in the Godly Void Pavilion, second only to Xiang Bozi and the 2 emperors of the Godly Void Pavilion. It was not strange for there to be an immortal king protecting her. The 2 immortal kings in charge of protecting the little demon girl were a pair of Dao companions. People called them the Randang Dao companions. They were guests who had just joined the Godly Void Pavilion half a year ago. The man was a black-robed scholar with a powerful cultivation of the eternal 4 tribulations. He was extraordinarily handsome, but his expression was cold and serious. He used an unknown ancient lamp as his magic treasure and was known as the Ancient Lamp Immortal Monarch. He had not used his common name for many years. The woman was a beautiful woman in a dark green palace dress. It was said that her original body was not human, but a mutated banana that had attained Tao. She was known as the Banana Fairy, and she was in harmony with the Ancient Lamp Immortal Monarch. She was an immortal monarch who had just broken through the eternal 3 tribulations more than 1,000,000 years ago. Because this pair of Tao companions needed to protect the little demoness from time to time, they were also waiting for Ning Fan's return here with the little demoness. The 2 of them did not have much of an opinion about protecting the little demoness. After all, she was the chief pavilion lord of the Godly Void Pavilion. Protecting her was the duty of any divine void realm cultivator. Having a good relationship with the little demoness would also be beneficial for them as they had just arrived in the Godly Void Pavilion. However, they were a little dissatisfied with the fact that these 2 great immortal kings were waiting for Ning Fan's return at the border of this desolate starry sky. In their eyes, no matter how famous Ning Fan's devil reputation was, he was just an immortal venerate from the ancient times. It seemed to be a little condescending for them to welcome a mere immortal venerate with their status as immortal kings. Even if Ning Fan and the little demoness had an affair since a long time ago according to the rumors and Xiang Bozi thought highly of him, the 2 of them still felt a little unfair. They thought that it was beneath their dignity to do such a thing. However, they did not dare to leave the little demoness waiting for Ning Fan alone. I say, younger sister Chief Pavilion Lord, you have just received the news from the Whitebird Star region and you have already come to the border of the Godly Void Starry Sky to wait for the Rain Lord. Isn't it a little too early? You should know that the Whitebird Star region is more than a few thousand star regions away from here. Even if that brother Qing of yours travels at full speed, I'm afraid it will take him quite a few days to return. After all, he is just an immortal venerate from the ancient times. His speed is limited. We might have to wait here for quite a few days. Banana Fairy complained. Madam is right. Even if I travel at full speed, I will need at least 3 days to return. With that Rain Lord's speed, he will need at least 5 to 6 days. If there are any delays on the way, it is also possible for him to return after 10 to 15 days. The ancient lamp immortal king said with a frown. When he mentioned Ning Fan, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. I'm sorry to trouble the two of you to wait for little Fan here with me. If the two of you don't want to wait, just go back. The same goes for the others. You don't have to deliberately stay here to protect me. I will wait for him here alone. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's situation is getting worse and worse. Now, he has even turned into a wisp of smoke. I'm very worried about what he will do when he finds out about this. I want to personally tell him this grievous news. The little demoness said with a frown. After hearing what was said, Randang and his companions sighed. They sighed because the fact that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was slowly approaching the end of his Tao was no longer a secret in the Godly Void Pavilion. It was also not a secret in the entire Eastern Heaven, so what if he ran amok in the ancient times? So what if he was one of the 10 great immortal emperors of the Purple Do immortal domain? Once he dies, his illustrious reputation will turn into dust. Cultivators of our generation should really enjoy themselves while they can. Once Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's Tao is gone, I'm afraid Rain Lord, who is the successor of Ancient Chaos, will be in an even more difficult situation. The Dark Race has already sent out the war invitation. Whether your brother Qing accepts the challenge or not, it actually doesn't matter. I think it's better for the Chief Pavilion Master to draw a clear line with that Rain Lord as soon as possible. Moreover, you should also advise Senior Xiang not to treat the foundation of the Godly Void Pavilion as a child's play. I really don't understand why Senior Xiang would value a mere mortal venerate so much. Is it just because he is the successor of Ancient Chaos? He didn't hesitate to bet the entire foundation of the Godly Void Pavilion to go against that unreachable dark race. This isn't a wise move. Banana Fairy's complaint deepened. Before joining the Godly Void Pavilion, both of them did not know how resolute the Godly Void Pavilion was in supporting Ning Fan. After joining the Godly Void Pavilion, she only knew that because of Xiang Bozi's order, the entire Godly Void Pavilion would bet everything to protect Ning Fan. Even if they were to go against the dark race in public, they would not hesitate. Originally, the two of them joined the Godly Void Pavilion just to find a big tree to rely on. However, it seemed like the big tree they found was not very sturdy. They actually wanted to go against the colossal dark race. Wasn't that just courting death? It seemed like joining the Godly Void Pavilion was a wrong decision. However, once they got involved in this cause and effect, it would not be easy to get out of it. They could only brace themselves and continue on. At this moment, both of them could only hope that Xiang Bozi would change his mind and give up on going against the dark race and giving up on protecting Ning Fan. Actually, this was not only their hope. It was also the hope of countless cultivators in the Godly Void Pavilion. In the Godly Void Pavilion, from the Divine Void Emperor duo to the ordinary cultivators, most of them were not willing to take the risk of being annihilated and fight against the colossal dark race for Ning Fan alone. Unfortunately, the person who had the most authority in the Godly Void Pavilion was Xiang Bozi. Others could advise him against his decision, but they could not directly interfere. Chief Pavilion Master should really consider this matter carefully. There are more than 10,000 good men in the world. Why must Chief Pavilion Master hang himself on this tree? Moreover, this tree is going to wither soon. It is not wise to continue maintaining a relationship with him. Even though Chief Pavilion Master has already given himself to this person, to us immortal cultivators, we do not care about such minor details. As long as Chief Pavilion Master is willing, I believe that there are men with boundless prospects in the 4 pavilions who are willing to replace this person and become your Tao companion. If you continue to have a relationship with this person, once the dark race. Alright. The two of you don't need to persuade me anymore. Be it me or Senior Xiang, we all have our own decisions. We don't need the two of you to interfere with our thoughts. Especially me, I have already prepared myself to die in the hands of the dark race. If I die together with him, I will have no regrets. Of course, I also don't want you two to die together with him. If little Fan and the dark race really reach the point where one of them is dead, I can request Senior Xiang to allow you two to leave the Godly Void Pavilion and seek refuge. The two of them were speechless for a while. They were a little reluctant to really leave the Godly Void Pavilion. Ever since they joined the Godly Void Pavilion, the two of them had obtained many benefits from Xianxia. Suddenly, the sound of clouds and mist piercing through the sky came from countless starry skies. Little Demoness' face immediately lit up with joy. In the midst of the piercing sound, a white-robed silhouette was riding on the rolling dark clouds and approaching them continuously. As expected of little Fanfan, he actually rushed back from the White Bird Star region so quickly. It has only been a few hours. Little Demoness squinted her eyes and said with a smile. Indeed. This person's speed of returning from the White Bird Star region is a little too fast. Both Randang and his Dao companion were surprised. This was obviously different from the time they had predicted. When their gazes fell upon the dark clouds below Ningfan's feet, their expressions changed and were filled with disbelief. With Ningfan's concealment, ordinary people might not be able to see the grade of the dark clouds at first glance. However, with their eyesight, they could easily tell that it was a Xiantian-grade escaping treasure. No wonder Ningfan could travel across thousands of starry skies in just a few hours. A Xiantian-grade escaping treasure. How extravagant. Even an immortal emperor might not have such a grade of escaping treasure. Then, both of their gazes fell upon Ningfan. In the beginning, they more or less looked down on Ningfan. It was the pride of being an immortal king. However, when they met Ningfan's gaze, their eyes actually felt unbearable pain, as if they were being pierced by flying needles. They could not look him in the eye. What a sharp gaze. It actually made them, immortal kings, unable to look him in the eye. Even some sixth tribulation immortal emperors did not have such a sharp gaze. Why does this Rain Monarch have such a sharp aura? Even if they heard that Ningfan killed Old Devil Three Fingers with just a raise of his hand, they would not be moved. However, at this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. This Rain Immortal Monarch is definitely not as simple as the rumors say. Are you waiting for me here? Ningfan withdrew the sharpness in his eyes and turned to the little Demoness. With a smile on his face, he flew towards her and carried her onto his cloud. Then, he stroked her silky hair. His intimate action did not seem to be a taboo to the Divine Void Realm cultivators at the scene. Suddenly, there were many friendly laughter, whistles and coughs in the surroundings. It seemed like everyone was very supportive of little Demoness, the chief pavilion master, and their relationship was not bad. No matter how black-bellied the little Demoness was, she still blushed and rolled her eyes at Ningfan. Then, she thought of the matter regarding the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor and felt a little depressed. She did not know how to speak to Ningfan, so she hesitated. Ningfan understood what little Demoness wanted to say and sighed. Don't worry about me. I already know about the matter of Master Ancient Chaos. Let's not talk about it for now. I will deal with it myself. As for these two fellow Taoists, it seems like they want to find a new companion for you. Hee, the two of you actually have the mood to meddle in the relationship of other people. Don't you think you are meddling too much? Ningfan's gaze turned to Randang Taoist couple. His eyes regained their sharpness. An invisible pressure turned into a gale that swept across, causing Randang Taoist couple to feel a heavy pressure once again. Before he arrived at the Godly Void Pavilion, Ningfan's rain sense had already covered the entire place. He heard every single word about the two of them persuading little Demoness to find a new lover. Naturally, he was a little unhappy. Any man who was not at home would be unhappy when his neighbor persuaded his wife to have an affair. Of course, considering the position of the Godly Void Pavilion, he would not really do anything to them. At most, he would just give them a warning. Whether the people of the Godly Void Pavilion were willing to stand on his side to fight against the dark race was their freedom. However, it was another matter to destroy the relationship between him and little Demoness. Seeing is believing. I didn't expect Rain Lord's gaze to be so sharp. However, you should know that there are many things in this world that cannot be achieved with just momentum. Humans should have self-awareness. If you are humble, don't cling to the nobles. If you are weak, don't go head-on against the strong. When it's time to lower your head, lower your head. When it's time to let go, let go. That's how a qualified cultivator should be. I have long heard of Rain Lord's great name. I want to exchange some pointers with Rain Lord. I wonder if Rain Lord will give me face or not. The ancient lamp immortal king who was withstanding Ningfan's heavy pressure suddenly shouted coldly. The ancient lamp in his hand immediately shone with countless rays of light, forcing Ning Fan's pressure back. As soon as the pressure disappeared, he heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. At the same time, he also became angry from embarrassment. As a four-tribulation immortal king, he actually could not withstand the gaze of an ancient immortal venerate. Thus, he wanted to exchange pointers with Ning Fan to regain some face. He concluded that Ning Fan's pressure was just a little strange and his eyes were a little sharp. In terms of methods and strength, he was certainly not a four-tribulation immortal king like him. After all, an immortal king and an immortal venerate were two completely different concepts. Moreover, he was not a third tribulation immortal king but a fourth tribulation immortal king. In the entire Eastern Heaven, who would dare to disrespect him? Even immortal emperors would politely address him as fellow Taoist when they see him. Almost at the same time when the ancient lamp immortal king issued a challenge to Ning Fan sensed some obscure spirit sense coming from the headquarters of the godly void pavilion. Those spirit senses were all existences from the ancient times, including the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor. It seems like these people are very interested in the ancient lamp immortal king's challenge. Ning Fan also sensed that many ancient spirit senses of the Divine Void Pavilion lingered on the dark immortal cloud beneath his feet. It seemed like they were also very interested in this innate fleeing treasure. Of course, with his relationship with Xian Bozi, Ning Fan was not worried that the people here would kill him and seize his treasure. Even with his current strength, he was not afraid. As for the challenge from the ancient lamp immortal king, he was even less afraid. However, the others did not think the same way. Husband, Rain Lord is just an ancient immortal venerable. You are a fourth tribulation immortal king. Isn't it a bit like bullying the weak? Banana Fairy said worriedly. She noticed that the little demoness was obviously displeased after the ancient lamp immortal king said that. Both of them had just arrived at the godly void pavilion not long ago. Their foundation was still shallow. It was not wise to offend the little demoness too much. Her words echoed the thoughts of many of the divine void cultivators present. Many of them were unwilling to get involved in the dispute between Ning Fan and the dark race, but they did not hate Ning Fan. On the contrary, many of them admired Ning Fan for his rise in Eastern Heaven. Many of them cursed the shamelessness of the ancient lamp immortal king in their hearts. He actually dared to challenge an ancient immortal venerable with his fourth tribulation immortal king cultivation base. Of course, no one dared to say such words directly to avoid offending the ancient lamp immortal king. Don't worry, my wife. I know what I'm doing. I said that I'm asking for advice, and that's it. I won't hurt Rain Lord in the slightest. The ancient lamp immortal king stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The aura of a fourth tribulation immortal king swept across the place. Many of the weaker cultivators of the godly void pavilion were directly blown away by this aura. Countless of them were shocked by the strength of a fourth tribulation immortal king. Of course, under the deliberate control of the ancient lamp immortal king, no one was injured. I'm sorry. The godly void pavilion is Senior Xiang's home. I don't want to cause trouble here. I won't accept your challenge. Ning Fan's face was calm and he shook his head. However, at the next moment, an even stronger aura was released from Ning Fan's body, directly crushing the aura of the ancient lamp immortal king. What kind of aura was that filled with killing intent? What kind of profound baleful chi was that? Under that kind of baleful chi, one after another, the divine void realm cultivators felt suffocated. Their hearts were beating wildly and blood was surging in their chests. It was the biggest shock they had ever experienced in their lives. Even Ronding's Tao companion was drenched in cold sweat under that kind of aura. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. That trembling was the instinctive judgment of their body that had been tempered for a long time towards danger. They would not even tremble when facing some sixth tribulation immortal emperors. However, Ning Fan's baleful chi alone was enough to make them feel fear. It doesn't look like a fake baleful chi, it's a baleful chi that could even kill immortal emperors. Moreover, it's not just one immortal emperor. But how is this possible? How could this young man kill immortal emperors? This is absolutely impossible. Besides, I have never heard of any immortal emperors falling in Eastern Heaven. Could it be that he's an immortal emperor from the Supreme Pale Sacred region? But it's also impossible. After all, he's an immortal emperor. in the history of Eastern Heaven, Sun Luo was the only one who could kill an immortal emperor as an immortal king. He was the strongest devil in Eastern Heaven. As for an immortal venerate, there had never been anyone who could kill an immortal emperor. Of course, if you still want to fight, you can come and find me another day. I will find a chance to accept your challenge. Ning Fan withdrew his aura and smiled faintly. Then, he cupped his fists at the divine void realm cultivators who were waiting for him. Riding on a dark immortal cloud, he brought little Demonis away and went straight to the divine tomb. Ronding's Dao companion, whose back was already drenched in sweat, was left on the spot. She looked at the direction where Ning Fan left. She was bewildered, but in the end, she did not dare to find fault with him. All of the ancient cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion who were observing this place were stunned by Ning Fan's baleful qi. Some of them instinctively chose not to believe it. Even the Divine Void Emperor and 8th Tribulation Great Emperors who had been through many trials and tribulations did not believe that Ning Fan could be so heaven-defying and kill an immortal emperor. If the group of Eastern Heaven cultivators who hid in the sacred mountain returns, they would probably tell them about Ning Fan's heaven-defying achievements in the Supreme Pale Sacred Region. Unfortunately, those people had yet to return. Those who returned were all juniors who stayed in the outer region of the sacred region and did not dare to enter the inner region. Thus, they had no idea about the series of major events that happened in the Great Humble Tribe. Therefore, no one in Eastern Heaven knew what Ning Fan had done in the Supreme Pale Sacred Region. If they knew, Immortal King Gudang would probably not dare to provoke Ning Fan even if he was given 10,000 times more courage. Has your temper become better? I thought you would beat Gudang up. On the dark immortal cloud, little Demonis said with surprise. In your heart, am I the kind of person who acts recklessly regardless of the situation? As long as these people don't cross my bottom line, I won't make things difficult for Senior Xiang. Ning Fan flicked little Demonis' forehead in annoyance, causing her to roll her eyes. Then, she became interested in the crow heavenly dog beside Ning Fan. What kind of dog is this? Can you give it to me to play with? You're too black-bellied. You'll play with it until it dies. I promise I won't dissect it. I'm just curious about what kind of dog it is. I've never seen it in Eastern Heaven before. The bottom line of raising a pet is dissection, huh? Later, I'll tell you about my experience in the Supreme Pale Sacred Region and the origin of this dog. Alright. Come to my room later and we'll talk through the night. Hee hee. Talking through the night, huh? I have no objections. Ning Fan went all the way to the divine tomb. Even though the movement of the dark immortal cloud was huge, the patrolling cultivators along the way did not stop him when they saw Ning Fan's arrival. Ning Fan had already become a frequent visitor of the Godly Void Pavilion. Xiang Bozi did not sweep the ground outside the tomb. Instead, he stayed inside the tomb. At the bottom of the divine tomb, Xiang Bozi stood alone outside the ancient messy tomb palace in silence. When Ning Fan entered this place, what he saw was Xiang Bozi's lonely and bitter background. Little friend, have you already returned from the Supreme Pale Sacred Region? It seems like you've gained quite a lot from this trip. Judging from your strength, I'm afraid you can already fight against some 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperors. Xiang Bozi turned around with a hint of surprise. Even though his eyes were blind, the information he received through his spirit sense made him deeply aware of what kind of unimaginable changes Ning Fan had undergone in just a year. Even a quasi-sage realm expert like him could not see through those changes completely. Some of Ning Fan's strength that was related to deities was even beyond his understanding, and I've indeed gained quite a lot from this trip. However, the price I have to pay is also huge. I think I'll need to look for another heaven opening stone to repair my magic treasure soon. Eh? You need another heaven opening stone? If that's the case, I'll help you look for it and see which old man still has another heaven opening stone. Thank you, Senior. Among the many gains I've gained during this trip, there are also some gifts that I plan to give to Senior later. Oh? You have something good for me again? You've already given this old man a lot of benefits. You should keep these things for your own use. Increasing your own strength is more important. It's fine. We'll talk about this later. I want to check on Master Luan Gu's condition first. AI, my condolences, young friend. Xiang Bozi let out a bitter sigh. Presently, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had dissipated to the point where only a wisp of smoke remained, and he couldn't even send out a trace of his consciousness. Everyone knew that Ancient Chaos did not have long to live. Xianxia did not think that Ning Fan would have a way to save Ancient Chaos just by going to the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. He did not think that Ning Fan could do something that even the progenitor of the Godly Void Pavilion could not do. However, he did not want to destroy Ning Fan's confidence. My condolences, Ning Fan's heart felt slightly heavy. To be honest, even if he raised the little cat to adulthood and obtained the spring water of the South Sea during this trip, he still did not have 100% confidence in prolonging Ancient Chaos life. The only thing he could do was to do his best and leave the rest to fate. He left the little demoness and Xianxia outside the Tomb Palace and entered Ancient Chaos's Tomb Palace alone. In the depths of the Tomb Palace, there was a wisp of smoke that could no longer be seen clearly. It was the smoke that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had turned into when he was at his weakest point. Master, I'm back. I've only recognized 3 masters in my life. Master Han led me into the path of cultivation and taught me how to be a human. Master Zido helped me to recognize my true nature. As for you, you gave me the cultivation method and means to fight until now. Even though you didn't personally teach me the Yin Yang locket, I don't dare to forget the inheritance of my master and the grace of you teaching me the chaotic loop art. I don't know if I can prolong your life today, but I will try my best. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out a golden bottle that was sealed with countless layers of seals. Inside the golden bottle was a drop of 9 raccoons' soul blood which had a massive qi. Among all living things in the world, there were 5 types of 5th grade Supreme Yang items that could prolong the Tao extinction. The first was the primordial clear lotus leaf, the second was the ancient Tao immortal apricot, the third was the ancient desolate mulberry tree, the fourth was the 9 raccoons' soul blood, and the 5th was the Saint Defire's qi. Ning Fan could still remember how weak little Mao was after she forced out a drop of her soul blood that day. At the same time, he owed little Mao some karma. He should make it up to her in the future. Each person could only use 1 drop of 9 raccoons' soul blood. This item could only be used to prolong one's life once. The length of one's lifespan depended on the person's physical condition and cultivation base. If a mortal consumes the 9 raccoons' soul blood before they die of old age, they could almost become immortal and live as long as the heavens. However, if they are immortal cultivators, the higher their cultivation base, the worse the effect would be. Ning Fan pondered for a while. After a long time, he activated the power of this drop of soul blood using the 9 raccoon finger art that little Mao taught him. All of a sudden, countless sparkling and translucent light threads flew out from the soul blood and went into the wisp of smoke in the Tomb Palace. Asterisk thump thump asterisk thump thump. The sound of a heartbeat could be heard from the wisp of smoke. Thump thump asterisk thump thump asterisk. The sound of the heartbeat became stronger and stronger. In the end, just the sound of the heartbeat alone nearly made the entire world at the bottom of the divine tomb unstable. This was a powerful heartbeat that could only be produced by the ancient chaos realm when he was at his peak. Just the sound of a heartbeat had the power to destroy heaven and earth. A speck of dust could fill the ocean and a blade of grass could cut down the sun and moon. These were the words of a peerless being like the one in front of them. The sound of the heartbeat reverberated across heaven and earth. Then, it rushed out of the divine tomb and covered the entire divine void starry sky. The sound of the heartbeat continued to spread, spreading through one galaxy after another, through layer after layer of the void, all the way to a dark starry sky. At this moment, the members of the dark race who were hiding in this starry sky felt the greatest fear they had ever felt. Every time the sound of the heartbeat became louder, the bodies of the old monsters of the dark race would tremble even more violently. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. This is the sound of a Saint Realm heartbeat that only a 7 orifices ancient god could possess. Is Great Emperor Ancient Chaos going to be resurrected? This is impossible. In the past, he was personally killed by the supreme existence of the Great Blue Tribulation clan. How is it possible for him to be resurrected? If it wasn't because immortal sovereign Zido couldn't save Ancient Chaos, his soul wouldn't have returned to the illusory dream and lingered in the void. It's impossible for anyone in this world to resurrect him. But why? No. It's not resurrection. Ancient Chaos' fate hasn't changed. His future will still be the end of his Tao. However, someone has used a heaven-defying method to delay that day. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There are only 5 things in this world that can suppress the damage done by the supreme existence of the Tribulation clan and prolong ancient chaos life. None of those 5 things exist in the illusory dream world. This is absolutely impossible. But this heartbeat is definitely not fake. Wait, why did the heartbeat become weaker again? Could it be that someone tried to prolong ancient chaos life but failed? Haha. It's good that he failed. It's good that he failed. All of a sudden, the members of the dark race who were in chaos gradually calmed down. It was just a false alarm. Inside the tomb palace, Ning Fan's chi was weak. He had consumed a great amount of energy. He forced himself to stand upright and stared at the illusion of the tomb palace of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos with a solemn expression. No, it was no longer accurate to describe Great Emperor Ancient Chaos as an illusion of the tomb palace. The current Ancient Chaos was no longer an illusion after being saved by the soul blood of Jiuli and the spring water of the South Sea. The illusory figure that was like a wisp of smoke continued to solidify. Eventually, it turned into a real body of flesh and blood. Moreover, after the body of flesh and blood was formed, the body of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was still going through changes. In the beginning, the body of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was a shriveled old man with white hair and a skeleton-like body. His flesh and blood had completely dried up and his skin was devoid of any luster. He sat in midair with his legs crossed without moving. His body was like a withered old tree. If it wasn't for his beating heart, one could almost think that he was a dead man. Then, traces of life force began to appear in his body. It was like hundreds of rivers flowing into the ocean. It was directly absorbed from heaven and earth. It was extremely domineering, ignoring the limitations of the laws of heaven and earth. Gradually, the flesh and blood of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos began to regain its functions. The wrinkles on his skin also disappeared little by little. His white hair turned black. He no longer looked like an old man who was past his prime. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged overlord. Each and every heartbeat that could shake the great Tao shocked Ning Fan. Every trace of blood essence under the flesh of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos made Ning Fan feel that his chi was boundless and invincible. Every time he breathed, it was as if he could devour the sun and moon. When his eyelids moved, it was as if a giant dragon was about to wake up. Ning Fan had an intuition. If Great Emperor Ancient Chaos opens his eyes and returns to the world, the chi force he exudes when he opens his eyes would be powerful enough to destroy the entire divine tomb. His heart was filled with excitement. He did not know how long his actions could prolong the life of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. However, it seemed like it was still effective. However, no matter how long he waited, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos did not open his eyes. Even the heartbeat that reverberated throughout heaven and earth gradually calmed down. In the end, it even strangely stopped beating. The thumping sound between heaven and earth immediately subsided. In the end, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos just maintained his body of flesh and blood, sitting cross-legged in midair of the tomb palace. He seemed to be alive but not dead. He did not wake up nor did he undergo any further changes to his body. It seems like I still failed. Even the soul blood of Jiuli doesn't have any effect. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. He could no longer suppress the feeling of weakness that came from treating Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. His legs became weak and he fainted on the ground. At the moment when he fainted, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's heartbeat jumped again. Then, it calmed down again out of some kind of waiting. Now was not the time for him to wake up. He must make good use of the short life that Ning Fan had bought for him just so that he could eliminate the greatest hidden enemy of the Eastern Heaven at the critical moment. He did not care what those existences wanted to do to the Eastern Heaven. However, if they dared to plot against his successor, he would let everyone know the consequences of bullying a disciple of the Liuyuan sect who was known for protecting his own people. To be continued. When he opened his eyes again, Ning Fan was no longer in the divine tomb. Instead, he was sent to the chief pavilion lord residence of the Little Demoness. Due to the overdraft of his magic power, he had been unconscious for several days. After he woke up, he returned to the tomb of the god of sin to study the ancient Chaos Emperor's condition and tried many methods. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he was unable to awaken the ancient Chaos Emperor who already possessed a body of flesh and blood. The aura of the ancient Chaos Heavenly Monarch's fleshly body was vast and boundless, but there was not the slightest trace of vitality flowing within it. It was as if he was alive yet not alive, as if he was dead yet not dead. At first, Ning Fan thought that he had made a mistake in prolonging Wan Gu's life which led to this result. However, Xiang Bozi did not think so. Xiang Bozi was a quasi-saint realm expert. He was a living fossil who had lived for countless years. His experience was not something Ning Fan could compare with. From Xiang Bozi's point of view, the ancient chaos the Arch did not fail to prolong his life. Instead, after he succeeded, for some unknown reason, the ancient chaos Thearchas will took the lead and concealed all the vitality in his physical body, not letting any of it leak out. If the ancient chaos Great Emperor was willing, he could even open his eyes right now and return to the cultivation world with absolute strength. However, he did not do so and chose to live like a turtle. Senior, what you mean is that my master is in a state of suspended animation controlled by his own will for some reason. He could wake up at any time but he doesn't want to wake up now. Ning Fan was surprised. It's like this. Then why does Senior think my master is unwilling to awaken? I think the ancient chaos Great Emperor must have his own considerations. If he wakes up now, he can stand in front of you, and the Dark Ones won't dare bully you anymore. The primordial chaos Great Emperor who was known to protect his own disciples did not even bother to protect them. Instead, he chose to fake his death. This was definitely not a matter of ignoring the plight of his disciples. I suspect that the ancient chaos martial monarch is planning to awaken at a crucial moment. At that moment, it might be even more serious than the dark race bullying you. Although you've extended ancient chaos Great Emperor's life, according to this old man's observation, ancient chaos Great Emperor's fate wasn't extended by much. Therefore, we can't rule out the possibility that he wanted to use his remaining lifespan for a critical moment. This speculation has its basis. Ning Fan nodded, agreeing with Xiang Bozi's speculation. He didn't know why the ancient chaos Heavenly Emperor decided to continue faking his death. This was the decision of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos himself and not caused by external forces. As long as Ning Fan knew about this, he would not interfere with Ancient Chaos's decision. He firmly believed that if he was forced into a corner by the Dark Race, the Ancient Chaos Great Emperor, who was faking his death, would not leave him to die. On that day, the sound of Ancient Chaos' heartbeat when he woke up could be heard across the entire Eastern Heaven. Now, the news that Ning Fan had failed to prolong Ancient Chaos' life was widely spread in the Eastern Heaven. However, no one knew that it was not a failure but a success, that was to say, Ancient Chaos's fake death had fooled everyone, including the Dark Race and some of the people in the dark. Little friend, you mustn't spread the news of Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's resurrection. This old man doesn't know what Ancient Chaos Great Emperor is planning to do with this matter, but if you spread this news, it might ruin Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's plan. Xiang Bozi said solemnly. Don't worry, Senior. Junior understands the gravity of the situation. Moreover, this Junior has some conjectures in my heart. The reason why my master Turtle Breath faked his death might be related to the Devil Conferral Summit. This Junior feels that the Devil Conferral Summit that had been annihilated in the long river of history might be reappearing in the world soon. My master might be trying to prevent this from happening. That's why he continued to feign his death. The Devil Conferral Summit will reappear in the world? Little friend, you're not joking, right? Is this really possible? Xiang Bozi's expression was solemn. In the eyes of the world, the Devil Conferral Summit had already been destroyed along with the ancient Heavenly Court and the Demon Manor in the great chaos of heaven and earth. However, Ning Fan's words did not seem to be baseless. Could it be that this Junior has forgotten that there was an ancient great devil from the Devil Conferral Summit who directly descended to the divine tomb with his devil cavity? That great devil is probably the only survivor of the Devil Conferral Summit. After countless years of seclusion, he finally resurfaced. However, this time, when this Junior entered the Supreme Pill Sacred Region, I met another quasi-saint of the Devil Conferral Summit. Moreover, that quasi-saint even joined hands with the Dark Race. I don't know what they are plotting. That quasi-saint is called Baizu. What? Taoist Baizu is actually still alive today? The appearance of a great expert from the Devil Conferral Summit is just a coincidence. If there are two of them, it can't be regarded as a coincidence anymore. Could it be that the Devil Conferral Summit was not completely annihilated like the ancient Heavenly Court in the past? Moreover, this devil is even on the same side as the Dark Race. What are the Devil Conferral Summit and the Dark Race trying to do? Even with Xianbozi's quasi-saint realm mental state, he was still greatly shaken by Ningfan's words. When he thought about how the ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor deliberately faked his death, Xianbozi faintly felt that something big was about to happen in the Eastern Heaven. Then, he and Ningfan talked about this matter for a long time. However, neither of them could determine whether this matter was really related to the Devil Conferral Summit or not. Fortunately, the matter of prolonging Wangu's life was barely resolved. Ningfan did not stay in the Godly Void Pavilion for long. After giving Xianbozi a gift to express his gratitude, he left the Divine Tomb. Xianbozi had always taken care of Immortal Emperor Ancient Chaos and the Little Demoness as well as helped Ningfan. Ningfan would always remember them in his heart. When others treat him well, he would always repay them tenfold. Last time, he'd given the Bodhi virtue pills he obtained from annihilating the pill sect to Xianbozi. This time, he gave away half of the extreme yang water he had obtained in the extreme Dan sanctuary. Due to many reasons, Xianbozi's path to the second-rank quasi-sage stage was severed. Ningfan planned to use many supreme treasures to pave the path that Xianbozi had lost. Because of Ningfan's words, Xianbozi was worried about the future of the Eastern Heaven. Thus, he did not immediately go to see the gift that Ningfan gave him. The gift was a jade bottle. There were layers of seals on the outside of the bottle. Without breaking the seals, no one would know what was inside the bottle. A long time after Ningfan left, Xianbozi let out a long sigh and suppressed his worries. Then, he smiled and fiddled with the jade bottle that Ningfan gave him. Previously, Ningfan had said that he had gained a lot from this trip and wanted to give him some gifts. He was very curious about what kind of good things this little fellow had obtained this time to give him. Unfortunately, ever since I consumed the Bodhi virtue pill, I stored the medicinal power in my body and slowly refined it during my daily cultivation. Gradually, I gained something. The bottleneck of the second-rank quasi-sage stage that I could not see in the past also became clearer in my mind. To the current me, most of the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures in the illusionary world are no longer useful to me. However, this item is more or less a token of appreciation from that little fellow. He actually remembered an old man like me after making a trip to the extreme pill sacred region. Hee. This token of appreciation is much more precious than any treasures. Xianbozi smiled and broke the layers of seals on the jade bottle. Then, he scanned the jade bottle with his spirit sense. All of a sudden, his originally calm smile turned into an uncontrollable shock. His hand trembled and nearly dropped the jade bottle on the ground. The item inside the jade bottle was not useless. It was an unimaginably large amount of extreme yang water. More than half of the jade bottle was filled with liquid extreme yang water. How could this be possible? This item was enough to pave his path to the second-rank quasi-sage stage. To any quasi-sage stage cultivator, it was a great temptation. This item was too precious. If the news of this item gets out, it would definitely make existences like Musang jealous. They might even turn hostile and snatch it from him. Little friend Ning, isn't your gift a little too valuable? Xianbozi smiled bitterly. This gift was already so precious that he could not bear to reject it. Deep in his heart, he was excited about obtaining the extreme yang water because it meant that he really had a glimmer of hope to advance to the second-rank quasi-sage stage. If he rejects the gift, he would seem hypocritical. Moreover, he faintly felt that he could not see through the current Ningfan. This young man was getting closer and closer to the level of a supreme existence like him, step by step. The younger generation is really going to surpass us in time. Moreover, at this moment, Xianbozi had a great understanding about karma. Something like karma could not be avoided all the time. Since he treated Ningfan well, Ningfan returned the favor by giving him the hope to advance to the second-rank quasi-sage stage. As long as I persist in the cause that I believe in and not avoid it, the effect that I need will eventually come. As for the extreme yang water, Ningfan did not plan to take it for his own use. He was still too far away from the quasi-sage stage. Thus, he did not attach much importance to this item. However, he did not like to support his enemies for no reason. As for what Taoist Musang said about the quasi-sage stage opening its eyes, he also threw it to the back of his mind and no longer paid attention to it. After all, He had already figured out some of his doubts about opening his eyes through his trip to the extreme pale sacred region. The thing that he once doubted was actually the karma between him and the sword ancestor. The extreme yang water that he threw into the spatial turbulence that day had been lost and recovered. Thus, the amount of extreme yang water in his body became abundant again. He did not plan to give such a good item to people like Musong who were just ordinary friends. If he wanted to give it to someone, he would give it to someone who was on the same level as him. In Ningfan's heart, Xiang Bozi, who had done him a great favor, was no different from a friend who had gone through life and death with him. Thus, he did not feel any heartache when he gave him half of the extreme yang water. As for the remaining half, he planned to give it to Xianxia. Currently, Xianxia's cultivation base was at the half-step quasi-sage realm. Moreover, because he had taken over the body of a quasi-sage realm expert, he could use a small portion of the power of a quasi-sage realm expert with his physical body. Thus, he already possessed the qualifications to truly advance to the quasi-sage realm. Xianxia had sacrificed herself for him time and time again. Moreover, Xianxia had now become one of his many women. Thus, he naturally would not feel heartache when he gave something to his woman. In the past, Xianxia did not have enough resources to break through to the quasi-sage stage. However, now that Ningfan was here, he would pave the way for Xianxia to attain the quasi-sage stage and provide her with everything she needs. After leaving the divine tomb, Ningfan went to look for the little demoness. The two of them went to the treasury of the godly void pavilion together. Using the identity of the little demoness, Ningfan bought quite a lot of supreme-grade Dao soil, which made the Divine Void Emperor and Divine Void Emperor feel heartache. A few days later, Ningfan returned to the Xianxia sect. On the same day that he returned to the sect, he sent a message transmitting flying sword to the slaughter palace, seemingly inquiring about something. The current Xianxia sect was no longer a small sect. Under the management of Zhao Dyer and the other women and under the protection of 2Mo, Taiya and the others, it continuously absorbed the subordinates of the Eastern Heaven and had already become another huge force in the Eastern Heaven. Its foundation was not any weaker than the other immortal venerate forces. There were also countless forces of the Devil Dao who traveled thousands of li * 500 m per li, and abandoned their homeland to seek refuge in the Xianxia sect. That's right. It was a pilgrimage. The current Xianxia sect had already become the holy land of the Devil Dao in the Eastern Heaven. This time, Ningfan's return was very high profile. He did not conceal anything at all. All the disciples of the Xianxia sect were excited because of his return. Ever since the Dark Races issued the declaration of war, the entire Eastern Heaven was waiting to see the miserable end of the Xianxia sect. Only the disciples of the Xianxia sect firmly believed that as long as their sect master returns, those shitty Dark Races are not worth fearing at all. They can destroy all of them. It was a kind of fanatical and blind worship of Ningfan. It could be said that those who were willing to stay in the Xianxia sect despite knowing that Ningfan was being targeted by the Dark Races were all his loyal followers and fanatical believers. There were no exceptions. Ningfan had risen too quickly in the Eastern Heaven. He was too domineering. From an insignificant person to the peak. From the first step of a tough battle to the second step of sweeping the enemy. All kinds of experiences made countless devil cultivators fascinated. Their blood boiled and they worshipped Ningfan to the point of fanaticism. Even though Ningfan's achievements in the Eastern Heaven were obviously not as good as Sun Luo's, there were already many disciples who secretly worshipped Ningfan as the #1 devil in the Eastern Heaven. From their point of view, putting aside strength, which devil cultivator would dare to go against a colossus like the Dark Races with their own strength, there was only Ningfan. He dared to use his insignificance to shake the powerful and shake the heavens and earth without fear. It was not an exaggeration to call Ningfan the #1 devil in the Eastern Heaven. Devils do not have to be strong, but they must be domineering. If one's heart is full of scruples, why not change to another cultivation path and become a devil lord? Moreover, there were many dazzling halos above Ningfan's head. It made all the rational cultivators who were not fanatical about Ningfan think highly of him. The disciple of the Slaughter Palace, the inheritor of ancient chaos and the quasi-saint of the godly void pavilion are good friends despite the difference in age. When these halos were added to Ningfan's head, it made him shine brighter than many of the great sovereigns in the Eastern Heaven. Welcome, Sect Master. This is great. Sect Master has finally returned from the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. We are willing to go with Sect Master to fight against the dark races. We will die on the battlefield and follow you in life and death. I would rather die standing than waste this life of the devil Dao. It was the tsunami of cheers that spread across the entire cultivation planet when Ning Fan returned. That kind of greeting that was filled with fanatical worship infected Crow Heavenly Dog, who was standing beside Ning Fan. It held at the sky and joined in the cheers. Ning Fan's silent heart was filled with warmth at this moment. This journey to seek Tao from the East Paradise had always made him feel like he was wandering around. However, at this moment, the 1,000-year sect brought him peace of mind. It made him feel like he wanted to protect the 1,000-year sect. This was his 1,000-year sect, this was his foundation, this was the home that he built with his own hands. After returning to the 1,000-year sect, Ning Fan kept in touch with the Slaughter Palace every day. At the same time, he also kept in touch with Xiang Bozi of the Godly Void Pavilion. Zhang Yu, Ouyang Wan and Old Wu were all released. All of them went into seclusion in the 1,000-year sect to heal their injuries, cultivate or be busy with other matters. What was worth mentioning was that the sect master of the medicine sect, Wei Wuji, had directly moved the entire cultivation planet of the medicine sect to a place not far away from the 1,000-year sect. After that, the sect had officially merged with the 1,000-year sect and became its subsidiary force. In this way, even if Ouyang Wan comes out from her seclusion, she would cultivate near the 1,000-year sect in the future. She would not be too far away from Ning Fan. With the support of the medicine sect's endless supply of pills, the development of the 1,000-year sect would undoubtedly be faster. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. During these months, the dark races received the news of Ning Fan's return and sent the second letter of challenge to the 1,000-year sect. This time, the letter of challenge only had one simple sentence. The successor of ancient chaos is a scoundrel who shows off. Since you don't dare to fight, you might as well surrender. It was as if it was mocking Ning Fan for not immediately going to the dark continent designated by the dark races to accept their challenge after returning to the eastern heaven. As for the second letter of challenge, Ning Fan just sneered and tore it into pieces. He would definitely accept the challenge from the dark races. The reason why he did not go now was not because he was afraid but because he had more important things to do. He had no choice but to postpone the battle with the dark races. The matter of ancient chaos was barely resolved. However, there were still other things that had yet to be resolved. Before that, Ning Fan did not have the time to fight the dark races to the death. On the main peak of the 1,000-year sect, a medicinal garden with dense spiritual qi had unknowingly appeared. For a few months, Ning Fan stayed in the medicinal garden without taking a single step out. This medicinal garden was not built by Ning Fan alone. Instead, it was a single entity. If one takes a closer look, they would realize that the medicinal garden itself was actually a low-grade innate magical treasure. Shen Nong's 100 Herbs Garden. It was a medicinal garden that Ning Fan bought from the heaven-reaching sect through the ancient country trading formation. It was specially used to plant the soul seeds of the Sovereign Slayer. Of course, it could also plant some rare plants and spiritual herbs. Its growth speed was 100 times faster than the natural world. Because this treasure was not a processed product, it was sold at a high price. Even with the discount from the VIP card, it still cost Ning Fan more than 100 gold ingots. However, to Ning Fan, who had plundered the entire Supreme Pill Sacred Region, 100 gold ingots was not worth mentioning. 3 gold mines and 5 silver mines were kept by Ning Fan in his Flame Incense realm. The Flame Incense realm's people would continuously mine ores from them. When the ores have accumulated to a certain amount, he would personally set up a refining formation to purify them into heavenly Tao gold and silver. Under the large-scale mining, the ores mined every day were enough to be refined into 5 to 6 taels of heavenly Tao gold and nearly 100 taels of heavenly Tao silver. The income was extremely great. If it is accumulated over time, one could imagine how great the profit would be. The Flame Incense realm's people were changed by Ning Fan. They no longer believed in their former master but Ning Fan and only Ning Fan. As Ning Fan used both kindness and authority, they gradually gained loyalty. Among the Flame Incense realm's people, some of them were seized from the immortal emperors and immortal kings. Some of them were the descendants of the immortal emperor's disciples that Ning Fan had captured. With these people mining the gold and silver mines day and night, Ning Fan could save himself a lot of trouble. The Dao soil in Xianxia's 100 herb garden was all supreme-grade Dao soil. A small number of them were bought from the Godly Void Pavilion while most of them were bought from the Heaven-reaching sect. Supreme-grade Dao soil was extremely expensive in the Heaven-reaching sect. 1 square meter of soil would cost 1 to 2 gold ingots. The supreme-grade Dao soil that covered the entire Xianxia's 100 herb garden had cost Ning Fan more than 400 gold ingots. In the 100 herb garden, there was a gurgling stream that watered the plants on both sides. If one were to take a closer look, one would realize that the water of the stream was actually Dao spring of extremely high quality. It was a special stream that was formed under the law of the 100 herb garden. Ning Fan planted the 4 emperors' Arhat pines and the 7 wonders tree in the 100 herb garden. He also planted some precious spiritual herbs that he obtained from the Supreme Pill sacred region in the garden. One had to admit that the 100 herb garden was not a loss. After transplanting them, the pine needle swords of the 4 emperors' Arhat pines grew longer. The withered branches and leaves of the 7 wonders tree also recovered their vitality bit by bit. It was all thanks to the 100 herb garden. As for the central area of the 100 herb garden where the spiritual qi was the densest, Ning Fan did not plant any miscellaneous items. He only planted 2 Huang soul seed. For several months in a row, Ning Fan had been taking care of his soul seed in the 100 herb garden. His expression was solemn as he carefully guarded it. When a tender sprout finally broke through the soil, Ning Fan's solemn expression finally relaxed. He laughed out loud. This tiny tender sprout emitted the qi of 2 Huang's soul. As for the remnant soul of 2 Huang, it was increasing bit by bit along with the growth of the tender sprout. It was recovering bit by bit. At this moment, Ning Fan finally completely believed in Kai Wei's words. As long as he takes good care of this tender sprout, there will be a day when this tender sprout will grow strong and strong. There will be a day when 2 Huang's remnant soul will grow completely. There will be a day when he can meet that woman called Ji Qingling again. As long as there is a day when they can meet again, be it attacking the sacred mountain or invading the underworld territory, none of them will be useless efforts. Instead, they will be meaningful actions that will pay off. A few days later, old Wu Ba sent Ning Fan another piece of good news which made his mood even better. With the many rare repair materials that Ning Fan gave him, old Wu Ba only spent a few months to repair all the damaged innate magic treasures that Ning Fan lost during the battle in the underworld territory. Even the bottle that was flooded with water was repaired, even the divine smelting cauldron was repaired, even the ocean-defying sword was repaired by old Wu Ba, who was good at repairing magic treasures. As a result, among all of Ning Fan's magic treasures, only the god-exterminating shield was still damaged. It was temporarily lacking the heaven-splitting stone to repair it. It was not something that old Wu Ba could repair. At the same time, a message from the Slaughter Palace was sent to Ning Fan through a special magic treasure. It was a message from Yao Qingyun, who had been keeping in touch with Ning Fan for the past few months. Ning Fan, I have already done what you asked me to do. The Northern Dipper Blood Realm will be opened again just for you. Do you really have a way to save Tu Huang? The price of opening the Northern Dipper Blood Realm this time is extremely huge. There are many complaints in the palace. If you can't do it, I will try my best to plead for you with the Nether Sea Immortal King. No matter what, I will block the punishment for you. After receiving the message, Ning Fan smiled. The series of good news had put him in a good mood. Now that he replied to Yao Qingyun's message, he no longer suppressed his true feelings. Instead, he teased her. Elder Qingyun, don't worry. I have 90% confidence in prolonging Senior Tu Huang's life. It has been a long time since we last met. Elder Qingyun, have you ever felt lonely? Do you need me to comfort you? Not long after, Yao Qingyun's message came again. That voice transmission was filled with embarrassment and anger. Shut up. There's someone beside me. Don't talk nonsense. I don't need your comfort. In the Slaughter Palace, Yao Qingyun's face turned red with embarrassment. The surrounding elders of the Slaughter Palace were staring at her with strange eyes. This time, the relationship between Yao Qingyun and Ning Fan was completely exposed in front of everyone in the Slaughter Palace. No one would have expected that Elder Qingyun, who had always been indifferent to men, would actually have such an ambiguous relationship with the dignified Rain Lord. Speaking of which, the reign immortal monarch had too many beauties. Xianxia of the Godly Void Pavilion, Ouyang Yuan of the Medicine Sect, and now, Yao Qingyun, the elder of the main palace. Each of them was a genius among women. How enviable. Wait. I won't allow you to open the Northern Dipper blood boundary again. What ability does the Rain Monarch have to save the palace master? I don't believe it. We must stop him from acting recklessly. Suddenly, an elderly man in blood-red robes with a ghost mask broke into the palace from outside. He carried a giant sword on his back and his eyes were filled with arrogance. The moment he broke into the palace, everyone including the immortal king of the Nether Sea who was a quasi-emperor realm expert changed their expressions. In the end, everyone stood up and cupped their fists respectfully towards the elderly man in blood-red robes. Even the immortal king of the Nether Sea was no exception. Subordinate Ming Hai greets the Vice Palace Master. Wasn't the Vice Palace Master in seclusion to break through the 9-5 Great Tribulation of the Immortal Emperor realm? Why did you suddenly come out? Ming Hai asked with a frown while enduring the heavy aura of the elderly man in blood-red robes. Humph. If I still don't come out, I'm afraid you little fellows would have already pierced the heavens. Pass down my order. Close the Northern Dipper blood boundary again. As for Ning Fan, strip him of his identity as a disciple of the Slaughter Palace. If he dares to step into the Blood Sea Star region, he must be expelled from the Slaughter Palace. The elderly man in blood-red robes gave an order that left no room for refusal. The expressions of all the higher-ups of the Slaughter Palace changed drastically when they heard the order. They could not accept it. Ning Fan was not aware of the changes in the Slaughter Palace. After learning that the Slaughter Palace was already prepared to save Sha Di, Ning Fan kept the farmer god's 100-herb garden into the profounding world. After giving some instructions to Zhang Yu and the others, he crossed the starry sky and headed to the Blood Sea Star region where the Slaughter Palace was located. Along with him were Crow Tiango, Zhu Er, and Old Wu who had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Black Devil and the puppet He Xiaolian were still living in the profounding world. Wherever Ning Fan went, they would follow him. However, they would not stay in the outside world usually. Crow Tiango had just acknowledged Ning Fan as his master. He was a little clingy towards Ning Fan. He felt unfamiliar with the entire Eastern Heaven and was even more afraid of being cursed by some saints. Thus, he did not dare to leave Ning Fan's side. This made Ning Fan extremely speechless. The curse of the saints in the Supreme Pill Sacred region seemed to only attack the cultivators of the despicable clan. As for Crow Tiango, who did not have the ability to transform, he was not part of the curse. This was also the reason why in the history of the Supreme Pill Sacred region, there were always corpse devils and pill devils who could ignore the curse and safely escape from the region. Crow Tiango was purely worrying for nothing. The reason why Zhu Er followed Ning Fan was because the Saints' Will in the Moonlight treasure box had already been used up. That treasure box was just an empty shell that could no longer display any abilities. To Ning Fan, it had lost its value. This was the huge price he had to pay for the battle in the underworld. After losing the value of the time reversal, Zhu Er simply flew out of the treasure box and stayed outside to guard Ning Fan. He was afraid that he would be killed by the cruel and ruthless Ning Fan like a piece of trash after losing his value. One should know that he had offended Ning Fan before. Who knew if Ning Fan would take revenge on him in the future? Fortunately, even if he was just a spiritual tool, he still had strength that was comparable to an ancient immortal venerate. If he had the opportunity, he could recover to a higher level. Moreover, because he was very good at using illusory attacks, he thought of staying by Ning Fan's side in the outside world to make some contributions and protect himself. Due to these reasons, Ning Fan eventually had two lackeys following him, Crow Tiango and Zhu Er. One of them was a dog and the other was a pig. Then, Old Wu, who claimed to be Ning Fan's first loyal servant, had the greatest sense of crisis in his life. He strongly requested to travel with Ning Fan. He had a premonition that this pig and dog wanted to threaten his position as Lord Turtle. They wanted to compete with him for his favor. No. I can't slowly go into seclusion to heal my injuries anymore. I must keep a close eye on this malefic star. I can't let this pig and dog steal my position. I'm the first loyal servant of this malefic star. With this thought in mind, Old Wu treated Zhu Er and Crow Tiango with hostility along the way. He was even more respectful and enthusiastic towards Ning Fan. It was as if he was willing to climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of flames for Ning Fan at any time. I see. I should have known this would happen. Master already has a shameless existence who is good at flattering him. No wonder my flattery couldn't move Master at all. Humph. This old turtle is not simple. He's definitely the strongest opponent I've ever met in my life. He's countless times more difficult to deal with than a monkey, a kappa, or a lame horse. And this Tango. He's also a great enemy. I can't underestimate him just because his cultivation base hasn't entered the eternal era. Zhu Er's expression was also not friendly when he looked at Old Wu and Crow Tiango. He felt a deep sense of crisis. Woof woof woof. Crow Tiango was also vigilant. He had used his life to prove his loyalty to Ning Fan. He didn't expect that there would be two other servants competing for his favor. This gradually made him feel a sense of crisis. He could no longer return to the hometown of the Fire Spirit Tower. He could only follow Ning Fan until he dies. He must not let anyone take his position away from him, therefore, the atmosphere between the two of them was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder throughout the journey. This gave Ning Fan a headache. He somewhat regretted bringing these three peerless servants along with him. Turtle, pig and dog. Hee. Is he going to imitate the stories of the Buddhist scriptures in the mortal world and go to the Western paradise to obtain Buddhist scriptures? Speaking of which, why did all the servants he received recently change in style? All of them were messy, well, only Kegu of the Tai Su lightning diagram was still considered normal. Otherwise, there would be another brainless sparrow in his team. With the full speed of the black immortal cloud, Ning Fan arrived at the Blood Sea Star region from the Thousand Years sect in just a few hours. As soon as he arrived at the border of the Blood Sea Star region, Ning Fan frowned. At the moment he flew into the Blood Sea Star region, a group of ghost-faced cultivators stopped him. This is the order of the Vice Palace Lord. The sinner, Ning Fan, will be stripped of his identity as a disciple of the Slaughter Palace. He will be expelled from the Slaughter Palace and will never step into the Blood Sea Star region ever again. If he dares to disobey the order, he will be killed without mercy. The group of ghost-faced cultivators said helplessly. They were unwilling to accept the order to expel Ning Fan. They wanted Ning Fan to try to save Lord Shadi. However, they could not disobey the absolute order of the Vice Palace Lord. Inwardly, they could only apologize to Ning Fan. We've offended. Senior Rain Lord, damn you. What did you say? Say it again. Try telling my master that you'll be killed without mercy again. I can't tolerate it. I'm going to kill all of you to wash away my master's humiliation. Without waiting for Ning Fan, who was frowning to express his opinion, Zhu Er had already taken the lead and stood up. His pig-like face was filled with anger and he pretended to be angry at the group of cultivators of the Slaughter Palace. Old Wu immediately had the urge to curse out loud. Damn it. This damned fat pig had stolen his lines. He was too careless. To be continued. Old Wu was secretly regretting that his limelight had been stolen by Ning Fan. Suddenly, he heard Ning Fan reprimanding Zhu Er with a dissatisfied tone. I didn't say I was going to kill all the disciples of the Slaughter Temple. Don't talk nonsense. Back off. Master, I'll take my leave. Zhu Er, who was about to roll up his sleeves and fight, was shocked. He thought that he had made a mistake. He didn't expect that he would misunderstand his master's meaning. From his point of view, Ning Fan was a devil lord who could not tolerate even the slightest bit of anger. It was absolutely impossible for him to tolerate the rude words of a few juniors. However, the truth was that Ning Fan did not recklessly unleash his killing intent just because the disciple of the Slaughter Palace had spoken rudely to him. How unimaginable! A madman who even dared to kill the third step-well spirit of the Well of Worries was actually so tolerant towards a few juniors. Sigh, it was hard to guess what he was thinking. Zhu Er cursed inwardly, while Brother Wu and Crow Tengu took pleasure in Zhu Er's misfortune, secretly laughing at his flattery. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about the thoughts of the three idiots. He was more concerned about the reason why he was expelled by the disciples of the Slaughter Palace. From the words of these disciples, the one who ordered him to be expelled was not the Dark Sea Great Elder, but the Deputy Hall Master of the Slaughter Hall. Strange, why did the Slaughter Deputy Hall Master stop him from saving Shadi? the slaughter palace's functions were divided according to each generation's slaughter emperor as the palace master. Under the palace master, there was a deputy palace master. Under the deputy palace master was the great elder, who was in charge of the other elders. Under the great elder were the pavilion masters, deacons, and disciples. When Ning Fan was in the slaughter palace, he had also heard about the existence of a vice-palace lord of the slaughter palace. He seemed to be an old monster who was going to advance to the sovereign realm soon. However, this person rarely moved about in the eastern heaven. His devil reputation seemed to be even less famous than the great elder of the Nether Sea. As the deputy hall master, he did not need to manage any secular affairs. His only task was to cultivate in seclusion. It was said that he would only appear when the slaughter hall was in danger. At this moment, the slaughter hall was clearly not in danger of being exterminated. Yet, this deputy hall master had appeared. Logically speaking, Ning Fan coming to save Sha Di out of goodwill should be greatly beneficial to the revival of the slaughter palace. Why would the vice-palace hall master stop him from doing so? Could it be that this person didn't want the Sha Di to be saved? Did he want to fight for power with Sha Di, the temple master? Or maybe he just didn't want the slaughter hall to get too involved with him. After all, he was clearly determined to fight the dark tribe to the death. All of a sudden, countless guesses emerged in Ning Fan's mind, but he was unable to verify them. Reign Immortal Lord, please don't make things difficult for us. We are only following orders. Reign Immortal Lord, please leave the Blood Sea Galaxy as soon as possible. Zhu Er's ferocious tone had really frightened the few disciples of the slaughter palace. They were at most at the crossing truth realm. How would they dare to be presumptuous in front of Ning Fan? Now that they were frightened, their tone became much more respectful. I'm afraid I can't leave. I never give up halfway. According to what I know, the only one who can expel an elder of the slaughter hall is the hall master himself. The Vice Highness ordered me to be expelled, but did you obtain the warrant of the palace master? If you don't have the token, I can't approve of this matter. Ning Fan's expression was calm. With a flip of his hand, he took out an elder token of the slaughter palace. This token was not the one he had handed over to the slaughter palace. Instead, it was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Elder Fei He in the ruins of the Six Desires Immortal King. The rules of the slaughter palace were very bloody. If a disciple could kill an elder and seize the token, he would be able to replace the elder and become an elder. As for an elder, even the Vice Highness could not simply give the order to expel him. This is the elder token that Elder Fei He lost. As expected, it is in the hands of the Reign Immortal Lord. The few disciples of the slaughter palace were shocked. In the past, Fei He and Yao Qingyun brought Ning Fan to the Six Desires Immortal Cave to search for treasures. In the end, Fei He died. As Ning Fan's reputation became more and more well-known, the slaughter palace had long guessed that Fei He's death was closely related to Ning Fan. Today, this matter was finally confirmed. Since the Reign Immortal Lord has the Elder Token, you are a member of the group of elders of the slaughter palace. Of course, we won't dare to stop you anymore. No. We shouldn't call you the Reign Immortal Lord anymore. We should address you as Elder Ning. Since Elder Ning has the Elder Token, the Vice Highness naturally can't expel you. We will let Elder Ning pass right now. The few disciples of the slaughter palace removed the blocking formation at the border of the starry sky and made way for Ning Fan. Then, they stood upright on both sides of the starry sky and cupped their fists to salute Ning Fan. The respect they showed when they saluted Ning Fan again was far greater than what they showed in the beginning. Obviously, the identity of an elder of the slaughter palace carried considerable weight in the hearts of these disciples of the slaughter palace. Ning Fan nodded his head. It would be best if this matter could be resolved peacefully. Just as he was about to continue moving forward on the cloud, a cold voice suddenly resounded from the other end of the starry sky. Nonsense. This elder token is fake. My slaughter palace refuses to acknowledge this young man's elder status. What bullshit T Reign Immortal Monarch? If you know what's good for you, get out of the Blood Sea Star region at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The cold voice kept getting closer and closer. The invisible sound wave suddenly turned into a gigantic flaming fist and smashed towards Wu Xianyun's direction. The wind generated by the fist directly shattered some of the abandoned stars in the surroundings. It even sent a few disciples of the slaughter palace flying away. The wind generated by the fist carried an unimaginably scorching heat. The temperature of the cold starry sky suddenly rose. It was a punch at the level of an immortal king. This time, Old Wu had seized the opportunity to show off. Without waiting for Ning Fan to attack, he had already leaped forward. With a flick of his sleeve, billowing black wind rushed towards the flaming fist light. Speaking of which, it was strange. That fist light clearly had the strength of an immortal king's attack. However, it became unstable after being blown by the black wind. Every time it landed on Wu Xianyun, it would collapse a little. When it landed on Wu Xianyun, it was already reduced to an illusory fist force. With a sneeze from Old Wu, it was directly shattered and turned into nothingness. Eh? At the other end of the starry sky, a soft exclamation of surprise was heard. Obviously, the person did not understand how Old Wu, a mere immortal venerable with a single first tribulation immortal venerable from the ancient times, could defend against his immortal king's attack so easily. Not long after that, a gigantic bird that was engulfed in raging flames flew towards them from afar in the starry sky. Wherever it passed, the hollow space would be set ablaze. Dragging a long trail of flames behind it, it flew across an immeasurable distance in an instant. That gigantic bird was not a demon. Instead, it was the incarnation of an immortal king realm-old monster. As soon as the flames fell, a burly man with a ghastly face wearing flaming armor walked out from the flames. He raised his finger and drew a line across the starry sky. Immediately, a crack appeared in the starry sky and flames rushed out from it. In an instant, the entire starry sky within a million li asterisk, 500 m per li, was sealed by this person's flames, surrounding Ning Fan and the others in the center of the sea of flames. The person who came was none other than one of the immortal king realm elders of the slaughter palace. His cultivation base was at the third tribulation realm. As for his name, Ning Fan vaguely remembered that this person was called Immortal King Punishment Flame. He was also a cultivator who cultivated in seclusion. In the past, Ning Fan's cultivation base was still low. He had only seen him once in the crowd from afar. Now, he was on equal footing with him. As soon as Immortal King Punishment Flame appeared, a few disciples of the Slaughter Palace immediately came to greet him. Elder Punishment Flame, please don't attack. This is a misunderstanding. Everyone in the world knows that the Elder Token of the Slaughter Palace is condensed from the slaughter intent of the first-generation killing emperor. It can't be forged at all. Elder Ning's Elder Token has been verified by us. It is indeed authentic. This matter. Humph. Get lost. Did I ask you a question? Immortal King Punishment Flame's eyes narrowed. A vast aura force spread out from him, instantly causing the few disciples of the Slaughter Palace to spurt out blood. They kept retreating and no longer dared to speak carelessly. They also did not dare to approach Immortal King Punishment Flame rashly. Rumor had it that this Immortal King was unreasonable and unreasonable. Today, the few disciples of the Slaughter Palace had finally witnessed it for themselves. Ning Fan frowned slightly. He wholeheartedly wanted to avoid a conflict with the Slaughter Palace. However, judging from the arrogant attitude of this Immortal King Punishment Flame, it was obvious that he did not intend to reason with him. The Elder Token is fake, hee hee. He's really lying through his teeth, Reign Immortal Monarch? Hee hee. What a great title. I don't know how much of your title is fake. However, this servant of yours really does have some capabilities. There aren't many First Tribulation Immortal Venerables in the entire Eastern Heaven who can withstand a single punch from me. You're not bad. You don't look familiar. What's your name? Immortal King Punishment Flame looked at Ning Fan as if he was nothing. However, he showed a slightly fearful expression towards Old Wu who had withstood his punch. He did not know about Old Wu's notoriety. If he did, he probably would not dare to talk to Old Wu so calmly. From Xingyan's point of view, it was already polite for an immortal king like him to ask about Old Wu's name. Unfortunately, Old Wu did not care about Xingyan at all. He just kept digging his nose and secretly wiped it on Zhu Er's clothes. Thus, Zhu Er was enraged and began to wrestle with Old Wu. Immortal King Punishment Flame, who was completely ignored by Old Wu, was instantly enraged. He snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to Old Wu. His eyes under the ghost mask turned to Ning Fan and said coldly, I verified that your elder token is fake. You can get lost now. You don't have the right to enter this starry sky. His tone was extremely disdainful. It was obvious that he did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all. Xingyan could not be blamed for that. He could only blame Ning Fan for his young bone age and his rapid rise in the eastern heaven. Compared to those old monsters who were tens of millions of years old, Ning Fan's bone age was just like a baby who was still wet behind the ears. Besides, Immortal King Punishment Flame was a loyal follower of the Vice Palace Master. He was also in seclusion all year round and rarely went out in the eastern heaven. Therefore, he did not hear much about Ning Fan's great reputation and he did not believe it either. Reign Immortal Monarch? He just has a good master who is a great cultivator from the ancient times. Unfortunately, that good master is going to die soon. Once ancient chaos dies, this little brat will be nothing. Ning Fan's frown deepened. After staying silent for a while, he said, Elder Xingyan, if you think that my elder token is fake, could my innate ghost mask also be fake? According to what I know, if there's a need to make a decision during a special situation, the young emperor of the Slaughter Palace seems to have a greater say than a mere vice palace master. If I'm the young emperor of the Slaughter Palace, a mere vice palace master won't be able to expel me. Ning Fan waved his right hand and the innate ghost mask gradually appeared. His black hair instantly turned silver. The Slaughter Palace respected the ghost mask. As soon as the innate ghost mask appeared, everyone at the scene could feel the aura of a superior being from Ning Fan's body. Even Xingyan was no exception. Immortal King Punishment Flame could feel the ghost mask that he was wearing trembling. It was fear towards the young emperor's ghost mask. He had a bad feeling. The Vice Palace Master's plan was to make the Slaughter Palace lose its young emperor. Why is there still a young emperor in the Slaughter Palace? If that's the case, wouldn't all of the Vice Palace Master's plans be useless? On the other hand, the disciples of the Slaughter Palace at the side were extremely excited. Young Emperor Ghost Mask. It's true. Haha. It's really the young Emperor Ghost Mask. Since when did our Slaughter Palace have a young emperor? No wonder the Great Elder thinks so highly of the Reign Immortal Monarch. I didn't expect the Reign Immortal Monarch to have another identity. He's the young emperor of our palace. If the person who holds the innate ghost mask has the cultivation base of an immortal venerable, he will be the true young emperor. We, the disciples of the Slaughter Palace, greet the young emperor. The eyes of the few disciples under the ghost mask were filled with passion. The person who knelt in the starry sky was Ning Fan. Even if they were facing the Great Elder, they would not kneel. However, if it was the young emperor, the future 8th slaying emperor, then it was an exception, there's no mistake. It was a ghost mask that contained the will of the first generation. It was a ghost mask that belonged solely to the Slaughter Palace. It was the innate ghost mask, the symbol of the young emperor of the Slaughter Palace. What was the thing that worried the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace the most? It was not that the 7th slaying emperor was nearing the end of his lifespan. It was because there was no 8th slaying emperor to succeed him after his death. 6 million years ago, Elder Fu Linglong, who had the highest chance of becoming the young emperor, died in an unknown place, causing the Slaughter Palace's lineage to be cut off. Countless cultivators of the Slaughter Palace were worried about their future. According to the tradition of the Slaughter Palace, every cultivator of the Slaughter Palace had the duty to hunt down young emperors to speed up their growth. However, this did not mean that the disciples of the Slaughter Palace did not respect the young emperors. On the contrary, the weight of a young emperor was countless times greater than the Vice Palace Master or the Great Elder. Humph. You bunch of idiots. This young man's innate ghost mask is also fake. Can't you see it? This young man forged the ghost mask of a young emperor. His crime is punishable by death. Those who kneel to him are also guilty of the same crime. I will execute him. Immortal King Xingyan's eyes flashed with ferocity. He waved his hand and countless flames instantly burned the few disciples of the Slaughter Palace who were kneeling to Ning Fan into ashes. Then, he waved his hand again. The sea of flames that sealed the starry sky instantly turned into thousands of fire dragons, rushing towards the black immortal cloud. He actually disregarded Ning Fan's identity as a young emperor and wanted to kill him on the spot. If Ning Fan was not a young emperor, Xingyan might have spared his life. However, since Ning Fan was a young emperor, any carelessness could ruin the vice palace master's plan. He would never allow Ning Fan to live. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. Even though the slaughter palace did not forbid the killing of their own disciples, immortal King Xingyan's action of confusing the truth and killing a few disciples of the slaughter palace who were defenseless still aroused Ning Fan's dissatisfaction. Moreover, Xingyan actually tried to kill him. This matter had already crossed the bottom line of his tolerance. It made him feel a little uneasy. The sound of the wind in the Blood Sea Star region carried a kind of sorrow that ordinary people could not detect. It was like a whimper or a mournful melody. It turned into a heavenly sound and lingered in the starry sky. That kind of wind was called the sound of burial. It would only appear in the place where peerless experts had fallen. Ordinary people could not hear the sound of burial. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation base. What they needed was an extreme understanding of the Tao of divination. Moreover, not many grandmasters of the Tao of divination could hear the sound of burial. In the four heavens, there were only 2 or 3 people who could hear the sound of burial with their cultivation base of the Tao of divination. Even though Ning Fan had received guidance from Phoenix Emperor Chongming, he was just a beginner in the Tao of divination. With just his cultivation base of the Tao of divination, it was not enough for him to hear a profound heavenly sound like the sound of burial. However, he had another identity. He was a degenerate who had cultivated the divine spirit body that could communicate with all living things. He could hear the sound of all living things. As such, even if his cultivation base of the Tao of divination was not strong enough, he could still hear the sorrowful sound of burial that filled the starry sky. According to the ancient records, even if an 8th tribulation immortal emperor had fallen, they would rarely leave a sound of burial in the world. Why would there be a sound of burial in the current Blood Sea Star region? Could it be that something happened to Sha Di? Could it be? Ning Fan's heart tightened. The more the other party tried to stop him, the more he felt that it was possible. I don't know why you and the Vice Palace Lord behind you kept trying to stop Ning Fan from saving people. If we can't reach the Slaughter Palace peacefully, I don't mind marching on the path of blood. Ning Fan raised his hand and the wind and fire fan appeared in his hand. He channeled his magic power into the fan like a tidal wave. In an instant, he fanned the thousands of fire dragons for tens of times. In just a few breaths, the thousands of fire dragons that immortal King Xingyan was proud of and the boundless sea of fire that filled the starry sky were all turned into ashes by Ning Fan. Using fire to fight fire, the result was a complete victory for the wind and fire fan. It's actually an innate magic treasure. How is this possible? Xingyan was shocked. He turned around and fled after transforming into his eternal true body. It was not because he was afraid of Ning Fan but because he was afraid of Ning Fan's innate magic treasure. He wanted to go back and find a few more accomplices to besiege Ning Fan. That way, his chances of winning would be higher. However, would Ning Fan let him go? The answer was, of course, no. With a single point of his finger, Ning Fan froze the giant bird that immortal King Xingyan had transformed into in the starry sky. After that, Ning Fan waved his wind and fire cattail fan a few hundred times consecutively, turning immortal King Xingyan's ancient true body into ashes. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape from the ashes. However, Ning Fan was just deliberately holding back. Xingyan was finally afraid. His entire primordial spirit was trembling. If he knew that Ning Fan was so strong, he certainly would not have rashly used his killing intent against Ning Fan. No matter what, he would have planned everything first before killing Ning Fan. Previously, he did not believe that Ning Fan had the strength to instantly kill an eternal immortal venerable like what the rumors said. However, the reality was that Ning Fan's strength was much higher than what the rumors said. The evaluation of the people of the world towards him was actually too low. Was this the strength that an eternal immortal venerable could possess during the Dharma-ending era? Burning a 3rd tribulation immortal king's eternal true body into ashes in just a single move. Even an eternal immortal venerable would not be able to do so. However, an eternal immortal venerable appeared in the Dharma-ending era. It was completely against the rules. After Sun Luo, another peerless devil lord was born in the eastern heaven. If this young man continues to grow, he would certainly become one of the leading figures in the Dharma-ending cultivation world. Great escape technique of myriad fire essence. Xingyan was terrified. His primordial spirit exploded into millions of sparks and fled in all directions in the starry sky. Ning Fan did not even look at those sparks that were fleeing. His left eye flashed with a demonic light. At this moment, even ordinary illusion techniques became clear to him. He kept his wind fire fan and punched the hollow space beside him with his iron fist. Instantly, the hollow space cracked and he grabbed a primordial spirit that was covered in blood from the crack. It was none other than Xianxia, Immortal King. Xianxia's primordial spirit was tightly bound by the lightning prison rope. It did not even give him a chance to self-detonate. It's impossible. You actually saw through my illusion technique and you even have a second innate magic treasure. Let me go. You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, the Calamity Clan will certainly not let you go. I'm the son of an elder of the Calamity Clan. You can't kill me. You can't. Xingyan's state of mind was in chaos and he roared. At this moment, his life and death were no longer under his control. He really spoke without thinking and even blurted out his biggest secret. Calamity Clan? Ning Fan was startled. Then, his eyes flashed with cold light. As far as he knew, the Calamity Clan was a secret clan in the southern heaven immortal world. They seemed to be the archenemy of the Slaughter Palace. The reason why the current Shadi was struggling to survive was to prevent the invasion of the Calamity Clan. This Xingyan is actually a spy that the Calamity Clan planted in the Slaughter Palace? Could it be that the reason why the so-called Slaughter Vice Palace forbade me from saving Shadi is also because of the Calamity Clan? Seeing Ning Fan's expression change as soon as he heard that he was a member of the Calamity Clan, Xingyan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He thought that Ning Fan had probably been intimidated by the name of the Calamity Clan. Thinking about it, it made sense. A dark race was already enough to give him a hard time. If there's another member of the Calamity Clan, given how arrogant this young man was, he would probably have some scruples. To be honest, little friend, the 7th generation Shadi has already been secretly eliminated by our Calamity Clan. The reason why the Vice Palace Lord stopped you from saving Shadi is not because he was afraid that you will save him. After all, it's already impossible for him to do so. What he was afraid of is that you will open the Northern Dipper Blood Realm in advance and let the disciples of the Slaughter Palace know about Shadi's death. That would affect our great plan of slowly obtaining the Sacred Heavenly Desolate Sword. How about this? As long as you let me go, I can put in a good word for you in front of the Calamity Clan. If the Calamity Clan attacks the Slaughter Palace one day and slaughters all the cultivators of this palace, I can guarantee that you won't die. Shadi is really dead. Ning Fan's heart was filled with bitterness. The reason why he risked his life to enter the Supreme Pill Sacred Region and let the Black Devil Clan become an adult was just to extend the lives of Ancient Chaos and Shadi. However, in the end, even though he managed to bring back the blood of an adult 9 raccoon, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was still in a deep slumber for some unknown reason. As for Shadi, he had already fallen and he did not get to save him. Judging from Immortal King Xingyan's words, Shadi did not die because his life force was exhausted. Instead, he died because of the secret scheme of the Calamity Clan. Xingyan and the other spies of the Calamity Clan had been lurking in the Slaughter Palace for so many years. They were deeply trusted by Shadi. If these spies were to assassinate Shadi, the possibility of Shadi, who was already on the verge of death, would indeed be quite high. Being vigilant all day and night, it would be difficult to guard against a thief in one's own house. If little friend is willing to lend a hand to my Calamity Clan and annihilate the Slaughter Palace, I am willing to ask the patriarch of my clan for a reward on your behalf. The Slaughter Palace is just a gathering place for a group of remnants of the Northern Dipper Alliance. Ants can't achieve great things. Even Ancient Chaos Great Emperor is just an undead spirit who is struggling at death's door. Only my Calamity Clan can be Little Friend's indestructible support. I can give Little Friend another promise. If Little Friend joins my Calamity Clan, the Eastern Heaven Dark Clan will certainly not treat Little Friend as an enemy anymore. The reputation of the patriarch of my clan, Huido, is extremely resounding in the secret clan. Oh right, the patriarch of my clan is also very interested in Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. If Little Friend can obtain a trace of Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's soul and offer it to my patriarch for research. Xingyan still wanted to say something but he was interrupted by Ning Fan's cold laughter. Heh. Do you want me, Ning Fan, to be ungrateful and betray my master and ancestors? If there are enough benefits, so what if I am ungrateful and betray my master and ancestors? Xing Yan said disapprovingly. Benefits? Heh. Do you know what I am thinking right now? Hee hee. How could I possibly know what little friend is thinking? I was thinking, if the Shadi was really killed by your clan, then even if I killed my clan, it would be hard for me to avenge the Shadi. The Shadi was killed by his companions. How sorrowful he must have been before he died. You. What nonsense are you talking about? That's the Calamity Clan. The Calamity Clan. Ah. What are you doing? Stop. Stop right now. What he got in response was Ning Fan's cold and merciless soul search, which turned him into an idiot. After that, Ning Fan ruthlessly crushed Xing Yan's primordial spirit. He did not even refine the 10,000 spirit blood. It was as if he could not vent the hatred in his heart if he did not kill this person. From Xing Yan's memories, Ning Fan saw the scenes where the spies of the Calamity Clan plotted to murder Shadi. He saw the look of disbelief and anger in Shadi's eyes before he died. The burial song that filled the starry sky was really the burial song left behind by the Slayer. However, because of the Calamity Race's series of schemes, Shadi's life token had not been broken yet. No one knew that Shadi, who had been guarding the Big Dipper blood domain alone, had already passed away. Shadi was dead. He did not die while guarding the Big Dipper blood world but was poisoned by his comrade. His death was not worth it, not worth it. The Shadi is dead. What's the use of taking the Black Demon soul blood? Ning Fan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were cold and merciless. He was the 8th young emperor recognized by the 7th Slayer. It was his duty to avenge the 7th Slayer Emperor. Hiss. Elder Xing Yan had been killed by the Rain Immortal Lord. That's a 3 Tribulation Immortal King. Innate Ghost Mask. Why does the Rain Lord have the young emperor's ghost mask? What's happening here? Should we attack the Rain Lord? Hurry up and send a message to the main hall. More and more disciples of the Slaughter Palace were attracted by the sky-piercing baleful chi that erupted from the death of immortal King Xing Yan. Ning Fan did not want to be entangled with these ordinary disciples. At this moment, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to find the culprit of this incident and perform a blood sacrifice in front of the grave of the Slayer Emperor. Ignoring the obstruction of the ordinary disciples, Ning Fan rode the dark immortal cloud and flew towards the Slaughter Star at full speed. Unfortunately, before he could go far, another 2 immortal venerables tore open the starry sky and walked out of it. Without saying a word, they attacked Ning Fan to kill him. They had already received the news of Xing Yan's death and also found out Ning Fan's identity as the young emperor. How could they let a mere young emperor ruin their plan when they were about to succeed? Just 2 immortal venerables. How dare you block my way? You're courting death. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with mercilessness. He fanned his wind and fire fan and instantly burned the physical bodies of the 2 immortal venerables into ashes. In the starry sky, the sky was filled with flames. Ning Fan accurately located the location of the 2 primordial spirits. Then, he pinned them down and skillfully knocked out their primordial spirits, capturing them alive. That's right. This time, Ning Fan decided to capture them alive. Just now, he directly killed Xing Yan out of anger. Now that he had calmed down a little, he decided to capture these traitors and bring them to the tomb of Shadi to be killed. According to immortal King Xing Yan's memories, these 2 people were also one of the accomplices who plotted against Shadi. He must not let them go. The Slaughter Star arrived in the blink of an eye. Just as Ning Fan approached it, a sigh finally resounded from the Slaughter Star. Ning Fan, even though you're the young emperor of my palace, it's indeed a little too much for you to injure 3 immortal venerables in a row. You should stop now. A white-haired young man soared into the sky from the Slaughter Star with a pained expression. He stood in the starry sky and blocked Ning Fan's path. He was the immortal king of the Nether Sea, the great elder of the Slaughter Palace. Even though he already knew that Ning Fan was a domineering person, he did not expect that Ning Fan would disregard Shadi's kindness and start a massacre in the Slaughter Palace. Did he misjudge Ning Fan? This young man has really disappointed me. Ning Fan smiled. That smile actually contained a kind of indescribable sorrow. Shadi was already dead, but his disciples did not know about his death. Moreover, some of them even stopped him and questioned him in order to protect his accomplices. The seventh Shadi is already dead. Today, I'm going to clean up the sect for him. I hope Great Elder won't stop me. Ning Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by the seventh Shadi is already dead? You can't simply say such disgraceful words. Ming Hai was shocked. At the same time, an unbridled laughter resounded from the slaughter star. Then, the starry sky shook. An elderly man in blood-red robes who carried a giant sword on his back slowly appeared in the starry sky. Behind him were 10 to 20 of his loyal subordinates and the eternal puppet of Shadi. Ming Hai, you're really an idiot. Even this little kid knows that the seventh Shadi is already dead. How could you still be kept in the dark by me? Ha ha ha. Is there anyone more stupid than you in this world? Amidst the laughter, the elderly man patted his storage pouch and took out a bloody head. It was the head of Shadi. His eyes were still filled with unwillingness and anger. Before dealing with the sacred slaughterer Tian Huang, I originally wanted to let all of you live for a few more years. Unfortunately, my plan has to be brought forward because of the intervention of this little kid. If that's the case, I, as the deputy palace master of the Slaughter clan and the 19th young emperor of the Calamity clan, declare. From today onwards, the Slaughter palace will be erased from the eastern heaven. Those who follow me will be spared from death. Those who go against me will be killed without mercy. As soon as the elderly man finished his words, his loyal subordinates and puppets immediately spread out in all directions. They killed anyone they saw. In an instant, many disciples of the Slaughter Palace were killed because they were caught off guard. Ming Hai's eyes widened in anger. If he still didn't know what had happened at this moment, then his cultivation base in this life would really be in vain. Shui Chongkong. The palace master treated you like his own son. How could you have the heart to betray him? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You? In the Eastern Heaven immortal world, who can stop me without an immortal emperor? Shui Chongkong harumphed disdainfully. He kept Shadi's head and rushed towards Ming Hai. He didn't even use his giant sword. Just a few divine abilities were enough to injure Ming Hai. The difference in strength was obvious. As the strongest expert of the Slaughter Palace, Ming Hai was no match for Shui Chongkong. There was almost no one below the immortal emperor realm who could fight against Shui Chongkong. The Slaughter Palace was in danger. Shui Chongkong laughed out loud. Just as he was about to chase after the Nether Sea, a figure in white suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure pressed down with his hand and directly destroyed the divine arts that he had thrown at the Nether Sea. He was unscathed after taking the attack of a quasi-emperor with his physical body. Your opponent is me. Asterisk boom asterisk without any hesitation, Ning Fan's first punch was the unreasonable ancient devil mountain breaking strike. It was filled with anger and killing intent. It directly broke Shui Chongkong's defense and sent him flying a great distance away. Along the way, he crashed into countless abandoned stars. Shui Chongkong, who was initially arrogant, struggled to stabilize his body. Only then did he spurt out a mouthful of blood which contained pieces of his internal organs. It was imaginable how much damage Ning Fan's punch had done to him. He was already lightly injured. Shui Chongkong's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. A dignified quasi-emperor like him was actually injured by an immortal venerable with just a punch. A mere immortal venerable of 10,000 ancient times could actually injure me with just a punch. How is this possible? The plan that was originally in the bag finally had a bad feeling because of Ning Fan's appearance. No wonder the clan said that the Slaughter Palace's luck had yet to run out and it wasn't suitable for them to act for the time being, so that's why. Everyone had guessed wrongly. The luck of the Slaughter Palace didn't fall on the 7th generation, instead, it fell on this ignorant brat. As long as this ignorant brat doesn't die, the luck of the Slaughter Palace would continue. Junior, don't be arrogant. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you gained the upper hand with a single punch? I fought against a real 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor for 3 days and 3 nights. How can you be my opponent? I've killed a 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor before. Nonsense. You only know how to talk fast. That's not your true ability. Fine, I'll kill you with the ancient imperial sword right now. Otherwise, you'll think that a dignified quasi-emperor is only at this level. Xue Chongkong harumphed coldly and untied the giant sword on his back. As soon as the seal was removed, a world-shaking sword pressure instantly spread across the starry sky. This sword was a genuine innate magic treasure. All the disciples of the Slaughter Palace who felt the sword pressure were shocked. Because everyone knew how decisive the existence of an innate magic treasure was to the victory of those below the immortal emperor realm, no matter how strong Rain Lord's fist was, could it be stronger than an innate magic treasure? Seeing that everyone was suppressed by the ancient imperial sword, Xue Chongkong burst into laughter. His confidence skyrocketed and the gloominess in his heart that was injured by Ning Fan's punch was swept away. The body of the ancient imperial sword was engraved with mysterious patterns. It was wrinkled and undulating like the bark of a tree. Its immortal chi was overwhelming. As the giant sword was swung, the shadows of countless ancient buildings appeared in the starry sky. Those ancient buildings emitted a supreme aura force that made people want to worship it uncontrollably. It was extremely strange. Many old monsters of the Slaughter Palace who recognized the sword had a drastic change in expression. They cried out involuntarily. This sword is actually forged from the ruins of the ancient heavenly court's 5 buildings and 12 pavilions. It contains real immortal spiritual power. I'm afraid it's much more powerful than ordinary innate magical treasures. Xue Chongkong swung the giant sword and a massive sword chi rushed out like a white dragon. The dazzling sword light made everyone unable to open their eyes. The sword light was too fast. It seemed to have reached the end of the starry sky in an instant and was about to fall on Ning Fan. Countless people's eyes were focused on the ancient imperial sword. They were shocked by the unparalleled aura force of the sword. Xue Chongkong's cultivation base was already stronger than the immortal King Nether Sea. He could be considered as one of the top experts among the quasi-emperors. Now that he used the innate magical treasure sword to attack, it was almost as powerful as an immortal emperor's attack. No one thought that Ning Fan could withstand the attack of the sword. Not even the immortal King Nether Sea was an exception. Ming Hai's expression was as heavy as steel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Just as he was about to help Ning Fan from the side, Ning Fan raised his hand and stopped him. Great Elder, quickly go and quell the rebellion in the palace to prevent the disciples from suffering too many losses. Leave this person to me. Ning Fan's tone carried the calmness of someone who had been through many trials and tribulations. To ordinary cultivators of the Eastern Heaven, a quasi-emperor was already a supreme existence. However, to him, a quasi-emperor was no longer a formidable enemy. As he spoke, Ning Fan raised his other hand to the sky and took out a black kasaya. As soon as the monastic robe appeared, the surroundings were immediately swept up by demonic winds. As for the monastic robe, it grew in size amidst the demonic winds, completely enveloping the attack that Xue Chongkong had unleashed with all his might. Then, it wrapped itself around the monastic robe, completely sealing off the attack and preventing it from leaking out. This item was none other than the Black Mountain Bear ancestral kasaya that Ning Fan rarely used. He had seized it from Great Emperor Tiandu. It was a magic treasure that could be used for both offense and defense. It could be worn as a protective armor or as a magic treasure that could control the heavens and earth. Countless people were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Ning Fan had easily blocked Xue Chongkong's attack. This kid actually has a connate magic treasure as well. Moreover, it seems as if he didn't expend much energy to receive Xue Chongkong's attack. The Nether Sea Immortal Monarch was shocked. Then, his expression changed to one of guilt and admiration. His expression was extremely complicated. After witnessing Ning Fan's strength, the Nether Sea Immortal Monarch knew that Ning Fan was the only one on his side who could fight Xue Chongkong on equal footing. Only the young emperor could protect the Slaughter Palace and the descendants of the Northern Dipper sect. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the young emperor to hold him back for a while. After I kill the rest of the rebels, I'll come and help the young emperor to kill the traitor Xue Chongkong to avenge the palace lord. Go. Kill all the rebels this time. Leave their primordial spirits behind. I want to offer them as a blood sacrifice. Understood. Addressing himself as a subordinate meant that the Nether Sea Immortal Monarch had truly acknowledged Ning Fan's identity as the 8th young emperor. Only a few years had passed. The young man who was still at the first step in the past had now become the only hope of the Slaughter Palace. While speaking, Ning Fan was still unhurriedly dealing with Xue Chongkong's attacks. On the surface, he seemed to be able to deal with Xue Changkong's attacks with ease. However, every time he blocked Xue Changkong's attack, he would need to consume a large amount of magic power. It was not an easy task to forcefully block his opponent's attacks. It was not difficult to dodge the attacks as it would save a lot of magic power. However, if he only focused on dodging and allowed the attacks to spread in all directions, many of the other disciples of the Slaughter Palace would be killed by the aftershocks. At this moment, he kept his ghost face and dark immortal cloud. Only his white robes were left floating in the starry sky. His expression was like a piece of ice that would never melt. The god-exterminating shield could not be used for the time being. In that case, it would not be easy to kill a quasi-emperor. As Ning Fan's eyes sharpened, rain suddenly fell from the starry sky. The raindrops formed a path of stars. Ning Fan stepped on the path of rain, approaching Xue Changkong step by step. Every step he took was filled with unimaginable baleful qi and devil intent. Xue Changkong's heart could not help but race. His body instinctively felt uneasy when he saw Ning Fan approaching him. He swung his giant sword even faster, slashing at Ning Fan one after another. However, all of his attacks were blocked by the ancestral bear Xianxia. What made him uneasy was that Ning Fan also had an innate magical treasure which allowed him to block his ancient K-sword slash with ease. Another thing was that the baleful qi on Ning Fan's body was extremely heavy. It was something that he had never seen before in his life. One should know that even the notorious immortal emperors might not necessarily have such a level of baleful qi. In order to strengthen the baleful aura to such a degree, just killing people was not enough. One had to kill immortal emperors. I've killed a 6th tribulation immortal emperor before. Xue Changkong suddenly recalled Ning Fan's words and his heart shuddered. Previously, Xue Changkong had only treated those words as a joke, and he had not taken them seriously. However, at this moment, he began to take them seriously. His body's instincts told him that Ning Fan was very likely a dangerous being who was comparable to an ancient immortal venerable. Perhaps Ning Fan had really killed an immortal emperor before. Otherwise, why would he feel a chill when facing Ning Fan's baleful qi? However, his rationality told him that Ning Fan was just an ancient immortal venerate. Killing an immortal emperor was just nonsense. What was an immortal emperor? An immortal emperor was a peak existence during the Age of Chaos. It was the lifelong pursuit of countless second-step immortal cultivators. It was an unattainable dream. How could an immortal venerable kill an immortal emperor? A bunch of nonsense, that's right. That's right. This baleful qi must have been faked using an extremely mysterious method. That must be it. What a cunning child. You actually faked your baleful qi to scare me. Do you think I will believe you? Do you think I will be afraid of you because of this? However, I didn't expect you to also have an innate magic treasure. No wonder even Xing Yan was defeated by you. I shouldn't underestimate you. Unfortunately, you don't know that there are differences in strength between low-grade innate magic treasures. Your magic treasure might be able to block my ordinary slashes, but if I use the true power of this sword, killing you will be as easy as flipping my palm. Do you know that the ancestors of all cultivators have a common name called Immortal Spirit? Xue Changkong sneered. He used a sword technique that was personally taught to him by the clan leader of the Disaster Clan. He activated the immortal spirit power contained in the ancient imperial sword bit by bit. His entire body was enshrouded in immortal qi, making him look like an ancient immortal with an indomitable aura. First came the divine spirit, then came the immortal spirit. Once the path to immortality is opened, the incense will continue. This was a sentence recorded in the top-secret dossier of the Disaster Clan. Xue Changkong did not understand its specific meaning. He only vaguely knew that there was a kind of power in this world called immortal spirit power. It was the ultimate power that only ancient immortal spirits could possess. It was a power that cultivators could not grasp. It was even harder to fathom than the power of heaven and earth and the power of the great Tao. The ancient imperial sword shot out countless immortal qi. As the immortal qi trembled, the starry sky drizzle that was attracted by Ning Fan became motionless. The giant sword then pointed at Ning Fan. Billions of tiny light rays flew out from the body of the sword. Those were sword shadows that were as small as the hair of a cow. They were condensed from the legendary immortal spirit power, billions of tiny light rays fell like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, sweeping across the starry sky. When they broke through the air, they let out ear-piercing cries of thousands of birds and shot towards Ningfan. Some of the disciples of the Slaughter Palace did not manage to dodge in time and were struck by some of the tiny immortal spirit swords. Their bodies instantly turned into stone and died. The way they died was extremely strange. It was as if their blood essence and cultivation base had been completely devoured by the tiny immortal spirit swords. Ningfan's eyes narrowed. He tried to use his ancestral bear Xianxia to collect those tiny immortal spirit swords. However, he only managed to collect 30% of them. The remaining 70% of them broke through the defense of the Xianxia and approached him with unstoppable momentum. Ningfan's expression turned solemn. He took out a shabby palm leaf fan and activated his ability. He fanned the fan a few hundred times at the rainstorm of sword needles. Another 30% of the sword needles were burned into ashes by the blazing flames. However, there were still 40% of them that did not lose their momentum. They rushed to within 1,000 zhang 3. 33 m per zhang of him, giving him a sense of danger. Currently, he had yet to repair the god-exterminating shield. If these sword needles come close to his body, he would more or less be injured. Of course, it would not be fatal. After all, the strength of a derelict divine spirit body was undeniable. Besides, he had a feeling that the immortal spirit power of these tiny immortal spirit swords was somewhat similar to the divine spirit power that was gushing out of his body. However, it was somewhat different. What a powerful ancient imperial sword. Even 2 innate magical treasures could not withstand its full power. But what if I have 3 innate magical treasures? Under Xue Changkong's shocked gaze, Ningfan took out the 3rd innate magical treasure, the divine lightning mirror. This treasure was the most powerful one among all of Ningfan's low-grade innate magical treasures. When the mirror shone on the remaining 40% of the tiny immortal spirit swords, all of them were destroyed by the lightning and the attack completely dissipated. Ningfan changed his hand seal again. Another divine lightning as thick as a bowl shot out from the mirror. It instantly reached 3 chi 3. 33 m per zhang, above Xue Changkong's head. Xue Changkong was shocked. He instinctively used the ancient imperial sword to block it. Even though he managed to block most of the lightning power, his ghost face was still destroyed, revealing his true appearance. He was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. His hair bun was also loosened. His disheveled appearance made him look a little disheveled. His expression became even more gloomy. This young man actually has 3 innate magical treasures. Moreover, this ancient realm magical treasure doesn't seem to be any weaker than the ancient imperial sword. Where did this young man get so many magical treasures? If you say that they were given to him by ancient chaos, I definitely won't believe it. Xue Changkong was not the only one who knew about this. Everyone in the world knew that ancient chaos had died with only a trace of an illusion left. He did not keep any of his supreme treasures with him when he was alive. How could he possibly give them to Ningfan? However, Xue Changkong would definitely not believe that Ningfan collected these magic treasures with his own strength and not given to him by anyone. This young man has 3 innate magical treasures. It won't be easy for me to kill him. I don't need to hold back anymore. Xue Changkong suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ray of golden light. It was actually a golden nematode. That nematode lived in his body and cultivated together with his life. It was extremely powerful. He was not the only one. Most of the cultivators of the Calamity clan would raise nematodes in their bodies. Most of the nematodes were different. This golden nematode had 2 heads on both sides. One of them was female while the other was male. As soon as it appeared, it grew in the wind and turned into a gigantic beast that occupied the starry sky. Its mouth was shaped like a suction cup. When it breathed, it could even suck the great Tao into its stomach. Its cultivation base was at the 5 tribulations immortal realm. However, the strangeness of this nematode gave Ningfan a feeling that it was much harder to deal with compared to ordinary 5 tribulation immortal kings. You can't defeat me alone, so you asked for help, huh? Ningfan said expressionlessly. Xue Changkong's face turned red. He felt extremely embarrassed. His cultivation base was much higher than Ningfan's. It was indeed a little embarrassing for him to need help to defeat Ning Fan. Losing face once or 10 times is still the same. Since he had already summoned the nematode in his body, it wouldn't matter if he summons other worms too. Today, he must kill Ning Fan no matter what to accomplish his plan. Xue Chongkong spat out hundreds of parasites from his body. It seemed like parasitic spiritual worms were his favorite. These parasites were at least at the thought fragmentation realm. There were more than 10 of them at the immortal venerable realm and 2 more at the immortal king realm. As Xue Chongkong gave an order, all of the parasites attacked Ning Fan. As for himself, he activated the immortal spiritual power of the ancient imperial sword again and slashed out billions of tiny immortal spiritual swords at Ning Fan. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and a few treasures flew out. His expression did not change at all. He was not afraid at all even though he was surrounded by hundreds of parasites. In the past, when he fought against unparalleled existences, the strategy he chose was to use the God-exterminating shield to defend himself. He wanted to be undefeatable and then look for an opportunity to win. Now that the God-exterminating shield was damaged, he changed his strategy. He directly used his many innate magical treasures to launch a fierce attack. Even if he summoned 4 to 5 quasi-emperor realm parasites, Ning Fan was confident that he could kill all of them with his fierce attacks, let alone the fact that the parasites that Xue Chongkong summoned were only at the 5 tribulation immortal king realm. As soon as the divine lightning mirror shone with lightning, the billions of tiny immortal spiritual swords were all shattered by the lightning. The unique feature of this mirror was that everything that it could see was included in the list of attacks. Naturally, it would not miss anything. As the poisonous smoke from the 5 venom banner rose, the gigantic parasites turned into pus and blood within the poisonous smoke. The windfire fan burned everywhere while the 5 tribulation immortal king realm parasites died. As soon as the lightning prison rope tied them up, the 5 tribulation immortal king realm parasite with the highest cultivation base was already tied up and turned into ashes by the 5 tribulation immortal king realm. The black mountain bear ancestral Xianxia wrapped itself around countless parasites. Then, it shook it and countless insect bones and ashes fell to the ground. Those who entered it died. Xue Chongkong coughed out blood continuously. He could not believe the scene in front of him. Ning Fan only used the divine lightning mirror to completely suppress his ancient imperial sword. Then, he used even more innate magical treasures and killed all the parasites that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years at lightning speed. In order to cultivate those parasites to such a high cultivation base, one must cultivate together with their lives. When the host dies, the parasites die. When the parasites die, the host will be injured. Every time a parasite was killed, he would be injured because of the connection between their minds. The higher the cultivation base of the parasite that died, the greater the damage he would suffer. Ning Fan only used around 10 breaths to kill all of his parasites. The price for the death of the parasites was that Xue Chongkong's body was already severely injured due to the backlash. The price he had to pay was definitely huge. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ning Fan only used around 10 breaths to kill all of his spiritual worms. Ning Fan actually used 6 innate magical treasures at the same time. How could the Doomsday Immortal Venerable have so many treasures? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. One had to know that the proudest thing in Xue Chongkong's life was that he already possessed an innate magical treasure before he truly stepped into the immortal emperor realm. Even for a clan as strong as the Calamity clan, not everyone was qualified to obtain innate magical treasures. He was not the only young emperor of the Calamity clan. In fact, he was just a young emperor who was ranked 19th among the Calamity clan. Besides, he was not an immortal emperor. Originally, he did not have the qualifications to be bestowed innate magical treasures by the clan. Thus, he gave up his comfortable life in the clan and risked his life to accept the mission. Then, he lurked in the slaughter palace and wreaked havoc in secret. As a result, he was rewarded with the ancient imperial sword. The clan leader had even promised in front of countless clan members that if he, Xue Chongkong, could complete the mission and secretly seize the sacred heavenly desolate sword, he would be promoted from the 19th young emperor to the 4th young emperor on the day he returns. He would also be rewarded with a second innate magical treasure. Resources were limited in the Age of Chaos. How could there be so many materials to forge innate magical treasures? Even the immortal emperors would rarely have 2 innate magical treasures. to him, 2 innate magical treasures was just an unattainable dream. However, what did Ning Fan do to have 6 innate magical treasures? This matter had shaken his pride as the young emperor of the Calamity clan a little. He felt that it was unfair and his sense of superiority had completely vanished. Ning Fan naturally would not let go of the moment when Xue Chongkong was distracted. "You're distracted." Ning Fan's voice traveled along the path of rain in the starry sky and reached Xue Chongkong's ears. However, Ning Fan's figure had completely vanished from the starry sky without him noticing. Xue Chongkong's heart skipped a beat. To his horror, he realized that the starry sky around him was dead silent. Not only could he not find Ning Fan's figure, but he also could not see any of the disciples of the Slaughter Palace. The starry sky was empty. There was not a single person or star in sight. Not even the main star of the Slaughter Star could be seen. He was the only one left in the lonely starry sky. His body was slowly melting into a puddle of blood for some unknown reason, giving off a putrid smell. Not good. It's an illusion technique. Release. Xue Chongkong circulated the magic power in his body and his eyes regained their clarity. The illusory scenery around him disappeared. He was still standing on the starry sky battlefield. The only difference was that his entire body was being tied up like a dumpling by the lightning prison rope. His magic power began to be sealed. He wanted to struggle but he could not break free at all. Then, the terrifying poisonous smoke of the 24 poisonous banners blew over. The lightning fire of the 5 lightning annihilation barrier shot out from the barrier. The lightning light of the divine lightning mirror shot out. The smoke of the wind fire fan blew over. The attacks of the innate magic treasures landed on Xue Chongkong, who was defenseless, causing his injuries to worsen. Xue Chongkong was a dignified quasi-emperor. Even if he was not an expert in body refinement, his physical body was certainly not weak. Unfortunately, when his magic power was sealed, it was impossible for him to withstand the joint attacks of the many innate magic treasures. Very soon, he was on the verge of death. His breathing was weak and he was only breathing out. All the disciples of the Slaughter Palace were speechless. No one expected that the battle between Ning Fan and Xue Chongkong would be so one-sided. Ning Fan was too strong. He actually had 6 innate magic treasures in his hands. Those who were not immortal emperors were not Ning Fan's match at all. They could only be suppressed and bullied by Ning Fan. "I don't accept this. I don't accept this. You are just relying on having a lot of magic treasures. If it's a fair battle, you are definitely not my match." Xue Chongkong's voice was like a gossamer. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. He did not beg for mercy but only sneered. Unfortunately, an enemy was an enemy. No matter how tough he was, he would not let him go. "The Tao is unfair. The fairness that you mentioned never existed in the past and it will never exist in the future." With a flash of red light, Ning Fan appeared in front of Xue Chongkong and stopped all the innate experts' attacks. He formed a series of hand seals with both of his hands and the heaven-seizing imprint was instantly formed. Then, he pressed it on the top of Xue Chongkong's head, causing his dying physical body to explode into blood mist. Then, he extracted Xue Chongkong's unconscious primordial spirit from the blood mist. He was not in a hurry to kill it. Instead, he sealed it and imprisoned it. Ning Fan's plan was to bring all the traitors' primordial spirits to the tomb of Sha Di as a blood sacrifice. Since he had won the battle, he kept all the innate magic treasures. Then, his eye swept across the surroundings indifferently. He realized that the other traitors in the surroundings had already been killed by the immortal king of the Nether Sea and the others. There were no longer any battles in the starry sky. There were only chaotic Tao laws that were intertwining with one another, telling the story of the rebellion that had happened in this place. Only Ning Fan could hear the sound of burial, telling the story of Sha Di's death. Wherever Ning Fan's gaze landed, all the disciples of the Slaughter Palace were either filled with fanaticism or reverence, not daring to look at Ning Fan directly. Of course, there were also many people who had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow on their faces. The fact that Ning Fan was a young emperor had already spread far and wide. It was a tragedy for them to lose the 7th Sha Di. It was a joy for them to obtain the 8th young emperor. A generation had passed away and a new one had arrived. Their 8th young emperor was very famous and strong. By following him, they could try to fight for a future for the Slaughter Palace. Master, Little 8 has done a good deed. Look, these are the primordial spirits of the traitors that Little 8 captured alive. There are 3 of them. It was Old Wu's smiling face that looked like he was presenting a treasure. I've captured 4 primordial spirits. Hee hee. My credit is even greater. It was Zhu'er who was competing with Old Wu to claim credit. Woof woof woof. Crow Heavenly Dog also spat out 2 unconscious primordial spirits from his stomach and offered them to Ning Fan. The other traitors were basically killed directly. These were the only ones who had their primordial spirits captured. Old Wu, Zhu'er, and Crow Heavenly Dog began to fight in front of Ning Fan because of a disagreement. It was a very funny scene, but Ning Fan just could not bring himself to laugh. He did not care about the 3 of them. He just sighed and kept the primordial spirits captured by his 3 servants. Then, he silently flew to the side of the immortal king of the Nether Sea and said, I want to go to the Northern Dipper Blood World and open it up, yes. It was the immortal king of the Nether Sea and all the surviving cultivators of the Slaughter Palace who answered respectfully. So what if they won? So what if they defended the Slaughter Palace? Shadi was still dead in the end. When Ning Fan reopened the Northern Dipper Blood World and entered the Inner Star Palace. When Ning Fan found the headless corpse of Shadi, he had no choice but to accept the reality. It was a mutilated corpse that did not fall even after death. Its head was cut off and its primordial spirit had died inside its body after exhausting its remaining strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Shadi's remaining life force was too little, he certainly would not have died even if Shui Chongkong and the other traitors ambushed him. The surroundings were filled with the ancient puppets that had perished together with Shadi. When Shadi died, these puppets would also perish. Shadi did not have much time left in the first place. How sad it was for a hero to be assassinated by a traitor who was already past his prime. It was precisely because Ning Fan was worried about Shadi's remaining life force that he had not used up all of Shadi's jade slips until today. He was afraid that he would consume Shadi's remaining life force. In the future, he might not have the chance to use it anymore. Senior, I'm back. You once gave me 2,000 years to grow. But now, it seems like I don't have that much time to slowly take over the Slaughter Palace. However, there's one thing that I can't figure out. You once said that the day you die will be the day the enemies invade us. You should have been dead for a long time. If it wasn't because I insisted on opening the Northern Dipper Blood World to save you, I'm afraid that the news of your death would still be concealed. I don't understand why the Calamity Clan did not immediately invade us after your death. Instead, they allowed Shui Chongkong and the other scoundrels to continue lurking in the Slaughter Palace and act in the dark. Why is that? I know that there's actually a peerless divine sword in the Slaughter Palace. It's called the Northern Dipper Mortal Calamity, Sacred Desolate Heavenly Slaughter. Shui Chongkong and the others seem to be doing something to this sword. Only when they achieve their goal will the Calamity Clan dare to invade us. Or perhaps the 2,000 years that Senior mentioned in the past is not just referring to my remaining lifespan but also some kind of deduction related to this sword? Ning Fan let out a long sigh when he thought of this. There were too many questions in his mind. Unfortunately, there was no longer any Shadi who could answer them for him. The specific details of the invasion of the Calamity Clan and the existence of the Sacred Desolate Heavenly Slaughter Sword were unknown even to the great elders like the Nether Sea Immortal King. Perhaps, Shadi's original intention was to wait for Ning Fan to grow to a certain extent before telling him everything. Unfortunately, there was no one who could answer Ning Fan's doubts. Young Lord, the Slaughter Palace cannot be without a leader for a single day. The 7th generation has passed away. It's time for you to take over the position of the 8th generation and take charge of the overall situation. In the past, you needed to hide behind others because you have yet to mature. Now, you are already invincible below the Immortal Emperor realm. I'm afraid you can even put up a fight against a 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor. There is nothing wrong with taking over the position of the 8th generation Shadi. No one would dare to disobey you. Behind him, the Nether Sea Immortal King knelt on the ground. As a dignified quasi-emperor, he would not kneel to anyone. Only the substitute Shadi was worthy of such a grand gesture from him. In his heart, he had already treated Ning Fan as the next Shadi. Let's bury the 7th generation first. Ning Fan sighed and helped Ming Hai up. The reason why an expert like Ming Hai knelt to him was because of his recognition and respect towards his identity as a young emperor. It was also out of his loyalty to the Slaughter Palace. Similarly, he would not let an existence like Ming Hai kneel to him casually out of respect. In fact, Ning Fan did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Slaughter Palace. After all, he was different from Ming Hai, who was an old man who was loyal to the Slaughter Palace. His actions were just to fulfill a promise he had made in the past. That was all. What about after that? After that, we will keep the news of the 7th generation's death a secret. Many people already know about this. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep it a secret. Ming Hai said awkwardly. We just need to order our disciples to keep their mouths shut. It doesn't matter even if this matter spreads out in the end. I just don't want too many people to know that Shadi was murdered by a traitor. His illustrious reputation will be ruined. I know what you're worried about. You should know about the hostility of the Calamity clan towards the Slaughter Palace, right? I know a little about it. However, I didn't know that the secret clan that was plotting against the Slaughter Palace was actually the Calamity clan. This time, I've finally figured it out. Ming Hai said with embarrassment. Even the Calamity clan did not annihilate the Slaughter Palace immediately after the death of the 7th generation. It must be because they have some scruples. Which other immortal emperors would dare to do something that even the Calamity clan doesn't dare to do? I'm guessing that the Calamity clan is not the only force that is plotting against the sacred heavenly sword in the Eastern Heaven and the Four Heavens. The Slaughter Palace is still here now. It will still exist for a long time in the future. They will only act when they think that the time is right. The sacred heavenly sword. Young lord, are you referring to the ancient sword that was sealed in the blood prison? Is this sword really that powerful? It can even make the secret clan wary of it? I didn't know about this before. Ming Hai was shocked. I'm just guessing. Everything is just a guess, young lord. Aren't you going to inherit the position of the 8th generation Shadi immediately? You should know that there are great benefits for anyone who succeeds the position of Shadi. Oh? It's my first time hearing that there are benefits to succeeding the position of Shadi. Can Great Elder tell me more about it? Ning Fan's original intention was to hide the news of Shadi's death and then pretend to leave the Slaughter Palace. Due to some kind of fear, even the powerful Calamity clan would not dare to act against the Slaughter Palace for the time being. However, one day, those people would definitely make their move. In order to have enough strength to protect the Slaughter Palace before that day arrives, Ning Fan could not possibly stay and guard the Slaughter Palace. He must leave this place. He must seek for opportunities to continuously improve his cultivation base and obtain a powerful cultivation base that would allow him to fight against the secret clan. In order to fulfill the promise he made in the past, Ning Fan was willing to bear the responsibility of protecting the Slaughter Palace. As for the empty title of Shadi, he was very indifferent to it. If he was still very weak, perhaps he would value the position of Shadi. After all, as Shadi, he could mobilize all the forces of the Slaughter Palace to protect him. However, does the current him really need the subordinates of the Slaughter Palace to protect him? There's no need. There's no need for that anymore. Moreover, in Ning Fan's eyes, there was no difference between the title of the 8th generation Killing Emperor and the title of the 8th generation Young Emperor of the Slaughter Palace. Neither of them could scare a true expert. If the difference was not big, what was the point of succession? In any case, whether he succeeded or not, he would protect the slaughter hall and fulfill his promise. However, if there are other benefits to inheriting the position of Shadi, then Ning Fan would have to think carefully about whether or not he should inherit the position. As for the specifics, it would depend on whether the benefits of succeeding as the Slayer could move him. Otherwise, he would not bother to do so. Ming Hai took out an ancient jade slip and handed it to Ning Fan respectfully. This jade scroll had been passed down from generation to generation by the Great Elders. 47 generations of Great Elders had passed down to Ming Hai. The lifespan of the Great Elders was far less than that of the Shadi. Naturally, there were many more generations. Ning Fan's spirit sense went into the jade slip. At first, he was calm, but soon, he was surprised. Inheriting the title of Shadi is actually beneficial to the improvement of my strength. In that case, I can directly inherit the title of the 8th Shadi. What's the harm? The look in Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned resolute. The past cannot be remonstrated and the future can still be pursued. It was meaningless to keep lamenting the tragedy of the 7th generation. It was time for him to fulfill his promise and repay the 7th generation. If that's the case, I will now give the order to arrange young lord's emperor conferring ceremony. From today onwards, the millions of cultivators of the Slaughter Hall and the Northern Dipper blood world will be loyal to young lord. We will take the responsibility of protecting the blood world and the Slaughter Hall. I am willing to make a Dao oath to show my loyalty. As long as young lord does not betray the Slaughter Hall in this life, I, Ming Hai, am willing to go through fire and water for young lord for generations. Go through fire and water for generations for me? Hee hee. There's no need for that. You just need to wholeheartedly protect the Slaughter Hall and never change your mind. That will be enough. Ning Fan smiled. Ming Hai bowed deeply and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. He remembered the Dao oath that he made in that year and that month, which was almost the same as today. That year, he was still young. He was just a young mortal who wholeheartedly sought to become an immortal. On a certain cultivation planet, he met the 7th Shadi by chance. Taoist priest. Please accept me as your disciple. I also want to cultivate the Tao. I want to be an immortal who can live for 100 years. I'm not a Taoist priest. What I seek is not the Tao. Besides, I don't accept disciples. The 7th Shadi replied in a somewhat speechless manner. Taoist priest, you're really heartless. How about this? As long as you accept me as your disciple and bring me to seek immortality, I, your little disciple, Hai Ming, am willing to go through fire and water for you for 10 generations. How about this? Go through fire and water? Hee hee. Interesting. However, I don't need you to go through fire and water for me. Of course, if you can really fulfill your promise, it's not impossible for me to give you an immortal fate. However, I still won't accept you as my disciple. The Slaughter Hall is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. You must personally come to the Slaughter Planet and stand out in the trial. Only then will you be qualified to become a disciple of the Slaughter Hall. Amidst the gratified laughter, the 7th Shadi left on a long rainbow, leaving the young Ming Hai alone to stare at the vast sky in envy. At that time, he still did not know what the Slaughter Hall was. Back then, he didn't know how vast the world of immortals was. He stared at the sky in a daze. It was a long time after the 7th Slaying Emperor had left that he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he discovered that a book had appeared on the ground in front of him. A very ordinary cultivation technique that recorded all kinds of methods for mortals to open their meridians. A bottle of very ordinary elixirs that could help cultivators open their meridians. The overjoyed youngster, Ming Hai, excitedly found a deserted place and began to consume elixirs to cultivate. After that, he stepped into the cultivation world and fought his way through. Step by step, he broke through the void and flew away from this cultivation planet. Step by step, he reached the 2nd step of the life immortal realm. He swept through his peers and joined the Slaughter Hall as an outsider. Step by step, he became an elder of the Slaughter Hall. Step by step, he became the Grand Elder of the Slaughter Hall. Step by step, he gained the resounding reputation of the white-haired immortal king. My disciple, Hai Ming, is willing to go through fire and water for you for generations to come. I, Ming Hai, am willing to go through fire and water for young master. It had never changed. To be continued. You before Ning Fan, every Shadi had a title that was based on the Big Dipper. The first generation of the Slayer Emperor's titles were Greedy Wolf, the 2nd generation, Giant Gate, the 3rd generation, Lushuan, the 4th generation, Wenxiu, the 5th generation, Lianjin, the 6th generation, Wuxiu, and the 7th generation, Vanquisher. Ning Fan searched the memories of Shui Chongkong and the others and saw the scenes of the 7th generation patriarch's death. In his scattered memories, he vaguely saw the Big Dipper blood boundary and the army destroyer Starry Sky. In the image, the 7th Slayer Emperor's deathly aura was getting heavier by the day. He had already sealed the Big Dipper blood boundary and guarded it alone. In the image, the Big Dipper blood world no longer allowed outsiders to enter. Only Deputy Hall Master Shui Chongkong, who had received special permission from the 7th generation, could bring people to enter at a specific time to give the seventh generation the natural treasures gathered by the experts of the first hall. On the screen, the seventh Slayer Emperor smiled as he gave Xue Chongkong some instructions. Xue Chongkong answered all of them respectfully. In the image, Xue Chongkong offered a poisonous pill for the seventh generation to consume. This was a secret medicine of the Calamity race. Even someone as powerful as the seventh generation would not be able to detect any hidden dangers if he did not check it repeatedly. The seventh generation king treated Xue Chongkong like his own son and did not doubt him at all. Seeing that the pill was indeed beneficial to his body, he consumed the Calamity clan's poison pill. Then, the poison took effect and his cultivation base was reduced to less than 100%. His body was on the verge of death, and his cultivation was sealed. Naturally, it was difficult for him to resist Xue Chongkong and the others' plot, but he still fought until the last moment. I've never had a son in my life, and I've always regarded you as the most important. Why are you doing this? Why, so, you're a member of the Calamity clan. So, you're here to carry out a mission. Our standpoints are different. I can forgive you for your betrayal, but I cannot tolerate you harming the descendants of the Big Dipper Alliance. This is my home. It was also the home of countless Big Dipper descendants. This Big Dipper blood boundary is protected by the sword intent of the sacred slaughtering heavenly sword. It's easy for you to kill me, but it's extremely difficult to kill these descendants of the Big Dipper. The will of the Big Dipper will be passed down from generation to generation. Believe me, your Calamity race will not be able to slaughter all of my Big Dipper descendants. Do you know that there was once a boy who promised me that he would take over my will and protect the Big Dipper blood boundary for me? I trust him. He will definitely come. I gave him a jade slip to protect himself that day. Now, it seems that the jade slip is no longer useful. Fine, since the jade slip is useless, I'll exchange it for some treasures and give it to him. You can't have the treasure I left for him. Before he died, he still firmly believed that Ning Fan would fulfill his promise and come to replace his will. I trust him. He will come. It was just a simple sentence, but it caused ripples in Ning Fan's heart that could not be erased for a long time. As for the treasure that Sha Di said was left behind, Ning Fan could not find it in the broken army star palace after searching for it. Thus, he had no choice but to give up. If he couldn't find it, then so be it. He actually didn't lack treasures. The grave of the seventh generation patriarch was built in the broken army star palace by Ning Fan. He sewed his head back to his physical body and placed it into the coffin. What was placed into the coffin together with the seventh generation patriarch was Ning Fan's jade slip, which he did not use up in the end. There was no grand funeral. Only a few of the slaughter hall's elders attended the simple funeral. The millions of descendants of the Northern Dipper blood world did not know that the seventh generation patriarch had passed away. They were protected by the sacred slaughtering heavenly desolate sword intent. Thus, the rebellion this time did not affect them at all. In front of the grave, Ning Fan personally sacrificed the traitors to comfort the heroic soul of the seventh generation patriarch. After that, he dismissed all the elders of the slaughter hall and stood alone in the dilapidated broken army star palace. He looked at the land below the star palace, the city walls and the countless descendants of the Northern Dipper blood world. Ning Fan recalled the time when he pursued the Tao in the Northern Dipper blood world. He also had some feelings for the Northern Dipper blood world. However, those feelings were obviously not as deep as the feelings he had for the past generations of Sha Di. After all, he was not a true member of the slaughter hall. He did not have the nostalgia that the seventh generation patriarch had for his homeland. However, he would certainly do what he had promised. Since the seventh generation patriarch was dead, from now on, Ning Fan would be the guardian of the Northern Dipper blood world. Great young Emperor Ning, I'm sorry for your loss. Yao Qingyun's comforting voice suddenly resounded behind him. She held Ning Fan's hand tightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She was very worried that Ning Fan would feel sad because of Sha Di's death. Ning Fan was surprised. He shook his head and smiled gently. My condolences, no need. To cultivators, life and death were something that couldn't be more common. Among all the outstanding cultivators since ancient times, how many of them could truly live forever? Mortals had a limited lifespan. Immortals had a limited number of heavenly tribulations. As for immortal cultivators, they had to face countless life and death crises. If one is afraid of death, there was no point in cultivating the Tao anymore. What Ning Fan was concerned about was not the death of Shadi. Even if he prolonged Shadi's life, it would only allow him to live for a few more days. In the end, he would still die. What he regretted was that Shadi's death was too painful. He was an old man with one foot in the grave, but he was betrayed by the person he regarded as his own son. How miserable must it be when he was on the verge of death? You didn't leave with the other elders? I'm a little worried. Worried about me? Don't worry. I'm not that sad. My friendship with the 7th-generation patriarch is actually not that deep. The only thing that kept us together was gratitude and a promise. That's why I'm feeling a little emotional. Traitors are really scary things. Ning Fan said with a smile and stroked Yao Qingyun's black hair. His mind, however, was thinking about Yin Mo's betrayal of the Purple Do Immortal Domain, which indirectly led to the destruction of the Purple Do Immortal Domain. Yao Qingyun blushed. After making sure that no one was around, she allowed Ning Fan to continue stroking her hair. She raised her head and met Ning Fan's eyes, which were as dark as the abyss. Somehow, she recalled the crazy scenes that happened in the cave of the 6 Desires Immortal King in the past. At that time, Ning Fan's eyes were just as deep and serene. Thus, her face became even redder. For some reason, she whispered to Ning Fan. "Little fellow, I won't betray you." Of course, I know that you won't betray me. Your body has always been honest. Then, great young Emperor Ning, do you want to come to my immortal cave and have a look at my honest body? Yao Qingyun rolled her eyes at Ning Fan angrily. She was talking about something serious, but Ning Fan interrupted her. Speaking of which, she still blamed Ning Fan for making their relationship known to the public. Now that this matter has been spread, how was she going to raise her head in front of the other elders in the future? Now, the entire Slaughter Palace was talking about how she, an elder and a she-shedding Void Realm expert, had once forced herself on Ning Fan, who had a low cultivation base at that time. She was really shameless and had no shame at all. Let's see how this despicable rumor has spread to the entire Slaughter Palace. However, she couldn't be blamed for that. Back then, her cultivation base was far higher than Ning Fan's. Of course, no one would believe that she was the one who was forced on by him. Who would have thought that when the aphrodisiac poison acted up, she was in a daze and spouted nonsense, allowing Ning Fan to do whatever he wanted to her. In the end, Ning Fan forced himself on her. She was the victim, all right? Now, when she invited Ning Fan to her cave, all she said were ironic words. She had already made up her mind that she would not have sex with Ning Fan for the time being. As for the long term, in any case, she did not want others to make groundless accusations and spread more rumors about her in the short term. All right. Recently, everything has been going against me and I'm feeling a little frustrated. I need a good release. Later, I will go to your cave to find you. Ning Fan gave Yao Qingyun a deep look and said with a smile. Are you really going to come? Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk, this isn't good. It's really not good. We have to pay attention to our image. Yao Qingyun said seriously. During this special period, we indeed have to pay attention to our image. Ning Fan nodded his head as if he agreed with Yao Qingyun's point of view. This made Yao Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also felt a little disappointed. Thinking about it, it made sense. The 7th generation had fallen and the 8th generation had inherited the throne. There were still many things that Ning Fan needed to deal with. Of course, he did not have the time to fool around with me. He was just joking and he would not really come. It's fine if he doesn't come. Ning Fan had risen to power in the Eastern Heaven. He was no longer a weak and insignificant life immortal realm cultivator in the past. When she saw Ning Fan again, Yao Qingyun actually felt a little complicated inside. She was a little nervous, worried about her gains and losses, and felt a little inferior. In short, she still did not know how she should face Ning Fan in the future. Should she still maintain a physical relationship with Ning Fan? How should she address Ning Fan? Actually, she preferred to call Ning Fan little fellow. However, Be it Ning Fan's position in the palace or his cultivation base, she could no longer call him that casually anymore. In the past, she was Shi Kong, an elder, while Ning Fan was a life immortal realm cultivator and a disciple. Today, she was still Shi Kong and an elder, while Ning Fan was an ancient monster, a young emperor and the future 8th killing emperor. Moreover, the thought-breaking old monster, immortal venerables and immortal kings whom she had to look up to were just like dust in Ning Fan's eyes. Perhaps, she and Ning Fan were already people from two different worlds. It was better for her to keep a certain distance from him. Thus, Yao Qingyun left with a little disappointment. She swore that she had never been so sentimental in her life before. Unfortunately, that night, all the disappointment in her heart turned into shame and anger. This is her immortal cave, isn't it? This is her imperial concubine bed, isn't it? Who could tell her that she was just half leaning on the imperial concubine bed and Ning Fan was already on top of her and stripping her clothes? Young Emperor, what are you doing? Stop. It's not good. Not here. Don't touch me. Don't worry. Your maidservants and the guards of the immortal cave are all under my illusion technique. No one will know about what happened tonight and no rumors will be spread. Ning Fan spoke with a tone that said, I've made thorough arrangements. You can rest assured, and began to delve deeper into Yao Qingyun. Yao Qingyun was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide her face. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen someone as shameless as Ning Fan. What happened to being mindful of my influence? What happened to keeping a distance from me temporarily? Ning Fan didn't say anything about keeping a distance from me. Her mind was still trying to think of something else, but it was quickly turned blank by the tide-like impact. She wanted to scold him, but when the words came to her mouth, they turned into soft moans. Bulsh ***, young emperor, this little fellow is still as shameless and powerful as before. It's too deep. Very good. Really good, you're the one who wanted to seduce me. Since you've entered my body, you better not regret it. Yao Qingyun turned around and pressed Ning Fan down. She played with the hair on her temples and sneered. Little fellow, if I don't squeeze you dry today, I will write my name Yao backwards. Ning Fan smiled with satisfaction. This was the Yao Qingyun he knew. The one from before was too unfamiliar, too reserved. It was a crazy night. The second night was still crazy. On the third night, Yao Qingyun lost the battle due to exhaustion. Ning Fan, on the other hand, walked out of the cave in high spirits. He called for Yao Qingyun's maidservant to serve her and left with a smile. After a bout of madness, Ning Fan vented out all the negative emotions in his heart. His mood became much better. Looking at the Dark Race, the Calamity Race, the Slaughter Palace and the Ancient Chaos Great Emperor, Ning Fan could already face them calmly without any worries or fear. Life is long, there is no need to worry too much, just live happily. Blade lights and sword shadows, seas of blood and mountains of corpses, all of these were just ordinary meals that could be cooked in one pot. Old Wu and the other servants were waiting outside Yao Qingyun's immortal cave. When they saw that Ning Fan was finally done, all of them were shocked. For 3 whole days, Master had been working. He was really persistent. What did it mean to be a real man of iron blood? This was it. Master is very capable. For 3 days in a row, Mistress Xiao must be very satisfied. Admirable. Since ancient times, Little 8 would only listen to Master. In this situation, Little 8 wanted to recite a poem. How does an ancient poem go? There is a little green in the midst of thousands of flowers, Master's head is green. No, not this one. Old Wu was so anxious that he said the wrong thing. Stupid tortoise. That's called walking through thousands of flowers without a single leaf touching you. Uncultured people are really scary. Zhu'er was too lazy to care about Old Wu. He turned his back to Old Wu and farted to humiliate him. Wu Laoba immediately exploded and wrestled with Zhu'er. Crow Heavenly Dog howled and joined the battle. Sometimes, he helped Old Wu bite Zhu'er and sometimes, he helped Zhu'er bite Old Wu. Ning Fan shook his head and ignored the 3 idiots. He went to find the immortal king of Nether Sea alone. He did not know what he talked about with Nether Sea, but someone brought him to the blood prison of the Slaughter Palace. At the bottom of the blood prison, there was an ancient sealing sword called the Sacred Heavenly Desolate Sword. Ning Fan dismissed everyone and entered the blood prison alone. In the past, his cultivation base was still weak and he needed to wear an innate ghost mask to enter the depths of the blood prison. But now, he did not need to do so. He could enter the 7th level of the blood prison with his own strength. The 7th level was shrouded in intense blood light. The blood light was filled with an unimaginably powerful baleful qi. Ning Fan had killed immortal emperors along the way, but he still felt a chill down his spine when facing the baleful qi here. No wonder it was said that even immortal emperors would find it hard to enter the 7th level of the blood prison. At least, Ning Fan did not dare to enter without the protection of the god-exterminating shield. Vaguely, he could feel the existence of an extremely sharp sword intent in the boundless blood light of the 7th level. The moment he stepped into this place, the sword intent locked onto him, as if it would kill him if he made any strange movements. Unfortunately, Ning Fan still could not see the shadow of the sealing sword in the blood light. In the past, he did not see it with his own eyes. He only heard about it from the 5-sword spirit girls. You are the young emperor chosen by the 7th generation. You are here again. In the boundless blood light, there was a voice talking to Ning Fan. This was the voice that Ning Fan could only hear after he used his all things communication ability. He could not hear it in the past and neither could the others. I am here again. The 8th generation young emperor of the Slaughter Palace, Ning Fan, greets Senior. Ning Fan cupped his fists towards the boundless blood light and chose to address the sealing sword as Senior. You can actually hear my voice? I see. You are a crippled divine spirit. The voice sounded surprised. Without waiting for Ning Fan to speak, the voice continued. Are you here to inherit the position of the 8th generation? Yes. Ning Fan answered. Every generation of young emperors would need to obtain the acknowledgement of the ancient sealing sword. That was why Ning Fan came here. Of course, the other young emperors could not communicate with the ancient sealing sword directly. They needed to burn incense and pray for the sword's acknowledgement. Ning Fan did not need to do that. He could talk to it directly. So, are you ready to accept my lifetime of enlightenment? The voice asked again. I'm ready. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes shone with bright green light and his black hair fluttered without any wind. It's actually the 2nd level of the heavenly being realm. The 7th generation has really found an incredible monster. If it's you, you might be able to obtain enlightenment that is different from the other killing emperors from my lifetime's enlightenment. Asterisk thump thump, thump thump. Asterisk thump thump. Asterisk suddenly, there was a strange heartbeat in the 7th level of the blood prison. The heartbeat reverberated across heaven and earth. It was very similar to the heartbeat caused by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor that day, but there were also some differences. There was not only one heartbeat in the 7th level of the blood prison, but dozens of them, under the control of the ancient sealing sword. The heartbeats did not spread out of the blood prison. They only reverberated in the 7th level of the blood prison. Only Ning Fan could hear the sound of those heartbeats. Only Ning Fan could sense how terrifying those heartbeats were. These dozens of heartbeats were all saint-level heartbeats that only a 7 orifices ancient god could possess. The vast ancient god aura reverberated in this place, causing Ning Fan's heart to beat uncontrollably. The frequency of his heartbeat was assimilated by the other party's heartbeats in an instant. The Big Dipper dust tribulation. The remnant soldiers turned into emperors. The sacred slaughterer Tian Huang gave birth to the idea of seizing the heavens. The immortal sovereign's 3,000 immortal seals comprehended the first 7 seals. He refined the heavens into a palm and turned the palm into a seal. He defeated the purple immortal realm and defeated the North Emperor. He was no match for Mo Zhong. He gave up the idea of seizing the heavens and set up the palace for slaughter. He commanded the galaxy to guard the blood descendants' world. My name is Sacred Slaughterer Tian Huang. No one after the 2nd generation knows my name. No one knows that I have another identity other than being a sword. I am the first killing emperor. I've watched the battle where you defended the slaughter temple. You are not bad. I rarely trust the descendants of Purple Dipper mortal cultivators. You are one of the rare exceptions. The 43 heartbeats that you heard are the heartbeats of the saints that I collected from the battlefield of Heaven Wasteland. Each heartbeat contains the insights of the saints. Each generation of killing emperor can only choose one of them to comprehend. Otherwise, his Tao will collapse. The 7th generation comprehended the path to becoming a lord. The 6th generation comprehended the immortal spirit martial technique. The 5th generation comprehended the beast controlling immortal art. The 4th generation comprehended the secret of the divine movement. The 3rd generation comprehended the ultimate technique of the immortal fire sect. The 2nd generation comprehended the profound principles of space and time. I am looking forward to what you will comprehend. The ancient sealing sword did not speak to Ning Fan anymore. Even if it did, Ning Fan would not have the mood to listen to it. At this moment, all he could hear were the heartbeats of the saints. Each time a heartbeat entered his ears, bloody scenes would appear in front of him. In those scenes, saints were fighting on the battlefield one after another until they died in battle. Ning Fan tried his best to maintain the calmness in his heart. At this moment, the heartbeats of the saints that entered his ears were complicated and messy. However, any heartbeat would bring great benefits to him. One of the benefits of succeeding the position of killing emperor was to obtain the ancient sealing sword as a reward. By listening to the heartbeat of a saint, one would be able to gain great enlightenment from it. If it wasn't for the benefits of succeeding the position of killing emperor, Ning Fan would certainly not go through these formalities. He would also not covet the title of the 8th killing emperor. Dong dong the heartbeat of a saint entered Ning Fan's ears. Then, a scene appeared in his mind. It was a scene of a saint stepping on an aurora and flying in the sky. That scene seemed to be an extremely profound escape technique of the 3rd step. Dong dong before Ning Fan could see the escape technique clearly, another heartbeat squeezed into his ears, causing another scene to appear in his mind. In the scene, a saint flicked a speck of dust and crushed an ancient great cultivator to death. That scene was indescribably breathtaking. Dong dong the scene changed again. It was a scene of a saint exhaling a mouthful of green chi and forming 3 undying and indestructible clones. Dong dong the scene kept changing. Each of the scenes contained indescribable mysteriousness. However, it was difficult to see each scene completely. Just as one could see a part of it, it would be interrupted by other scenes. Ning Fan somewhat understood why each of the young emperors could only choose one heartbeat to listen to. If they choose more than one heartbeat, the different scenes would switch back and forth, making it impossible for them to see everything and comprehend it perfectly. The jade slip that Ming Hai gave me mentioned that if I choose one heartbeat, I can mark it and perform a technique to ask the sacred slaughtering heavenly desolate sword to erase the other heartbeats. Only then can I focus on listening to the only heartbeat that I chose. Each of the heartbeats contains supreme enlightenment. Any one of them can improve my strength. However, there's something that I don't understand. The heartbeats that I heard were obviously 47. Why did the sacred slaughtering heavenly desolate sword tell me that it was 43? There are 4 extra heartbeats. Did I hear it wrongly, or is there another reason? Ning Fan did not ask what the 4 extra heartbeats were because he faintly felt that the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword would not answer him even if he asked. He didn't ask any more questions. He just tried his best to calm down his turbulent heart. Previously, his heart had been unsettled to a certain extent. The reason for that was partly due to the shock of suddenly hearing the saint's heartbeat, and partly due to the surprise of knowing the other identity of the saintly slaughtering heavenly sword. The other identity of the saintly slaughtering heavenly sword was actually the slayer of the 1st generation? The first slayer wasn't human? A sword? Ning Fan also wanted to ask about this matter before, but he did not say it out loud. He knew what his priorities were. Now, his priority was to empty his mind and let his body and mind become one. This was to avoid wasting the one and only opportunity for every young emperor to become a sacred listening saint. There are 3 benefits to succeeding the young emperors as the slayer. Listening to the sage's heartbeat is the first benefit. Due to certain restrictions, each person can only experience it once in their lifetime. Before Shadi becomes a martial emperor, he would come here to listen to the heartbeat of a saint and gain enlightenment from it. Which saint's heartbeat should I choose to listen to? Ning Fan forgot everything around him and cast away all distracting thoughts. Gradually, his aura began to appear and disappear. Gradually, his aura completely disappeared from the world. Although he was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, his entire being seemed to have become a part of heaven and earth. Or perhaps, heaven and earth had become a part of his body, unity of heaven and man, the second realm. What kind of terrifying concentration is this? This lad seems to have noticed the problem of the heartbeat. This is something that none of the previous Xia emperors could do. As expected of a cultivator at the second realm of the heaven realm. As expected of a hero with 2 heaven-grade Tao images, the sacred slaughtering heavenly desolate sword made a sound again. This time it was surprised. Unfortunately, Ning Fan could no longer hear it. There was nothing in his heart, and his 6 senses were untainted. At this moment, even if someone were to slash at Ning Fan with a blade, Ning Fan would remain unmoved. Dong dong, thump thump, dong dong. The heartbeat reverberating in his ears was getting more and more violent and clear. Images of the saints flashed across Ning Fan's mind. The profound principles they contained were presented to him one after another. In front of these complicated heartbeats of the saints, Ning Fan felt insignificant. He felt that his bone age of more than 100,000 years seemed long, but in fact, it was very short. He felt that the hardships and bitterness he had experienced along the way were just the ripples on the surface of a calm lake. At this moment, his peaceful heart was actually the vast lake water at the bottom of the lake. Even though the scenes in his mind were still changing rapidly, the speed of the changes had slowed down due to the calmness in his heart. As the scenes changed, the length of the image that could be seen gradually lengthened. Ask me what I mean, perching on the jade mountain, smiling but not answering, my heart is at ease, the peach blossoms and flowing water vanish, there is another heaven and earth, not the human world. In the image, a sage in a woven rush cape was in the peach blossom spring, giving a lecture to the 100,000 disciples. With a lift of his hand, he twirled a peach blossom petal. With a single thought, he actually opened up a world within a mere peach blossom petal. There were trillions of living beings within the petal world. There were so many living beings, but they didn't feel that the petal world was narrow. Instead, they still couldn't find the edge of the petal world. These living beings also didn't know that the world they lived in was actually just a petal that the sage casually picked up. The sage in the woven rush cape wore an indifferent expression. He crushed the petal in his hand into powder and destroyed it along with the trillions of living beings in the petal world. All of them died. When he opened up the world and created trillions of living beings, he didn't feel any joy. When he destroyed the world and killed trillions of living beings, he also didn't feel any pity. In his eyes, all mortal beings were just illusions. The voices of the 100,000 disciples were like a tidal wave. The sage in the woven rush cape closed his eyes and didn't explain anything to them. After an unknown period of time, the sage in the woven rush cape opened his eyes. As if he had sensed something, he frowned. He gave a few instructions to his disciples and then leaped into the sky, leaving the peach blossom spring. He flew to the peak of the world that was filled with peach trees. He lifted his hand and tore open the world of the peach blossom spring. Then, he walked out of it. Countless disciples heard his movements and stood up to send him off respectfully. In the outside world, a ray of light flew out from a drop of peach blossom dew and landed on the ground, turning into the sage in the woven rush cape. He turned his head to look at the dew and shook his head. Your filial piety is commendable. However, you aren't human. You can't see the true face of Mount Lu. The so-called world of the peach blossom spring was actually just a drop of dew in the outer world. As for the 100,000 disciples who sent him off respectfully just now, if one were to take a closer look, they would find that they were bacteria that were slightly larger in size in that drop of dew. As for the weaker and more subtle things, they couldn't be seen clearly from the outside world, let alone appear in the dew. They could only be seen by entering the world. The war in the ancient realm of heavenly desolate has intensified. This time even I have to get involved. The sage in the woven rush cape shook his head and soared into the sky. At that moment, the scene changed. Even though it was still the same scene, there was already much more content than before. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. The trillions of living beings in the petal, the creation and destruction of the petal world, the peach blossom spring where the 100,000 disciples resided was actually just a drop of dew. Humans were like mayflies. There was a world within a world. Everything seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him. It made him feel like he understood something, but at the same time, it felt like he understood nothing at all. In the next scene, there was an armored sage plucking stars and refining magic treasures. The refinement technique of that sage was so exquisite that it had already exceeded Ning Fan's understanding. It was definitely not something that the common knowledge of the second step could understand. When that sage was halfway through refining his magic treasure, he suddenly frowned and muttered to himself. Heavenly desolate, then, he directly kept the magic treasure that he was halfway through refining and left in a hurry. The scene changed again. There was a sage who destroyed tens of thousands of worlds with a single sword strike. That sword technique was so profound. If Ning Fan could master it, he would definitely be undefeatable in the Age of Chaos. The scene changed again. It was the scene of two sages fighting barehanded. The body techniques they used were all things that surpassed the second step, a heartbeat, a scene, and a kind of enlightenment. The first 43 heartbeats were all the same without any exception. In the enlightenment of these 43 heartbeats, Ning Fan could even see a sage who used killing to prove his Tao. Each and every move of that sage contained the profound principles of the Tao of killing. If he could comprehend it, he would be able to comprehend the palm realm of killing step by step. From the palm realm to the Tao origin, or even to a higher level. There was a sage who reared spiritual insects of the third step. There was a sage who opened a forum and gave a lecture. There was also a sage who molded soil to create humans. However, when the 44th heartbeat appeared, all the 43 scenes that were flashing in Ning Fan's mind became calm. From the 44th heartbeat onward, the subsequent heartbeats seemed to be vastly different from the previous ones. He could not see any profound principles or enlightenment from them. It was as if those insights were not on the surface but were hidden deep inside. In this scene, there was only a mortal old man who lifted his head and looked at the night sky. He stared at the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the night sky as if he was looking at the stars but also at himself. He seemed to be thinking about something but he could not get an answer. Thus, his brows were tightly knitted together. Both of his eyes were bright silver. That silver color was the color of the stars that he was born with. He looked at the sky with his silver eyes and remained silent. He did not move at all. Even his expression did not change. If it wasn't for the plants in the painting that could move and the stars in the night sky that could flash, Ning Fan would almost think that this mortal old man was standing in a still and unmoving painting. There were even natural birds that built their nests on the silver-eyed old man's shoulder. They actually treated this living person as a tree. The plants under the silver-eyed old man's feet had just broken through the soil. It seemed to be spring in the surroundings. A mortal? No, it can't be. This 44th heartbeat is undoubtedly the heartbeat of a saint. This old man may look like a mortal but he is undoubtedly a saint. Raising my head to look at the Big Dipper seems to be looking at myself. This scene does give me a sense of déjà vu, but it seems to be different from what I've comprehended before. Today people fish, tomorrow the heavens fish me. Ning Fan closed his eyes tightly and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to carefully comprehend the scene changed again. He could not continue to study it in depth. The 45th heartbeat entered his ears without permission. In the 45th scene, a middle-aged man was looking at the starry sky of the Big Dipper. That middle-aged man also had a pair of silver eyes. His appearance was extremely similar to the silver-eyed old man in the 44th scene. It was just like the appearance of the silver-eyed old man when he was younger. However, it was not just his appearance that was younger. Ning Fan felt that his cultivation base was slightly weaker than the silver-eyed old man. The silver-eyed middle-aged man also raised his head to look at the sky. His frown was even deeper than the silver-eyed old man's. When he looked at the Big Dipper in the night sky, it felt like he was also looking at himself. However, it also felt like he was not the only person he was looking at. On his shoulder, there was a bird's nest that had been built for an entire spring. The plants under his feet had already grown to his knees. It was already summer. The silver-eyed middle-aged man in this scene and the silver-eyed old man in the previous scene should be the same person. What's strange is that judging from the sequence of time, the 45th scene should be after the 44th scene. However, this silver-eyed saint seems to be getting younger and younger. This scene seems to contain some insights that I can't reach. Soon, the 46th heartbeat forcibly entered the scene. In the 46th scene, the moon was round in the autumn night. However, a silver-eyed young man was not looking at the moon. Instead, he was looking at the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The bird's nest on his shoulder had already been emptied. The surrounding plants began to wither and turn yellow. fallen leaves covered the ground. Time passed from summer to autumn. This silver-eyed saint seemed to have become younger, and his cultivation base had also weakened significantly. He remained silent until the 47th scene began. He still didn't speak. The 47th scene was in the middle of winter. It was a snowy night. Heavy snow swirled in the air. A silver-eyed young man stood in the snow without moving a single step. He looked at the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the snow and suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, he sighed. Sigh. This path really can't be taken. Everyone says that the 4th step immortal emperor is the Saint Defier, but where did the word defy come from and where did it end? I don't know if there's a 5th step immortal emperor in this world, but even if there is, I don't dare to take this path. In the snow and wind, the silver-eyed young man's appearance gradually changed. His cultivation base continued to rise. Gradually, the young man turned back into a silver-eyed young man, a silver-eyed middle-aged man, and finally an silver-eyed old man. When his white hair reached the ground, his skin and flesh shriveled, and all his teeth fell out, an extremely powerful aura of the 4th step immortal emperor burst out from his body. At this moment, midwinter began to move backward. It returned to late autumn, midsummer, and then early spring. He made a grabbing motion with his big hand. Then, he raised his hand and summoned a sect from another heaven and earth. Then, he placed it on the ground. Did the immortal emperor succeed? A few personal attendants with the cultivation base of a saint walked out from the sect and came to the silver-eyed old man. They asked respectfully. The silver-eyed old man just shook his head silently. The immortal emperor, the last 4 heartbeats were actually not the heartbeats of an ordinary saint. Instead, they were the heartbeats of a 4th step Saint Defier. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. Could this immortal emperor who was watching the Big Dipper at night be the ancestor of the descendants of the Big Dipper, the immortal emperor? Could this heartbeat be the heartbeat of the immortal emperor of the Big Dipper? However, why would the heartbeat of the same immortal emperor produce 4 completely different sounds? According to Ning Fan's observation, the last 4 heartbeats had a lot of similarities, but there were even more differences. They did not sound like the heartbeats of the same person. Instead, they sounded more like the heartbeats of 4 different people. What exactly is the immortal emperor of the Big Dipper comprehending? What is the path that he is unable to walk that he mentioned? I don't understand. I don't understand. The more Ning Fan wanted to think about it, the more he could not understand it. His head felt like it was about to split open. His blood felt like it was burning and the Tao laws in his body felt like they were collapsing. He knew that he was probably coveting something that he should not covet. He gritted his teeth and cut off his greed. He calmed his mind and threw the last 4 heartbeats to the back of his mind. In this way, the pain also disappeared. His intuition told him that the Tao comprehension contained in the last 4 heartbeats belonged to a 4th step immortal emperor. Thus, its value was naturally far greater than the previous 43 heartbeats. However, his rationality told him that the last 4 heartbeats were not something that he could obtain. At most, he could only benefit from the previous heartbeats. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt a little dispirited. He began to examine himself. He realized that even if he could benefit from the previous heartbeats, the benefits were just temporary. He had learned countless absolute arts in his life. Any one of them could make him invincible against ordinary cultivators at the same level as him. He did not lack any divine abilities. He also did not lack cultivation methods to reach the peak of the cultivation ending era. If he continues on his current path, Ning Fan was confident that he could reach the peak of the illusionary world in the cultivation ending era step by step. Then, he would advance towards the legendary saint realm. If he succeeds, he would be invincible under the heavens. Even if he fails to become a saint realm expert, he would at least become a strengthened version of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. He could still sweep across the illusionary world and protect the things that he wants to protect. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had not become a Saint Realm expert, but he had killed a Saint Realm expert before. How valiant was that? Ning Fan had won more Jia Shui than Ancient Chaos. Thus, his achievements in the future would certainly be higher than Ancient Chaos. Even if he stops at the Saint Realm, he would still be able to become a legend. As for becoming the ruler of the 3 great true worlds? That doesn't seem to be important. Ning Fan's original intention of cultivating the Tao was not to become the strongest in the world. Right from the beginning, his motive was different from most cultivators. As long as he could wipe out all his enemies in the illusionary world and protect his loved ones, becoming a Saint Realm expert or reaching the fourth step was just the icing on the cake. It was dispensable. His vision was actually very narrow. It was enough for him to guard the small area in front of him. However, when he thought about it that way, he felt a little lost. The more he cultivated the Tao, the more he could not find his own path. It was because the path would always extend forward. However, he did not have the desire to keep advancing. He just wanted to guard his back. A human's energy is limited after all. I have learned a lot of peerless absolute arts. However, the 5 yin-yang swords of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos is already not inferior to the absolute arts of a third-step Saint Realm expert. There are many other things that are at the same level. However, because I have learned too many things, I didn't have the time to study many of them. This time, when I listened to the Saint Heart, it was supposed to be a chance for me to obtain another absolute art to establish myself. However, after watching the Big Dipper Immortal Sovereign comprehending the Tao, I felt even more insignificant than before. Thus, I decided not to do so anymore. Perhaps my path doesn't always point forward. Perhaps it's enough for my path to end at this point. I don't need to pursue the length of the path. I can just stop and widen the width of the path. I am willing to stop on this path of cultivation for the things that I care about. Or perhaps, this kind of stopping halfway is the path that belongs to me? Ning Fan's heart suddenly thumped. It was as if he had only recognized himself at this moment. It was as if he could hear his own heartbeat and his own inner voice. Yes, he was a person who was content with a small fortune. He was a person who was easily satisfied. If there was no external pressure, he would not be willing to pursue those illusory cultivation bases, fame and fortune. If he could wipe out all his enemies in the illusionary world, if he no longer had the need to increase his cultivation base, and if he encountered a cultivation realm that required him to risk his life to advance, he would certainly choose to give up. This is my heart. I disdain going forward all the way. However, if I really decide to stop here, then this place will be my country. No one can invade the place where my sword reaches. Asterisk thump 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 thump. Asterisk the sound of heartbeats reverberated from Ning Fan's body. In terms of aura force, this heartbeat was far less powerful than the heartbeat of a third-step saint. However, it was much more steady and resonant than the heartbeat of any other saint. At this moment, Ning Fan's heartbeat might still have some doubts. However, the last trace of confusion he had about cultivating the third and fourth step had been completely swept away. Because he could let go of his delusional thoughts, he could persist in his heart. In Ning Fan's opinion, the superficial fame, superficial benefits, and immortality that others valued greatly were actually just an illusion. This young man has actually managed to understand the Saint Heart in the second step. How is this possible? It's already commendable that he could hear the heartbeat of the Big Dipper Sovereign. However, that was only because of the help of the second step Heaven Realm. Any cultivator at the second step Heaven Realm would probably be able to hear the heartbeat of the Big Dipper Sovereign. However, to understand the Saint Heart, even among the true saints, there are very few who can do it. Even if there are some who can do it, all of them are desolate saints who are the strongest among the saints. Even the weakest incipient saint is an outstanding individual who has attained the third step Heaven Realm. Obviously, the unity of heaven and man is not the reason to help this young man understand the Saint Heart. No. It can't be said that he has understood the Saint Heart. This young man is not a saint. What he is doing is actually to understand the Saint Heart. However, if he really becomes a saint one day, he can easily understand the Saint Heart even if he has just stepped into the incipient saint realm. The sacred slaughtering heavenly desolate sword could not hide the shock in its heart. If it wasn't for the fact that it had been dead for many years and only its will remained in the sword, it would certainly show its human form and touch Ning Fan's body to study why this young man was so outstanding. At this moment, it finally believed that it was not a coincidence that Ning Fan possessed the Tao image that surpassed immortal sovereign Beidou. The Tao image was the manifestation of the Tao. The Tao that this young man has chosen is probably one of the most heaven-defying ones among the Tao guardians. If this Tao is fortunate enough to become a Tao path one day, this young man will probably become another immortal sovereign Zido who is at the same level as him. I'm afraid that even immortal sovereign Zido himself did not expect that such a descendant of Zido would actually be born in the illusory dream world, which is similar to a mass grave. What a pity. No matter how great this young man's innate potential is, he won't be able to ascend to the top of the mass grave. He was born in the wrong era. If he was born in the era when immortal sovereign Zido was still alive, his future would be limitless. Even if he doesn't enter the fourth step, he would still have a peerless future. My ability isn't enough to help him return to his true yang state from mean death. However, even if this young man can only step into the illusory dream world for the rest of his life, I'm still willing to help him consolidate the saint heart that he has just comprehended. This young man seems to look down on the heartbeat of these saints. Speaking of which, this young man is coincidentally an ancient god. If that's the case, I'll use the power of these ancient god hearts to help him open his ancient god heart aperture. The benefits of succeeding Shadi in the past have never gone to waste. I can't let this young man return empty-handed. Even if he doesn't have the chance to listen to the saint heart in the future, it doesn't matter anymore. Whether this young man can become strong enough to fight against the Calamity Clan or not is the key to the continuation of the Slaughter Palace. Chi a blood-red sword intent suddenly spread across the 7th level of the blood prison, engulfing Ning Fan in an instant. At this moment, Ning Fan's heartbeat was calming down bit by bit. He no longer paid attention to the heartbeats of the other saints. Just as he was about to stop his comprehension, he suddenly sensed the overwhelming sword intent rushing towards him. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This sword intent was too terrifying. It was enough to kill him hundreds or thousands of times. This was the sword intent of the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword. If it has any malicious intent, he would certainly die. Fortunately, Ning Fan firmly believed that the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword would not harm him. Since he was powerless to resist it, he remained calm and let the overwhelming sword intent approach him. As expected, when the sword intent arrived behind him, it did not cause any harm to Ning Fan at all. It just drilled into his body and pierced his heart. Ning Fan felt a piercing pain in his heart, but he did not do anything to stop it. It was because he could feel the tremendous benefits brought by the sword intent piercing his heart. This sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword had actually dissolved the power of the saint's heartbeat to help him open his ancient divine heart aperture. 8th generation, since you are unwilling to listen to the heartbeat of the saints, I will give you benefits in a more direct way. In the past, I did not collect much heart force of the saints. Since the previous killing emperors listened to the heartbeat of the saints, a lot of it was consumed. The remaining heart force is more or less enough for you to open your 4th and 5th heart apertures. As for the other heart apertures, you will need to find other opportunities to open them. It was the first time the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword addressed Ning Fan in such a formal manner. The 8th generation, this was not only a form of acknowledgement but also a form of respect for Ning Fan, treating him as an equal. At this moment, it was not talking to Ning Fan as the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword. Instead, it was giving it junior benefits with the identity of the first killing emperor. Speaking of which, the 7th generation left something for you. He sent it to me through a secret method and it was not taken away by those traitors. When a sovereign emperor dies, there is a certain chance for him to give birth to a sovereign emperor's Dao fruit. The 7th generation died an unfortunate death. Perhaps the heavens have compensated him for that, allowing his sovereign throne of slaughter to be passed down. Next, not only will I help you open your heart aperture, but I will also help you absorb the power of this sovereign throne of slaughter. Of course, you won't be able to directly condense the void of the sovereign throne. However, it is also a matter of course for your cultivation of the Tao of slaughter to improve greatly. My slaughter palace is a sect of 7 generations of killing emperors. No matter what our relationship was before we became emperors, be it father or son or master and disciple, we will all address each other as senior and junior brothers after we become emperors. You are the 8th generation and the same goes for you. From now on, you can call me the first killing emperor or you can also call me senior brother. You can also call me the sacred slaughter heavenly desolate sword, the ancient sealing sword. It's up to you. As for our master, we don't have a master. We only have a common belief that has been passed down from generation to generation. That belief is to protect the descendants of the Big Dipper immortal domain. What we are protecting is not the Big Dipper immortal sovereign but the Big Dipper blood world. It is our home. It is the homeland that belongs to the cultivators of the Slaughter Palace and the last descendants of the Big Dipper blood world. Of course, the one who wants to hear you call him senior brother the most as the 8th generation is actually the 7th generation. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Ning Fan's eyes were not filled with joy when he obtained the power of the sovereign rank of Slaughter. Instead, his eyes turned gloomy and his heart ached. The 7th generation died a sad and humiliating death. However, before he died, he actually kept the Dao fruit of the sovereign rank of Slaughter for him. What kind of virtue and ability did he have to receive so many favors from the 7th generation? I believe him. He will definitely return. None of you will be able to obtain the treasure that I left for him. Ning Fan clenched his fists and closed his eyes, hiding all of his emotions in the bottom of his heart. When he opened his eyes again, he was already calm and determined. The heart aperture was opened bit by bit. The ardent primordial art was secretly activated in his body. The power of the sovereign rank of Dao fruit was easily condensed into the highest grade heaven grade Dao crystal by Ning Fan. Suddenly, he pointed at the sky and the Dao scripture appeared. His index finger drew in the air and wrote a new chapter on the Dao scripture. It was a chapter that belonged to the Slaughter Palace. It was written into the list of divine stars by Ning Fan, because the power of the sovereign rank of Slaughter that he received did not have the monstrous devil chi. There was only the concern of a senior towards a junior. There was only the lingering warmth left before death. It was not violent but warm. It was like a senior brother caring for his future junior brother. 7th generation, no. Senior. No. Senior brother. As long as Ning Fan is alive, I will not let the Slaughter Palace be destroyed in front of me. You have been carrying this burden for far too long. From now on, I will carry it for you, Ning Fan said in his heart. There was also a trace of complicated feelings flowing in his heart. In the past, he did not have a senior brother. Now, he has one, and these senior brothers had nothing to do with the masters that he acknowledged in his heart. It had nothing to do with his clan or the immortal domain. If the 7th generation was still alive, he would probably be very pleased to hear Ning Fan call him senior brother with his identity as the 8th generation. Unfortunately, as the sacred desolate sword had said, he no longer had the chance to do so. If there is another reincarnation, I will personally call you senior brother in front of you to make up for it. Ning Fan seemed to be talking to himself but also to the power of the sovereign rank of Slaughter that was constantly surging into his body. Originally, there was a trace of negative emotion in the power of the sovereign rank of Slaughter that was similar to regret. After Ning Fan said those words, it quietly disappeared. It was as if the last trace of regret of the 7th generation killing emperor had also been released. I believe in him. This young man will certainly guard the Slaughter Palace well. He will, because he is the 8th generation young emperor that I personally chose. He is my junior brother that I personally chose. End of chapter 1086. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.